Happy Monday morning, Junks listeners. We are the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan. If you're listening in Richmond, thank you for that. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, too. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks throughout 2026. It's all brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Welcome to a Monday show. I'm Cakes.
What's up?
At Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter. I'm joined by Jason Bishop.
John, Eric, hello.
Hello, and Eric Pickle is here.
Good morning.
Yes, that is your Junkies threesome
Matt,
today.
Matt and Mike, what's up?
Those guys are they're all full of energy. I see Mike is crazy.
Mike said it was the best 3 days of his life.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
past weekend.
He's running clearly off of Zins, adrenaline, and very little sleep.
He got
at
an
this
hour
point.
of sleep last night.
An hour of sleep, but I am literally hot to the touch. I am changing the temperature in the room right
He's
now.
white hot.
All right.
That's the best weekend of my entire life. I don't even know if it's close.
Quite a superlative for you.
Well, we're going to hear all about it. I know that.
Well, just imagine if you had gone instead to the engagement party.
Yeah.
Great point.
Yes, I mean, that was your key decision.
Aren't you glad we talked you out of that?
Not driving to North Carolina over the weekend.
We talked him
That was
out
your
of it.
pivot point.
If we didn't talk him out of it, he probably would have gone.
Probably would have.
Well, I don't know. I mean, do you want to start with Friday night? Were you guys going out Friday night?
Yeah, I want to hear about it.
I mean,
What time did the
first of all,
happy?
unbelievable performance by the American team.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Clap it up for Team
Well, could you imagine if it was like
USA.
a 1-0 clunker?
If it was a dud.
What a game.
I kind of
What a
figured it would be
performance.
like a 1-0 dud. I didn't expect that. And although at halftime, Alexi Lala said it was the best half ever in the history of World Cup for
they
Americans.
were throttling
Yeah.
Paraguay or Paraguay, whichever one it is. I'm
Yeah.
not sure which, but
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like just we completely outclassed
So-
them
We did?
in that game.
Yeah.
So you remember when we did the World Cup parties? Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
gosh,
Many of
like
them.
midday. Dude, you have to go out to watch these games.
Yeah.
Like, you have to go to Hyde. You have to go to somewhere to watch these games.
Yeah.
Because the energy is so electric.
Oh, I bet.
Like, everyone is just so pumped, full of patriotism.
Well, especially when a bar, I can't remember the name of it, where they'll comp your entire bill if I think they scored 3 goals, and I guess they hedged it on Kalshi, and they hit the number, and the complete bar erupted. I mean,
Right.
just pandemonium.
That bar said if the
Tall
USA
boy,
won
maybe?
by 3,
Is that local?
Yeah.
Local
yeah,
place?
if they won by 3, your tab was covered.
Yeah,
And then they scored that goal in like the 95th minute.
just a full-on scene.
The place must have gone berserko.
Where did you
yeah.
guys meet up? Did you guys just meet up at the bar, or did you meet up somewhere
We
before?
met up at Hyde.
Yeah,
You
we were-
did?
Yeah, we just met at Hyde.
And it was packed?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody
Packed.
wearing red, white, and blue. Let's do a check around.
I did.
Valdez.
I
of
did.
course. Everybody good.
Navy
solid.
blue over here.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if you
perfect.
weren't wearing American colors, you stuck out like a sore
Yeah,
thumb.
you have to.
I actually can't wait for Friday to go back out and do it again.
I'm sure. I mean, it's going to be a fever pitch for the Friday game.
So what
Especially
time?
because it's at 3.
Oh,
It's not at
3
9?
p.m.
Much
3
better.
p.m.
Much
That's
better.
going to be a long day.
Oh, that's a day off too.
Yeah.
Did you guys
Friday's day
pregame
off.
before the game? Not really.
Not really. I mean, I golfed before, but
Yeah.
You did. And then so you get there, and then you guys have special little setup.
yeah, Chuck set it up
Chuck
so
set
that
up, you
we
had a
had
little
like the
area.
sofas in the middle.
You got a little
where-
private area?
Perfect.
Well, it's right in the middle.
Oh,
of
right in the
everything.
middle of the
Yeah,
bar.
I mean, it's not.
Right in the middle. There's
It's not
nothing
private.
private.
Well, that's true. That's true.
But it was reserved, and like the couches are facing each other,
Yeah.
so you definitely have your own little block in the
Yeah.
middle of the bar.
And then you had buckets of Surfside.
And it worked out, even though you didn't have any friends, and Drab brought all his friends.
Hey, Drab's friend Leo's, he's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah. You know,
So you
it was a good
enjoyed
call
it.
for him,
Yeah.
from him. Yeah.
Okay.
He's
all
just
right.
a good time.
Yeah, he's a good time.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, so what time did you, game was it, or match was at 9? What time did you guys get there?
I got
7:30?
8:30. No, I got there
Hey,
around 8:30.
I got there around 8:15 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I got there like 8:30.
And it was just packed.
packed.
It got really packed close to kickoff.
Oh, I bet.
And then they're doing the national anthem, and then everyone's standing up with their hand over their heart,
Beautiful.
hat off,
Lids off. Yeah.
And
Perfect.
normally I wouldn't like to take credit for something like this, but I kickstarted a USA chant.
Yeah.
I looked at when they're like home of the. I look at Draven Valdez and I'm like, watch this, and I just stand up on the table and I'm just USA. And next thing you know, everyone at the bar
I mean,
chant
that's the
USA.
least surprising news of the weekend. that you
Mar
started
was
to
acting
chant.
reckless.
He
He
was.
was, yeah, but it was hysterical.
Was he already hammered when he got there?
No. It was just a fever pitch of patriotism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a lot of energy.
American pride just bursting
Yeah.
through.
I was running so hot. I was in my flow state. I just thought I couldn't do wrong. Like when we scored the first goal, I was like, this could be a tarp soft situation. And we're 5 minutes into the game.
Mar would have taken his shirt off after the first goal.
I thought you were in a Nats game all of a
So
sudden.
then
Tarps off.
when we hit the second and third goal, I literally had my belt off and I was doing belt to ass on the air. And I was just like, come here, Paraguay. Come get this ass whooping.
We got video. of that,
Yeah,
for
we have
sure.
video. We're definitely going to post it. He was definitely slapping the belt against the sofa at high.
This is his kind of scene. This is where Mike Marr really shines.
Now, did
Yeah.
you bring a crew, Mike?
So one of my roommates came with me there, and then one of my other roommates met us there like an hour later. So I only just brought 2 buddies.
Do your roomies match your intensity, or are you the alpha there?
I'm definitely the alpha
Yeah,
there.
okay.
Yeah, they're not as wild as
They're
me.
just chillers.
I don't know if I'd say that, but he's the jester.
Okay.
Okay. Like
Yeah, he's
Just is a
great-
wild word. I'm the vibe.
yeah.
That's what I'll say.
Vibes guy.
well, you know
vibes
who is
guy.
the vibes guy in our group? LT Cap Scully.
Yeah.
Oh, he came.
Logan Thompson.
Logan Thompson came?
Very
Oh,
nice
yeah.
dude. Very nice.
really?
Oh,
dude.
yeah, we're
Good
hanging
dude.
out with him.
Oh, you're hanging out
It
with
was
Big
like
Silly.
Yeah, I know.
Valdez and Logan and yeah.
Well, how
By the
did-
way,
but-
I like him a lot. Very nice guy.
Yeah.
He gets a little points taken away
Why?
because he went high five for USA goals.
Why?
Oh, he's Canadian.
He's Canadian.
Canadian.
Right?
Yeah.
Canadian.
Yeah,
So
he's
we, I
Canadian.
mean, we were just racking him up.
Yeah, but even in
And he
this
was bitter
matchup,
that his
he's
boys
still bitter
tied
about the
earlier in
hockey.
the day.
I don't know. We didn't really get into it. We were just laughing about it.
Must be.
Because
He elbow bumped or
We
fist bumped,
forced-
but
we
like he
forced him to give
refused
us
the
a-
high five.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get swept up in the moment.
Yeah.
He plays in the nation's capital. Like, I know he's not American, but you got to get swept up
That's
in the fervor.
That's a lot
the
of points
opposite
against.
of the opposite of swept up.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of
Very
points against.
measured.
So why did
Well,
he
he was probably bummed because his boys they tied Bosnia earlier today.
Yeah, he probably was in a bad mood.
So why did he even go? If he was
He
going
was
to be
just hanging out.
if he was
It's
gonna
fun.
be a party
It's fun.
pooper,
No, no. He wasn't a party pooper. He just wasn't. You wouldn't acknowledge our goals.
How did you guys get introduced to him? Like, just
Chuck.
Chuck.
Okay.
Said, hey,
Got it.
Drab, this is Logan.
Very
Did,
nice.
did he come by? Was he by himself?
Nah, he had some friends with him.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
So he was hanging out with you guys pretty much
Oh,
the
yeah.
whole night.
He actually was. His friends went elsewhere at some point. I don't know.
Yeah.
For a while, it was just him and us.
He's like, the
great.
vibes are good here. I'm going to hang
so
with
cool,
the boys.
cool dude, huh?
Very nice
Definitely
guy.
nice.
Definitely a good guy to root for.
did
No
you
problems
lose
with him at
any
all.
zeal? Second half, not as exciting as the first half, or no big.
No, because they actually gave me a raffle ticket when I led the USA chant, and they were raffling off like a brand new Team USA soccer jersey, official FIFA World Cup one.
Yeah.
Your guy won the raffle.
Did you
I won the raffle, got the jersey. So for me, I was like, well, now the vibes just skyrocketed to basically the pregame vibes. And so, yeah, threw the jersey on, and it was chaos.
Yeah,
after
you are
that.
running hot this weekend.
It was so funny because we're all hanging out, and then this blonde smoke show just like comes up to our couch and is like trying to hang out and trying to talk to everybody and trying to talk to Mar, trying to talk to Logan, and everyone's ignoring her
You don't
because
even care?
because everyone's just hanging out with the boys and high fiving, and she had this sourpuss look on her
She
face.
couldn't get any attention.
Yeah, she couldn't get any attention at all because everyone was just high fiving watching the game. It was hysterical.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's funny.
we weren't really locked in on the soccer in the second half. I'd
Right.
say it was getting a little loose. A lot of green tea talk and white teas, and
Okay.
So I don't. If you tell me it was boring, I guess it was boring. I know Gio scored the goal in the 90th minute or whatever that was, but yeah, we weren't really locked in on the game.
By
in the second
half
half.
halftime, they're all outside smoking cigs, and then they didn't come back until like the 80th
Beautiful.
minute.
You know what?
By
That's
the way,
great.
I saw Mars smoking a Virginia Slim at one point. I don't know what that was.
They still make those? I didn't know.
He
it was.
was-
It was.
I actually don't even know what that
embarrassing.
is.
I mean, you clearly bummed that off a woman.
It was the skinniest cigarette I've
mean,
ever seen. It was
Virginia
definitely
Slim's
unmanly.
It's a good Joan. I do like that.
How'd you get it? Do you even know how you got it?
I guess from someone.
Yeah.
Because I had Marlboro Lights.
Yeah.
I knew that.
You already
I
went
did
through
like a
'em?
double take. I'm like, what?
When you're out drinking, do you go through a pack?
No.
You-
No,
no.
not
A guy
even close.
can't smoke a skinny cigarette like that. That's
But also,
I'm with you.
Yeah.
As soon as I crack out the pack, it's like moss to a flame. So whenever people see
yeah.
it, they're like, "Can I get one?" I'm like, "Of
Sure.
course." I'm just, it's like Halloween candy. I'm
Yeah.
like, you get a car, you get a car, you get a
Meanwhile,
car.
that pack costs you $10.
Yeah,
Probably.
exactly. It's so
All
worth
right.
it.
And cigarettes are not cheap. They're
He's
not
the
cheap.
vibes guy. He's the vibes guy.
Yeah, you gotta have them.
All right.
I can't wait to be back at Hyde on Friday
Yeah,
Run it back.
3 o'clock.
Is it 100%?
with our
you're all gonna
Aussie
go?
with our Aussie.
100% you guys are all going back.
Well, why would we go? I mean, I'm open to
Yeah.
taking it on the road. But
Well, I'm not saying go anywhere else. I'm just saying you're definitely watching
They're-
the game with
they're
people.
definitely going out. Yes.
Oh, I think so for sure.
Yeah.
Especially because it's 3 o'clock.
Taking the show on the road. Let's do it again.
All right.
Yeah.
Very
Well,
nice.
we got a lot more because obviously the Knicks was the next night, right?
Yeah,
I want to hear where you guys watch that. And then, Mar still on 1 hour sleep from
Then it
his,
goes to UFC.
UFC adventure.
What a weekend.
UFC, the best sporting event I've ever been to. And I'm not even sure it's close. It was chaos over there on the South Lawn.
I want to get a whole breakdown. The card, I don't know how good the card was, but everybody got knocked out.
Yep, clean sweep, all 7 knockouts. Americans went undefeated in the main event. Justin Gaethje, he was a plus 450. The guy had no chance, basically.
Well, I'm aware.
He whooped Taporia's ass.
Oh, did you had money on the other guy?
No,
Allegedly.
I did not.
No.
I did not wager on the event.
But
I
you
just-
know someone that did.
I know somebody that did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And they wagered a lot.
It was a big. I'm just gonna say
It was a big number.
It was a big bet.
It was
Yeah.
a big upset.
It's a huge upset. It's a massive upset. I'm sure that person's not happy this morning.
That
But what are you gonna
stinks.
do? That's
That
what happens
stinks.
sometimes when you wager.
All right.
That's
well,
crazy.
I want to hear all about it. I
Yeah.
want to hear all, especially last night.
So hold on. What time did you guys get home Friday night?
Well, I left right after the game.
Yeah.
So you left around
That was a
11.
little disappointing from Val.
I know. I had golf the next morning. I had a match. So,
Well,
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
I was tired. I went to bed in the middle of the second half. To be honest with you,
I
got
I was
tired.
out of there before midnight. I was
Yeah.
out of there at like 11:40.
Yeah.
So like as soon as the final whistle happened and then they started playing music, I
Oh,
said,
dude,
You're
that was
out.
like 11:10 or something.
Were you
11 o'clock.
ready? You were ready to go to the next spot?
No, I was just more ready to move it to the patio and socialize out there and hang out and have a few
know.
more
Tru-
McUltras and
trust me, they were better. Chuck was better. He's like, "You're leaving?" I was like, "Dude, it's after 11."
the party rolled on. I mean,
I know.
with or without Val.
I know. I'm not the party starter. Trust me, Hyde was bumping with or without me.
Was Logan still there when the game ended?
We don't remember. I didn't say bye to him. But again, hopefully he's there on Friday.
Was Matt Cahill a little bit housed?
No,
No,
you
he
gotta
was-
pace yourself.
Because you don't drink a lot. I mean, you drink
No,
a couple.
I
but-
pace myself.
He was fine.
That's fine.
He was nursing his beers.
Yeah.
He avoided the shots.
Smart.
good.
avoiding the
That's the
shots,
move.
more like talk. Oh, by the way, Valdez got so embarrassed.
Because should we
He-
talk about that when we come back?
No, it's a very cool, like smooth black guy came up and like elbowed Valdez out of the way to say hi to me.
Yeah,
and, like
yeah.
Valdez was just the third
I
wheel
know.
standing there, so he's gonna take some shots.
Did
At
he
me.
get
By the
any
way,
love?
he elbowed Logan out of the way. Talking crap.
I've never
Wow,
seen a
yeah,
bigger
yeah.
drab fan in my
Yeah,
life.
yeah,
Yeah, AJ, the smooth brother.
Yeah,
All he wanted to do was
so
talk to
many,
drab.
So many muscles.
Yeah, I
he's
know.
young,
Yeah.
He was
good
wearing a
looking-
cutoff shirt.
Yeah, good looking guy.
Yeah.
He was size for
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was just it was the
Yeah.
biggest drab fan I've ever seen in my life.
And you love that. You loved every second of that.
I mean, I was trying to talk to him and everything, but all he wanted to do was just look at Drab's new hair.
It's like you weren't even there.
I know it was kind of weird.
All right, so it was a massive weekend. We'll be talking about that and more throughout the show. When we come back, we'll get into the Knicks winning their first NBA title in over 50 years. We'll break that down when we come back here on the Junks.
All right, guys, EB here on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player's subbed out, your bet stays in. How cool is that? That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with a substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
So congrats go out to the Knicks for doing something they hadn't done in over 50 years, winning an NBA title. They take down the Spurs 94-90, take the series in 5 games. Jalen Brunson with a masterpiece in the clincher, 45 points
That's incredible.
in the win.
He
Incredible.
was just unstoppable.
So take your hat off to the Spurs. They take to the Knicks. They take down the Spurs, and I mean Jalen Brunson is just—he's a legendary
Well,
Knick.
everybody was talking about it.
He's
Yeah,
just
I mean,
might be the greatest Knick of all
He's
time.
a Hall of Famer.
I mean,
he
he's-
sealed his Hall of Fame
He's
bid.
in that conversation at this point.
And they were debating whether or not he's the greatest Knick of all time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right,
it's just
right.
crazy. Unbelievable.
I mean, since he won a ring, he's got to be top 3.
I mean, he's certainly in that convo.
I mean, their resilience, though, as a team is just remarkable. I mean, because that is a good Spurs team. It seemed like they had a friggin' 15-point or more lead every friggin' game. And it just didn't matter. Come crunch time. If you notice...
I wasn't surprised, by the way, and you may or may not believe that, but I wasn't surprised at all that the Knicks came back.
Well, it's
Just
the way
based-
the
just
games
ba-
were being played.
Well,
yeah.
that's what I mean. That just based on how the Spurs had played, they just don't know how to close out team. Well, they didn't know how to close out the Knicks.
Yeah, and I just
And
think...
they didn't win a game on their court. That's ridiculous.
I did think early on, though, that the Spurs, they were pressing out defensively, right? They were pressuring everything as far out from the rim as possible. And I just thought, wow, that's a good strategy. But I guess it just, I don't know, they wore him down. I don't know what it was.
I mean, Brunson was getting into the lane, getting to the rim whenever he wanted in the second half.
Yeah. Yeah. I just...
And they fouled him a billion times.
I mean,
Yeah.
for them to win a game where Karl Anthony Towns has 2 points on 1 for 7
I know,
shooting.
the guy's in foul trouble. How do you lose to
I
that?
mean, their
he wasn't
next-
even on the court for a whole quarter.
Their next highest scorer had 14 points.
No, he
after
put the
Brunson.
team on his back.
That's what he did.
He put the team on his back. It was
Yep.
just an incredible performance.
Yeah, that was Jordan in game, I don't know if it was game 6 against the Jazz. When he had 47 or 45.
Yeah, and
But look, Castle and Fox were just they were bad. They were 4 for 25.
Fox really struggled in this series.
Yep, he did.
And I know they're trying to figure out ways if they can get out of that contract. That's going to be almost impossible. I don't know how they're going to do that.
It was infuriating to watch.
Yeah, it was.
Not that I was rooting against the Knicks. I just wanted to see a good series, but you could see them go into a full-blown panic and lock up, and they ran no offense once again the final 8 minutes of the game. Literally, like not one play. There was nothing going on. No attacking the rim again. Everyone's panicked. Nobody wanted to do anything. Wemby wanted nothing to do with it.
They took bad shots.
Fox taking those just horrible 19-footers over and over and over again.
That
They
was
were
kind of his
breaking off the
specialty.
back.
Yep.
I mean, you could tell as soon as the Knicks started getting close, it was over.
The last 2 minutes was awful to watch. No one
Yeah.
wanted to win.
Yeah, I mean, so many missed free throws.
Oh,
down
yeah,
the
yeah.
stretch.
I've never seen so many missed free
Gross.
throws. I don't know.
Well, especially
Like
from the
Wemby,
Spurs.
Wemby's a good shooter. I don't know how he misses all of these free throws. He did it in game 4.
He just locked up. It's pressure.
No, he's exhausted. He's
He's-
out of shape. He's exhausted.
Yeah, I don't.
They
Yeah, I
can't-
don't understand how he gets so tired. I mean, they took him out. They took him out in one of the most crucial stretches of the game.
They don't call their timeouts because they're trying to preserve him for exact spots to give Wemby rest.
Yeah.
It's a problem. It's a real problem. He was exhausted and he's not in shape and he's got to get a lot tougher. He's good. He's not. He definitely
No,
choked.
I might be in better shape than Wemby.
Well, he
You could be.
definitely, I think,
It's possible.
solidified himself sort of as a villain. Certainly the way he handled himself, I think, in the press conference afterwards. I mean, I don't know. Man.
Well, Harper should have been starting pretty much the entire series
Yeah.
over Fox.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that.
I
I don't
will-
understand how Fox is getting almost 40 minutes when he was hurting the team.
I will say it is fun to root against Wemby, though.
Something about
Like he's very good, but it is fun to root against.
He's
him.
very good. There's no doubt. Yeah. I mean,
Right.
he could do freaky
He
things.
he is a fun villain.
Yeah. But I was just happy for the Knicks, to be honest with you. Just happy for the Knicks. I don't understand. Again, we always talk about it. I don't understand why people burn down cities and whatever they do,
Well, that's
burn
insane.
buses. And
That's craziness.
I mean, just the nonsense.
Because they're just knuckleheads. I mean, it's,
I know, but it's so rampant. It's not like it's just isolated.
I think
It's
they
like-
feel like it gives them an excuse to just manifest that sort of behavior.
Yeah.
Like they're waiting
I know, but
for
who's
some sort
wired
of cover
that way?
for it.
Who's wired that way? You got to be a real
Just
weirdo.
Weird,
gotta be
violent.
They're violent.
Yeah,
They're
and then
stabbing people.
Yeah, it's just
I mean,
crazy.
come on.
I don't
But
understand.
there's
it.
so many people in that city. You're going to have, even if it's a small percentage, you're going to have idiots like
I mean,
that.
my daughter was out with everybody, celebrating, watching the game. And you know how they had places where they were guys in their condos, or they're projecting it out onto other buildings.
Right.
And Meg was there and enjoying it, but they made a point of leaving before the game ended because they knew it was going to be
Crazy.
chaos.
Yeah.
They made a point of leaving, like, I don't know, end of third quarter or something, to get the hell out of Dodge.
Right. Well, that was smart.
Yeah. It just kind of mars it.
Yeah,
I feel-
my daughter was invited over to the city on Saturday night, and I didn't know she was invited, and she just said, "There's no way I'm going over there." Mm-hmm. She just stayed in her apartment in Hoboken, and I said, "You know what? Good decision.
Smart move.
Great
Adult-
decision.
That's an adult grown-up decision right
Yeah.
there.
And I mean, she's not a
Respect
huge
it.
basketball fan, but she was
People
interested.
like to be at the scene. They want to be there.
But she said it's not even worth it.
yeah.
I said, "You're right."
Yeah.
But the Knicks were out. I mean, you could see it. You could see it playing out after they cut it to 5 and then they cut it to 3, tied it up. Spurs taking bad shots. Harper's fouling Brunson every time down. They're missing key free throws in big moments. It was just a younger team that couldn't beat the older team that was ready to win it.
I mean,
And Brunson was unbelievable.
how under did that game go? They scored
Very.
184 points.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably 25, 30 points.
Yeah. You took the under. You're a big fat one.
But the Knicks, that's just impressive that you can go on the road to San Antonio, where they were nearly unbeatable in the regular season and the playoffs.
You know, I kept thinking about JP the entire game
Because
he kept saying the Spurs are the better team.
They're the better roster, yeah.
Like he kept saying it over and over all week. And I go, okay, well, it's 3-1. I mean, at the end of the day, they won a series 4-1. Like obviously they're not better.
No, they weren't.
Like
better.
if it's NFL playoffs or the NCAA tournament where it's a one-off, and
I think he just
and
gets,
someone can
he always
get
gets swept
lucky
up
and
caught
luck
up
box
in
their
the-
way.
He gets
He
caught
gets-
up in the numbers, and he doesn't realize the greatness of Jalen Brunson. And
Or
the fact
just
that he's just
a
gonna
better
carry
team.
his team to a
Like
victory.
you can have all the talent in the world, but if your team's better,
Yeah.
The Spurs were dominated almost every minute of those games. I mean,
that's why
what was it 75% that the Spurs led the series?
something like
Yeah,
that.
it's definitely
I mean,
over
that's
70%.
crazy.
Yeah.
And they lost in 5 games.
That's why JP was saying that, and I kind of agreed with him that maybe they were the better roster player for
well,
player.
also the way they were
but
in the
they're
regular
not
season.
a better team. They don't play good team basketball when it counts.
Right.
They play individual
you
basketball.
can't say they're a better team when you lose 4-1 in a series.
No, they're not. They weren't.
If it's a one-off game,
It's
okay,
hard to
I can
say
see.
that.
Yeah,
well,
Yeah, I don't know.
especially Matt, when you don't win a game on your home court.
No, I get it.
I mean,
believe
come
me,
on.
I get it. But it's not like at no point did the Knicks look like the better team each game. Like the Spurs were in control of every single
Right,
game,
right.
double-digit leads every single game, and they I almost said the word. They essed their pants.
Yeah,
at
they
the
didn't
end
close out.
of
Yeah,
every
they're not
single game.
closers.
They're not closers.
They're just not closers.
Honestly, I'd fire Mitch.
Right.
He can't.
He might.
I
he
can't
might.
ever
he
go
might.
back to him.
He might go.
He's completely lost the plot. That was one of my biggest concerns. It's just horrible coaching. By the way, Wemby, get a rebound. It's the biggest rebound of your career. You let Mitchell Robinson mug you, and then they call a foul on Anunoby right there,
Yep.
and that was another bad decision. They should have let it play out down 3
Yeah, that's true.
because the
I
shot
thought
clock
the same.
reset
I thought the same thing. But
back to 14 seconds. It was all bad coaching. So much bad coaching.
Do you remember when we did the event with LeBron, right? It was
Long time ago. Yeah,
and,
sure.
and you
I
remember
it.
like Coach Thompson was there, Kevin Durant was there. We were on stage, we were hosting the event.
Yeah.
You know who else was there? And I had an interaction with him at the end, and I've always liked him ever since. Mike Brown was there.
I don't recall him being
Mike
there.
Brown was there,
Was he?
and he was like the world's nicest guy.
really,
The
He se-
world's nicest
he
guy.
seems like it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it just totally likable.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he did a hell of a job. So I'm really happy for him.
I will say that was a very physical series. I mean, they could have called a lot more fouls than they did.
Yeah, yep, I agree with that.
But the fact that the Spurs weren't being aggressive, especially in the fourth quarter, of trying to get to the line, because the Knicks were, and the refs were calling all kinds of fouls on the Spurs. But if the Spurs were trying to get to the line, they would have gotten calls, and they didn't. They just settled. It was just frustrating to
Bad
watch.
game plan.
It was frustrating to watch them.
Wow,
And
really, the difference was just getting to the free throw line because they basically shot the same. Both teams basically shot the same.
yeah, I
From
mean,
threes and from the field.
but Brunson was incredible.
Yeah,
mean-
what he could do, the way he uses his body to just get open,
He's an
the
unbelievable.
bumps. And,
He's also an unbelievable ball handler.
yeah. I mean,
He's sick at ball handling.
He's unbelievable.
And there's also something to the fact that he led his high school team to a title, his college team to a title, and now his pro team to a title.
Yeah.
He's just wired to win. Like he's just genetically predisposed to lead his team to victories.
He deserved
to
it.
have that guy on your side and he goes for 45 in the clinching game.
Right.
I mean, that dude is going to get a massive pay raise when his contract is up. I'm not
And,
sure how many
and by
years
the
are
way,
left
he took a discount.
took a discount to help the
So-
team with their flexibility.
Yep.
Does it give Wizards fans hope? The fact that the Knicks had gone 53 years, had been a laughingstock. Now, they've had their moments, right? When Ewing was there and they would get to finals or whatever. They certainly had their moments. But they've also been at the bottom. Does it give Wizards fans hope that there can be light at the end of the tunnel?
I mean, if they can
You
break
get
their
the right
50,
pieces.
was it 53-year drought?
Yeah.
50-plus year drought,
Yeah.
then the Wizards could do the
I
same
think we're
thing.
on a 48 year. They're on a 53.
Yeah.
It's a long time.
It can be
It's a
done,
long
Cakes.
time.
You can break through. It can be done if you get the right pieces. And they weren't all drafted.
By the way,
We all know that.
any money that Jalen Brunson left on the table in that negotiation to help out the team, he's going to triple it in
Well,
endorsements and
Oh yeah.
just his profile in New York for the rest of his life.
He's a hero,
A legend
he's
for
gonna,
life.
Yeah, he's going to go down in the annals of
especially
history
the way
of the
he
Knicks.
played in that clincher.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's a legend for life. Not going to pay for a drink, not going to pay for a
Never.
meal, not going to pay for a haircut. That guy's not paying for anything.
Nope.
Unbelievable. To do it on the biggest stage, pretty incredible, Cakes.
Your guys, Vinny and Joe, beside themselves, celebrating.
I mean, they're not the hugest NBA guys, but they were certainly rooting for the Knicks.
Sure.
No doubt about it.
By the way, even if they, I know they burned down the school buses after the win. They probably would have burned them down after a loss.
I mean, it was probably either or.
That's the thing.
Right.
I
I'm
just
gonna
don't
guess.
understand the mentality. I
Yeah.
really don't. All right, let's go real quick. Let's go to Richard in Baltimore. Let's see if the phones are working this morning. Richard, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies. How are you?
I'm sitting here listening to you guys, and you're making some good points. But I believe the Spurs are the better team. They're just so young and inexperienced, and experience won that game. It wasn't the better team. The better team is the Spurs, but they just don't have the experience.
Well, I
Experience
don't know.
wins every time.
I mean, I guess you could die on that mountain. They were the better team in the regular season, and they certainly took commanding leads in virtually every game.
I mean, you got to play 48 minutes.
Got to be able to close it out, and I do think coaching was a big factor.
It's the experience. It's the experience. They have no experience. They're young, no experience. They're the better team. They play. They just don't have the experience.
Well, let's see. Let's
don't
see what
have
happens in the
experience
next
that
couple
can do
years. If that's true, they should be back.
They're going to be the team to beat. They're going to be the team to beat. I guarantee you. But look, I enjoy you guys' program. It's an excellent program.
Thank you, man.
And,
Appreciate that.
I'm locked in today. I mean, I can't believe that I didn't lock in you guys earlier. I've been watching something else. I've been watching the other program, but this is a good program.
Well,
Thank you.
I've got a great
well,
program.
we're glad you finally found us. Thank you for
Thank you,
stumbling
Richard.
upon us
Appreciate you,
somehow.
buddy. Thank you, pal.
Yes, sir. Hey, y'all have a great day, man.
All right, you too, buddy.
Thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. Look, you can make the argument. It's just trivial. It's kind of a sports radio argument. But at the end of the day, they're the champs' cakes.
They
And
are.
it's, what is it now? Is it like the 9th different team in the league to win? Like no repeats in a while? It's been a
That,
while.
I don't know.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Also, I don't like that you just assume that the Spurs are just going to be there again.
Well,
So-
I'm not assuming.
I know, but I'm
if
just saying
you-
people. I mean,
if they are as good as you say, as people say, then they should be back, right? If they are really the best,
I never
let's
assume
see.
the teams just are always going to keep coming
Right.
back to the
I
finals.
don't
Like
either.
it's hard. It's hard to get to the NBA finals or the Stanley Cup final. It's not a guarantee you're
No,
always going to get back
It's
there.
not. It's
Now
not.
they've got a
No,
good
but
young roster, but
I
there's no
think that
guarantee
they'll have their runs. They'll have some moments, but we'll see.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Yeah,
I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think it's Victor's only time in the finals. He's too
Probably not,
too
but-
dominant of a player. I'm not claiming they're the better team. I don't know. I mean, the Knicks won pretty handily when it's all
No,
said
but they've
and
got to
done.
be one of the top 3 favorites to win it next year.
I would think they'd be in the
I
mix.
mean, I got to think it's OKC, San Antonio, and maybe.
Oh,
the
then they
Knicks.
do have a De'Aaron Fox problem. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, they got to figure something out there.
Well, they may be putting him on the trade block.
Who's going to want it though? He's got all
He-
those
he's got-
years
he's got
and
a lot
all
of
that money
on his
coming.
deal.
Well,
My
you know
God.
what? He should not be a starter. Harper should be a starter.
Right.
Can you have a $50 million player on the bench?
It's going to be tough.
You got to have the better player
Yeah.
on the court, especially in key minutes.
All right, if you want to weigh in on the NBA Finals, you're welcome to do that. 800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junks. We'll be right back.
It's your boy Bish for Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC went out, I called Foley Mechanical because this isn't some franchise or giant corp outfit. Dan Foley owns the company 100%. No private equity, no call center, no nonsense. Dan runs a tight ship. It shows in the work that they do. His team replaced my HVAC, my water heater, and my sump pump all in the same day. I got to see firsthand how skilled and hardworking these guys are. They know what they're doing. They actually care about doing it right. Foley Mechanical is full service. Heating, AC, hot water, boilers. They specialize in older homes. A lot of companies don't touch older homes with radiator heat, but they do. They know how to do it. Foley Mechanical is legit. They serve D.C., Maryland, Virginia. They proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. So if you want quality work from a company that you can trust, call Foley Mechanical. Ask for Dan Foley. Tell him Bish sent you.
So with everything that was going on this weekend, there was a ton happening. I mean, the Nats not swept, but win another series. You had UFC Freedom 250. Mike Marr was all over that.
Still waiting on an update.
So we'll definitely do that.
Stay tuned.
But I just wanted to give a quick recap of Warped Tour weekend.
I drove
my
by it
daughter.
on Friday.
Yeah.
And the old stadium was to the left, I
Yeah.
think. And over to the right, just saw tents everywhere.
Tents
I mean,
everywhere,
it just
massive stages.
Yeah,
There were
I
like
mean, it was-
6 stages throughout the
looked like a freaking carnival
the
over
area.
there.
So I first and foremost, I have to thank my guy Pete from Echo Stage. Who
Yeah.
co-promotes that show with
Okay.
the guy who basically invented Warped Tour. His name's Kevin Lyman.
Okay.
He's been doing it forever.
Right.
So he set me up with 2 passes. He set me up with a parking pass. Parking was
Huge.
like right near the entrance,
Oh,
which was
yeah,
awesome.
that's a hook
which is
job.
amazing.
Yeah.
And he's like, dude, you have all access passes. I was like, okay. So I
That's
told my
pretty cool.
daughter. My daughter is pumped. She's like, oh, I get to go like backstage and like front of the stage. So we get in day one, and I walk confidently like up to like the side of the stage and flash my wristband at them.
Yeah.
And the guy looks at me like I'm a piece of garbage.
Yeah.
He's like, that's not gonna get you backstage.
Yeah.
And then I just felt like a heel.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I'm just disappointing my daughter.
Did they tell you that pass would get you back there when they gave it to
My
you?
guy Pete did.
Oh,
He's like, you're good. So then I texted Pete. I was like, dude, thank you for everything. The parking pass is awesome. The
they're
passes.
not letting
I was
us
like,
backstage?
I was like, but these passes are not giving me the access you were telling me, but I appreciate everything. But I
Yeah.
was just
You're throwing it out there.
So then he shows up, like he was coming anyway. He was not like, he shows up on scene. He looks at my pass. He's like, I got you. I'm going to take care of you. Comes back 5 minutes later, gives me the game changer pass where I can go side stage,
Right.
like right as the bands
That's a spot.
are like warming up and getting ready
Yeah.
to go on stage.
Yeah.
I can go in front of the stage, not like with the massive humanity that's pressed up against the barrier.
Yeah, inside the little
Like
barrier.
there's a 10 to 12 foot little area
Right.
there
Where
in
you're not going to
between
die.
where you're not going to die. Like
Yeah.
they're pulling people over the barriers that are crowd surfing. And
Right.
I'm just like, I'm 2 feet away from it, like just watching like all the madness and the.
What kind of attendance is there?
I mean, it was like I think it was 30,000 plus each day.
Wow. Who were the
Huge.
big artists?
I mean,
Like that we'd heard of,
like
probably.
Newfound Glory, Taking Back Sunday,
Okay.
Yellow Card, Coheed and Cambria,
Just
Jimmy
old
Eat
school. A
World,
lot of old school.
Third Eye Blind were awesome. on
They
night
were?
one. They were
Oh,
really,
I bet.
really good.
Really?
They were awesome. Like it was a lot. It's just a mix. There's stuff for the old heads like me.
Yeah.
And then there's stuff for the kids. It's a huge
Uh-huh.
range. 2 days, probably. I don't know. 70.
Did you say Yellow
bands.
Card was there?
Yellow Card was there.
How was it? Was Ryan Key there?
I have to be honest. Yellow Card closed the show yesterday.
Not good.
No, after my daughter and I saw some of the bands we wanted to see yesterday,
You rolled
and
out.
the weather started
Oh, yeah.
looking threatening.
Uh-huh.
We were like, you know what? Let's get out of here before the skies open up and it becomes a disaster.
Didn't you deal with that on Friday night too with the Nats, or did you not even go?
No, he bailed on the Nats.
Friday night? I bailed on the Nat. I made a calculated decision on a Friday
I mean,
night
the storm came through right.
That was
because
smart.
the
was
couple
smart.
that we were going to go with,
Yeah.
my guy Greg called and said his wife was having reservations about going down to the game.
With the weather.
And that was
The
that
best
was-
thing you
That
ever
was
heard.
all I needed.
Yeah.
It was all I needed to pull the ripcord on the Nats game, and it wound up being the right call because that game was delayed for I believe close to 2 hours.
2 hours
Or
plus.
2 hours 10 minutes.
Yes.
Like I think first pitch was 8:55,
you would have been at Circa for the entire time.
which would have been great.
That'd have been fine, but
would have been awesome.
You wouldn't have gone over to the stadium.
Probably
Because
not.
you didn't have the Terror Club for that one, correct?
Did not.
Right.
Still had great seats.
Yeah.
but bailed on the Nats game because I knew I was going to do 2 straight days at
Yeah.
Warped Tour with 90 plus sizzling degrees. And that's where the passes came up huge because I could go backstage
Be in the shade.
where they had like tents,
Fans.
couches, just cold drinks for free, all free.
Right.
Like we were just
So it's
hanging
like
out,
it was like an old HF festival day,
yeah,
like you were running the festival.
backstage.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, out in the rest of the festival area, it's Sparta. It's just madness, sweat, hot, sun boiling down on you.
Were you the oldest turd there?
I mean, I was certainly one of them. I mean, I'm definitely in the
One
top,
of the handful.
like top 2% of olds walking around,
Right.
walking around the grounds.
Right.
And that's why both nights we left early. Didn't stay for the closing.
I can't
band.
imagine you went both days.
I went both ways. I think 18 plus hours over the 2 days.
That's unbelievable.
But the cool part is, I get to hang out with my 24-year-old daughter for 2 straight days.
She loves it. Yeah.
Oh, she had a great time. She had an amazing time.
So Third Eye Blind was really good.
They were awesome.
Yeah.
They were great.
I've heard that guy live before and haven't been
His
impressed.
voice sounded great.
He sounded great. He was on
Stephen
pitch.
Jenkins.
Stephen Jenkins,
their songs are they're bangers.
Oh, just so many bangers.
Yeah.
Graduate, Semi-Charmed Life.
Semi-Charmed Life. Are you kidding?
How's it gonna be? I mean, just so many hits.
That's
Newfound
amazing.
was amazing. Like, those guys have been at it forever.
Is it still the same dudes? They
I
look
think
like
there are a few different guitarists, but like Jordan, the singer, I mean, he was awesome. The bassist and I think the drummer, the original guys. But yeah, it was a great time. Thanks again. Pete from
Blink.
Echo Stage hooked it. I mean, just rolled out the red carpet for me and my daughter, and we had a great time.
So Blink wasn't there, right?
Blink was not there.
Blink was not there.
Yeah. But it was fun. It was a good time.
That was all the.
I just can't believe they
90s
still were able
pop
to pull that off. I mean, it's a weird. You kind of get lost now because you don't have the stadium there to kind of anchor you. When you drive by, it's like, where am I?
Right.
Where am I? It's like this thing's missing now.
Yeah, but once you get in there, you figure it out because I've been there a couple times. You know the layout, but it is weird not to see the stadium.
It's so weird.
It's a big void.
Don't they also do they have like the guys like doing like side stage things? Like the guys on the motorcycles doing the flips and all that.
Oh, yeah,
do they have all that stuff going on too?
They have a massive half pipe. Right in the middle of the grounds where they have skateboarders and
do they have the pro guys there, or is it just for fans to go?
No, they're like
the pro guys
skateboarders
putting on a show
and BMXers.
Yeah,
and then they've got like a ramp over at the end, like the Nitro Circus, where it's like real BMX bikes. Guys doing flips on them.
Yeah. That's incredible.
It's a whole scene.
Yeah,
it's a whole scene, and the people watching at Warped Tour is fun because it's just the biggest cross section of society that you're ever going to see. You got weirdos, freaks, kids, olds, like a billion tattoos you would love. All the tattoos.
Yeah.
Tattoos everywhere. And people with just some of the worst sunburns you'll ever see. You're going to see at Warped Tour. It's 90 plus degrees. And some people just don't care.
And then
they just walk around shirtless and they're red as a lobster.
Do they always do it in DC? Is it always a stop in DC? Or
not always, but like I think this year it's like DC has a stop. I think there's a stop in Orlando, maybe Montreal, and there's one on the West Coast, like maybe like Long Beach or LA, something like that.
So you were there all weekend, pretty much.
A whole weekend.
Wow.
Saturday
Did you take a
and
bunch
Sunday.
of videos? You should put some videos
Took
out.
a few videos, more pics than videos.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a great time. Great time, and look forward to doing it again. Now, again, it's a young person's game. To be out there in the elements, even with like the red carpet being rolled out. Like,
did she ever venture out and you say, "I'm just going to hang back here and chill on the couch, and I'll see you in an hour"? Or she pretty much just hung with you the whole
we
time?
just hung the whole time.
Yeah.
It was great.
It's nice.
Cool bonding experience.
Yeah, but you can't beat that.
Yeah, it was definitely fun.
Well,
great time.
I'm proud of you, man. Hanging out with your daughter
Yes.
for 2 days at a concert.
No, it's fun.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, let's go to Dupree in Beltsville. He still wants to chime in on our Spurs-Knicks
People just
debate.
they can't get past.
They can't get enough.
They can't get past the fact that the Knicks took care of the Spurs.
And then I'd like to still hear from Mar, maybe in the next segment, about the whole UFC night. Let's go to Dupree.
Hello.
Dupree, what's up? How
Hello,
are you?
John. I'm fine. It's a she. Hello. How
Hi.
are you?
How
Good
are you?
morning. Good morning. Good morning, junkies. How are you? It's been a while.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to say, congratulations to the Knicks. I live in Beltsville, the DMV,
Right.
but I'm from New York. So I was a baby, though, when they won.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember my uncles and them just wearing shirts and, for years and years, real Knicks. So I'm excited for New York. Now, as far as the Spurs, to say that they're a better team, no. What happens is the Spurs take control over the game early. So you would think that. But just because you take control over something doesn't mean you're the better team. The Knicks, they take time to warm up. And
That's one way of looking at it. Yeah.
So the better team is, it's whoever who won, who strategized, and who won. Okay, but I'm just happy, and yes, we do have hope for the Wizards. We have hope for the Commanders. So I'm really, really excited. I love you guys, and I just want to say, go USA! Go USA!
She's caught up in all of it.
She got the Mike Moore started the chant.
Thank you, Dupree.
at
Thank
Hyde.
you.
She's just piggybacking.
You
there.
ever watch these clips of Wemby throughout the playoffs? All the dirty things he did with the elbows, the shoving.
Yeah.
You know, some are even wondering if he's that one time if he didn't put his foot underneath Brunson on purpose. You know, when he landed.
I don't think he did that. I don't think he's that calculated.
He did not come
He's
off
just so
great.
He's 7'5" with a wingspan from wall
Just
to
so
wall.
awkward.
Yeah.
He's just so long. He's gonna, if he's gonna try and defend a shot, Brunson's the smallest guy on the court.
Well, you can't defend. I mean, you can't deny the elbows, the trash talking.
Oh yeah,
that
he does
stuff.
all that.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can't deny that.
Yeah, it was just a very physical series.
Yeah.
By the way, on that three that Brunson got rolled his ankle.
Yeah.
If you noticed, I mean, it was a deep three. It was 25 feet,
Yeah.
26 feet.
Super deep.
After he released it and landed on Wemby's foot, he turned his head because he didn't even watch it go in.
Yeah.
It was incredible. He was unbelievable.
No, he's a
on
complete
Saturday night.
stud. Absolutely. Speaking of studs, our guy Mike Marr, he was boots on the ground at UFC Freedom 250 last night into the wee hours. We'll get his recap on that next when we come back.
All right, guys, EB here on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with him. It's terrible. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. How great is that? That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nationals win a series at home 10-1 over the Seattle Mariners. Miles Michaelos with 7 shutout innings, and the Nats score 5 in the 4th. James Wood a home run.
Now a swing and a drive in the air to right field. This is deep. This is way back. This is going, and gone. Goodbye.
The call on the fan. The Carolina Hurricanes have won their 2nd Stanley Cup, downing Vegas Golden Knights 3-0. Jordan Stahl is the Conn Smythe winner as the playoff MVP. World Cup results. Australia beat Turkey 2-0. Germany over Curacao 7-1. Netherlands and Japan tie at 2. Ivory Coast over Ecuador 1-0. Sweden rolls Tunisia 5-1. 4 matches today starting at 12 p.m. Spain against Cabo Verde. Men's College World Series. Troy stuns Ole Miss 12-8. North Carolina downs West Virginia 5-2. Today, Alabama and Texas at 1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Curl, the Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026. Is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So I just recapped Warped Tour, and there were 30,000 plus each day down there at the RFK Festival grounds. Mike Marr told us there were 70K plus at the UFC Freedom 250 watch party that he was at. I mean, DC was jumping over the weekend. There was
so much going on.
There was a lot happening down in the city.
There was so much going on in the city.
There may have been even more. I mean, towards the end of the night, right before the main event, they announced that they thought there was 85,000.
Yeah.
But they started to funnel in, because I was sending you guys videos and pictures, or at least trying to, and there's probably 30,000 around 7 o'clock, but the fight started at 8. As soon as 8 o'clock hit, it just completely doubled, and then people were trickling in as the
But you
fights
had to have tickets? I thought there was an area where you didn't need tickets, where you could just hang out. No?
No, so the UFC did a giveaway back in February or March, and 300,000 people tried to get these free tickets. And you would either get day 1, which was for the weigh-in and some fan engagement stuff, or the real coveted ones were day 2, where you would go for the fight watch party. So they gave away 85,000, but 300,000 people tried to show up. I put my name in the drawing, but wasn't lucky enough to win. So on Friday, we were chilling here, and a listener reached out to us. He was in studio back in September. His name is Brian. Big thank you to Brian. And he reached out to me, and he was like, "Hey man, I know you're a big UFC guy.
Wow.
Would you like my tickets?"
Just you? You couldn't bring your boys?
No, it was 2 tickets, and I mean, I absolutely love my dad, and he got me into UFC. So back in like 2012, and I've watched a lot of fights with him growing up and stuff. So when I got 2 tickets, it was a no-brainer. I was like, I got to bring my dad.
Oh, that's awesome. Great.
Yeah,
and he was over the moon excited when I told him about it, and we had a great time yesterday. It's like literally one of those days and nights that I will never forget.
So hold on, when you're hanging with your dad, is your dad big, and is he a Zen guy too? Is he
no.
Is he a vibes guy too?
No, he's not doing Zens or anything. We threw back a couple beers and stuff, and then there was actually, because Monster is one of the biggest sponsors for the UFC, they had a giant Monster building set up in the yard, free Monster.
Yeah.
Any flavor, so you would just wait in line.
Nice.
The lines were super, fast. Everything there was it was shocking. For 85,000 people, everything was so smooth. Like getting in and out of there, going to the bathroom, getting food, getting drinks. It was just
they did the event well.
Very well. The UFC they cut no costs.
Right.
And you could totally tell.
Well, I think Dana said originally, at least a couple of weeks ago, they were set to lose $30 million on it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I totally believe it.
Yeah, but they just did it just to do it for, I guess, the marketing and everything.
Yeah.
When's
the last time they had fights on a Sunday?
I don't know if they ever have. I think you'd have to go back like at least a decade.
Yeah, because it's usually late on Saturday nights. Sunday's just different. I mean, especially starting late on Sunday, ending at 1:40 in the morning.
When was the first fight?
The first fight started around 8:45, and thankfully, I mean, the weather was not looking good. Like the clouds were. It was.
Oh, it was looking ominous when I
really
left
was.
DC at around 8. 8:15, I was like, this is not looking great.
So there was an initial delay at the very start of the card. It bumped it back about 20 minutes, but the entire night, not one raindrop.
Oh.
And I will say, I did see a little bit of lightning around like 10 o'clock. I think the UFC I didn't see that.
They looked the other way.
Yeah, they're like, I don't think we saw anything.
Yeah, we saw nothing.
Hey,
Show goes on.
If you watched it, it looked awesome. Like the backdrop.
I've only
and then,
seen it on social media.
And then the fighters walking out through the White House.
Yeah.
It looked electric.
Yeah, the visuals were pretty impressive.
So it came off great on TV.
Oh, the whole structure that they built, and then the setting and the backdrop, it was impressive.
Yeah.
And I'm not a big UFC fan, and I'm watching it. I'm watching it just to watch it because it's here, and I want to get a look at it. And I was drawn in.
Did you have to buy the pay-per-view or
no? It was on Paramount.
It was on
Plus.
Paramount. Yeah.
Yeah. There was 4,000 people in attendance. Those were all very exclusive people that friends of the White House or whatever, people in politics got to watch it. Then the people like Mike Marr, the 85,000 people were a quarter of a mile away or whatever it was in the eclipse, watching it on giant screens with the stage. They brought the fighters over there afterwards, and then it was on Paramount Plus, and that's where everybody else watched.
I thought they were complaining that like they wanted CBS to air it, but they wouldn't, so they just put
originally
it on
it was
Plus.
supposed to be on CBS, I believe. But
yeah,
I got a text from my dad at 2:30 in the morning, our time, and said, "I can't believe we stayed up and watched every single second of that."
Wow, your dad is into that kind of thing?
No,
he
said your
just
mom
because of the event.
Your mom just is going to bed now. My mom has never seen one punch in her life.
That's crazy.
I'm not even into UFC, and I stayed up until 11 watching it.
Right.
Yeah. That's wild.
He's bringing in the most casual eyeballs.
Were people excited about the card before, or was it kind of a normal UFC card?
It was a stacked card, but a lot of the attention was on the final two fights because the final two were heavyweight. It was a heavyweight title fight and then a lightweight title fight. And it was just because Ilia Topuria is like the face of the UFC. He's like number 2 pound for pound in the rankings, and he only fights, like last time he fought was over a year ago.
Right.
So it was like the final two were the most marquee fights. But I will say, I met so many people out there. People were coming from all over the country. I met people from California, from Texas, Arizona, Florida, because everyone was saying this is a one-of-one event. And I think that translated over to TV, and I think the ratings and viewership is just going to be through the roof when we get those numbers.
Look at you circulating through the crowd, just meeting people from the left.
Was there a
all
huge
the coasts.
Was there a huge upset? In any of the fights?
Well, the final one was a huge upset.
That was the big upset.
Final fight, main event was the biggest upset I'd say since Ronda Rousey, Holly Holm. I mean, the guy was plus 450. Everyone basically had written him off, saying he was going to get knocked out in the first round. And the thing with Ilia Topuria,
is he just a journeyman? This guy Gaethje, or whatever, however you say his name.
He's very elite, but he just has not been able to win the title. He's fought for the title twice before against Habib, who's undefeated, and then Islam, who's Habib's like cousin, training partner, who has only lost one fight. So he's just always been knocking at the door, but he's never been able to get over that hurdle. And this guy Topuria,
Did you think he had a shot?
To be honest, no.
Yeah.
I mean, Topuria has just been putting people's lights out.
And they didn't come out. He didn't come out for the fourth round. Is that how it ended?
Yeah. So in the first round, Gaethje landed a strike on him, and Topuria's never been cut. He's just been whooping everyone's ass, and he shattered his orbital bone. And so Topuria continued. Yeah. And then Gaethje just kept on whooping his ass. But Topuria, I mean, it was a scrap. It wasn't just like a one-sided beatdown. They were just throwing hands. But Justin Gaethje, his claim to fame is he's the most violent fighter in the UFC. He'll just stand and bang with anyone. And he just took Topuria. He said he was going to do this prior to the fight. He just took him to deep waters and just wanted it more and just put a beat down on him. Shattered his orbital, shattered his nose. His eye was swollen shut, and his corner threw in the towel.
I saw Sugar Sean won.
Yeah, Sean O'Malley won knockout. He hadn't gotten a knockout in 3 years. And
he had lost his last fight, right?
Yeah, and he had been fighting for the title. He lost to a guy.
So
Marab.
does this get him back in the mix a little bit?
Definitely, because he has a win over the current champion right now.
He's the guy that has the pink hair or whatever. He's always got. He's a very colorful guy.
It was so sick too. After he got the knockout, he got on the microphone and he was like, "Shout out everyone at the Ellipse. I'll be there in a second." And we erupted. And then they literally brought him directly from the octagon to the Ellipse, and he was jumping on stage in front of us, throwing T-shirts, screaming into the microphone, and that just like set everyone on fire.
Hey, what a weekend for Mike Marr. He gets the USA chant going and Hyde on Friday night. Then he goes right into the UFC event.
So since
Peak
it was
existence.
such a positive reaction with the attendance and the coverage, do you think they'll do it again here?
No,
It was a one-time thing.
one of one.
I
One-time
doubt
thing.
Dana
No.
White could keep spending all that money.
Yeah, it's a
There
lot
was
of
no
cash.
gate. There's no charging for tickets.
Yeah.
They've lost millions and millions of dollars, and it costs all the setup to get it. He said he'll never do this again. He said it last night. I'll never do this again. I'll never have a fight at the Sphere again.
So he basically just hooked it for Trump.
It sounds
Well, I think
like it.
I
and
mean,
and
yeah,
just for the
special event.
marketing
I don't
of it
know.
all.
Yeah.
Like the imagery that they got out of there is pretty incredible.
Yeah, Dana White said in the press conference last night, I was listening to it this morning, that Trump pulled him aside and said, I want to do a special show for the Army. And Dana said, it's going to have to be a couple years. Like, I need to financially recover from this White House event.
Let's pump the brakes on these big special shows.
Yeah.
Right. So so you think this is ultimately, is this going to be a boost? Because I get the sense that, not that UFC is waning, but that, I don't know, it's hard to put on bangers every month or whatever they do.
Last night, it could not have been more successful for them, but now it leads into, in 3 weeks, or I guess 4 weeks, July 11th, Conor McGregor is coming back. And they did a whole special package for him to help like promote the fight, and it was him and Max Holloway going back and forth in interview. So the UFC now is running hot because last night could not have been more successful. Every single fight ended in a knockout, and now you lead into Conor McGregor.
Wasn't Conor supposed to fight at the White House though?
Yeah, but it's,
That would have been electric.
but it goes back to the gate. If you can't sell tickets, you have to
Might
sell
as well
tickets.
save them.
Yeah, exactly. Because they already said they're shattering the record for the UFC gate.
So Conor still, I mean, obviously everybody knows Conor. But the expectations, aren't they kind of meh for him at this point?
Well, the thing is he hasn't fought in 5 years, but he is going to be a buzzsaw for the first round. After that, he might fall apart and his cardio might fail him. But that first round, he is going to go right at Max Holloway, and we'll see if he
And
can
what's
land.
Max Holloway's deal? I've heard the name, but what's his deal? Is he a tough guy, or is he basically up there to take a beating?
No, he's just like Justin Gaethje. He's just a savage.
So he'll probably beat him.
We'll see, because he's gotten knocked out. A couple times now. I mean, he just got his ass whooped by Charles Oliveira, but that was a boring wrestling fight. Jiu-jitsu.
But Conor's known for swinging, right? He's not like a on the ground guy.
Not at all. It's
Yeah.
going to be a stand and bang fight.
Right.
And I'm telling you, the first round is going to be cinema.
Mike Marr, he's the second most plugged in UFC guy that we know, behind Luke Thomas.
He's right there.
You are a certified UFC expert.
Eric,
sir.
you know how we just get
He is into it.
How we get chills and goosebumps anytime Tiger tees it up. It's the same thing with Conor.
Yeah,
Like-
no, I know.
like, you don't
He's
have that-
electric. I get it. I mean, he's got all the personality in the world, and he brings that. He's got that history behind him.
Yeah, so now it sets
It's
up.
just 5 years, though. That's a long time, man.
It doesn't matter if Tiger teed it up at the Masters. You would
Yeah.
still get excited.
Yeah.
Same type of energy.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen is if Conor goes out there next month and delivers on a knockout, and now granted he's like plus 300, it'd be a big upset, but he could do it. They're going to make Justin Gaethje against Conor McGregor for the title, and then that will be probably in like December.
Yeah.
That fight would be
Gaethje would kill him.
It would be so box office though. No, they would make that fight because those guys have history.
How old is Conor now?
38, and Gaethje's maybe like a year or two under him.
Oh, so they're similar.
Yeah, but I mean that fight would be chaos. But they're both 155, 170, like around that weight. But they've talked smack to each other in the past. Just their paths have never
So
crossed.
when you're watching this thing, are you standing the whole time?
The whole time, and in between fights,
my
though,
God, Case.
in between, people are sitting down. So like you're basically just standing for
And
the
then what do
fight.
you do, sit on the grass?
Oh, you're just ass on the grass.
Jeez.
How's
what
your
you gotta
dad
do.
handling that? That's like 4 or 5 hours of just standing up the whole time. Did he ever say, "Hey, we got to get out of here"?
No, absolutely not. But
He
there
was
were
all
times.
in.
There were times where he was like, "I gotta sit down."
Yeah.
And I was like, "For sure." So he was sitting down. I was.
How'd you
grabbing
guys get there?
We metroed. So on Saturday,
Was that a circus?
yeah, kind of. But on Saturday, I worked myself into a shoot because I drove from my house in Arlington to Audi Field for the Defenders game. It took an hour and a
So
half.
you got to the Defenders
I
game
can't
too.
believe he
You
did
have
all
extra
this.
hours in the weekend that we don't have.
I
over
was in
here.
the beer
What's going
snake
on
section.
here?
It was chaos. But it took me an hour and a half.
You spend on concessions.
Unbelievable.
Listen to this, an hour and a half to go from Arlington to Audi Field. So when my dad was like, "How do you want to get to the fight?" I was like, "Well, we're not driving and we're not Ubering because the
Yeah.
road closures are insane." So
Yeah.
we actually metroed or we Ubered from my house to Hyde. I had to show my dad Hyde.
Yeah, all right.
So
Did you go in and give him a beer or whatever?
Oh,
on
this
the
is my
chuck?
spot.
yeah.
Did you so everybody so your dad could see like
Hyde was hopping this weekend.
so
Lamar.
your dad could see like you getting the special treatment and all that.
Yes, and he was over the moon with it. He had a great time. He really enjoyed Hyde. And then we just got on the Clarendon Metro and went to Federal Triangle.
Man, what a weekend you had.
Right.
Yeah.
And then how
And
long?
then took the Metro back.
Yeah, the Metro
at 2 in
stayed-
the morning.
It stayed open late last night. I don't think
Yeah.
it closed until like 2:30 because it was just, madness getting out of there. There was only
Yeah.
one way in and one way out. They
don't,
weren't.
don't the Metro
Metro-
people always bitch about not staying open like for Nats games or whatever?
Yeah, I guess they
Yeah,
made a
this is a
special
di-
exception.
This
for
one they
this.
decided to.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Skins games even, they give us a hard time.
Definitely for Nats games.
Was the
People-
Metro?
Definitely for Nats
Was the
games.
Metro? It had to have been packed.
It was so crowded. I've never seen so many people on a train. And then I got back to my house at 2:50,
Jeez.
2:45.
like
What's
4 or
that?
5 hours ago.
I can't
Yeah.
believe you're actually here.
I
and
can't believe you went to
functional.
sleep.
I'm having so much fun. I'll crash later
Oh,
today
big time
for
crashing
sure.
coming.
What happened? I don't even know. What happened with the defenders?
Loser.
Oh
Loser.
man,
Yeah,
it was
took an L.
devastating.
Loser.
They were winning at halftime. Their quarterback got hurt. They had some
Yeah.
nubs, just terrible
Yeah,
quarterback.
some nubber
The guy
fourth
was
stringer.
an electric factory though. He would get like a 4-yard run and he'd be like, yeah, this guy was an electric factory. But it came down. There was a minute left. We were down by 7, 4th and goal from the 5, and they botched it.
Oh,
Yeah, beer snake snapped in half.
ruined the
yeah,
vibes.
yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause
Trouble.
It was definitely like leaning towards if they scored, they were going to go for 2 in the win.
So you got hooked because you came on the air and kind of begged for some help, and that paid off.
Yes, I also got to give a shout out to my guy Larry, the listener.
Larry, the
Thank you,
listener.
Larry.
Larry.
Thank you, Larry. And he actually saved us seats in the beer snake section because those are first come first served general admission.
Yeah.
And he saved us, super close down
What
there.
a freaking
So
night.
Larry,
What a
so he
weekend.
went Friday night. He went to Hyde to
Yes.
watch the World Cup.
Right, Team USA.
Saturday he's at the Defenders.
Yes,
And then Sunday all
Sunday,
night he's at
UFC with his dad.
The best 72 hours of my life. If you parlay them all together,
Just running hot.
Unbelievable.
a lot of
Oh
fun,
my
man.
God.
Super
weekend.
run good for Mike Marr over
What
there.
a weekend.
You're going to be dead in about 6 hours.
And then tomorrow, actually, I got to get back on the horse. Valdez and I are golfing with, you want to tell him who? I don't know if we can.
No,
but
it's fine. He's a listener. His family owns the Italian stores, so
Oh,
Mars
Bobby.
so Mars all excited for cold cuts.
I've played with Bobby before.
quite a
Oh, yeah?
connection.
He's great.
Where are you guys playing?
Washington Golf and Country Club.
Nice.
Arlington.
Yeah.
Nice spot.
Oh yeah.
I got to ask him, though, about what they're putting in those olive oils and the sandwiches.
So
'Cause-
Mars all excited.
yeah, because I'm a diehard Italian store fan. I'm there all the time.
Yeah, you're going to get all the inside skinny. Good for you.
Mars gonna get 1 billion gift cards.
That's amazing.
Excellent.
Amazing.
Excellent.
All right, excellent recap there, young fella.
Well
Thank you,
done.
man.
Nice job.
Well
what a
done.
weekend for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was a packed
God
weekend
bless America.
all the way around.
God
God bless America. USA.
All right, speaking of USA, when we come back, we'll get into the USA's big win over Paraguay.
What does it
on
mean,
Friday.
Cakes? Are we good?
And are you pumped for their matchup with Australia? They're a top group. What group is it? Oh, hold on. I don't have it in front of me. But
What?
they're atop their group, and they meet this Friday at
Yep.
3 p.m. When we come back, we'll talk more USA soccer here on The Fan. Remember, you can always listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. So Friday night was a big one for USA Soccer. They took on Paraguay. And look, I'm no soccer expert. Soccer Cakes is not a soccer expert.
No.
But 15 minutes in, I was watching that game. I was like, well, the U.S. is clearly the better side here.
Yeah.
We are dominating this team.
There was so much energy.
Dominating them.
They did
I was
look
surprised.
I mean, they scored the own goal like 7 minutes in. I was like,
Right.
oh, that is a bad omen for Paraguay. That is no bueno for them. But
that kind of
That-
scoring, I mean, I don't think that's ever happened. I'm not sure it's ever
I think that
happened.
it's
four-goal
the-
outburst.
I believe
Yeah.
it's the most they've ever scored.
The
in the
most
World
they've
Cup.
ever scored.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they've even ever had a guy have 2 goals in one game.
Balogun, is it Balogun?
Yeah.
He's legit.
He's legit. And
Yeah.
he could have played for England, Nigeria, and the United States.
right.
Chose the United States.
Well, I think
He was
they
born-
started training him early.
Yeah.
Wasn't he born here? He was born in New York, wasn't he?
They
By
went,
accident.
They went
Yeah,
through
by
his
accident.
odyssey of where he,
Yeah.
like his lineage. I could barely
wasn't
keep up
his
with it.
his mother pulled off the plane because they feared?
Is that what it was?
Pretty sure I read that.
Okay.
That she was so pregnant they were. Isn't that true, Matt? That she
I
was.
just knew that they were on vacation. I didn't hear
she
that
was.
they got.
The I don't know. The pilots felt that she could actually deliver on the plane, so they took her off, and then she ended up having Balogun.
Well, that hooked the country.
I believe that's what happened.
They hooked
That's
the country.
crazy. You know what?
Yeah.
Thank God for her going into labor on that plane. That was,
She was-
quite a gift
she
for the
was-
United States.
Yeah, she was. They were in New York City.
Right.
She was too. The pilots didn't feel comfortable putting her on the plane, so they made her stay. And then while she stayed, she had the baby.
she had
So are they
Balogun.
British citizens or Nigerian?
Yes.
Like
Well,
Yeah,
British, but then he's
Okay.
got Nigerian.
Nigerian descent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But by my
but
count,
he was born here but raised in.
Born in the USA, like
in
Bruce
London.
Springsteen.
Yeah.
It's iced.
only Germany and Sweden had bigger outputs, right?
Correct.
Germany 7-1,
Yeah.
Sweden
Sweden
wins 5-1. We have the third best out. Now, it's only been a few days.
Yeah.
But like I watched Brazil the other day. That was kind of
didn't
a
look that
dud.
great.
Yeah, that was kind of a dud. I don't know. Maybe we're a smidge better than I anticipated. Not that
Well, you got to
Paraguay's
take in the
great,
competition. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brazil was playing Morocco. He's very good.
Right.
But, yeah,
Correct.
I didn't know
That
that.
is
They
true.
said but Morocco was a top 10 team.
The
I didn't know
Curacao.
that.
I mean, like
Curacao
Curacao
is
like
the bottom
tiny-
ranked
Yeah,
team.
but
Yeah.
Switzerland was playing Qatar. Switzerland was a huge favorite.
Massive favorite. I had both
that
those
was
teams
just-
in the World Cup pool, by the way.
I had so many bets on Switzerland, parlays
did?
mixed in. It was
Oh, ruined
they
it.
were such a dud.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's still impressive in the opener.
Yeah, I think so.
Put up 4 goals in a
yeah.
win.
Well, hold on. Isn't Paraguay supposed to be this great defensive team too? Aren't they? They let up 3 goals in their last 10 matches or
Yeah.
something like that.
I did not expect that by any stretch. And I was definitely, I mentioned it earlier, definitely struck by Alexi Lalas saying right away at halftime that that's in his opinion, the best half of American soccer in
he's
World
ever
Cup
seen.
history.
Yeah, that's what he did say.
Pulisic was uncoverable for
Right.
most of the game.
Now, we're not going to worry they didn't play the second half, right? Because he had a slight
I
strain of
think
his
it's just
hammy.
a little tweak.
Little tweak.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's good for Friday.
Hey, if they pummel the Socceroos on Friday, it's going to be
the
on.
Vibes are at an all-time
Oh,
high. Oh, that's,
Well,
that
what's
is
because
massive.
they play Australia next,
Yeah.
right? What's
3
Australia's deal? They
won.
They won.
They
2-0.
won 2-0, right, against Turkey.
Yeah.
Turkey lie.
I believe they won yesterday.
So what? So Australia is typically known for being better than Paraguay.
I mean,
I would assume, but I don't know.
I
But I would
didn't
assume.
assume that. I would have assumed Paraguay was better.
No, they're both pretty mid, both of them.
Both of them are mid.
Yeah.
Bro, you know what?
Austria-
from what everyone was saying is the Socceroos get sized to counter. So the USA is going to have the ball in their half the entire match, and then they're going to look to sprint out after they mess up.
Hey Matt, I was
I love having the ball in their half most
They're
of the
going
game.
to take a billion shots on goal.
Okay.
Matt. I had Switzerland in a bunch of bets. I had them straight up. I had them in a bunch of parlays. I had them over goals. I had a bunch of. I lost so much money on that, and so I just said F it. And my entire account, I put my entire account on a 3-team parlay.
Okay. All massive favorites.
I
It
had
to be.
Germany
Okay.
yesterday.
Yeah.
I had Sweden, and I thought
Yeah.
Sweden was going to F me, but they won 5-1. And I've got Spain. Is there any chance Spain loses today at 12 o'clock to Cape Verde?
0.
They're -3. They're -1,400.
I'll shave all the body hair off Mike Marr.
Do
All
you,
of it.
Do you at
Personally,
least get half
if
your
they
money
lose
back?
to Cape Verde.
No, it's a +120 bet.
So you actually get a little bit. All right.
So I would make up a lot of what I lost on Saturday.
Cakes is back in on one-sided bet.
No, it would be Mike Marr. I shave all his hair, not mine. You saw how that worked. I deflected
Matt
it
Cahill,
on him.
is there any chance Spain loses to Cape Verde?
No.
No.
Very, very unlikely. I mean, a draw is always possible.
That's what I mean. Well, that's a loss. A draw is a loss.
A draw is a loss for you, yeah.
Yeah.
But unlikely.
Did anything else jump out at you watching World Cup, or you guys just too much caught up in everything else that you didn't really watch much of the other?
I watched some of the other ones. Scotland got a win. They got a great fan base. Those guys are just taking over Boston.
By the way, speaking of Scotland, did you see that? This is but funny. Rod Stewart, okay, who's 81 years old, still performing. He was scheduled to perform in California the night before Scotland took on Haiti in Boston. He was diagnosed with some sort of like laryngitis,
illness,
like an illness, and then less than 24 hours later, he's in a luxury box. I think it was at Gillette. Watching Scotland beat Haiti after he canceled.
Was he taking criticism for that?
He's also pummeling He's pummeling drinks in the suite.
Of course. Right. The Scots do.
Right.
All right. So, soccer fans that actually follow this,
yes,
we need to hear from you because we want to know: is it true that this is the greatest performance ever from the U.S. in a World Cup? I mean, is this team legit? Or did we just play an average to below average team?
Yeah, it was just a good match.
And then how do you feel about Australia? 800-636-1067. Should we be believers in this U.S. team because of what they did on Friday night?
What if they pull off the same kind of performance? What if it's like a 3-1?
All in. You're all in. Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of Pochettino looks like Russell Crowe on the sideline, like peak Russell Crowe before he gained like 40 pounds. I could see a little bit of that. Got the flowing hair. He was wearing a weird outfit. I didn't know exactly what he was wearing. That like blue top, same matching pants. It's a little bit weird, but you know what? Not going to argue with the results. Gave the 4-1 boots to Paraguay, which is impressive. I don't care how mid they are. That was an impressive performance by the U.S.
I don't know if I'd take even that much away from Friday. Australia played well the other day, but they were like plus 400 to beat Turkey.
Right.
Turkey S the bed.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say Australia is very good either. In fact, they were picked, I think, to finish bottom of the bracket.
Hey,
bottom of the
Paraguay.
Yeah. You know what? Beat up on the teams you're supposed to beat up on.
No, that's fine. But I don't think it's on if we beat Australia.
Well, I'm not saying they're going to win the World Cup.
Excitement, yeah.
I'm not saying they're going to go to the finals.
You should have seen Hyde when they scored that goal in the 94th minute.
Like because everybody knew that the bill was going to be covered and all that.
No. It wasn't that. It's just everyone was all excited. I mean,
No,
Marr was taking off his belt doing a Michael Irvin belt to ass bit in the middle of Hyde.
Yeah, Hyde wasn't doing
the bar that was covering the Bills is a different bar.
Yeah,
right.
And Australia better watch out because that belt will be right back out.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Marr was snapping his belt in front of Drab all night at Hyde. It was unbelievable.
What was Logan Thompson thinking?
Yeah,
Like,
he couldn't believe it.
Did he get a kick out of Marr or no?
He didn't really care.
Did Logan have a good personality? Or
Yeah, he's nice, very personable.
The guy said earlier they were hanging out with Logan Thompson, who was there with some buddies, I guess, watching a game at Hyde.
I didn't like that you basically had to force him to high five you.
Yeah, I don't really
I respect it. I respect it.
He respects it.
He can still be happy for other countries.
No. Pride. National pride. Canadian pride.
So you wouldn't high five Canada?
No. Wouldn't. I'd stand there stoic.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I can see that.
I just know that going in, I didn't have any expectations because other than like Pulisic and maybe a couple other guys that aren't even playing, that like Reyna, I don't think he's playing much. I just didn't expect much. And when I looked at Pochettino's record with these guys, it wasn't very good.
Because I'm a rube, I didn't realize until after the game that Freeman, that's on the U.S. team, is Antonio Freeman's kid.
Yeah, I didn't know that
either.
Yeah, that's his son.
Yeah. I'm sure they talked about it. Did they talk about it?
They talked about it incessently. It was all over Twitter, and I missed it until like after the game was over.
All right, let's go to Eric in Woodbridge. Eric, what's up? Are we going to be surprised here? Is this something real going on, maybe? Eric?
Good morning, Junkies.
Hey, bud.
What's up?
Speak up.
So, this team now in this World Cup run, they extended the format, so a lot of teams are going to get out the group stage. We're going to see in the knockout stages, but the fact that they're beating teams that are lesser than them in the standings and teams that have had successful runs in the past means something. We usually won by 1-2 goals. Now we're actually beating the other teams that we're supposed to be beating. We're competing. This is our year. We're going to make it to the quarterfinals. It's not impossible to say we're going to win the World Cup, but we might make it to the quarterfinals.
Wow.
That's a realistic.
And we've
So
gotten
you
to the
think
quarterfinals once before, right? In recent years, like 20 years or so ago.
But it hasn't been in recent 20 years past, but it hasn't been in recent. The style of play they're playing this European style of pass and play, kind of like they play in the Spanish leagues, like Barcelona or Real Madrid. That's the level of comparison that you
All right.
equivalent this to.
And you're not worried about Pulisic being out for the second half. No big deal. He'll be back.
They were up so much in the first half. It makes sense to save your starters. It makes sense to.
It was a
save them
laugher.
for the
Right.
for the second part of the group stages. Now, if we're here last in the group stage, they have the group secured. Would you still play Pulisic? I mean, you'd play him probably for 15, 20 minutes, but I would save him for the round of 32.
Right.
Yeah,
All right,
we got to
thank you, Eric. Appreciate
we got to
it,
the
buddy.
quarters in 2002.
Right, I vaguely remember.
Yeah, lost to Germany 1-0.
Let's go to Gus in Arlington. Gus, what's up? Are you a believer? Is this for real?
Definitely a believer. Now, we haven't seen the big boys play yet.
Uh-huh.
That's France, Argentina, Portugal.
Yeah.
But this team can definitely make a quarterfinal run. I wouldn't say it's the best performance ever. It's up there, though. But the one big difference in Pulisic, if he goes out for a little bit, we can rest him. We have McKinney, Tillman. We did have other offensive playmakers out there. So we're not totally dependent on him. But Balogun is a best striker we've ever had, by far. That's one thing that this team has always lacked.
Who does he play
And
for
we have it right
again?
now.
Who does Balogun?
Monaco in France. He started off in Arsenal. He'll probably move to the Premiership in this coming summer, especially with these goals. He's going to get a huge raise. He's going to go to a big team probably.
Right. Gotcha. All right. Thank you, Gus. Appreciate it,
All
buddy.
right, we'll continue to take your calls at 800-636-1067. Is the U.S. soccer team
Yeah, what's your
legit?
vibe?
How high are your hopes after their 4-1 convincing win over Paraguay? They take on Australia this Friday at 3 p.m. 800-636-1067. More of your calls next. We'll be right back. Taking your calls at 800-636-1067. How legit is the U.S. men's soccer team? Really good 4-1 result against Paraguay in their World Cup opener. I thought the crowd at SoFi was really good, too.
I think the crowds in most of the games I've watched.
The Mexico crowd obviously was very good.
Crazy.
I think the SoFi crowd was maybe right behind them. I thought the Canada crowd was a little bit dead because they were in a nip and tuck affair with Bosnia. They didn't seem quite as hyped. But the SoFi crowd on Friday night I thought was pretty damn electric. Is their next game, Drab, at Lumen? Is that in Seattle?
Seattle? Is that where they're playing?
I'm pretty sure it is. Against the Socceroos.
I'm not sure where that
I'm pretty
match
sure
is.
it's in Seattle. I think
And that's
why
one we decided is at 3 o'clock.
Sorry?
It's at 3 o'clock?
It's 3 p.m., yeah.
Yeah.
They're playing
3
at
p.m.
Lumen Field.
Yeah, so Seattle.
No, Seattle Stadium, I believe.
Oh, Lumen Field is no longer?
No, haven't you seen the bit? They've taken all the sponsors'
that's
names
true.
off.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
They had to cover up Levi's Stadium.
Yeah,
that's
so
that's
stupid.
true. It's a
Yeah,
good
yeah.
point.
World Cup is
You
doing
know
that?
what? I was wondering why
Yeah,
they were doing
they're
that.
calling
Yeah,
it just
yeah.
by the city.
You know what?
Yeah,
That's
they're
a
not
good
allowed.
point. I like that. I was like, why are they calling it Los Angeles Stadium
Yeah.
or
San
or
Francisco.
Boston Stadium? I'm like,
Yeah.
what is? That makes sense because of all the,
No
the
sponsorships.
non-sponsored tie-ins that are named that these stadiums are named after. That's kind of. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Something else makes sense. This is a side note to the World Cup. Fox hired Jameis Winston to be like a
I
correspondent
saw
for the
some
World
of the
Cup.
clips.
And he's
great.
a perfect guy
He's
for
so
that
good.
role. Like he was in the stands when Japan. I don't know who Japan's opener was
They
against.
played
but-
the Netherlands.
and they have video of him. Yeah, and they drew with the Netherlands.
They scored
right?
late to tie it. Yeah.
And they show a clip of him. The Japanese custom is their fans, which is I think this is great. Their fans bring trash bags with them to every World Cup game, and I think every big sporting event, and they go clean up the stadium as soon as the game is done. They clean up all the trash in the stadium, fill up their bags, leave them there. Like it's a crazy custom. And Jameis is like picking up trash in the stadium along with the Japanese fans. He's walking with the Netherlands Orange Army into the stadium. Like
Yeah, he's so
the
great.
perfect like correspondent and personality
I know we're gonna go
to mix into the World Cup.
No, he's awesome. I know we're going to go over the World Cup pool results after the first few days shortly, but I got bunged because both of my top picks had draws.
Oh, that's not great.
Brazil.
That's early. As long as they didn't lose.
They didn't lose, but I only got 1 point
Yeah.
It's
instead
okay.
of 3.
You're
I think
panicking
it's
a little
so
bit.
early.
Let's let things settle in a bit.
So early.
I'm just saying they were both pretty big favorites, and they both had draws. Does not help.
All right, let's go. By the way, if you want to chime in on the World Cup, there's so much going on over the last 4 or 5 days. You want to chime in? 800-636-1067. Let's go to Rob in Winchester. Rob, what's up, buddy? You on with the Junkies?
Good morning, boys. How we doing this morning?
Good.
Doing great. How are you? How's Team USA?
They're deep. It's the depth piece, right? We lose Altidore a few World Cups ago. We're looking on the bench at Chris Wondolowski to go in. That's no more. We got Haji Wright sitting there. You have other options, Pepe. There's a lot of good players. And I told Drab when I called, this is the best American performance that I've seen since 1995 when we put the belt to the ass to Mexico at RFK, 3-0 at halftime. It was a transitional kind of thing from the 94 Cup team to that new generation of players. Claudio Reynas, I think it was his debut. He had a goal and 2 assists. Keller was amazing. We worked them, and that's the best game I've seen this country play since then.
Wow. Well, how did the goal? By the way, how did the goalie fare? Was he challenged much? I can't remember.
No, he wasn't challenged at all. I mean, in the one goal, in my opinion, the goal they gave up, we fell asleep. We were standing there ball watching, and the guy sneaks in behind. I believe it was Weah. They tried to say it was Freeman, but I think it was Weah who just fell asleep on the play and got in.
Right.
And that's the thing. We're not good enough to fall asleep at any point. We're just not. And if we stayed tuned in and locked in, they got a coach that can see them through tight matches, they can go. They can make a run.
What did you watch Australia? Are you nervous about Australia?
Turkey, or whatever.
Turkey.
Are they terrible?
Yeah. They're not terrible at all. I think they had more possession, more dangerous opportunities. Australia just punched them in the nose when they had the chance. And but Turkey had some really good top chances that the goalkeeper for Australia did a good job to keep them at 1-0 and then finally get the second.
But we're better on the field, talent-wise. We're better than Aussie and Turkey. correct?
Yeah, roster-wise, Turkey it's a little bit, but you got to look. Paraguay beat Brazil and they beat Argentina in qualifying. So on any given day, I always say soccer's a grumpy old man, and you just never know.
Yeah.
I have to push back on this Turkey or whatever.
Turkey,
it's Turkey. It'll always be Turkey. I know
correct.
I know they want to move away from it because of the connotation.
I thought they were doing Turkey Lie or something. I thought that's what they were doing. No,
I think it's Turkey. They were pronouncing it Turkey.
Okay,
yeah,
but it's Turkey. I get it.
It's Turkey. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, we know what this is.
All right. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, boys, have a good day.
Yeah.
You too, buddy.
Yeah. All right.
Teams.
So is
changing
on
their
paper
names.
the Turkey game, is that supposed to be the most challenging one or no?
I thought that Paraguay should be the most.
That was supposed to be the most challenging one.
Seemingly.
Wow.
We housed them.
Just took care of the business.
Yeah, Friday afternoon's going to be.
Friday's going to be fun.
And it's round 2 of the U.S. Open. Friday's a big day.
Big one.
Yeah. I would hang out, maybe do a watch party thing, but I'm going to be out of town. But maybe for the match against Turkey. When's that one scheduled for? Is that a late night?
Tell you.
Is that
I'll
like a
let you
9
know.
p.m.er?
I'll give you the schedule.
I do appreciate that over the weekend the games were more sort of back to back to back. It wasn't all stretched out like it was the first couple days. Didn't like that.
It's a late night game.
It's
on June
that Turkey
25th.
one.
Yeah.
What, it's at 9 o'clock.
10 p.m.
10 p.m.
Ooh,
Oh yeah, it's
10
too late.
p.m. kick. That's late.
Which
is that
day
a
is that?
weekend or is that during the week?
Thursday, June 25th.
That's a Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
It's fine.
They just
They're
punt
playing 10
Friday.
At least watch the first
You
half.
do punt Friday. Yeah. I know that
Open line Friday.
Yeah.
I know the Paraguay game. I went honestly about 10 minutes into the second half. I went to bed.
You did?
Yeah, I felt comfortable.
Yeah.
I was tired. I don't know. I don't know how guys stay up and watch UFC till 2 a.m. last night. Like I don't even know how people do it.
Mike Mars is built different.
Yeah, I mean I know
And
he's younger.
he's 30 years younger than us.
I know, but we always break balls for Jason about going to bed, and he always says, "I just start falling asleep." That's what happens.
Yeah.
You just
Body
start
just shuts
falling
down.
asleep. Unless you're like pounding Red Bulls or something. If I was doing Zins and Red Bulls and smoking cigs,
Yeah, putting your heart at risk.
I probably would be able to stay awake. I can't believe his dad stayed awake as long as he did. Dad went hard.
Yeah, he's a trooper. He's definitely going to be asleep for quite some time.
Dad went overtime.
Yeah,
Worked
and
some overtime.
Actually, when we got back to Arlington, he drove back to Ashburn.
Nice.
Oh my god!
So he was an extra hour.
Yeah.
Later.
All right. So what's the World Cup schedule today?
Today, you've got the first game. It's a big one in my life, Spain and Cape Verde.
All right, that's the one you need. Spain. Just you need the
I've never seen a bigger Spain fan in my life.
Spain
You
is-
guys-
Spain's minus 1,400.
I know. They're just a massive favorite.
All right, so what time is that? Is that a noon?
It's a noon start.
All right.
All right. Belgium, Egypt's at 3.
All right. Belgium should win
That's
that, right?
That's also in Seattle Stadium.
Belgium's minus 170.
Okay.
Yeah. Saudi plays Uruguay at 6. That's down in Miami.
Uruguay's a favorite.
And then Iran plays New Zealand at 9.
There's 4 on?
Four
It's a
today.
quadruple header, EB.
Wow.
Yep.
You got a triple header again tomorrow, too.
Yeah, and triple header tomorrow. France plays tomorrow.
All right, let's go to Jay in Silver Spring. 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Jay, what's up, man? You're all with the Junkies.
Hey, good morning, Junkies. How we doing?
Hey, doing great. How are you?
Good, good. Big soccer fan. I probably follow European footy as much as I do the Commanders.
Okay.
So if that gives you any reference. Just want to start off by saying Alexi Lalas is an absolute clown.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so you don't agree with his assessment?
Because,
This guy just is a rage bait donkey. He knows nothing. He tries to compare Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who is a god amongst men in football, to Erling Haaland, who is, don't get me wrong, a great striker. But anyways, this guy just pisses me off.
So hold on. So you didn't like it. What about when he said this was the best performance in a half that he's ever seen? You disagree?
I mean, yeah, okay, that's an easy thing to say. Going up 3-0.
All right, so you don't have a problem with that.
He was overreacting, is what you're saying.
I have to push back a little bit. Like, Alexi Lalas played for the U.S. World Cup team. Like, he knows soccer. Like, this guy's
No,
making...
you guys don't... Soccer fans hate Alexi Lalas.
Why so much venom?
because he always goes these over the takes,
He's over the top, yeah.
takes,
Okay.
and he's hard
like
on the
Max
guys.
Kellerman
They hate
of-
him. He's the most hated person in U.S. soccer.
You hate Stephen A. Smith. This guy
Yeah.
is on the same level. Of
Right.
All right, but he said something positive about,
Soccer heads
about
hate
the
him.
U.S. team, and you're not happy with it.
No.
Yeah. All right.
But that's not. I just wanted to say, like, that guy. Forget that guy. Whatever he says, don't take it with a grain of salt.
Okay. All right.
And I also want to shout out this man, Jan Diamande. He plays for Ivory Coast. I know we don't really have anything to do with that, but he was playing in the UPSL 2 seasons ago, which is a tier under the USL, which is a tier under the MLS.
Okay.
It's just great to see that a
Right.
young player can flourish from a soccer league.
How does this how is this team, the U.S. team, how talented is this team, like, sort of historically?
I want to go back to one of the callers said that Folarin Balogun is one of our best strikers. I'd have to agree with that. The leadership that Pulisic brings is pretty awesome, as well as Tim Weem, the 38-year-old center back. And our coach, Pochettino, very well diverse. I'm very excited for this USA team. We could definitely make it to the quarterfinals.
Really? All right. So what do you expect in Australia? Should be another pretty easy match?
Ooh.
Australia is decent. They beat Turkey, who I thought was going to handle them well. They got a couple young ballers. I think we'll take care of them 3-1.
3-1.
That's
All
pretty
right.
convincing.
That's some
Take-
momentum.
we'll take that.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it.
Take
Thanks,
2
guys.
dubs to start the World Cup.
Oh yeah.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, Matt Myers back there will have like 6 points, or I don't know what we have for a win, but
Are we going to do that later in the show? We're going to do an update? I have no idea where I stand.
Yeah, we'll do
I'm
a
probably
World
last.
Cup pool update a bit later. When we come back, Brandon Ayuk has another wacky video out. We will try to decipher it when we come back on The Fan.
The Nationals back to 2 games above 500 with an impressive 10-1 win over Seattle Mariners. Home runs for Keibert Ruiz and James Wood.
Nationals have 11 hits and a 6-1 lead. The pitch, swing, and it's launched. Right center field and deep. Back on at Canzone, to the track, to the wall, and it's gone! Keibert Ruiz puts it over the big wall in right center, 4 rows in. His 3rd hit of the day, his 6th homer of the year.
Both went 3 for 4 with 2 runs scored and 2 RBI. The call on the Fan. Nationals against Royals tonight, 6:45 on the Fan. Carolina beat Vegas Golden Knights 3-0 to win the Stanley Cup. World Cup winners included Australia, Germany, Ivory Coast, and Sweden. Netherlands and Japan a 2-2 tie. 4 matches today begin at 12 p.m. with Spain against Cabo Verde. Men's College World Series, Troy stuns Ole Miss 12-8. North Carolina over West Virginia 5-2. 2 games today. Alabama versus Texas at 1. Oklahoma and Georgia at 6. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So we wanted to bring up this latest Brandon Ayuk video that he posted yesterday.
Man, he's weird.
It's a 47-second long video. And in the video, he's singing along to a song. I don't know what the song is. He's in a bathrobe.
Yep.
And he's just dancing and like just preening for the camera and singing to the camera.
Right.
And he's just a strange guy.
He's a weird dude.
He's a weird guy. I don't know how else to describe him.
I honestly have gotten to the point. I was very pro on signing him, and now it's not that I'm just neutral on it. I don't care either way. If they sign him, I assume they know something I don't know. So I'm neutral on it. I don't care. I'd rather sign somebody who had 1,000 yards last year, but there's no denying he's a weird dude.
Why would you want that?
There's no denying it.
I mean, I know if he's 100% healthy, he's talented, but he's just so strange.
He's an eclectic cat is what he is.
Now, people are evaluating this, and it's kind of like daily. You're getting like a daily dose of Ayuk now. And it seemed like he waited until post-June 1, and now he seems like he's frustrated they haven't released him yet. I can only figure that this is his way of trying to force them to let him go. Who knows? I don't know if it's going to backfire. I don't know. People seem to say if he just shows up, that'll do it. Because if he trips and falls, he could say he got hurt, and they'll owe him his full salary.
Then the money's guaranteed.
So I don't know why he doesn't just do it. Just suck it up, show up, and force him to cut you.
Yeah.
And then you'll be on your way. But people seem to think he's not going to go that route. This is the route he's chosen. Definitely we're a dude. People are trying to interpret where is he. They're trying to look at the windows. They're trying to look at the house. They're wondering, is he here in Northern Virginia?
I mean, are those like 100 different degrees that are up on the wall behind him? I can't quite figure out like what that is.
So the speculation is it's some sort of Airbnb.
Okay.
He's rented some sort of house somewhere. Is that Great Falls? Is that San Jose? I don't know. People are just trying to figure out where in the
doubt
world
it's Great Falls.
is Brandon Ayuk.
But here's the
remember
flaw.
he had the location on his last post that said Washington D.C.
But you can just alter
manipulate
that.
it.
Yeah. So that doesn't mean he could be in San
could be
Francisco.
anywhere.
It's leading you to believe that he's here potentially. I don't know. I don't know what to make of any of it.
That's just crazy.
Other than he's definitely
What is the dance
a weird
he's doing?
dude.
What is that?
I don't know.
I don't understand it.
I guess he titled the post "Coming to an End Zone Near You." So is this going to be his end zone dance if he scores?
He actually titled it, and this kind of tilts me. I'm not the biggest grammarian person. Coming to a end zone near you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be
an
end zone, right?
Yes.
Coming to a end zone near you.
Yeah.
Just
To an
sounds,
end
not that
zone.
big a deal.
It sounds like you're a 6-year-old.
All right, not that big a
It's
deal.
not. I said it was persnickety.
Yeah.
It's me being persnickety.
You're being a little persnickety.
And I'm not usually that persnickety when it comes to grammar and language.
I mean, is he going to release 3 of these videos a week until he's on another team?
I don't know.
But like, if he's doing it to agitate the Niners, I don't think that John Lynch and Shanahan are looking at this and saying, "Well, now this is going to spur us to release him earlier than we have to."
No, they have a plan.
Like, they don't care if
They're
he's
gonna stick to it.
If he's dancing in an Airbnb in DC, like they're going to do whatever they can do to make their team better.
Correct.
And they're hoping somebody. I mean, I think this is insane to think this. They're hoping somebody's going to offer something in a trade to acquire him. I don't think that's going to happen.
Why would anybody offer
I
a
think
trade
they
for that?
know that's not going to happen, Cakes, but I think they just don't want to capitulate and just give this guy what he wants when they feel probably rightly so on some of them that they were screwed.
I think the bet that he is released, I don't know, a day before the season starts or maybe the week before the season starts, it's probably a great
They're
bet.
going to spite him as much as possible.
Yeah.
They hate his guts, and he hates them.
Yeah.
Like that's the dynamic between those two parties. There is no love lost between Ayuk and the Niners, and vice versa.
The thing is, don't you think, man, if you just took $50 million from your employer, okay, you have a beef about how maybe you handled your rehab or whatever. There's obviously some sort of beef there at the center. Don't you feel some guilt, like that you took $50 million from him? Don't you feel some responsibility?
He doesn't appear to have. He doesn't appear to have
Someone who
that.
acts like that. Yeah, he doesn't have
I don't
that
know
in
if he
his
has
head.
that gene.
And I know initially when the first video came out, I said, and I wasn't saying I didn't want him. I was just saying, dude, he's weird. He's a weird dude. And I got attacked. Now I'm even seeing some of the most vociferous HTTC guys starting to go, why, Brandon? Why?
Why
are you doing this every day? Is this giving you pause? I know. I feel like it's giving a lot of Skins fans
Yeah, are
second thoughts.
people starting to flip on Brandon Ayuk?
800-636-1067. Because if you didn't know anything about it, you're watching it from afar, you go, okay, disgruntled player, contract situation, injury situation, that happens. But now that he's putting this out there, is this giving you pause? I got to believe. In fact, I know it is. I know it's giving a certain percent. What percentage? I don't know.
And
maybe that should be our poll of the day.
And it's nothing harmful. Like
no, it's just weird.
It's nothing criminal, but it's strange behavior.
Yeah.
And like if you're Dan Quinn and Peters and you're seeing these barrage of videos that have come out in the last 7 days to 10 days, they have to be having inner dialogue behind the walls at the Big Bear Performance Center or whatever it's called now, saying, Is this really the guy we want to introduce into our locker room in a pivotal year?
He could be releasing videos. I've said this 5 billion times. He could be releasing videos 2-3 times a week of him just balling, catching balls, running, looking great.
Yeah.
And the Commanders fans would be all in.
Mm-hmm.
That would be different.
Yeah.
But now, when he's released, this is number 3 or 4.
It's at least
strange,
the third, I think.
strange
Yeah.
videos. The Commanders fans who originally were in, you're right. I think a high percentage of them are out.
I don't know what the percentage is, but there's
Or at
certainly
least
a
they're
percentage.
iffy. They're
And
iffy.
there's certainly guys that were super supportive of them, didn't really mind the first video or two. Now they're starting to say, "Why, dude? What are you doing here?"
And what good is going to come of this video that
Now-
you're putting out?
There's also some rumors out there. I don't know if it's true. It may be that amidst all this, he may be estranged from his agent. Even that's possible. And some are speculating that Jaden's mother, who I believe isn't she now a certified agent?
Yes,
she might be
the new agent.
overseeing
Oh.
some of this now. Which you're just doing the math. Okay,
Yeah,
he's best friends with Jaden. Jaden's mom says, "Hey, I
Now,
can
people
help."
are just guessing on that.
People are just guessing, as far as I can tell. But they're doing some math here. I'm telling you, people are swearing.
That's so weird. If that's,
She's a certified agent.
that's just a whack. That's got to be a wackadoo theory. There's no way, like,
Jaden's mom's representing Brandon, potentially, or at least advising him.
there's no way. I can't believe. I refuse to believe that.
Here's the
What,
thought
like,
process.
That's got to be just some wackadoo HTTC guy.
Could be. Here's the thought process, though. All right, so if it's true that he and his agent are estranged or something's not right, we already know he's estranged from his wide receiver coach, right? The guy that worked it out with him, TJ Houshmandzadeh, apparently worked out with him and was like, yeah, dude, I can't work with the guy. It's, if he's also estranged with the agent, who you can imagine is probably getting heat because, he coordinated this whole deal, got $50 million, all in 1 year for his guy. Now his guy's kind of going AWOL. It's not a great look for the agent. Right.
Well, why would he be mad at his agent?
Well, who knows? The agent might be mad at him
for acting like this.
Who knows? Just work with me. And then Jaden's mom is a certified agent. People are wondering, where the hell is he? People are swearing those aren't California trees. I don't know the difference between a California tree and a Virginia tree.
Arborists watching the show or breaking it all down.
He had the thing where he clearly was trying to insinuate that he was out this way. Some people are wondering, is he living in a Jaden guest house? Well, what's going on?
How can you tell if it's a tree in California?
I can't.
Or if it's not.
Well, we can't.
Right,
I mean, you got it. I think you're deep in the Ayuk rabbit hole.
I'm just looking at theories out there. Just looking at theories. Just trying to figure out what's going on.
You know what?
I don't think that's his house. So he's clearly in a different location.
Also, not a very good dancer. I expected him. I know he's doing a wacky bit.
Yeah.
Probably a great dancer.
He wants it to look weird.
Yeah, well, he's what he's doing. He's succeeding.
Is it possible?
He's pulling it off.
Is it possible that Peters and Jaden, those guys, that they know him and they know he's just being goofy and they don't even care?
They know he's just like
possible.
A character that he's
because they were with him for a few years.
Yeah,
Jaden's known him for longer than that.
He was probably like this back when we were playing.
That behind the scenes, they know he's just kind of a goofy guy, and it's just Brandon being Brandon. Is it possible?
Of course, it's possible. We have no idea.
That is entirely possible.
We don't know how much Peters likes or dislikes.
Man, I'd be reluctant to bring him in. I would.
What's going to be weird is because he has to report to training camp or he gets fined $50K per day.
Right.
What's going to be weird is when he's there at training camp with San Francisco.
Well, they're saying if he shows up, they'll cut him because if he trips and falls over, a plant, then he could claim he's injured. And
but I doubt he's going to sacrifice $50K a day and not show up.
People think he's not going to show up.
That's stupid. $50K a day.
He sacrificed $30 million by not showing up to his rehab when he was supposed to.
But this is more. It just adds up.
I know, but
and if he knows that there's a chance they're going to cut him, if he is going to show up,
Jason, does it look like he appears that he's going to show up?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I can't predict what.
I don't know what he's going to do
on a day-to-day basis, or what he's going to what video he's going to put out next.
Is it going to look like a desperate team if they sign him? Is it going to actually be a bad look for the Skins? It could almost backfire and
kind of reeks. To me, it kind of reeks of desperation. It tells me you guys aren't really sold on your wideout room if you bring this hot mess in. That's kind of the way I look at it.
But this could all be wasted breath. They may not touch him with a 100-foot pole.
That's entirely possible.
I feel like he knows something, though, Jason. I feel like he knows something.
We're just guessing.
But all they're doing is praising the wide receiver group.
Right.
Yeah, they love him.
All of the coaches. They like what's in house.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll see if that's just lip service. If they pick him up like at the end of training camp.
I call me gullible, but when someone says something, I usually believe it.
Yeah. He is a strange cat.
And he's going to release another one probably Thursday.
I just don't know why he doesn't go the extra mile and just show him. Post a Debo video. By the way, I'd rather have Debo at this point. Debo was such a stud. And even in a sort of a down year, Debo made plays for us.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to deal with questioning where the guy's head's at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'll be strange if they go with Brandon Ayuk over Debo. After the way he's acted
right
to his old employer, putting all these videos out, coming off a major injury, and they're going to skip Debo and go to Brandon?
It's weird.
Man, I know he's younger, but come on.
Let's go to Reggie in D.C. Reggie, what's up, buddy? What do you think? Has this changed your whole sort of mindset on this Ayuk deal?
Look
the
at me.
videos?
Look at me, Reggie. Absolutely not. Because when he wasn't saying anything, we wanted him to say something, post something. Now he's getting a little bit out. I don't say outrageous, but he's posting stuff now. Like, he has to show up for training camp. He's on some type of, like, exempt list or not showing up or whatever the list is. And from what they're saying in San Francisco, he has to, like, file for some type of, like, reinstatement or whatever. And then he has to show up for minicamp. Because if he doesn't show up, they can keep him on that, like, not report or whatever the hell they put him on. And now he doesn't count as, like, a roster spot.
It's the reserve left squad list. Yeah.
Yes. So
So you think he will show up? Okay, fair enough.
I think he will too.
Because I have seen mixed reporting on that. There has been recent reporting suggesting that if he doesn't show up, they could maybe hold him indefinitely.
Yes, that's what. Yep, they can hold him indefinitely. And then think about it. And again, I know it's a contract issue, but all of them show up. Like, which athlete doesn't show up? What is it? The hold in there, which is like the new thing. So just think about the first day of training camp when he's there. Every freaking question is going to be about him. They're going to have the cameras looking at him on the side. And if I'm him, I'm coming in full gear. I'm a sprint.
Ready to play.
So now you're not going to have a choice but to cut me, because if I freaking twist my ankle or whatever it is and I can't play, now you owe me my full salary.
All right, what do you make of the videos, though, Reggie? Just from a character perspective, do you just say it's nothing, or do you acknowledge it seems weird?
We like old school, so this is the new youngins. This is what they do now. Everybody posts everything on social media. So I'm not even the one that.
All right, but what about just the way he's acting?
Yeah, but when he didn't have a shirt on and he looked like he was in shape, that's the only one I wanted to see. Everything else I could care less about. That's the one I wanted to see, because everybody was like he was pudgy, or when he had the hoodie on, he looked like he was fat. Nope, he looks like he's in shape. He's 2 years old, removed from an injury. I want to get the boy on the football field, because he's going to play with a different type of passion and energy. The little videos that he's posting, Evie, that's what this generation does. Everybody posts everything.
What do you think his motivation is? What do you think his motivation is?
I think, honestly, it's going to come out. Something happened between him and the front office where this guy he's, for whatever reason, he's standing on the principle that I will never play for San Francisco again. This is the only team that I want to play for. And when I get there with my best friend, y'all gonna see. I think he's just one of the athletes that is literally standing on principle. He forfeited money. He already said, look, I'm rich. Y'all mad y'all paid me $50 million. I'm rich. Now I'm standing on principle. Something happened behind the scenes and I think, again, everybody is saying that Shanahan is like a jerk. He wasn't really visible as far as vocal when he was here, but everybody says that, that it just blew up to this. But the dude is 28, man. He's 2 years removed from an injury. This dude is going to ball out, man. I'm telling you, he's going to ball out.
You can't wait.
Thanks, Reggie.
Hopefully he got the right people in place to get him out of there, but he's going to ball out.
Thanks for the call, man.
Thank you, bud.
We
appreciate you.
it.
Yeah.
It's a strange saga, and I'm sure we'll see another video come out from him in the next 2 or 3 days. I mean, it's just going to continue until training camp starts.
Wednesday or Thursday.
Do you think people would want him if he wasn't friends with Jaden or didn't have a relationship with Jaden?
Probably
like
not.
if there was no history between the two,
wasn't there.
And he's still putting the videos out.
And then all of this is still going on, but there's no history between the two.
No, they wouldn't.
I don't know. It's an interesting thing.
I would say no.
I don't think I want him because he's Jaden's friends. I think I want him because he's been dynamic on the football field.
Yeah.
I think that's why I want him. Mm-hmm. Being honest, right?
But I think you're right. If he had no connection.
But if he was but he had the same
they wouldn't
resume.
have any interest.
He had the same two seasons.
Same resume, same injury history. Everything's the same except divorce it from Jaden's friendship.
To be honest with you, I feel like the friendship with Jaden is almost a deterrent, because I don't know if I want this guy.
I think most people look at it as a positive.
I look at it as like, I don't know if I really want Jaden having to deal with this guy, manage this guy, just another thing on his plate. Manage this guy.
Yeah, but I think you're right. I don't think I'm sure there'd be a small percentage that would still like him because they don't like the current depth of the receiver room, but if he had no connection,
yeah.
with Jaden, I don't know why Commanders fans would really want him.
Well, because of the production that he's had in the past.
Yeah, but they'd want someone else who's played recent, who played last
I mean,
year.
that's so long ago.
I agree.
Was it 2 seasons?
Basically 2 years ago.
That's ancient
23.
history. That's ancient history in NFL terms.
It
is.
I agree, but I don't want him because he's Jaden's friend.
I think a lot of people want him because he's Jaden's friend.
That to me is irrelevant. I could care less who Jaden's friends are.
I think that's a huge factor as to why Commanders fans want him. Is the friendship?
I don't
factor.
understand
it plays
that.
a role.
But I
It
don't
definitely-
understand it though. Why? Because who cares who his friends are?
Because they love Jaden.
Because they think it's some sort of connection that all of a sudden it's going to be microwave offense.
Well, you're only
From
thinking
a
that
history.
because of his past production.
Well, of course.
Right, they're hoping that's baked in and he's recovered from the injury and he'll be
I mean,
back to what he was.
Sam
like-
Hartman's his best friend.
I mean, if he never-
People want him gone,
If he never played,
right? I
He
mean, we
doesn't
want
have-
Sam Hartman to go
doesn't have
away.
any- Hartman doesn't have talent. Brandon Ayuk, at least at one
Right.
point, had a lot of talent
Well,
on the
that's
football
why I think
field.
they want Ayuk. And that's why my point is I don't think the friendship matters. Sam Hartman, if he's here this year, it's a joke. It's a joke.
well, he'll be in the practice squad. He won't be on the active roster ever.
No,
He shouldn't even be the third guy. The Greek
Well,
kid
he-
apparently shown even more.
Well, yeah, he'll be the third guy. Sam Hartman won't be above the kid they drafted from Rutgers.
All right, coming up later this hour, we'll give you our World Cup pool update. Not all of our teams have even played yet, but we will give you an update on where we stand in just a bit here on The Fan. Every great team has a coach, somebody who studies the game, analyzes the competition, and makes all the right calls. But when it comes to your financial future, who's coaching you? At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors act as your personal financial coach. TRAJANwealth.com. They'll craft a game plan tailored specifically to you. Trajan can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market, whether it's a smart tax strategy, rolling over an old 401k, or finding investment options that match your risk tolerance. Trajan Wealth is calling the plays. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1 or at TRAJANwealth.com. Don't sit on the sidelines when it comes to your money. Call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN-1, 1-855-TRAJAN1, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. So even though my daughter is a fully grown 24-year-old woman, yesterday on the way down to Warped Tour in D.C., I gave her an edict. Basically, I told her she's not allowed to do these 3 things as an adult. I said, you can never fly in a helicopter, 1.
Yep.
And even, this is without even knowing, I didn't know this artist. His name's Oliver Tree.
Yeah, I saw
It's a
that.
pop artist, American, was killed in a helicopter crash in Brazil when the helicopter he was flying in collided with another helicopter.
I saw
He
that
died,
story.
I think, with along with maybe 5 or 6
How
other
popular was Oliver Tree?
I don't know
never
anything
heard
about
of
him, but I
was
guess
he a rapper? Was he a
I don't know his
pop
style of music.
artist?
It's like alt indie rock.
Okay,
here I'll find a song.
Yeah, I'd never heard of Oliver Tree. Was he part of a band or is he
I think
solo?
he was like just an individual artist, from what I know.
I fell down to earth from 100 miles away, and somehow I still make it work. But it's overrated and somehow played out. The doors down so you
All right, sad story.
Kind of a haunting first lyric.
He was in a helicopter, right? Where was he?
Brazil. Yeah.
Brazil. So I didn't even know that story when I told my daughter. I was like, you can't go on vacation and get in a helicopter with some unregulated company that doesn't know what they're doing.
I don't even
Like,
think you can get in one in the United
can't
States.
do it. So that was number 1.
Yeah.
Then I said, you can't book it if you're booking a day trip to like New York City or whatever. You have to book your trip with a reputable bus company. If you're taking a bus day trip, you can't book with some
Like the bus
fly-by-night
crashed.
bus. I was like, if you book a trip on a bus, it better have a brand name on it,
Yeah.
like Peter Pan, Greyhound.
My kids take the Vamoose.
Vamoose. It can't just be a blank bus with like no logo on it.
Yeah.
You're forbidden. You can't do it.
Yeah.
So that was number 2. And then in the wake of the most haunting video that I saw all weekend, and I think Jason saw it.
I saw it.
Eric might have seen it
I
too.
mean, I turned it off before she went
This is a
splat.
terrible video. It's of a woman who was bridge jumping in Brazil, like with a bungee cord. Like she's supposed to have a bungee cord attached to her body,
right,
via a harness. In the video, they show the woman being hoisted up by, I think it's 2 or 3 workers. She's in like a Superman position.
Yeah.
They bring her to the edge of this 40-meter high bridge. I don't
Right.
know how high 40 meters is. It's pretty high. And they throw her off the edge of the bridge without attaching the safety rope to her harness.
Yeah.
And they throw her to her death.
Yeah.
40 meters below.
Yeah.
So I said to my daughter, if you go on an international trip especially, you can't just go to some ramshackle, hey, we're an adventure sports company. We're going to tie you this big rubber band to your leg and throw you off the bridge.
The workers
You just can't do it.
They just forgot to do it.
They forgot to attach the safety rope.
How do you forget to attach the safety rope?
I don't know, but they did.
That's your company. That's your business.
That's your livelihood.
It's just too routine, I guess.
So,
well,
No,
didn't she realize there was no safety rope on her?
She didn't.
She probably
Clearly
had
didn't.
some rope, but it wasn't attached to anything.
So
Right.
no helicopters, no shady buses, no wacky adventure stunts, and I would also add, never ride a motorcycle.
Right.
You just can't. You can't do those things. You just can't do those things because they're too risky.
21 years old.
She's 21
How
years
about the skydivers who thought they were going to go up, a few miles and
Yeah.
jump out of a plane, and the plane crashes? 11 of them.
Now, where
Plus-
was this? This was
It was
in
in
Missouri,
Missouri.
you said?
Yeah.
I can't even fathom. The tragedy, the daily tragedies that occur, Cakes.
I know. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. You're
So,
lucky
yeah,
to
that-
get through each day.
That was kind of a downer conversation I had with my daughter, and what was a really fun weekend. But I just had to spell out for her what she's banned from doing.
Now, is
as
she
an
the
adult.
kind of person that will listen to you, or will she just throw caution to the
I
wind?
think she'll. I think she'll take it to heart for the
Yeah.
most part.
Yeah.
Hopefully she will. I think all I'm doing is dispensing sound advice on how to stay alive.
My son is going to Ireland with his girlfriend and her family, and they're going like on Thursday.
Okay. I'm sure
They're
it's
not
going to be
doing
an
anything.
amazing trip.
I'm sure they'll have fun, and that I know. I mean, they're going out there and they're going to have a good time.
Yeah.
Is there? They're not going to get in like a hot air balloon or anything. Is it? Like, what do you do
that's,
when you?
that's another one I would just put on the list.
Well, what? Right. I'm trying to think of what kind of shenanigans could you get into if you go to Ireland? Well, is there
I don't
something
even
that
know.
people?
I just think of Ireland as a lot of like you're going to pubs.
I just
and
think you're
then
just going to drink.
You're just going to hang out and just throw back a bunch of
I
Guinness.
feel like you're just
and-
going to
and
Ireland
Jameson.
to drink.
Like
I don't know. I mean, golf, obviously, but
Well,
they're
they're,
not
going to
gonna
go
golf.
But they're going to go out to all the cliffs and take pictures and sightsee.
and that's fine. Just don't get too close. to
Don't
the
get
edge.
too close to the edge. Yeah.
yeah.
Do people like hang glide and stuff in Ireland? Is that a thing?
I don't know. My son went to Ireland a few years ago. He said that the main danger they encountered was just the roads are so narrow and
Right.
tiny.
Right.
And it's hard to get used to.
And are
coming
you
over
driving
from
yourself,
America.
or are you just like on a bus or whatever? You're using
That I
public
don't know.
transit? Yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends on what sort of trip you're taking.
Right.
Some of them are, you have chaperones or people that are driving you.
The good news is that he's going with his girlfriend and the parents and the brothers. So you know,
Yeah.
they're older. So I
Don't
doubt
do anything too crazy.
I doubt they'll do anything too crazy.
Don't do anything too wacky.
Right. But yeah, you got to coach them up on all these things. I definitely I've talked to people before and they're like, I would never get in a helicopter.
No.
Like not even here.
Never.
With like, what's the point?
Never, ever, ever.
I wouldn't bungee. I wouldn't skydive. I wouldn't get in a helicopter. All these horrible stories you're hearing.
Hot air balloons.
Hot air balloon, I would never put
seen
myself
enough
in that
of those-
position.
I've seen enough of those disasters.
Are you kidding? A hot air balloon?
Where the basket plummets out of the sky.
Never in a billion years.
The
would I
balloon's
get in
on
one.
fire.
No.
Terrifying.
I don't even like going up on like the 10th floor of a hotel. You think I'm going to get in a hot air balloon?
You were nervous when we went to the top of this building to do the bit with Tony Perkins.
I don't like being up there. Yeah, I get sweaty. I've got sweaty palms right now just thinking about it. I literally, my palms are starting to sweat. I'm getting a fight or flight reaction.
I can't unsee these guys throwing that woman over the edge of the bridge.
How did they forget to put the
That kind of stuff happens occasionally.
I know.
Occasionally, you see like they forget to attach the bungee.
And I'm sure she signed some sort of waiver that
Yeah.
says if I die during this exercise, I don't hold the company liable.
Right. Well, I mean,
Probably
that company,
signed her rights away.
that company's got to go out of business, even if she did. I mean, they have to go out of business.
I would think.
Yeah. trying to think what the. I didn't even like going to like Ocean City on the little roller coaster they have at the boardwalk.
That's as risky as you get.
Yeah, that's like.
I mean,
risky
roller
as-
coasters can
What's
be
the
risky
one they
too.
have, where and it just takes you to the edge and it turns real
Yeah.
quick and it
Yeah,
takes
I
you to
know
the
it
edge.
goes
turns real
forward and
quick.
backwards. What's that? I think it's called what? The Typhoon?
I don't even.
I don't know if it's that's what.
I mean,
it
you
is.
should know.
I
that.
know I
mean,
should.
You're the mayor of Ocean
I don't-
City over there. You should know all these things.
Yeah.
You should know the name of every broken down ride at the end of the boardwalk.
That's one thing I'm definitely not a thrill seeker. I don't. You're not a thrill seeker either. You're not really a
not
thrill
really,
seeker.
but more like I'll go on a roller coaster.
Yeah.
But I would not consider myself a thrill seeker.
You're not really.
I'm higher on the chain than you, but
Yeah.
it's
Well, nobody can be
it's
lower than
super
me.
low bar.
JP is the leader in the clubhouse when it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, he
Yeah,
jumped
but
out
he'll
of an
do it
airplane.
like begrudgingly, but he doesn't really want to.
He doesn't
But
really
if you
love it.
challenge him, he doesn't want to back down, so he'll
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really want to do it, but he'll do it.
Yeah, begrudgingly.
Yeah. I don't have a. There's not 1 ounce of me that wants to go out and just be scared.
Tidal Wave.
Tidal wave.
That's the
Tidal
name
wave.
of it.
Okay, good.
I don't
It was
know.
killing me. I
That's
should have
not the
known
one that I was on.
No, that's
No. I'm talking about 25 years ago. It was different. I think it might have been called like the Mickey Mouse or something. I mean, it was
The world's wimpiest
the
roller
world's
coaster.
wimpiest name. It wasn't. That sounds manly. What I was on was like, I'm telling you,
I
It's a
can't
little
believe
kid
this.
ride,
a
basically.
little kid ride. And it would take you to the edge and spin.
Yeah, not for you.
Go to the edge and spin. You know, he's probably
Sure.
30 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Hold on, you mean like the pirate ship?
No.
That would go-
I've done the pirate ship. I didn't really like that one either. I've done the pirate. No, this is like a little mini roller coaster. But I'm dating myself 30 years.
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, it was like on the boardwalk.
Is that the one that's at Jolly Rogers?
No.
Because there's one at Jolly Rogers too that's kind of like that.
Yeah, well, Jolly Rogers is like 28th Street. That's not the boardwalk.
No, that's not the boardwalk.
No.
But I didn't know if
I'm
he
telling
was
you, it was called like the Mickey Mouse.
All right, here. Do you assume this level of risk? Go karts, because go karts are fun.
Yeah, I like go-karts, but they
Go-kart is
usually don't
fun.
go fast enough. They like the ones I go to.
I mean, I'm not talking about like 70 mile an hour.
Go-karts are fun. They're fine. I did that with my kids when they were younger.
We would do it every year. Waste I don't know $150 at Outer Banks.
Trade paint with people, and then the guys working there are bitter.
They're bitter, but they
So
don't really go
salty.
fast. You want them to go faster.
Of course. Want to open them up?
Always
No,
went to-
I'm good. I'm good with stuff like on the ground cakes.
Yeah.
Did the ones up in Rehoboth, the go-karts up there.
Oh, Slick Track go-karts. That's where it's at, Valdez. You know that. I'm not telling you something you don't know over there.
Come on.
We're Tokyo drifting all over the place in a
Yeah.
Slick Track. Show our driving skills.
Yeah, everyone knows to go to the go-karts on Route 50, not in
Come
Ocean
on,
City.
everybody knows
Yeah.
that. Everybody knows that tip. All right, when we come back, we will update you on our World Cup standings. Where all
Has
the
anybody
junks
taken a
are.
commanding lead?
I don't know. I believe Draft T-shirt has the latest results as we await the U.S.'s second round match against Australia this Friday. We'll give the World Cup standings next. Drab sleeps on the fact that I saw his guy Andrew WK at Warped Tour 2019 in Atlantic City. You should have come with me, Drab. It was a fun time. Good
You
time.
like that guy?
Right on the ocean. It was good times back in the day. Drab, please update us on where we are in the World Cup standings heading into the Monday quadruple header
I
today.
forgot who 4 of my countries were.
You did?
I know my top 2.
Okay.
But you have to fill me in on that.
Bish's countries: Brazil, Netherlands, Senegal, Austria, Bosnia, and Congo.
Bosnia and Congo. Okay.
All right.
So so I've gotten
Doesn't sound like a lot of wins there from what I can recall.
I don't think there's any wins there.
A lot of draws. You're
I mean,
draw-heavy guy.
There hasn't been a lot yet. Right? I mean, there's still a bunch of
Remind me
matches
how many
anyway.
points you get for the draw. Is it 1 or 3?
1.
1, okay.
Yeah. Like only half the first round matches have been played.
Yeah,
so.
true.
Maybe
But you need your top 2 countries that you draft to get wins in that first group match.
Looks like it bet about
Not
20
really.
matches.
You're
or
still
so.
fine.
All right.
Brazil's
Or
you're
maybe
fine
10
with
matches.
Brazil. They can get dubs in their next 2 matches. You'll be fine.
Okay. So how many points do I have total?
3.
2. I have 3. All right.
Bosnia, Netherlands, and Brazil all had draws.
Got you.
So look, you can't win this thing in the opening week. You can maybe lose it, but if
You could lose it if your team's eliminated. But
yeah, well, no one's getting eliminated this early. Like in their
No,
first
I get
game,
it.
first match.
No,
I
not for
get it.
first match, but in other words, you can't lose it even if one of your favorite teams doesn't score a point. As long as they advance, you're still going to be alive.
Yeah, look, Mars kicking ass right now.
Mars killing it.
He
is.
He's belt ass on all of us. Phrase of the day.
I mean,
World
his
Cup
last,
Mike.
his
World
last
Cup
3
Mike.
picks all got wins.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, I don't know
Scotland,
who has.
Ivory Coast, and Australia.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
That's
what
huge.
9 points.
I'm running hot like the Hulkster back
You
in
are-
LA,
you're
dude.
running white hot.
And he got
The hottest.
a draw with Japan, who were underdogs against Netherlands.
That's right. He
Yep.
still has Spain and Croatia.
So
in the
you
bag.
have 10 points then?
It's got
Does he
10.
have 10 points?
Yeah, he has 10 points.
Killing.
He's just getting points from the. I mean, he got 3 points from Australia, his last pick.
Oh man.
So I don't know if I have
he's-
any points. I have no idea.
You have 6 points. You have Germany and Sweden.
Oh, Germany.
Oh,
okay.
3 wins.
Who's in second?
Valdez is right now
Whoa.
with South Korea and USA having wins and Morocco getting a draw.
So
Yeah.
you have 7, I have 6. Okay.
Yes.
JP has 3 with Mexico and Canada. You got a draw with Canada. A little disappointing there for them. And then Bish has 3. Cakes has 2.
Yuck.
Qatar did get a draw, though. That was surprising.
Yeah.
But
Against
Very-
one of the other
came
teams
at
I
the
have,
expense of
Switzerland.
So,
Yeah. That's great.
yeah, he actually lost a point there probably.
Yep.
That hurts.
And then Drab has 0 points.
oh, no.
Well, have you, none of you guys played? Or
I had Ecuador, who should not. They lost Ivory Coast, so that was my 3rd team.
Ooh,
Not
okay.
a great start.
Right,
We can bounce back. We're fine.
So who has Spain today?
Mike Marr.
Oh, he's got
guessed it.
Spain. All right.
Yeah.
Should get another 3. Who's got Belgium or Egypt? Belgium's the favorite.
I think I have Belgium now.
Yeah, I have Egypt.
Okay.
Who has Belgium?
You do.
I do. That's
That's a 3 o'clock. That's a head to
Oh,
head.
we got a war.
You got a sweat. Got a big sweat.
Does anybody have New Zealand?
No, I don't believe so.
I think they were undrafted.
Okay. Because Saudi plays Uruguay.
I have nub Saudi Arabia.
You got Saudi.
I got some crap teams. What was I
It's
doing?
going to be. I have Iran.
Yep.
at my last pick. It's going to be weird rooting for them.
Yeah.
Hey, but you need points.
Hey,
You
we
catch
got-
Mike
Am
Marr.
I that soulless?
Why? We got a peace deal. I think you.
Oh,
you
yeah,
got a
go
green
for your
light.
peace
All
deal.
right. So I'm good now.
Your
I'm
stall's
good. Yeah,
gonna be
yeah,
through
yeah.
the
Wait till
roof
you
today.
see what the market does.
Yeah, market's gonna freaking
Because
explode.
Trump controls the market.
Well, I had no. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's the gas prices have gone down. Have you noticed that in the last couple of days? Definitely gone down a little bit.
It's about $3.50 at my Harris Teeter.
It's that cheap? $3.50?
It's about $3.50.
It's down.
Really? That's down a lot.
Yeah.
What is it?
I think it's
near
4
you?
plus in the O Town at this point. Still,
I think it's.
No, that's
starting
just
to
one. That's just
trickle.
one gas station. That's
Yeah.
not at all of them. The Harris Teeter is a little bit cheaper than the other ones.
your HT points come up big.
Mar, have you hit the wall yet, though? I mean, only an hour sleep. Are you starting to? Because this is the last hour of the show. Usually, on a night like that, that's when it really hits.
No, this is power hour.
No,
I'm
this-
going to run through this last hour.
Plus,
I
got
just
smelling salts too.
I've been
So,
hitting the salts quite heavy.
Yeah.
The salts, the zins.
Zins, and I just crushed a Celsius.
Okay.
So that's 200 milligrams of caffeine.
Yeah, it's
All
a
right.
lot.
And so what's the plan? Like, what are your responsibilities like after the show?
Well, I was just talking to Valdez during the last break. I think my game plan is just stay awake until like 4 or 5 o'clock. That way I can just fully fall asleep and then wake up
Or just
for work
call
tomorrow.
it a day?
Yeah, because if I go to bed at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock when I get back home,
That's going to kind of ruin the
yeah,
night.
I'm going to get up at 7 o'clock at night, and it's just going to throw
Yeah,
off my
you're in
sleep
a tough
schedule.
spot.
Yeah, I kind
Because
of
if you go home at all, you need to do something. If you go home at all, you're going to fall asleep on the couch.
You know what? Don't watch soccer. That'll put you to sleep.
I mean, they can.
You're gonna if you
catch
really
a
want to go
snoozer.
hard, you're gonna have to go to like a restaurant or something or a bar, watch some soccer, have lunch. Like if you go home, you're falling asleep.
A part of me doesn't want to go to sleep also because I'm just running hot. I'm afraid if I go to bed, I'm going to wake up cold again.
You're going to miss out on
Yeah,
life.
the dream's over.
All right,
Yeah.
do you
Mar
feel
Bar
like-
had a
can we
dream
get some
weekend.
bets in or something? Are you feeling any vibes right now? I mean,
I mean, outside of the World Cup, the Stanley Cup ended last night. NBA's done.
There's nothing else to bet on.
I'll-
Baseball.
I'll find a home run. No, I'll
You
find
got
a home run hitter.
Baseball. Nats. Nats are freaking hot. They've in their last 12 series, they've won 9.
That is impressive.
Well, think
impressive work.
And the only 2 they've lost were the Marlins.
Yeah.
Well, think about Mar. He was at Hyde Friday watching USA, leading the USA chant.
Yeah.
He's anchoring the Beer Snake on Saturday. And then he's...
The Defenders did lose, though, so he might have brought a little bit of. I don't
It
know.
wasn't all winners.
Yeah.
did you leave the Defenders game down? Were you down? Were you bummed, or you didn't really care? You were just there for the vibes.
No, he was there for 50
Exactly.
Cent.
I was there for 50 Cent.
How was it? How was his performance?
Yeah, that dude's still throwing sauce. I don't know
No
how.
way.
Yo, no, I swear.
Dude,
I
that's
swear.
undersold. You didn't even talk about that part.
I know, 50
So
Cent.
did that happen after?
No, he was the halftime
He was
show.
the halftime.
The whole reason Mar went to that game is he isn't some huge Defenders fan.
Yeah.
Is
Right.
that he's a 50 Cent
I thought
fan.
you just wanted to go because it was an event to go to.
No, it was like 90% 50 Cent, 5% Shields Up, Go Defenders, and 5%, yeah, it's just a nice day. Saturday.
Beer Snake. 5%,
How many
5%
beers
Beer
do
Snake.
you contribute to the Beer Snake body?
Well, that's the thing. The Beer Snake, I'm not going to say it's a little fugazi, but they're definitely throwing some extra cups in there.
Oh, so you think it's like stolen valor? It's
It-
not real
it-
beer
there's a
going
little-
into the cups?
Yeah, I don't want to completely disgrace it,
Oh,
but...
This is a serious accusation you're putting out there,
Well,
Mike
I'll
Marr.
tell you what happens. So when you buy a beer, before you go into that specific section,
Yeah.
they give you a wristband, and whatever drink you buy, you have to pour it into a Beer Snake cup. So it basically just promotes, you have to put it in this type of cup. And then there's
okay.
also like 100 cups set up on these tables. So when you buy a beer, everyone's taking 5 cups at a time. So you're getting 1 beer, but 5 cups. And then you kind of just, put it in that section.
All right,
And
so it's just a
didn't
big
know-
game
I
they're
didn't know there
playing.
was such
Yeah.
controversy about the Beer Snake.
Did you see what I tweeted on Saturday when I was watching the game?
No.
Hold on, I'll bring it up. I basically called out the Beer Snake.
You said this is Fugazi?
I said, hot take. I think fans are handed cups from the storage closet for the Beer Snake in that section during the Defenders
Because
game.
it's too outrageous.
It's so outrageous. No one's drinking that many beers during a game. It's unbelievable. It started out as something fun, and it had something
So
when
you
they were
did the
doing
mental
it.
math. You're like, you look at all the people in
Yeah.
the section, you're like, they can't be consuming this many beers
Yeah,
at this time of day.
And are they also they're also putting like sodas in that too?
Everything.
So whatever you have.
Yes. But no, so I knew this halftime show was going to be incredible, that right when halftime hit, a 30-minute countdown started, and they started wheeling all these stages. I expected like one small stage.
Yeah.
There was so many stages, and I mean, it was awesome. As soon as it started, everyone was G-Unit. That's, come on. If you know, you know. I mean,
Yeah, right.
yeah,
So
yeah.
hold on.
This 50 coming out your stereo.
What was the final song?
This is such a silly song.
Is he still rocking the bulletproof vest, or is that way back in the
Isn't
day?
he chubby?
Yeah, he's put on a little weight. I mean, he may have been contributing
Haven't
to the
we
Beer
all?
Snake himself.
But he wasn't
Sure.
wearing the old tank top anymore, was he?
No, he was just wearing a white tee.
Yeah.
But no, he actually saved all the hits for the end. He
did.
started a little slow, but then it just gradually picked up. He knew what he was doing. He saved the best for last.
Yeah.
Damn, he looks like he's about 300 pounds.
Was he actually
I
singing?
remember that
massive.
with the Super Bowl. He didn't look good.
He wasn't lip syncing, was he?
No,
was actually performing.
he was singing, yeah.
Okay, good.
They sounded good.
Yeah, and I was there, hand in hand with him, man. I was singing every lyric as well. My friends were like, yo, we knew you were 50 Cent. We did not know you knew all the lyrics to every song. And
Mike was like 3 years old when
I
50
know,
was
I
popular.
know.
I know. That's his guy.
I just get so psyched for 50. I don't know what it is.
Mike
That's
Barr, steal one of your
crazy.
terms. You were an electric factory this weekend.
So since 50 was in town, did he do a bunch of like clubs in DC like that night too? Did he go around and perform?
I don't think so. I think he got out of Dodge pretty
he
quick.
probably got a nice bag from the Defenders
and then rolled
the
out
UFL.
because I know that's the move those guys do. They'll come into town and then they'll get paid gigs and just do
Like separate gigs, yeah, yeah.
at all these different
And
clubs.
Actually, I was
We
in
should
line.
be doing that.
Right.
I was in line getting drinks, and I ran into a bunch of Barstool guys like Dana Beers, Mike Kadick, and I was talking with them
They
about.
were all there to see 50.
No, they
Did
were
you
just
run
there.
into Mincy?
They were there for like the beer snake and filming content for Barstool. But I pulled them aside and we were talking for like 5 minutes just about Barstool stuff, the spring break house, the Vegas trip they went on.
man,
They
you're
were
in your
really cool
element.
guys.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
What a
He was
wild
on fire. He's on fire.
I mean, this upcoming weekend's it has to be a downer
And
for you. Like you're not gonna have
now
this
we're running
happen.
back. We're running back.
He's going to be hanging out with the dad.
Yeah, but he's not gonna have the UFC event. He's not gonna have the UFL bowl. Like
I mean, I'm also winning the World Cup in this bracket challenge we're doing is incredible. The most forgotten
Well,
thing
you're
that I
winning
won.
now.
I know. A lot of games.
He's
left.
already counting that money.
But no, the most forgotten thing is winning the raffle and winning the jersey.
That's true.
like
Oh,
the
yeah.
coolest part.
you need to wear that in this week.
Oh,
Wear it in
definitely.
on Friday.
Was it like a signed jersey or just an official
It's
jersey?
just an official World Cup
Gotcha.
USA jersey.
I'm surprised Mark could read the numbers on his ticket at the end of the
Some people
night.
kind of were hating on that jersey. I thought it looked good. I thought it was a good
The
look.
red and white stripes.
The ones they wore on Friday.
I mean, it looked
liked
a little
it.
bit like a prison uniform, but it's all right.
I
didn't mind it at all.
0163. Those were the 4 digits that got me that jersey. Yeah. I'm
gotta
gonna
play
I'm gonna
those.
play those numbers.
You gotta
Yeah,
play
exactly.
those. Dude, that's your heater you gotta go with today.
I'll tell you more about the heater off air too.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
Oh,
Very
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Really?
It was a
That kind
show.
of day?
Yeah,
Oh,
this was
yeah.
Friday night, I didn't go to bed until 6 a.m.
Ooh, we're gonna get a
my
radio insiders
Lord.
during the
This boy
break.
hadn't
Yeah.
had much sleep.
Well, he could do it. The kid's
You got some
25.
exercise
I'll
in,
say
though?
this: there were a lot of shots being put up by Mike Marr.
Really?
A lot of
Let's
shots.
just say-
And they weren't all swishes.
But eventually he hit. Eventually,
Sometimes one goes.
So
in.
he was De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I'll say 2 words and then we'll go to break. Fun girl.
Oh yeah.
Nice. All right, when we come back, we will get into the Junks sports page, recap a huge sports weekend. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
Yep, I think coaching matters. The Nationals defeat the Seattle Mariners 10-1 to win the series. Miles Mikolas, 7 shutout innings. Keibert Ruiz and James Wood with homers, and Nasim Nunez raking.
Ruiz trying to get a big lead. The pitch is lined up the middle and through. It's a base hit. Ruiz scores. Lyle coming home. Robles will not make a throw to the plate. It's a 2-run single for Nasim Nunez.
The call on the Fan. How about Carolina Hurricanes beating Vegas Golden Knights to win the Stanley Cup? World Cup on Sunday. Australia defeated Turkey 2-0. Germany over Curacao 7-1. Netherlands and Japan in a thriller 2-2. Ivory Coast a late goal to beat Ecuador 1-0. Sweden rolls Tunisia 5-1. 4 matches today, including a 12 noon start for Spain against Cabo Verde. Men's College World Series. Look out for Troy. Stunning Ole Miss 12-8. North Carolina beat West Virginia 5-2. 2 games today. Alabama against Texas at 1, Oklahoma against Georgia at 6. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026 is brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's get into the Junk Sports page, brought to you by our friends at Open Road.
Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company spirits, locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. You can get your Eagle Eye, your Maple Old Fashioned, Independence Bourbon, all available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. We've been talking a lot about the World Cup for obvious reasons after what the U.S. did on Friday night, but if you were paying attention yesterday, there were 5 more matches yesterday. I think there have been 12 total played. So it's very early in the group stage. But Australia beat Turkey 2-0. Germany pounded Curacao 7-1. Japan scored late to tie Netherlands, so they played to a draw. Netherlands, a pretty big favorite in that game, so that was kind of a surprise. So big draw for Japan. Ivory Coast beat Ecuador 1-0, and Sweden pounded Tunisia 5-1.
By the way, the Ivory Coast goal came in the 90th minute.
It's crazy.
So you think you're heading towards a draw most likely, and I mean that had to be just huge for their fans in the stands.
I think I turned that off right when the
before?
goal. Yeah, right when the goal.
So you've got 4 more matches today. Spain's going to play Cape Verde. Belgium's going to play Egypt. Spain's at noon, and they're playing that down in Atlanta.
Which is going to be like the toughest game?
Closest game?
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's Iran and New Zealand, or maybe it's
the
Belgium.
closest.
But those are kind of
odds-wise.
like bottom feeders.
Yeah, but I guess Belgium's a pretty big favorite. Saudi Arabia's a pretty big favorite. Spain's a huge favorite. So I would say Iran and New Zealand.
Okay.
Actually, Uruguay's the favorite over Saudi Arabia.
I'm sorry, Uruguay.
Yeah.
Correct. Botched that.
They're minus 220.
So Spain and Cape, that's at noon. That's down in Atlanta. Belgium, Egypt is out in Seattle. That's at 3. Saudi and Uruguay is down in Miami. That's at 6. And then Iran plays New Zealand late night tonight at 9 out in L.A. At L.A. Stadium.
I don't like how they're
Are they calling it Los Angeles Stadium? They're not calling it SoFi.
They're just calling it by the city. The city it's located in.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So the U.S. will play Friday against Australia, also in Seattle. You know what? We got to talk about the Nats. We haven't talked about the Nats at all today.
Well, I do think we mentioned a little bit. I do think it's good that they bounced back. Remember, the guys were saying potentially that that loss where they blew the 9-run lead that could have been
Against the Giants.
a big page turner or change the whole direction of the team.
And
But
then
it looks
Friday
like-
night it looked like that because they got pounded Friday night.
Well, I watched
Yeah, the
yesterday.
late
they were
start.
on
That was a late
fire
start
yesterday.
But they won Saturday and then they won yesterday.
I mean, 18 runs in the last 2 games.
10-1.
I mean,
14 hits. Everybody in the lineup got a hit. James Wood is having an unbelievable year. He's got his average up to about 285. He's got 20 bombs, hit 1 yesterday. He leads all of baseball in runs scored. All of baseball.
in that 4th inning, it just seemed like they just kept getting hit after hit after hit after hit after hit, and it just happened with the quickness.
Yep, correct. So Keibert Ruiz is balling. He's got his average up to 282.
Finally.
And his defense has been a lot better, too.
He's
like,
just
he's like a new man.
He's a different player.
That's crazy.
3 hits yesterday.
I know that Dylan Cruz has had an impact in the last few games.
Yeah.
Making some plays out in the outfield.
I think he hit a home run on Saturday.
He hit a home run. I saw him score on a hit where, kind of a close play at home. He's just very aggressive base running.
Yep.
So he's doing the little things, the things that everybody says is what makes him special.
Yep.
He's got a 4-game hit streak.
Yeah, good.
It's on fire.
So, we'll
take it, Case.
Like I
Sure.
said last segment, the last 12 series the Nats have played, the Nats have won 9 of them. And they're playing some really good teams. They're playing teams like Atlanta, Cleveland, Arizona out there, the Mariners. And Mariners lead their division. The Padres, winning record. They're playing good teams and winning these series. I don't know what to think about this team other than they might hang around in the wild card.
They might grasp at a wild card spot.
They're still number 1 in the National League in runs scored.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, the Dodgers are only 6 behind them.
Yeah, but think about the Dodgers' payroll.
Yeah.
Compared to Washington's. Miles Michaelis yesterday, by the way.
He was pretty good.
He was really good.
7 shutout.
PJ Pullen started. He was the opener. He pitched an inning, did allow a run. But Miles Michaelis came in, 7 innings, only allowed 3 hits, didn't walk a batter. He was awesome. So his ERA is down to 5.2.
When you watch him pitch, like he's so sort of deliberate
Mm-hmm.
but then he still pumps 96.
Oh yeah, he's been really good. I mean, their starting pitching for the most part has been really impressive over the last month.
Mm-hmm.
Now Zach Littell got hit pretty hard on Friday night after we were talking to Paul Taboni last
Mm-hmm.
Wednesday, but they've been really good. I mean,
what?
They're 37 and 35.
He was due for a little bit of regression because his
was
previous month and a half was just super hot.
Yes.
He was due for maybe a dud thrown in.
I mean, just think about the fact that the Nats, and again, it's still relatively early. It's not that early. I mean, we're in mid-June. But they've got a better record than Boston, than Toronto, than
those are
the
teams
Seattle Mariners.
Those are the first 2 at least are teams with massive payrolls.
Oh yeah, the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah.
The Houston Astros, the Texas Rangers, obviously the Mets, the Chicago Cubs. I think they're tied with the Cubs. I mean, they've got a better record or an equal record with 8 or 9 teams that you thought, there's just no way they'd be better than them.
No, it's hugely impressive for a team that was expected mid-60s in wins
No,
before
it's
the
shocking.
season started.
It's shocking what they're doing.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm not sure that's going to go away. So we got to give props to the Carolina Hurricanes, even though Cakes does not want to.
I mean, I guess you have to take your hat off to them. They win the Stanley Cup.
Did they win it in 6 games?
They won it in 6.
Yeah.
6? Yeah.
Yep, they won it.
Tortorella doomed the Knights. Did you see his quotes after
No.
Game 5? He basically said, I'm going to leave my clothes here because we're coming back for Game 7.
Oh, right,
he was wrong.
When you make quotes like that, they're just going to come back and haunt you.
Didn't score a goal.
Yeah.
And Rod Brindamore gets the Stanley Cup. Unbelievable coach. Jordan Stahl, 37 years old, wins the Conn Smythe.
Yeah, it's impressive. I think he's the oldest to win it.
He's the oldest.
I believe so.
Hey, Rod Brendamore's got to be on the juice, right? Or the TRT.
He
Did you
looks-
see him
he's
take
gotta
his
be
shirt
on
off?
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, he's the most
looked like-
intimidating guy.
He's looked like that for
Which is the reason
a
his
few
nickname's
years.
Rod the Bod.
I don't, but he's like, what, he's got to be 50-something?
Has to be.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, he's got a body of a 19-year-old.
He's 55 years old.
Yeah, he's on
It's
something.
unbelievable. He's got it. I mean, unless he works out 17 hours a day.
Well, he probably works out a lot.
And doesn't eat
He works
anything.
out a ton.
I told you, I went to a Carolina game. I bought the tickets right behind the glass because, it was Carolina. They weren't any good at that time. It was 7 or 8 years ago. I sat right behind the glass. He was the most intimidating. He intimidated me through the glass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an
I
intense
was right
dude.
behind the bench.
Yeah.
And I was staring right at the guy, and he was freaking intimidating.
He led Carolina to a Stanley Cup win as a player, and he's now led them to one.
I think he
as their
smiles
coach.
less than I do.
I mean, look, that's
Yeah,
the determination it takes
I
to
know.
get to his level.
That's the way he is.
Yeah, that's the way he's wired.
Yeah, but he's congrats to the Carolina
Hold on,
Hurricanes.
you mean he's not wired to hang out in the VIP area at Warped Tour and drink big giant beers that go straight to his gut? You mean he's not wired that way?
No.
He's wired
It's a
different.
little different,
A
Case.
little bit different.
So jacked.
Begrudgingly, congratulations to the Carolina Hurricanes. I don't like to do that because
they're second.
They're a Caps division rival, and they have one more Stanley Cup than the Caps, which tilts me.
Cakes, do you hate the Penguins or Carolina more?
The Penguins. That'll never change. But Carolina's right there. They're in second place.
Yeah, they're right there. Yeah.
They're gaining. They're gaining on the Pens.
So they
Don't
won
love
their.
them.
They won.
And yes, Drab, you can chime in with the.
Well, I just want to know
they're
if
the
you
Caps
want
daddy.
Yeah, no, the only reason I said that is because you called the Blazers owner a terrible sports owner.
Yeah.
And then I had to remind you that he also earned the Hurricanes, who are the Caps daddy.
Okay, well,
So if you take it back, we're all good.
I don't know that he's a terrible sports. I just called him a cheapskate because he wouldn't send people like on scouting trips, or he wouldn't let people like fly to away games.
Yes, he's
But I
saving,
guess-
saving the money for the right thing.
I guess he must be doing something right. They won the Stanley Cup.
Isn't he such a broke boy that he didn't buy T-shirts for the playoff game?
I think you're right,
Like
but
for
I
the
don't know
fans?
that.
He said he doesn't like him. He's more of a rally towel guy.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheaper.
Hey,
Yeah.
by the
You know
way,
what? I don't like that guy.
Does
Or his team.
Does Jim Dolan win an NBA championship? Does it change his legacy at all? Because everybody kind of don't like him. He's
got
known
to.
for being one of the worst owners,
It's got to.
right?
I mean, they could still dislike the guy, but I mean, it certainly changes your legacy if you win a ring.
By the way, he he gave the players a pep talk before the playoffs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Quote, he talked to the players about the opportunity ahead of them, the importance of sacrificing for the next 10 weeks. He jokingly asked the players to avoid fornication during the postseason.
No, he didn't.
Oh, geez.
Jokingly.
Yeah.
Probably tongue in cheek.
Your odds for next year, of course, it's way early. Don't know what rosters are going to look like, but the Spurs and the Thunder are favorites to win the NBA championship.
I think the Knicks are third.
The
on
Knicks
that list,
are actually
right?
the one I'm looking at. The Celtics are third, and Knicks are fourth.
Where the Wiz. Where the Wiz
I heard
on
like
that
28
list.
or something like that.
28? That's disrespectful.
On a different list, then I heard the
I got him at 26 here.
Okay.
But who knows?
Still seemingly very low.
That doesn't seem like playoffs.
It doesn't.
That does not
Well,
seem like they're
yeah.
optimistic about the
All
playoffs.
You got
Who was saying they're better than Toronto last week?
This guy over
JP,
here.
was? Yeah, he was going down the list. Oh, better than.
He also said the Spurs are a better team.
That
They
is
lost
true.
4-1.
He did,
Right,
just
right.
like Wemby said. That was JP.
And we got to give props, last but not least, to Bud Cauley. Have to give props to this guy. This is a great story. Bud Cauley was an unbelievable amateur player. Took out Ricky Fowler in the U.S. Amateur, I believe, in 2010. He went to University of Alabama. He was 3-time first-team All-American. He was just a baller. And then he turned pro 2011. And then in 2018, he was playing out at the Memorial Jacks event, and he was a passenger in a vehicle, and it was a car accident, and he broke his leg, broke a bunch of ribs, collapsed lung. Didn't play for 4 years, Bud Cauley. Now he's 36 years old. He's been battling back. He was talking yesterday. He said, I saw so many doctors. I couldn't figure out why the pain wouldn't go away. Finally, he found someone. The pain went away, and he's been playing really well. He wins his first PGA Tour event yesterday at age 36, the RBC up in Canada. It's a life changer. It's just a great story. The Bud Cauley story is a great story.
That's great for
it's
him.
a great sports
That's
story.
awesome.
Yeah, I watched
Face
it.
down the adversity.
I was rooting for him. He had a 4-shot lead, then it was a 2-shot lead, but he held on.
Okay,
He held on.
luck was on his side. He hit a ball on 16 that was going into the woods,
Yeah.
and it hit a golf cart,
He had a perfect lie in the rough.
Sometimes
it
you
bounced-
need those lucky bounces.
and it bounced into almost a perfect lie.
Happens all the time in sports.
Yep, he ended up, I think, par in the hole. But
Yep.
The Bud Cauley story is great.
It's
So
a
props
life
to him.
changer. You're a winner on tour, but he still had, now he's won $16 million in his career. I mean, he's still, he's
pretty great.
He's done well for
Yeah.
himself, but more was expected with him.
But
turning
just
pro.
correct. Just for going forward now that he's qualified, he's going to play in the U.S. Open this week.
Yeah.
But it's just an unbelievable story. And you saw it on his face yesterday.
Excellent story for him. All right, when we come back, we are going to pivot over to EB's entertainment page. I'm sure he'll tell us what was number one at the box office and more this past weekend. We'll do EP next. despite all the strange outfits I saw at Warped Tour over the weekend, the strangest thing I might have seen was a Michael Jordan Wizards jersey.
Really?
I haven't seen one of those in the wild in a long time.
And you saw that at Warp?
I saw that at Warped Tour. Probably guys like
pretty cool.
40-year-old dude just rocking a Michael Jordan Wizards tank top.
It was
I
funny.
haven't seen one of those in a long time.
I don't think we ever got one of those. Like we got a lot of Wizards gear through the years. We never got a Wizards Jordan jersey.
I don't think
I don't think I ever got one.
We never got one.
No, they wouldn't hook us.
The late great Rob Suller didn't hook us at that time.
Oh, that's right, Rob Suller.
Yeah, he was our
pa-
guy.
Did he pass?
He passed.
Oh, I forgot about
Yes.
that. That's
I remember
tragic.
He died
Yeah.
tragically.
He was
Oh,
a great.
that's awful.
Rob
Yeah.
Suller was a great dude.
He was a great dude.
He was our guy.
He would send us bags of gear.
Just so much gear.
How did we
The
not
players
get
are
it?
probably looking around in the locker room like, where's all our gear? And
Yeah.
It was here.
Right. Yeah, we had it all.
Yeah. So yeah,
Um,
that made me turn my head at Warped Tour this past weekend.
The Jordan jersey.
I haven't seen one of those in forever.
I actually came home. My wife and I played tennis yesterday at the club. I'm wondering if I was going to see you. I didn't.
No, you did not.
We played tennis at the club, and then I went home. And then she showered, went on, had stuff she had to do, and I was like, "Well, I don't want to shower yet because there's still things I want to do." I went for a bike ride. I just wanted to put on a different shirt. I put on my Jordan Poole Wizards jersey.
Oh, okay.
So you had a Jordan jersey, but
those have to be rarer than a Michael Jordan Wizards jersey. I mean, who's walking around town in a Jordan Poole jersey?
I didn't
at
seek
this
it out.
point?
They sent it to us. At
Oh,
some
I
point.
understand.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole wouldn't even wear it.
I actually have two kind of current-ish Wizards jerseys. The
Yeah.
Jordan Poole one, current-ish.
All right.
And then somehow we got a generic one.
Mm-hmm.
Where
Yeah.
I just have a generic Wizard, like no number, no name. I
You
feel
can't
so
wear
weird.
that.
How can I wear
You
that?
can't. That looks like
Can I
something.
wear that in public?
That looks like something you bought off the clearance rack, which is bottom of the barrel at TJ Maxx for like $3.
Right.
Because every once in a while they'll have a weird jersey with no numbers or no
Yeah,
name or
yeah.
a number with no name. It's clearly a misprint. And they're just like, screw it. We'll sell it for $3 and see if somebody buys it.
Totally.
Put a red tag on it and hope it flies out the door.
Totally.
By the way, the weather today is going to be spectacular.
Is it gonna, it's not going to be as hot, right?
80
Because
degrees.
The rain,
Low
cooled it
humidity,
down.
breezy. It's going to be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty freaking hot.
Meanwhile, I
the
was
last few
baking like a
Yeah.
chicken in the sun yesterday watching Newfound Glory.
Oh, I'm sure
at
you were.
96 degrees.
Yeah, it was brutal.
96.
Did they sound silly?
They
all-
sounded great.
Did they?
They were crushing
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah. Dude, you should put some videos on social media.
I
You
could
should
do some of that.
Yeah, spice it up.
How
a
many
little bit.
different bands did you see over the 2 days?
Yeah, we probably
50?
saw. No, I mean you didn't see all of them because they.
Oh, they're different
There's
stages.
6 different stages,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you have to kind of pick and choose where you're gonna go. But
So you
over-
probably saw 15.
yeah, probably 10 to 15.
Yeah.
The full sets.
It's awesome.
All right,
Yeah,
you
it
want me
was
to tell
a
you
great
what's
time.
going on with the world of Hollywood
Yes,
and entertainment?
us,
Of course,
please.
the entertainment page driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. I actually talked to her last week. She helped me out and a friend out with a situation. Got it resolved. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Real quick, Barr was at the UFC event. He's working on an hour sleep. He's all hopped up on Zins and smelling. You actually look tired right now. You look tired.
Yeah, I got about 30 minutes left.
Oh,
in
you're
me.
sorry.
I'm
he hit the
I'm
wall.
inching to the finish line.
He finally hit the wall.
Yeah, I mean he was just out of
Right?
the cannon
I
earlier.
think he looks
First
normal.
time- No, he looks tired. It's the first time I've seen it.
No, I mean, I just got to make it a couple more hours, man. I just got to get to 3 o'clock. That's going to be my sweet spot. Then I can completely crash.
I just have a question for you. Sean Strickland was in the news a lot. He's a UFC guy, and I thought he was like not coming, but then he showed up. He crashed the event. What was Sean Strickland doing?
EB, that was crazy because it happened right in front of me. So it was at like 7 o'clock out of nowhere.
I thought he wasn't going to come. I thought he was against it and all that.
Right? So out of nowhere, we're walking by. They had this WWE ring set up, and it was like a Travis Scott concert mob. Like thousands of people just start swarming to the WWE ring. So I thought there was like a brawl or something breaking out. Strickland gets on the ropes and takes off his hood and his hat and everyone realized it was him, and people are just storming into the ring with him, and National Guard went in there and was throwing people out of the ring.
Because it's like the lead story on TMZ.
It was insane, and it literally happened maybe 20 yards in front of me.
Yeah.
I was like worried. I was like with my dad, and I was like, yo, let's not get ran over right now. Let's take a step back or two.
Yeah. Because he was persona non grata. He's been super critical, like politically and all that, right? And so like they just didn't want him anywhere near the event.
Nope. Yeah.
Is he a retired fighter?
No, he just fought for the title last month.
Wow.
Back in May, fought for the title.
But he
won.
crashed the event anyway, but they got him out of there.
Yeah, they got him out pretty quick.
Did people recognize him as he was walking in?
I think
not until he took the hood off.
Yeah,
right?
He also had a beard, and like the last couple months, he hasn't had a beard. So as soon as he took off the hat and the hood, it was very apparent. But people had already realized, oh, I think that's Strickland. Like, let's follow him. But then as soon as he got in the ring and he was elevated, Logan Paul was doing a podcast at the time. So on all the jumbotrons on the ellipse, it was Logan Paul. But then it all changed to the WWE ring. And then that's what they were talking about. And they're like, oh, that's Strickland. And then it just became madness.
Yeah. All right, so getting back to the NBA championship here, Timothy Chalamet, getting a lot of attention. And again, I don't know the guy. I only know because he dates Kylie Jenner. I don't know any of his
You don't
movies.
know his work?
I know none of his work, right? He just looks like a big nerd to me.
Definitely
but whatever.
played Bob Dylan.
Okay, I believe you. I believe he's famous and everyone likes him.
All the Dune movies.
He appears to be like the number one guy.
Wasn't
he's the guy.
Wasn't he young in Interstellar? I think he has a role in Interstellar.
Sure.
Yes.
I believe you.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe you if you say it.
He's been in the biz for a while.
So I only know him from the Knick games in dating Kylie Jenner or whatever. But you saw him afterwards, and I want to get your take on this. So first of all, he makes a comment, and I guess I believe him. He says, this is way better. You'd way rather have the Knicks win a championship than win an Oscar. And I can kind of agree with that, even though the Oscar's kind of the epitome of the awards, but all these awards are so weird. I guess I could get it. He's been going to Knick games since he was a kid. I remember reading him talking about. I think he said he bought season tickets when he was like 16 after he landed his first commercial because he heard a rumor that LeBron was going to sign with the Knicks. Did you read that? And that when LeBron didn't, I think maybe they got Amari instead. So now he had these tickets.
That's quite a drop off.
It's kind of a drop off. He ended up selling a bunch of them, but he's been going to games for years.
Yeah.
So you take him at his word. He's a genuine fan. What is your take on Ben Stiller, Timothy Chalamet, and all these guys hoisting the trophy, posing with the trophy, kissing with the trophy?
Were they with the players too? I didn't see that.
Yeah, like in the locker room,
They're with all the
spraying them
guys.
with champagne and stuff. And then there's a certain area where the professional photographers are, these celebrities are taking pictures. Like the Stanley Cup, you're not allowed to.
You're not allowed
touch
to
Stanley Cup
grab
unless
that.
you want it.
You can touch it, but you can't
But the
put it over your
NBA,
head,
totally
like-
different deal. If you were there, would you say, "Hey, no, I probably shouldn't do that," or would you be
inserting yourself into the moment?
I mean, like Ben Stiller's holding it like he won.
Ben Stiller was running on the court videoing
it's kinda-
as soon as they won. As soon as the
Well, I
clock
guess
hit
he's
zero.
doing
they're clearly.
I know,
right?
they're clearly big fans.
Yeah.
I mean,
They
they're
are.
huge
I'm not
fans.
saying they're not big fans.
Yeah.
But is it?
But
I don't know.
But they won. You
Yeah.
guys held the Stanley Cup.
we
You touched it? Yeah,
We touched
100%.
it.
we took a
They
picture
do
with
the
it.
same thing.
Yeah, we took.
No,
They
you're
won.
not.
They're fans of the
You're
team.
not supposed to. You're not supposed to. There's certain things you're not supposed to do with the Stanley Cup. 100%. I remember Joe Beninati wouldn't come anywhere close to it. I don't
Well,
think we
there
did
might be
touch it.
rules.
We stood next to it.
You can stand next to it,
We
touch
didn't.
it, take a
We
picture
didn't touch
with
it.
You know what? I kissed
Grab.
it.
We took
No,
a
I
picture
definitely
with
touched
it.
it, but you can't lift it over your head.
I think
That's
I
for
def- I
players
think I
and
definitely
coaches.
touched it.
We 100% touched it.
I
Well,
definitely
we definitely
touched it.
didn't hold it.
No.
No, we didn't hold it.
You're just not allowed to. They just
Yeah.
tell you you're not allowed to.
So what's the controversy?
That's just a
I'm not
different
even saying
tradition.
it's a controversy. I'm bringing it up myself. It's a different vibe. The Stanley Cup, you're really not supposed to do that unless you've won it. In the NBA, all bets
I
are
guess
off.
it doesn't matter.
But they
Doesn't-
won.
It
I don't
doesn't.
understand
It's not
your
a point that.
You
no,
say
but
you
those
keep
guys
saying
didn't
unless
win.
they win it.
No. Yeah, the players.
No, he's
in other
saying-
words, fans
he's-
aren't allowed to do that.
Well, no, but it's Ben Stiller
it's
and
their-
Chalamet. I mean, they're celebs.
It's fine. You don't have a
Hey,
problem.
if you're allowed to
doesn't
do it,
bother
if you're
me.
allowed to,
I mean,
to hold it-
obviously allowed to.
if the Wizards win the NBA Finals, and I know insert laughter
Yeah, it's
here,
crazy.
and they brought the trophy in here, and they said you can hold it and take a picture with it,
Well, of course you
I
would.
would do it.
Would you kiss it like Ben Stiller kissed it?
I mean, I don't know if I'd kiss it, but I would certainly take a picture with it.
I just thought it was a little
But if
bit
Cakes
weird.
was at the game, if he was at the clinching game,
Yeah.
and the Wizards won the NBA championship, and he was invited into the
And
locker
he was in the
room,
locker
he would have
room.
done
They're
the same
spraying the
exact
champagne, and they give him the
100%.
trophy.
Of course, he'd do the same
I'd have
thing.
the goggles on the
Because
whole
he'd be drunk, he'd be
Yeah.
he'd be pumped.
I wouldn't be responsible for
Oh
my actions.
yeah, he would do the same thing. You would do the same thing probably.
Maybe I would.
I don't have a problem with it.
Tiger Woods. I don't know if it's AI or not. I know he's reported to be back, but I saw a video and you never see Tiger smiling, and he appeared to be walking towards the camera from some airport or something, and he appeared to be smiling.
So you think it might have been a doctored video?
I don't know if it's real or not. They said he looks fresh, well rested. The video I saw, he did look fresh and well rested. I do not know if it's a real video.
Where was the allegedly? Oh, here it is.
I don't know.
He was taken in an airport. You said
he did 3 months. I mean, I assume he was flying private, so I don't know where. Maybe some small
definitely
airport.
flying private.
Some small airport somewhere. But he also, I noticed he wasn't wearing the leg thing. Did you notice that, Valdez? He wasn't wearing.
Yeah, he's not wearing that.
Yeah, I saw the picture.
He's not wearing
Yeah.
that strap
He
or
just
whatever.
said-
You know what? He looks kind of good.
He does. Wouldn't it be amazing? Is it possible that he actually wasn't just playing golf? That he actually went to rehab, which I question. But he looks a little lighter. He doesn't look as bloated.
I believe
Maybe
he definitely
hasn't-
went to
so you
rehab.
think he did go to rehab?
Yes.
Is it possible he could lick his painkiller and alcohol addiction and all that?
Of course, it's possible.
You think it is in 3 months?
Yeah, maybe.
Who knows if it'll last,
he
but
does look pretty
Is
good.
it possible he could come back and
His dog looks good
find
too.
the fountain of youth?
We're grasping.
I'm asking you. He looked.
You're grasping.
He looked
We're gonna
in
see him at Shinnecock this week.
in the
Right.
video I saw.
He's gonna make the cut.
which may be fake, because you never know anymore. He appeared. He didn't look as bloated. He looked healthy. Is it possible, Cakes? There's a bet. You can make a
Possible
bet
that what?
that he
that the rehab worked.
I would be
The
concerned
therapy
that he would fall back in
into
old habits.
Of course, yeah. There's a bet. You can make a bet.
There's a
whether or
reason.
not
There's
he's
a
go-
reason why he's 3 months clean is because he's in that facility and they're,
Assuming it's true.
they're treating him, like
Right.
like royalty, trying to get him off the sauce.
Is it possible? Will he play a PGA Tour event?
Next year.
How about the end of
2027?
this year? How about the end of this year?
The PNC.
I don't
When's
think
the
so.
PNC? End of November.
Well, that's a very possible. That's a very good.
Is that
possibility.
this? I thought
That's
it might have been
that almost
December.
doesn't count, though, right? That's the father son.
Yeah.
Yeah, that almost doesn't count. How about a real event?
Next
the
year?
hero. The hero. When's the hero?
That,
I think
that's
it's
not
December.
really a real event.
Isn't that usually December?
You still get.
I know, but that's
world
we know,
ranking
you,
points.
you and I both know that's kind of bogus. I'm talking about, does he play like at Riviera or something? You know what I mean? Does he play like a real tournament?
Well, he wants to come back, so I would think if he, I would say yes.
You think between now and the end of the year?
No, not this year. I would say
Next year. In
Yeah.
2027, he will play a PGA or
I'll
a
say
senior
yes.
event. I think he wants to play the senior
Maybe
tour.
a senior event.
To be honest with you, I think he really wants to play the senior tour, play with Freddie, play with his boys.
Don't you think he wants to play the Masters again sometime in
Yeah,
his life?
I do. Yes, definitely. Oh, he'll play in that
Yeah.
for sure.
So why wouldn't he play that next year if he's
If
he's feeling good?
That goes without saying. If he's healthy for the majors over the next 10 years, he'll still try to tee it up, just like Freddie. But will he play in a regular, like a high visibility event? I'm not saying like the Honda.
Like the British Open.
No,
I don't think so.
It's kind of a.
No.
Was that Royal Port Rush?
I don't-
That's a
I
flat.
know.
That's a flat walk.
I know, but he hasn't. I mean, he hasn't been playing golf, right? If you're in rehab, can you play golf?
Who knows?
I don't think
no.
Switzerland has silly courses.
Maybe not.
I bet they have a few. Probably have a couple.
And last but not least, of course, we talked obviously about the Knicks. Jalen Brunson solidified his legacy in New York.
When's the parade?
I think it's Thursday.
Thursday.
Well,
yeah.
part of, we all saw this Timothy Chalamet, courtside, especially as these games ramped up. I guess everybody saw that chick from Law and Order SVU case.
It's Mariska Hargitay.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess Jalen Brunson now wants an SVU role after they won the
Well,
championship.
you
They gotta give it to him, right?
You got to give him some sort of cameo.
That's like a given.
No, not even. He needs a speaking. At
That's
least
a-
a few lines.
Oh yeah.
mean, he's the biggest hero in New York.
Can he be like a special agent?
I mean, I don't see why not. Doesn't Ice-T have a huge role?
Yeah.
on-
They have cameos like every episode on
Yeah,
those
then
things.
he's-
No
yeah,
big deal?
but Jalen Brunson has to play Jalen Brunson. He can't be
He
like
can't just play
Detective
like a
Smith.
detective?
Yeah, it's a good point. Like,
Oh,
it's going to be
okay.
hard to suspend your disbelief that it's not Jalen freaking Brunson.
Yeah.
Oh,
There
okay.
needs to be like a crime at Madison Square Garden or something, and then
Yeah. Somebody
All
needs to
right.
assault somebody courtside. He's got to be on the case.
All right.
Figure it out. Figure it
Okay.
all out.
Maybe you're right.
All right, if you want to weigh in, you can call us for the last segment of the show. If you want to talk about anything we touched on today, 800-636-1067 is the number.
All right, imagine never having to worry about your home again. No stressful who do I call moments. Just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Crop Metcalf membership gives you. Year-round peace of mind. The experts at Crop Metcalf handle everything from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs, so your home runs exactly the way it should. Stop worrying about home care and start enjoying your home again. With membership starting at just $15 a month, learn more now at serviceexperts.com.
So earlier in the show, we talked about how the boys went out to Hyde in Arlington on Friday night for USA versus Paraguay. It was a great scene. U.S. took care of their World Cup opener with relative ease, winning 4-1. It was a great scene. Mike Marr was just getting chants started. It was
fun to watch.
Having a great time.
Yep.
And I believe the caller on line 1, AJ,
he was there.
Was hanging out with the fellows. We talked about him cozying up to One Drab T-shirt early, during the U.S. World Cup.
AJ, what's up?
AJ.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up,
buddy.
AJ?
Now, did you know that the boys are going to be out?
Yeah, I heard you guys on the other week talking about how you're going to go to Hyde.
Right.
That's a spot where I frequent a lot. So I was like, let me go there and see if I can spot the boys. I was there with a couple of my fellows there. So, I was telling my guys, I was like, I saw Drab and how I completely ignored Valdez, kind of completely ignored Logan Thompson, kind of embarrassing. But
hold on, did you realize you did that? You only had eyes for Drab.
You should have gone straight to Logan Thompson. I mean, that guy's a superstar.
There's nothing wrong with what you did, AJ.
I realized it the next day. I was telling my boys that also listen to the show. I was like, I just realized I completely ignored Valdez and Logan Thompson was there. Stanley Cup winning goalkeeper, and I was just there. Glazing Drab, but. It was a good combo. But yeah, we had a good talk.
Did you even see Valdez and just not
he said hi, and then immediately had googly eyes for Drab.
What is so interesting about Drab?
The new hair.
Was the hair was what the conversation was about?
We talked about a lot. We talked about our love for Latinas. I want to see his new hair. We talked about a lot.
How did Drab? I didn't know Drab had a love for Latinas.
Well, he said he dated one for like many years.
Drab was asking a billion questions about dating Latinas.
Yeah, it was amusing to me.
I could tell he, I saw a sparkle in his eyes when I brought up Latinas, and I feel like I've heard him on the show talk about it too.
I haven't heard you. Have you talked about it before? That you have a thing for
we
Latinas?
made a joke like last week about it.
You did?
That's why I picked Colombia or something.
Oh, okay. All right. So,
but no, it was a good conversation. Yeah.
And then, but you just nothing really interesting to talk to Valdez about.
Nah, I was looking at his muscles. He had a sleeveless shirt on.
So he looked good.
Yeah, I had a sleeveless shirt on. Yeah, I'm sorry, Valdez. I kind of just elbowed him out the way. I don't know. Like,
I wasn't lying.
I know.
Now hold on. Are you saying this because you heard us describe it this way, or you realized on your own that you kind of ignored Valdez?
No, I was telling literally the next day. I was like, wow, it's kind of embarrassing. I just took a beeline towards Drab and ignored everyone else in the section.
The people love Drab.
There's a blonde.
What about Marr? Did you talk to Mike Marr at all?
For him?
I talked to him for a second. I met him for a second. He was kind of in his own element, getting a chance going at
getting hyped up.
I was just trying to let him do his thing.
By the way, I still didn't get
for a quick second.
I still didn't get the update on the fun girl. I got to do that after the show.
Yeah, I think that's probably an off-air combo.
Yeah, you can't talk to us about
I
that.
didn't know about that.
So
I think
AJ,
he's talking about the blonde with the big jugs. I think I know this. I know her from. I've met her a couple times, but yeah, she was.
Oh, maybe
she was on the side.
Really fun girl.
That's a next level fun girl.
Yeah.
That was out of Mars league.
I will say that girl. I got her number and she followed me on Instagram. So that might be
that's a future.
That might be a USA against Australia mission.
Okay, so
okay.
that's an end of the week mission.
She was the one with the sourpuss face when all
When
the
everybody was
boys
ignoring
are
her.
high fiving.
Right. How'd you meet your fun girl?
I'll just say Mars got a chance. Mars got a chance. So go for it.
So AJ,
Sounds like a lot of people have had a chance. That's what he's saying.
yeah, gotcha.
That's what he's saying.
Did AJ ever have a chance?
Oh no. I've never. She's known around town. I'll say that.
Oh, okay.
Has a reputation.
Oh my God.
AJ,
You do not
girl,
want
fun
that
girl.
to be said about you.
Definitely don't.
AJ, are you coming on Friday?
Yeah, you gonna hang out Friday?
All right. Are you guys gonna be at Hyde again Friday?
I think we're gonna run. I think we're running it back.
He's saying
like
is
it.
Drab going to be at Hyde on
Yeah.
Friday?
Hey, you could be my plus one. We kick Valdez out.
Hey, yeah, I'll definitely come Friday, and Valdez, I'll make it up to you. I'll give you some, attention dollars from McCool.
It's all good. No
I
worries.
know that's important.
Yeah, show him some love.
I'll definitely come through Friday. Yeah, absolutely. It was nice meeting you guys, though. I'll be there.
All right, very cool. All right, thank you, AJ. Appreciate it. Appreciate you supporting the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, buddy.
Absolutely. Take care.
Yeah,
All right, man.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Quite an impression you guys left on people.
And
Were there a lot of people coming up to you, or was AJ one of the
No,
few?
all night. There's actually older guys there. It wasn't just all young people.
Uh-huh. You guys are kind of holding court
Yeah,
a little
lot
bit?
of people.
Yeah.
And what about, you said that Mar was throwing he was throwing a shot at quite a few?
He's casting a wide net. I mean, it's probably a smart
I'll
move.
just say this: Mike's not afraid to ask a girl for her phone number.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again.
You know what
The
I'll
same
say?
girl, you mean? The same girl?
Yeah.
So they refuse at first?
Yeah.
Is that,
He's relentless.
That is aggressive. That's an aggressive move.
You know how I'll word it is God loves a trier.
right? So what's your move? Let's say you approach the girl. You'll say, "Hey, what's up? Can I get you a beer or something?" Like I don't
No,
understand.
it's just,
like, what's
it's
the
just
move?
natural, just flowing. I don't have like a certain pickup line. Like I'll just go sit down and just start a conversation and then see where it goes.
All right, like you said,
Tomorrow,
you're in your flow state.
no means ask again in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Maybe something will change in the interim.
how many numbers did you actually get on Friday night?
Just two.
Two?
Yeah, I wasn't like trying to go completely wild.
Yeah.
Right.
But no, so then it was like, what time? 11:30, 12 o'clock. And I went to the bathroom. And at this point, everyone had kind of migrated outside. So I just thought everyone had left, which Draven Valdez had left. But like my buddies, I thought they had gone.
Yeah.
And I thought Chuck and, his buddy had gone. So I walk out and I'm like, damn, everyone else is gone. I have two options. I can, go home, take my soccer ball and my new jersey and go home. Or I can end this night on a high note.
Yeah.
And I can get back out on the field or the pitch, you could say.
the pitch.
The
Yeah.
pitch of the dance floor and try to make some moves. And
So
I
you went by yourself.
Yeah, I went by myself. So then I met this
It's so,
girl.
so brazen, isn't it?
Crazy
It's a solo
behavior.
mission.
Yeah.
So then I met this girl, and then
This is crazy behavior.
Yeah.
long story short, we had a good night. But I talked to my roommates the next day, and they were like, "Bro, like you were wilding. Like we saw it all happen." And I was like, "What are you guys talking about? Like how'd you see it? Like I thought you guys were home." And they were like, "No." They were like, "We were outside." And Chuck saw it too. Like I mean, it
So
was
hold on, was it so Hyde had a dance floor going like after the game?
not necessarily a dance floor. It's just like they play music and
He
stuff.
made his
Yeah,
own
they had a
dance.
DJ
you made your
going.
own dance
Yeah.
floor.
Yeah.
Exactly. But when the game ended, because the audio for the game was on the speakers, but then
Right.
once the game
They
ended,
started playing the music.
Yes, they started playing music.
Right.
And so I was like, yeah, let's have a good time. Let's not go home just
So
yet.
what do? You go back by yourself. So you're buzzed. You go back in there. What do? You just find a girl and start just talking to her, start dancing next to her.
I'm just working angles, man. I don't
Just
know. I mean, it's-
unlimited shots on goal.
Yeah.
Unlimited.
And sometimes the ball can squeak by the keeper.
Right.
Yeah.
And then how did you know when you finally scored?
oh, you know. You know. I don't want to get into too much detail,
Yeah.
but yeah, you know.
You know.
When you know.
Yeah.
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 Actually,
that sort of deal.
And I called the Uber, and the Uber was on the other side of the road, and it was just kind of a disaster. And we were like sitting there for a while, and I may or may not have told her I'm a homeowner. And then I get back to my house, and she's like, "Wait, like, so your roommates are like your tenants?" And I was like, "Yes, I know it's a very weird situation, but like I'm a real estate mogul." I mean, it's kind of a show.
So you're lying to her.
No.
I can't believe you did that.
Logan Thompson couldn't believe how many block shots there were.
Oh, yeah. He's like, I didn't bring
He
this
wishes he had that same percentage.
And we just unlocked this last week, and it's been incredible. And I wish I'd done this because I've been living in Arlington now for a couple years. Going on the roof of my house.
Oh, that's your new
That's
move?
where you closed. That's where you.
No,
ended
that's just the vibe.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's a good way to tumble
Yeah, I know.
off your roof in
We're
the
just
middle of the night.
I said, please don't go on that roof.
Yeah.
You're so hammered.
Yeah, it's probably not a great idea.
crazy behavior.
All right, so that's a wild
God
weekend
bless you,
that
Mar.
we just wrapped up. We got to go. We will see you tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next.
This update brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nationals win a series at home 10-1 over the Seattle Mariners. Miles Michaelos with 7 shutout innings, and the Nats score 5 in the 4th. James Wood a home run.
Now a swing and a drive in the air to right field. This is deep. This is way back. This is going, and gone. Goodbye.
The call on the fan. The Carolina Hurricanes have won their second Stanley Cup, downing Vegas Golden Knights 3-0. Jordan Staal is the Conn Smythe winner as the playoff MVP. World Cup results: Australia beat Turkey 2-0. Germany over Curacao 7-1. Netherlands and Japan tie at 2. Ivory Coast over Ecuador 1-0. Sweden rolls Tunisia 5-1. 4 matches today begin at 12 p.m. with Spain against Cabo Verde. Men's College World Series. Troy stuns Ole Miss 12-8. North Carolina downs West Virginia 5-2. Today, Alabama and Texas at 1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Curl, the Fan.
See, lyrically, what up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We are west, I suppose. Not as far west as Ashburn. We are in Potomac, Maryland. TPC Avenel Farms. Hopefully I got that right.
TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms.
Pardon me. TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. They let us out of the cage.
Listen to the Sports Junkies. We got that corrected.
The boys are at a golf tournament. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
The New York Knicks are
Told you,
NBA
Jay.
champions.
Knicks in 5, baby.
I heard a great line this morning. I was listening to a podcast driving out here, and people have started to call him Victim Wembanyama. How good is that? Victim Wembanyama. Not Victor.
He tried to act like a victim, and you know I'm not gonna get into him right now. Let's just give the Knicks some praise, because I sent the text out to you all. It doesn't just take playing ball to become a face. You got to do a lot more than that. And I think people's reputation grows when they show how they can handle bad moments.
Yeah.
All I saw from him was bitch assness. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Because you can't, like Michael Jordan in what was the movie?
Space Jam?
No, not movie. The documentary.
Last Dance.
Last Dance. Remember he said anybody can talk when they're ahead. But when you're down and when you're losing and when the game just started, can you have that same energy? Victor has that energy when he's winning. He does not have that energy when he's losing.
You saw that in Game 4 particularly.
Yeah.
When he tried to punk Mitch
Yeah, he tried to punk
Robinson
him.
and said, I'm in your head. I'm in your head.
Okay, but when they lost that game, I think the Knicks were in his head. You know, there's a certain –
I didn't think they'd be able to bounce back.
I was a trash talker. Okay, let me tell you one thing. Trash talking is not when you're up. Trash talking is you do this 24/7, 100% of the time. If you only talk when you're up, you're a fraud. Okay? Game 5, must win. He showed up with 19 points. That little dude on the other side, the shortest guy on the court, 6'2", 45. There is something inside of Brunson that I did not pick up inside of Wembanyama. And this is not trying to pile on because they lost. They lost because they couldn't hold on to it. They were leading by double digits in every 5 games.
It's crazy.
They won 1.
Dude, for me, I mean, you're totally right. And Brunson has been around a while and probably had time to learn and grow into the winner he clearly is, right? But for me, I look at the Spurs. The Knicks scored 13 points in the first quarter of Game 5. 1-3.
Yes.
Dan Marino, 13. you got to kick their ass.
Yeah,
You cannot lose a game where your opponent in the NBA scores 13 in the first quarter. And they just, between that, they had a 30-point lead in Game 4.
Yeah.
Like, I read something. They had the lead in 76% of this series.
Yeah.
The totality of it. And they lost in 5.
John?
Like, that's something on them. I don't know if it's coaching. I don't know what that is.
Coaching has a lot to do with it as well. Like that guy Mitch. Mitch was promoted by Popovich.
Right.
But Popovich didn't know if he could handle the situation. Yeah, he was a great steward for you. He was a great student under you. But you were still there to help him. You're not there to call the plays for him and set up stuff for him now. But what John Thompson used to always say, everybody cares about who starts. He said, B, watch the game at the end. It's who finishes. Who does the coach put in the game in crunch time? Who does the coach put in the game when he wants to see things happen?
Sure.
So, yes, we can worry about the starter, but it's the finishers. And like you said, 76% of the time they were winning.
It's crazy.
Guess what? Like a lot of times you would go, if the season was over now,
right?
If the game was over when they were leading, they could have been 4-0. But it's not when the game is early. It's when the game ends who's winning. And they couldn't get to that point. It was coaching, it was players and all. And the thing of it is, for me is this. You can grow as a person who has to fight through stuff, who's battle tested, and then all of a sudden you know how to finish it up. Or you could be a person where everybody already call you the GOAT and already call you this, that, and the other before you do anything. And some people, they just think it's going to happen. It's not going to happen unless you make it happen. And I think Wemby is going to have to find a way because
he's got to develop a go-to offensive move.
Because like you said it earlier. You say he has no move he can just go to whenever he wants to get it done. He should.
Currently does not.
Credit to Jeff. He's the biggest dude on the court. He should be able to take advantage of people whenever he wants. But when he needs to, he can't. If they design up stuff for him in the beginning of the game, he could do all that. But when it comes to, throw out the scheme, throw out the game plan, I'm going one-on-one against you and ain't a damn thing you can do about it, he has not developed that yet. And the question would be, will he ever? Because I think the Knicks showed a lot of people how to play him.
Very physical. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think if you're a Spurs fan, the future's still incredibly bright, right? Like, on some level, would the Spurs have been better off if they lost Game 7 to OKC? Because that was kind of what was expected, right? You're on the road, Oklahoma City, defending NBA champ, 2-time MVP, and then it's like, all right, the Spurs showed you they're coming. But instead, they win that game and then just get this was like, if you're a Spurs fan, this had to be mental torture to watch the repeated meltdowns of this team.
Yeah.
But what changed for me after Game 4, I did not think the Spurs were going to be able to win this game. And even the Knicks were down, and they were down a lot at various times.
They never seem to be out.
I never thought they were losing.
Yeah.
And Brunson, to his credit,
bad man right there, Jay.
The Knicks scored 94 points. He had 45 of them.
Yeah.
That's what, 47% of their point total?
Yes.
Dude, and in various stages for this Knicks team, throughout the finals, I think OG Anunoby had a tremendous series throughout, but kind of nobody else was good in Game 5. Nobody else really stood out except Brunson. Cat was just awful. Mm-hmm. I mean, just really, really bad. And Brunson, it was like, what I find so remarkable about him, and I don't know if you ended up in these weird social media scrolls where you're just getting all this Knicks content.
You know I didn't.
I
don't care. Listen, I don't
know
care.
How you get on the reels,
I don't care if the team I'm pulling for is winning or losing. I'm not gonna get involved with that type of stuff because it makes no
videos
difference.
kept popping up on my Instagram.
Yeah,
there's a video I saw. Now listen, his dad's an interesting character, right? But his dad's also clearly a major part of his life and a major driver in his basketball journey to what is now world champion.
Hell yeah.
And I saw this video of the father and Brunson doing a workout. Jalen had to be 11, 10, 9, I don't know what years. And he's working on this crossover pull-up at the top of the key. And it was just like to think about, because he's listed at 6'2".
Yeah.
I think he's my height,
Well,
honestly.
basketball heights are normally done with their shoes on.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, for him, we can have this debate of where he ranks. I mean, I think SGA is probably a better player. Well, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
For him to have gotten to this mountaintop with the team and that organization that hadn't won in 53 years, like, you can there's never a, Jalen Brunson, but it's just Jalen Brunson. And whatever that relationship with his father, and I just think about the amount of work that was put in over a lifetime. How old is Brunson? Late 20s?
Yeah,
like
that.
He's been doing this for 25 years. And to accomplish this, you can have these debates about greatest Knick of all time, whatever. Like, once you have the hardware, and you can speak to this as a human, once you have the hardware, the debate, periphery, where do I stack up,
Nobody
kind of
cares.
becomes irrelevant.
But I think no one cares. Listen, we had the guy on last week, and I think he was swinging on whatever's of the New York of the Spurs when he said they were slowing down Brunson, and I think he was the most ill-advised. He was the most ill-equipped guy to be saying it. I forgot the guy last week.
Yeah, it was
because
it was a rough time to have.
At that point, he was averaging 29.5 a game. He had only scored under 30 or higher one time in 4 games. Then he finishes up with 45. My question is, where the hell were they stopping him at? I mean, this is what I know. Down the stretch, he was going to be taking shots.
Yeah.
I asked the question, who stopped him? It's like
if there's a talking point that Jalen Brunson was stopped, the talking point's incorrect.
Yeah, when you hear people say things, I at that point I understand the media way, and I was respectful.
You were.
I wanted to say, "Are you out your damn mind?" But you'll never get another interview from the guy. My whole thing was, dude, he's averaging almost 30. And then he comes back and follow that up with 45, and you say they were stopping him?
Brunson in this series over 5 games went 30, 20, 32, 36, 45.
But
He
they're
was not
stopping him.
stopped. That's asinine. I think it's very bizarre because I do not root for New York sports teams, really whatsoever. But the Knicks have always been different because when I was a kid, was kind of the Ewing, John Starks teams that were likable. And maybe I had like some affinity towards Patrick Ewing from the Georgetown days, even though I was like barely aware of life at that stage. But like I just knew he had some connection to DC, whatever it was. And they ran into Michael Jordan, who to me is the greatest basketball player ever, the greatest competitor ever.
Yeah.
And they just never got through, right? And honestly, until this series, the biggest memory I had in my life of Knicks basketball was the finals game with the O.J. Simpson car chase. Remember they broke into the footage with the O.J. Simpson car chase. And that was when they were playing the Rockets, and the Rockets won. But this Knicks team, even the Mike Brown redemption arc. I thought Mike Brown coached his ass off. I think he did absolute circles around Mitch Johnson.
Yeah.
And I think, to fire Thibodeau was a big move for that Knicks
They
organization.
needed to do that.
And, dude, I came, I come out of this series as just a massive, the dude I want the Wiz to find is OG. I don't know how you find that because he's more than a role player, but it's Brunson's team. But, to win playoff series, I don't think it's an accident that Anunoby now has 2 championship rings.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure he was on that Toronto team, right?
It's not just the person at the top. Everybody has to do a job at a high level.
Sure.
And when I look at the Knicks team, I'm not a Knicks fan either. But when I look at them, what hit me was this. The Knicks played as a team.
Totally.
They had guys that people counted out. Hart. Even Brunson. What's the other guy?
Brunson, 100%.
The guy that played school with them. Bridges. All 3 of these guys come from the same team. Now, listen, they got to connect. And one thing I want people to learn about sports, you can go find that one superstar, but if there's no chemistry amongst the rest of the people, you got a problem. The Knicks were a team. When Ryan Clary's down, you step up.
Right.
So look at it. Cap was up early, handling stuff for him in those first 2 games. Then Cap started to go away. Everybody else started to step up. Anunoby was there the whole time. They bring guys off the bench. Maybe if they come in for 4 minutes, 5 minutes, they came in.
Alvarado.
This is when I watched them, I saw the Terry Orrs, the Ron Middletons, the Donnie Warrens, the guys that never get the credit that Mark Rippon and Gary Clark and Darryl Greenham got. But those guys were just as important because they were the guys making the plays to make everybody else look good.
100%.
And I think that's what I saw in the Knicks team that made me like them and pull for them more. What I saw on the other side was Wemby is astronomically good. Okay? I like Castle. I like Vassell. But you know what about all of them? They all seem to have an individual mindset once they get going. De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox want to be the guy that they're talking about. Win the damn championship, they'll talk about all of y'all for the rest of your lives. But they are too busy trying to be the one up on everybody else on their team instead of saying, you know what? I don't care if I get the press or not. I just want to get the hardware.
San Antonio has a De'Aaron Fox problem now. And this is why I think if they had lost in Game 7, a lot of these things became so amplified or not as amplified, right? Like if they lost in Game 7 to Oklahoma City, it's like, all right, Spurs are coming. They got to gel a little bit. They got to figure some stuff out. But now, I don't think you can roll into Halloween. NBA season starts up. You got to turn the keys over to Castle and Harper, period.
Mm-hmm.
And
Castle and Harper are good, bro.
Fox's contract is incredibly substantive. I think it's I swear to God, I heard this over the weekend. I think it's 4 years, $220. I think he's making whatever that is, $58 a year or whatever. And
but he is such a good player where somebody will take him, but on this team, he screws up the chemistry.
Totally. Now
He's good offensively. He's a liability defensively.
I don't know what you do if you're San Antonio. The thing that has to happen, whatever, they got to figure out Fox. Maybe you want Harper to engage more on the offensive end. Whatever it is, it all comes down to Wemby. Like, he has got to – dude, he became kind of a villain in this series. Like, he was just –
Who did?
Wemby.
Well, he did because, listen.
Dude, they were going to have to suspend him if there was a Game 6.
The elbows, when you start throwing elbows like he did, people are turned off by that. And then the acting like a little child.
Totally.
When things don't go his way. But that walking off the thing, he was, before the game was damn near, as soon as the seconds hit, he was in the damn tunnel.
Dude.
Listen, bro. That little moment right there, people are going to see that. I saw him and the other guy who didn't even play. I guess he's a backup center because he was tall as hell, too. They were gone. I remember being in Philly, and we lost to the Rams, NFC Championship game. And all the young dudes like, man, what you doing? I said, you staying right here with me. Why? I said, you want to watch this? Because in this offseason, when you don't want to be working out, this will make you work out a little more. And they're like, man, B, why you crying? You've been playing a long time. Dude, no matter how long you play, you don't ever lose your competitive edge. And I sat there and I watched him. I felt all that confetti. And it was hurting, but it was igniting me for the offseason. So many times, we parents, you're the worst in the world right now. You hightail and run somewhere instead of making your kids stay and fight.
Change teams.
Make them learn how to do something. Yeah. This AAU BS, I cannot stand it. Make your kid learn how to fight through something one time. And that's why I kept the young guys there with me. And then in the offseason, they were like, yo, OG, man, dude, you been around. You don't have to do all this. No, I don't have to do it probably. But if I don't do it, you get a chance to take my job. And I ain't letting it happen. So it's about sometimes if you've been through something, you can fight through it. But when everybody just hand you stuff, you get used to being soft. You get used to being coddled, and you can't fight through it. Everybody has a fire inside of them, and we allow a lot of people, a lot of coaches, a lot of teachers, A lot of parents, they put the fire out and they make the kid think they're supposed to be handed stuff. And I think that's what the Spurs were a little bit. When they were up, when they were down, who gonna give it to us?
Right.
You know, I really believe when he made the comment, people don't think we can, but I know we can. He thought the league was gonna help him out. The league didn't help you out because let's be real. The bigger story was the Knicks getting back on top.
And sometimes it seemed that the league was trying to help him.
They try sometimes.
Yo, but to your point, B, you know who did not coddle whatsoever? Brunson's dad.
Hell no.
And you can say what you want about where he is now and how he got there, whatever. Like, that's what stuck with me was that this video of the father working out with his son, and like, not to compare it at all, but like, Shelby has this lacrosse tryout in a couple weeks, and she and I have been going up to the park every day, and what makes me proudest is we get done with our workout, and then she's like, "Can I run a lap cradling?" I'm like, "Yes." You know what I mean? Like, you got to want it. And the Spurs really – I don't want to judge whatever their personal character is. The Knicks wanted it more, period. When you have dudes like Josh Hart, OG Anunoby, Jalen Brunson, just the level of guts they show night after night, the Spurs they have a long runway to a bright future, but good for the Knicks, man. And I don't say much – positive about New York sports teams, but I am happy with that. It's B. Mitch and Finley. We're out at the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac. Proceeds from the tournament support the Pentagon Memorial Fund and its ongoing public education mission, including the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more at pentagonmemorial.org. We are out here at Avenel, and it is beautiful. And I always think, man, I'd love to live on this golf course. I can't afford it, but if I could, you know who I'd call? John Leahy.
We just started talking about it, JP. You just got to have that belief. Fight a little bit harder. And the recent seller in Bowie, Maryland was looking to downsize, and they were ready for a simpler next chapter. The property attracted some solid interest, but sealing the deal took longer than anticipated, and due to delays with the buyer's lender and appraisal challenges. Setbacks aside, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group rolled in, and their persistence and careful navigation of the process paid off. The transaction successfully closed at $770,000, making a smooth and satisfying conclusion, which allowed the seller to confidently move forward. We're talking about our great friend, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offer you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
And let's be real. Sometimes the reason you have to sell or buy a home is stressful. Say you're getting a divorce. Say you lost a job. Maybe you got a promotion and you got to sell your house and move to Los Angeles. Whatever it is, talk to John and the Fine Living Group because they have the options and strategies you need to take care of things fast for the most cash and with the least amount of stress. Moving is stressful, people. You need an expert, and John Leahy is the expert. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. The Nationals back to 2 games above 500 with an impressive 10-1 win over Seattle Mariners. Home runs for Keibert Ruiz and James Wood.
Swing, and it's launched. Right center field and deep. Back on it, Canzone to the track, to the wall, and it's gone.
Call on the Fan. Nationals against Royals tonight, 6:45 on the Fan. Carolina beat Vegas Golden Knights 3-0 to win the Stanley Cup. World Cup winners included Australia, Germany, Ivory Coast, and Sweden. Netherlands and Japan a 2-2 tie. 4 matches today begin at 12 p.m. with Spain against Cabo Verde. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, now open, featuring all major brands, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV, Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Now you're in New York.
New York was buzzing. I wish the dumb stuff didn't happen, but dumb stuff happened.
I knew this song was gonna be played. But how many kickbacks you think Alicia got? Everybody want to use it for this, that, and the other. She probably got all kind of royalties, man.
B. Mitch and Finley out in Potomac, Maryland at the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms. Proceeds support the Pentagon Memorial Fund and its ongoing public education mission, including the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more at pentagonmemorial.org. Stallion, you're not going to do this. I'd like to find out where they are planning to build this memorial. Is it right there on site at the Pentagon, or I don't know. I'm curious. I'm a curious fella. I ask questions for a living, so find that information out. Brian, the New York Knicks.
Yeah.
53 years without a title.
Woo!
They break that.
Damn, on this show, I'm the only person who was living when they won.
Yeah, but barely. You it's not like you remember that title.
I don't remember the title, but hell, I was 4 or 5 years ago, 5 years old. You didn't think I was that old, did you?
It was like I'm
63?
aware of your age. No, I think it was 73.
Yeah, 73. I mean.
Yeah.
So so you're looking at, I was 5.
You're born in 68. Okay. I don't remember it. Now, for me,
I wouldn't remember because TV didn't stretch that far.
Well, dude, back then, the finals were on tape delay. It wasn't even like a thing.
Don't worry, I wasn't watching it.
I can't imagine.
I was playing my Tonka truck.
I can't imagine in Louisiana. The last Knicks title was what? They played the Lakers, I'm guessing? I don't even know. Mm-hmm. I can't imagine it was that big of a deal in 1973 in Louisiana.
Nah.
The NBA has grown significantly. It was Magic and Bird and then MJ and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, Stallion poses this question, which is interesting. Knicks end their title drought. Which pro sports teams would you want to see end their title drought? And for me, the 2 biggest ones I can think of prior to probably this Knicks title, when I was in high school and college, were those dominant Yankee teams, like the Jeter teams, right? Mm-hmm. And the Red Sox hadn't won in 100 years or whatever. And it was the curse of the Bambino. It was like this huge national story.
Yeah.
And I remember, who's the guy that stole second? Dave Roberts, right? Dave Roberts was a pinch runner. And when he got on base, I think it might have been game 4. I think they were down 3-0. And they get Dave Roberts out there, and he steals second, and the Red Sox come back to win that game and come back to win that series. And then they, I believe, rolled through the Cardinals in the World Series to break the curse of the Bambino. I remember that as this huge deal. And then I remember Theo Epstein goes to the Cubs, turns the Cubs around, and then the Cubs win first time in 100 years. That was this huge deal. This Knicks one is a huge deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be totally honest. I watch all the finals. I'm not sure I could name in order because it's now 8 straight teams that have 8 straight different teams have won an NBA title. I doubt I could name all 8 in order. Milwaukee's in there, Toronto's in there, Celtics, but I wouldn't nail the order.
And I wouldn't dock you for that.
Right.
Who cares?
But this Knicks one, I'm going to remember.
Yeah,
because it's such a big deal.
I'll probably remember it. But the ultimate thing, and you know my answer to this, if it's not a Washington team, I don't care if they win a championship ever again.
Right.
Like I know we have this topic, and there are people who really feel sorry for other teams. If my team has a chance to win, I want Caps win another one, Wiz. Hey, let's get another one, Nats, and damn sure the Commanders.
Right.
Everybody here, I want to see them. I don't care if Buffalo ever win one. I'm serious. Like when I can remember back in the day, people, oh man, the Reds got to get one. And I'm like, why? Man, just because. Do you pull from? No. Well, who cares? I don't care if they get one or not.
For me, certainly it is get titles to DC is the priority.
Yep.
And now we've seen one with the Nats. We've seen one with the Caps. I've seen a Commanders Redskins title in my life. Stallion certainly hasn't. Turn Stallion's mic on. What?
I lived it.
Fun. I find this exercise really interesting. So my wife's youngest sister she's not 40 now. I don't know how old Julia is. To call her 35, right?
Better make sure it's lower than what she is.
Call her 33.
You might get beat up.
I remember when my wife and I were first dating and we were talking about football, and her youngest sister's like, somehow the Skins comes up, and she's like, oh, I remember like the glory years. I was like, really? She's like, yeah, like Mark Brunell. And I was like, no.
No, baby,
those are not the glory years.
Nah.
Like, Stallion, what's the best Skins team of your lifetime? The 2014?
2014 by far. And then before that, 2012. And then
Robert?
outside of that, yeah, Robert, rookie season. Outside of that, like, you pick. I don't know.
Yeah, like, we could pretend there was some good. Like, you were born in what, 2000?
1999.
Yeah, that was the last really good team.
Yeah.
Like,
but even that, I mean, 2 years ago, like that
Right.
NFC Championship.
Prior to the 24 team, everything else was
Nothing.
a hot run late or kind of a smoke and mirrors situation. The Gibbs playoff team, that was the last team to win a playoff game before 24. That team was pretty good.
Yeah.
You had some players on that team, and you had real coaching, and Gibbs was honestly, Joe Gibbs' greatest achievement might be winning a playoff game under Dan Snyder's ownership.
Yep.
And I understand all of Joe Gibbs' achievements. That might be the one. But if we're removing DC and our hometownness of it, and you look at what some of these teams like, dude, in hockey in Canada, I don't pretend to know what it means to be a Canadian hockey fan, but I know the Toronto Maple Leafs are like kind of the Yankees of that country. They haven't won a title in almost 60 years.
Yeah.
58 years.
I can feel a little bit for them because I actually love Toronto hanging out.
But, dude, I don't think even a Canadian hockey team has won since like 92 or 93. I think the Canadiens, Montreal, won the last Canadian hockey title. I mean, that's, 30 years ago? 34, 35 years ago? When we get to, we haven't congratulated the Carolina Hurricanes. Congratulations, Carolina. Like, if you live in Toronto or Vancouver or damn Edmonton, how mad are you to see a title go to Raleigh? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
but is this their first?
I think this might be the second.
I think, and you look like the thing of it is this, man. I know Canadians look at hockey like, oh, it's ours. But you can't just rest on your laurels. You gotta play, and you gotta draft properly, and you gotta pull for more than just Canada. You know, you look at the teams in Florida have won championships, and they just came along.
I think
Carolina.
I think Tampa and Florida have won 2 each.
But that's
I
what I'm
think they
saying.
have 4.
But they've come along. Carolina just showed up around. You know, none of these teams are like historically known. None of these areas are historically known as hockey areas.
Right.
So my thing is, you got to know how to put the work into it. You know, a lot of times I believe people feel like, oh, we got this, we got that. Hey, better go get some stars from other places too.
I do wonder, specifically with hockey, and maybe I'm over my skis here. I think, listen, Canada taxes people at a very much more significant rate than the U.S. does. And then, as we all know, U.S. states have different tax situations, and Florida has a very advantageous tax
Yeah.
situation. Like I do wonder if that plays a part, especially with free agents and stuff.
Yeah.
Here's where I'm at.
But when you draft them, they don't know where they're going.
Totally, or trade for them.
Yeah.
If I had to, if it's exclusively non-DC driven, I can give you by sport probably who I'd want to win a title. And just because I think in football for me, it'd be the Bills. One of the things I hated the most, one of the trump cards I had like in college, honestly, because when I was in college, it was all East Coast people, right? There were plenty of Skins fans. There were a ton of Eagles, Giants fans, a ton of them.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, this is how old I am, the Skins had 3 Super Bowls. The Eagles had 0. The Giants only had 2. And that was like our trump card. Like, yeah, we got Dan Snyder and everything sucks, but whatever. We got more titles than you. I hated when the Eagles broke through and won a Super Bowl. I hated that.
Yeah.
Granted, I worked that. It was a special week, special night to be at that game, but, like, I hated that. The Giants getting the 2 more over the course of the last 20 years, I hated that.
I can understand that.
In football, for me, I'd like to see the Bills.
I don't care if they ever win one.
Who is your non-DC team you'd like to see break through? The Browns, maybe? The Browns have an incredibly loyal fan base.
They have a loyal fan base, but still, being a man from Louisiana, I like to see the Saints get another one.
But they have one, though.
I don't care.
You didn't even like the Saints, though.
But I know a lot of my family are happy.
Yeah.
So I like seeing my friends and family happy. I don't ever care if Buffalo wins one, because they're a little too pompous for me. Cleveland, I can see me liking Cleveland to go because those fans, bruh, they haven't seen nothing but they show way more love for their team than most people that have won.
To me, it'd be great if Cleveland could win a title. I feel like that will never happen. If I had to bet what will never happen, it's the Browns winning a Super Bowl.
If I had to put my stuff on it, I would rather Cleveland win one than Buffalo.
There you have it.
I'm sorry, T-Mac.
Because I want to tell you, the team that I would have rooted for to get a title that I no longer will. It's B. Mitchell Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms, the inaugural, pardon me.
Inaugural?
Yeah.
A new one.
It sounds aggressive. The inaugural.
Were you having fun last night over the weekend?
Maybe we get into that later. The
Yeah,
inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac. Proceeds support the Pentagon Memorial Fund and its ongoing public education mission, including the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more at pentagonmemorial.org. All right. So Stallion has brought this up, and I'm going to – it's an interesting
Isn't
topic.
damn Pentagon a memorial, basically?
No, it's kind of an office, right? It's like a –
It's kind of a memorial, too. If you think about how the rest of the world look at that, that's a memorial for our – so you know
what
it already has a memorial.
You know what I've heard about the Pentagon is that it goes down as far as it goes up.
Yeah.
I've never been in there. Have you been in there? I'd like to go in.
I just know people that work there, and
I do too,
and
yeah.
they everything they tell you, they basically tell you off record.
Right. All right. So the Knicks win the title over the weekend. I did watch Game 5. We were down in Lusby, Maryland. Shout out to my guy Robert from Patuxent Wine and Spirits. I walked in. My man is a big fan of us, but the entire station.
Okay.
And they had very cold beer. So shout out to Patuxent Wine and Spirits, Lusby, Maryland.
Hell is that?
South, dog. It's south. It's just north of Solomon's Island.
Okay.
Beautiful though, quiet. But so I watched Game 5 Saturday night, and I never, even they were down 12, 13, whatever. I never thought the Knicks weren't going to win. Sure enough, they win. I was with my boy John Stipasevic, who's a big Knicks fan, so it was a lot of fun. He's a New York guy. But the question now is like, all right, the Knicks broke this streak. It's been 53 years since they won a title. What are some of the other franchises you want to win a title? And for me, it's just any Canadian city hockey team would be the top of my list. I don't care if it's Montreal or Toronto or Vancouver or Edmonton or Calgary. Is that all of them? I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. Vancouver. Let's see if we can name the Canadian hockey teams. I'm gonna go
Winnipeg, Vancouver.
I forgot Winnipeg because there's 6 and I named 5.
Toronto,
Calgary,
Montreal,
Edmonton. All right.
Edmonton.
So any Canadian team, unless they're playing
Ottawa. There we go.
Ottawa, unless they're playing the Caps, I'm rooting for the Canadian team. Period. I think it would mean so much to those people. Non-Canadian hockey division, there was a team I very much rooted for. And I think this was Jeff's number 2 team. When the Chargers were in San Diego, I found them very likable because it was total opposite of the Skins.
I was a big Dan Fouts fan.
Sure. For me, it was more like when Schottenheimer was coaching there and they had Rivers and Darren Sproles and like Sean Merriman's my guy. Like my boys lived in San Diego. Like I could root for the Chargers. And they went on some good playoff runs. I would be very happy for the Chargers to win a Super Bowl when they were the San Diego Chargers.
Well,
now that
be
they're
rooting.
now that they're second fiddle in LA, dead to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like whatever affinity I
but
had.
But now that they're second fiddle, you should care for them more, don't you think?
Well, I don't. I think
the who?
It's like the Clippers. I have zero. The Clippers, the Los Angeles Clippers, are a 0 out of 100,000.
The Clippers, they don't have to pull for the
I
Clippers.
don't care. Like the Clippers could not exist. Like they could.
Isn't that Donald Sterling's team, or they made him sell it?
He sold it.
Yeah.
It's
No, they made him sell it.
It's Ballmer. It's the dude that like.
Ballmer rich too.
Yeah. Super rich.
He rich. But Donald Sterling was an ass.
You know who I can get behind?
Who?
The Lions have never won a Super Bowl.
They talked too much trash for me when we were there. I wish for them just like Buffalo. Don't ever win one. If you get in the Super, I don't even want them to get to one. I want them to lose in the NFC Championship game every time.
I think.
And if they were to get to the Super Bowl, lose by 100. Somebody beat them 100 to nothing. I love it because they had some of the trash. Their
saying
fans.
The divisional round game when we were there 2 years ago.
Their fans. Yeah, their fans are just like Wemby.
What about the Vikings?
Kind of had a good time in Minnesota. I can see my soft side coming out from Minnesota.
Well, dude, for me with Minnesota, I can't help but think of the year the Falcons went to the Super Bowl with Jamal Anderson doing the Dirty Bird. That was the Vikings Super Bowl to go to. And then the kicker missed a chippy to go to the Super Bowl. That was when Randy was king. Randy was just catching
Yeah.
everything, every go route. in
Dante
history.
Carpenter was quarterback up there for
I
a bit.
believe, I believe it was like that. To me, I can make some space for the Vikings going on a Super Bowl.
You know, I can see a little the soft side of B. Mitch. You know, that part that I never like to show up in the public. I can see myself allowing that to happen for them.
What about the New York Jets?
Nah, they stink.
What about Atlanta? Atlanta had a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl.
You know what?
They've never won one.
I go to Atlanta, I have a good time every
I like
time.
Atlanta. Me
I
too.
mean, food's good, people are nice.
Shout out to Bones.
I can see myself pulling for Atlanta. Yeah.
About the Arizona Cardinals. They went to one.
To hell with them.
Why?
I love Arizona.
I love Scottsdale, dude.
I love Scottsdale, but it's like as much as I love Scottsdale and have nice times, every time I go there, it's something that reminds me of why I should hate them. Because it's always somebody that says something absolutely
Was this
ignorant
the waiter at the
and
pizza
the
place?
most racist crap in the world. So I don't. Just like the Buffalo Bills, don't ever go to one.
The two NFL stadiums I've dealt with that are by far the most annoying, most aggressive, most over-the-top power trip security, Detroit and Arizona. Now, I love the Arizona Stadium, though, is dope, and the press seating
I like
is sick.
that. Yeah.
Detroit, to work a game in Detroit sucks. They give you no food. The press box sucks. It's outdoors. It's super loud.
Outdoors
and that
and
ramp
way
up
up
and
there.
down is just awful. So I know that people like Ford Field. I don't.
Yeah.
Detroit's dead to me, too. I'm with you, B.
Bam.
Boom.
See, sometimes you got to be nice to all these damn people. Don't ever win one.
I would be cool if the Cleveland – honestly, because this isn't my fight, and I understand why it changed. The Cleveland Indians, when they got to those Game 7s in the World Series, because I remember they lost to the Marlins, I believe, when like Levon Hernandez, I think, was pitching. That Cleveland fan base, it doesn't have to be the Guardians or the Browns, whatever. The people of Northeast Ohio could get a title for me. But I guess LeBron won and might be going back there. Who the hell knows?
Well, hope he never see another one, too.
I want the Wizards to win a title.
Yeah,
That's what I want.
That's what I meant. LeBron, to me, going forward, he's just like Buffalo.
Barry's for Luga will join us next.
This update brought to you by Millwood. The Nationals defeat the Seattle Mariners 10-1 to win the series. Miles Mikolas, 7 shutout innings. Keibert Ruiz and James Wood with homers, and Nasim Nunez raking.
Ruiz trying to get a big lead. The pitch is lined up the middle and through. It's a base hit. Ruiz scores. Lyle coming home. Robles will not make a throw to the plate. It's a 2-run single for Nasim Nunez.
The call on the fan. How about Carolina Hurricanes beating Vegas Golden Knights to win the Stanley Cup? World Cup on Sunday. Australia defeated Turkey 2-0. Germany over Curacao 7-1. Netherlands and Japan in a thriller 2-2. Ivory Coast a late goal to beat Ecuador 1-0. Sweden rolls Tunisia 5-1. 4 matches today, including a 12 noon start for Spain against Cabo Verde. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Millwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit Millwood.org or call 877-MELLWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
The big payback. B. Mitch and Finley coming at you live. TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms. Got to remind you, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Do not melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
There you have it. Joining us now, the never Rude Barry Sferluga from The Athletic.
What up, B?
I'm getting used to saying it now, Barry. I'm working on it. How are you, dude?
I'm doing all right. I'm still getting used to it myself. Thanks.
So there's a lot of ground to cover, and it's one of the things I always enjoy talking with you about because you can cover a lot of ground. But I want to you were at those fights last night at the White House?
Yeah, I mean, I did not have a seat on the White House lawn. There were only, I think, 18 of those. But I was on the ellipse and down there and talking to fighters and all that stuff. So I can't say it was my comfort zone. I can say I will never forget it. It was wild.
What was the crowd like on the ellipse?
You know, it was interesting. It was very much not a political event. I shouldn't say very much. Obviously, there were people with Trump hats and all that kind of stuff, but it really was a UFC event. There were tons and tons of people wearing UFC gear, not just from the merch from the fight, or from the card last night, but from fights over the years, supporting different fighters. And there was obviously a curiosity factor, like that some people were not UFC fans, but I would say it was like very calm, kind of like a chill music festival. The downtime between the fights, people were talking, but when the fights were on the big screens, like that's what they were there for. They love this stuff. It's not necessarily my cup of tea, but you also couldn't, I mean, the reason to be there and the reason to write, from my perspective, we had people who were covering the actual fights, is, I mean, you could argue that this was, I mean, put a label on it, the most bizarre, the most surreal sporting event that the country has ever seen, and I don't really think that's hyperbole. I mean, I could see the Claw, the 600-ton stage that was taller than the White House, that President Trump and Dana White, the UFC CEO, wanted the view to be able to be from the back of the White House through to the Washington Monument. I mean, we're all really familiar with the geography down there because we live in the city. But for people nationally, you don't always know the orientation. So it made for quite a visual spectacle for sure. And then just, some of the unapologetic kind of crassness that these guys handled themselves with, they were not going to dial that back just because of the setting that they were in. It was a wild, wild night.
Yeah, I think that's the thing JP and I was talking about, seeing guys in their little attire walking through the Oval Office, and it was a level of respect that was thrown there, and I think that it was kind of disrespectful if you have the same love for certain things in this country as a lot of people do.
Yeah, and I think, Brian, that for the most part, they walked the line between political event and sporting event pretty well. There were a couple obvious places where they went over that line. I will say that Dave, who has been a friend of President Trump since the early part of this century, when Trump really helped him build UFC, because it was a time when a lot of places wouldn't give him a place to stage his events. He would put them at his casinos and hotels. White afterwards was like, and as he had said during the run-up, was like, look, this was President Trump entrusted me with an event to help begin the celebration for the 250th birthday of the country, and that's what I was trying to do. I was honored to do that, and he really kind of steered it around anything political. But just spectacle-wise, guys, like I guess I wish I was inside the South Lawn, where it was mostly military personnel and then high-level cabinet people, congressmen, celebrity types. But just being there as somebody who's lived in the city for coming up on a quarter of a century, it's kind of a signature Washington moment, a signature American moment, whether you think it was appropriate or not.
Talking with our friend Barry Svrluga from The Athletic here. Yeah, I'll be honest. So I went to a concert last night. The fights were completely off my radar until I ended up, shout out to our friend Mark Bucher, I ended up at Medium Rare in Columbia, Maryland for like 40 minutes waiting for an Uber, and the fights were on. So it kind of then was on my radar. And I had, just driving by the White House, just driving to the Navy Yard Studios all the time, like I had seen the claw go up, get erected, if you will, Brian. And it looked bizarre, but it looked kind of cool. And then the last fight last night, when it was the American dude, I think, versus the Spanish dude, that fight was wild. So I did kind of enjoy that. Kind of glad it's over, and I doubt we'll ever see something like that again. And I agree with you, your point about it being surreal, and it was odd, but kind of cool, kind of terrible at the same time. Moving forward, though, Barry, I did at least want to give – I think – the UFC fights at the White House were overshadowed by the Knicks. I think even the Canes winning last night, I think everything is overshadowed by the Knicks breaking through and winning in 5 against the Spurs. What do you make of this series? What I love is that, like, it is truly time to celebrate Jalen Brunson, but you also just – Victor Wembanyama might be emerging as like a villain, which I wouldn't have expected 2-3 weeks ago.
I think that's a really interesting storyline, and it'll be interesting how it plays out for him over the course of next season, because they'll be, along with OKC, right up there as favorites again, in part because they have him. Is he a dirty player? Does he need to be dirty? All of that stuff. I think when the playoffs began, he was like still somewhat of a curiosity, but the kid who hadn't been through the real wars before, he comes out on the other side and people are questioning his style, and again, is he dirty? I didn't think he could be cast as a villain so quickly. I do think I'm somebody that kind of prefers or believes that a franchise should go through some scar-making times and get that scar tissue before it breaks through and wins a championship. Obviously, different iterations of the Spurs have won championships. We're not talking about Tim Duncan and David Robinson. This is a completely new cast. So I almost feel like the Spurs winning would be kind of too much too soon. I think with the Knicks, and not necessarily with this roster per se, and certainly not with Mike Brown as their coach, but there's the scar tissue, man. When you haven't won since '73, like your fan, there's a reason why the city is reacting like it is, because they've been through all the disappointments. They've been through stretches of like really irrelevant basketball. They went through the tough, almost there Patrick Ewing, John Starks years when Jordan was always in the way. So that's, I think, when you get a market like New York, and you can either hate the celebrity factor or love the celebrity factor or be indifferent about the celebrity factor, but there's no doubt that kind of gets a lot more eyes, non-sports eyes, on what's going down at Madison Square Garden. Like, it kind of, you're right, it overwhelmed what, if you think about it, was a crazy sports weekend, because you mentioned the Canes winning last night and the Knicks winning and the fights. I mean, that doesn't even get to the World Cup on Friday night.
RBC
the dream,
the American team was on.
Exactly. The dream start by the American men, all sorts of late goals and craziness across the board in an event that, if you ask the rest of the world, like, it would be the clear number one over all the other mess that we just talked about. So I was, in terms of like a mid-June weekend, I know it's, every year basically the Stanley Cup Finals and the NBA Finals are going on at about the same time, but this just felt like a very intense weekend with a lot of really meaningful stuff, and we haven't even gotten to the Nats yet.
Barry, you can probably get this accomplished because you're so good at so many different things. I've been wondering since I was a guy in high school and college, why do people have the mindset to tear up stuff in good moments? So you can talk to sports people and psychiatrists, and there's a good column right here. And just please explain, why do people want to burn up stuff and tear up stuff when your team won and you're supposed to be happy?
Ask JP whether he's ever lit a couch on fire.
See, I know he's crazy.
I
so.
plead the fifth.
Look,
there are so many
Barry,
amendments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth.
I know JP's a different dude. Some people don't know him like I do. It just it makes no
I'm not
sense.
that anymore.
It makes no. You still that? It makes no sense to me at certain times.
Well, so I agree with you, Brian, and I don't want to pontificate before making those calls that I would to psychologists, but I think there's almost no accounting for the psychology of crowds and a crowd mentality, and how the herd kind of it overtakes individual thinking and celebration. I don't know why it can't just be joyful and people hugging, and there was a lot of that. I mean, for sure. Like, people weren't asking, Knicks fans weren't asking, if you supported the mayor or who you voted for president. Like, they were Knicks fans, but I don't know why pockets of that stuff develops. And then, of course, and somewhat rightfully, it overshadows, the thousands and thousands and thousands of people who had nothing to do with any of that. New York is such a crazy place. It's just so big with so many people. Even at its quietest moments, it's louder than D.C. It's disappointing for sure, and I'm not qualified to provide an answer for why that happens.
Yeah, and you wonder if it's like the amplification of social media makes it seem that we're watching more of that than like what we're possibly like hundreds.
When y'all
of
were doing it, we heard about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it wasn't the big riots. I was in Atlanta. I wasn't in College Park for it. There were other riots that may have been around.
Filmed in real time, though, in 2002 when the Terps were winning the title. Like it was. Now it's like that's happening almost instantly, and there's got to be some sort of it's like a flame with dry leaves. It just kind of spreads.
Right.
Totally.
Talking with our friend Barry Svrluga here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Barry, of course, you can read his work in The Athletic. Barry, I want to make some time for the Nats. They win another series over the weekend. They're now 37-35. If they were, and they're not, but if they were in the AL Central or the AL West, they'd either be in first or second in the division.
Really?
Yeah, dude. The Mariners are leading the AL West at 37-36. This Nats team is good, and we're now, I don't know, close to 80 games into the season. It's mid-June. This is not a hot start anymore. The bats are real. James Wood is an absolute weapon. I hate that whenever I want to talk Nats, it's like I'm celebrating that they're good, but I know these questions are coming. Where are you with this Nats team? Let's talk about the good. How surprised are you? How impressed are you?
I'm both surprised and impressed. I just, if you said 30 games ago when they were leading the sport in runs scored, I would have said this is way better than I would have guessed, but it's probably not sustainable. Now, as you said, we're approaching half a season. They just scored 18 runs in the last 2 games, and to beat the Mariners, win another series, move forward. When you win series in baseball, you win 2 out of 3. It might not seem like much. You're a playoff team if you win it 2 out of every 3 times. You're the best team in the league if you win every 2 out of 3. And that's what they've been doing marching forward. I think this was an interesting week because it was impressive in a couple ways. They got swept by the Marlins at home to fall behind 500. They went on the road, won 2 of 3 in Arizona, took the first 2 from the Giants, and then on Wednesday, the last day of the trip, they had the 9-1 lead into the 8th inning and somehow lost it on a walk-off grand slam, then came home on Friday night and lost to the Mariners, and you thought, well, this might be the pivot point where, the roster's not as talented, it's playing above its head, they're really doing well with Blake Butera and the front office playing matchups and odds. That's been their strength, but how long can that sustain a winning team? I think bouncing back and beating the Mariners by a combined 18-4 over the next 2 days is no, this is who they are. They are pretty resilient, and they're not going to get they're not going to wobble because they blew a game they should have won or they got thumped on a Friday night. They show up the next day, and the thing that I've said over and over about this team is just watching them compared to the last couple of years, there's a level of preparation and then a level of competitiveness in each at bat, in each inning, with each pitch, that is really making a difference. They are a nuisance to get through the lineup. And part of that is because Wood is just an absolute monster, and C.J. Abrams, though he's dipped a little bit lately, has played an all-star offensive shortstop for the first half of the season. But they're also getting contributions all over the place. I think I said to somebody, Keibert Ruiz, who homered yesterday, if you had said you can bet $1 that Keibert Ruiz would have an OPS over 800 in mid-June, and I'll give you 100-to-1 odds, I would have said, no, I'll keep my dollar, please, because that just didn't seem possible. So they are developing at the major league level pieces that had some promise but had frankly struggled for a while, and the whole package makes them just more compelling to watch and brings meaningful baseball into the summer in Washington, which hasn't happened since those glory days with the playoff teams.
When this season started, we all felt like they will be getting rid of this player, that player, whatever. If this path continues, will we see this team change their approach and start thinking about, hell, we can go for it?
So, yeah, I think the way somebody described it to me this way, the way that you get a rebuild ahead of schedule, and this is obviously right now ahead of schedule, and you can't say it's not a full season. They haven't, gone 81-81, and 81-81 would get you on it's only a few wins from a playoff spot given the expanded playoffs. But the way that you kind of get yourself ahead of what you thought your schedule might be is steal wins from the future. What does that mean? Well, James Wood last year was like a 3-win player if you go by WAR, wins above replacement. What if he develops into a 6 or 7 win player this year, which is what he's on target to do? That's 4 wins he didn't have, but you didn't change the roster. What if C.J. Abrams, who was a 3-win player last year, is a 5 or 6 win player this year? What if Jacob Young, who was a 1-win player, becomes a 3-win player? Now you've got you're cobbling together wins without making any moves and without trading off pieces to get prospects for the future. That's pretty compelling, because if you get to a situation where you thought you were going to win 75 games, but now you've found 9 wins in your roster and you're like 84, well, you're right on the cusp of the playoffs. And I think most people would say you don't assume anything about what the future of a rebuild would be, what the window is. If there's an opportunity, you got to get in. You got to try to get in. So my mindset is well, right now there's no talking about trading C.J. Abrams. They've got him for 2 more years. Maybe their competitive window is closer to reality than anyone thought. The reason you would trade him would be because you wouldn't be competing for postseasons during his time in Washington. Well, now it appears like with some smart additions and actually some cough spending, like they could be competitive in his time in Washington before he's due to become a free agent. So I think what we've seen is enough to shift the mindset a little bit about where they are, what they have, who they can be, and how quickly it all can happen.
Barry, I'm going to say something here. I don't mean this lightly. The Nats have a homestand tonight. Next 3 games at home against the Royals. Tonight and tomorrow are 6:45. They got a matinee on Wednesday, which means we have an early show, B, on Wednesday.
Hey!
Yeah, that's at 1 o'clock. I don't know how often you go to games not working. I would love for us to go to a baseball game with Barry, preferably in the MGM seats, Bees, if you're listening, and just watch a game and eat hot dogs and drink beer. Are you up for that, Barry?
I have just, it's funny. I don't go to many games like that, and I was just thinking my daughter's going out of town for 5 weeks, and I live within walking distance of the park, and that is something I want to do during the early part of this summer because it's such a nice way to spend time, and when the product is compelling, and maybe it's not 3 million degrees yet, although the weekend would suggest that it's going to be 3 million degrees. I'm totally up for that.
All right. The boys are going to go to a ball game.
Set it up.
Barry, thank you for the time, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. See you out in Ashburn.
All right, man. That's our friend Barry Svrluga. Can talk in depth and with real reason, logic, and interest about anything. I love chatting with Barry. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Top NBA draft prospect Darren Peterson has visited the Washington Wizards, but he says he does not plan to grant another team a meeting. Breaking news from the World Cup, Tunisia has sacked their head coach Sabri Lamouchi after his 5-1 loss to Sweden. 4 matches today, including game number 1, which will be at 12 p.m. Spain against Cabo Verde. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
So good. So good. Bum, 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 bum.
Shout out to the Godfather of Soul. B, look, man, I don't pretend to be a soccer expert.
Uh-huh.
Tunisia is an African country, I believe. They qualified for the World Cup, which is an achievement in and of itself.
Uh-huh.
Now, yesterday they lost to Sweden 5-1. I just heard this in Byron Kerr's update. They already fired the coach. They played 1 game.
Did they lose?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they also got here. They have 2 more games.
They got here probably because it got here. It was.
I think African qualifying is pretty damn hard. I think there's a lot of
but
teams
you know,
over
some
there.
people's standards are different. Like we always feel like if somebody win a Super Bowl, oh, they good. Teams have fired people after that.
Man.
You know, it don't take long.
Short runway to be a Tunisian head coach.
Hell yeah.
Damn.
But what if they had told him, hey, if you get there and you lose early, you out?
Have you been partaking in any of the World Cup social media stuff?
Some stuff.
So there's this Japanese dude who writes these detailed reports about going to American restaurants. Like he had never had chips and salsa at a Mexican place.
And he loses his mind?
And he just wouldn't stop eating it. And then he couldn't eat his food. That guy's pretty funny. There's a Scottish dude that's videoing everything they're encountering. Did you watch Scotland Haiti?
Yeah, y'all won 1-0. I saw it last night. I said I don't want to hear JP's mouth.
The battle of B. Mitch and Finley's grandfathers.
So the funniest Curacao, that they are lit. Their players are dancing, and they've been dancing for a month now.
Germany dropped a touchdown.
Yeah, but they still dance.
Well, I also think Curacao has 150,000 people on the whole island.
They having fun.
To make the World Cup, they have my full support. I am rooting, whatever a person from Curacao is called, the Curaçaonians, I am rooting for them. I think, I don't know, do you know a Curacao native? Whatever, you have my support.
I'm just
when
saying,
they scored the goal
their
yesterday,
stuff, they have fun, bro. That's what I like about it.
So I think Germany was up 1-0. Then Curacao scored.
Yeah.
And it was like the scene,
They won.
It was like the scene in Rocky when Drago started bleeding. The Germans looked around and they were like, "Wait a second here," and then they just
how the hell did they score on us?
Poured it on them. I doubt you watched much of Scotland Haiti. I watched all of it, and dude, Haiti has game, and I think the heat in New England Saturday night got to the Scots in the second half. Haiti, so Scotland got, I mean, it's the breaks of the game, right? They should have had a goal early that hit the post and bounced off. Scotland's only goal, they won 1-0. Have you seen it? It's basically an own goal by Haiti. It was like, you know what it reminded me of? Like when a puck,
So we help y'all.
When a puck gets redirected in front of the net.
we help y'all out. I understand.
It was a goal. It was a good shot that was coming in hot. But the goalie was diving and looked like he would have stopped it. But then the Haitian defender tried to clear it and kicked it and changed the direction so it went into the back of the net. But dude, that's huge because Brazil and Morocco tied. So if Scotland can, certainly if they can beat Brazil or Morocco, but even if they can just get a couple ties here, they might be on the move.
All right.
They might be advancing. That was World Cup minute. Beat Mitchell Finley.
So we got to talk about the American game Friday.
How about that?
I mean, they came out on
looked
fire,
awesome.
dog.
That was fun to watch.
Hell yeah, they look real good.
Yeah. I don't know. Apparently, Paraguay's best player got hurt in the last month or something.
I don't think that would have helped them.
But who cares? They put up 4.
Yeah, they put up 4, and they could have had some more. They could have had more in that game.
When does the U.S. play again? This coming Friday, I'm guessing?
I think
tend to be
it's
about
Thursday
a
or
week apart.
Friday.
We'll find that out.
Right.
We're going to track that down.
Yeah.
B. Mitchell Finley Soccer Report. Somebody should sell this. The B. Mitchell Finley Soccer Report. We'll do it every day. Start talking MLS and Serie A, whatever. Something more in our natural wheelhouse, I would say, Brian. The Washington Commanders. And you and I were talking about this before the show. The U.S. plays Friday at 3 o'clock.
Australia.
Okay. Take down
mate.
Crocodile Dundee.
Let's beat the mates.
Yeah, dude. Outback should close for the day, all across the nation. No bloomin' onions sold. You and I were talking about this. If a football player is a veteran player and a free agent, Brian Mitchell, year 11, and I know the free agency cycle wasn't the same as it is now, but let's just potentially say I'm a reporter, you're B. Mitch, and you are at a basketball game and you do a media availability.
All
Okay?
right.
Hey, B. Mitch, what would you think about playing for the Chiefs?
I would love to play for the Chiefs.
Hey, B. Mitch, what do you think about playing for the Bengals?
Man, listen, the Bengals, I would love to play for them. I think me and Joe Burrow could do some things together.
Hey, B. Mitch, what do you think about playing for the Bucks?
Definitely would love to go down to the Bucks. Baker Mayfield throws a good ball. He gets the ball in his hands real quick.
So here is Steph Diggs talking about I think we have the audio, right? Steph Diggs has been asked repeatedly now if he would like to play in his hometown, Washington, D.C.
I never realized how many fans it was back home until I was a free agent, and people were like, "Are you gonna come back home?" Especially when they see me back home. I'm like, "This, I've been living here for my whole life. I've been living here for 10 years." Like, it was just like this. Oh, we never see you. I was like, man, y'all wasn't looking. So I mean, it's a lot of hopes. We're kind of figuring out, working through some things. You know, I did have a small piece of me like, damn, it would be great to come home and play in front of the fans I used to play in front of as a young adolescent in college, and just, you know, kind of doing something for the city. That definitely would be a moment. Hopefully, you know, things do work out. We'll see how it goes, but you know, I'm kind of open right now.
Yeah, I think he'd love to play here.
Yeah.
But if Seattle offers him $14 million, he's going to love Seattle. And if the
100%.
If the L.A. Chargers offer him $13.5 million, he's going to love the L.A. Chargers.
And that's what you're supposed to be. Well, I think people got to learn, just don't use your emotions on a roller coaster based off of what players are saying, because the day I hear players say, hell no, I want to go play for that sorry-ass team, I'm going to respect him, but I'm going to say you're a stupid person, because they may be the only team that wants you. You see what I'm saying? So you got to – players do a certain thing that they call PR as well, people.
Yeah, man. Listen, I think Diggs here makes a ton of sense. I can understand that 50 ways, right? Like, this dude, I can understand that one, frankly, way more than I can the Ayuk stuff. Diggs had 1,000 yards, played in every game last year for a team that went to the Super Bowl. And I mean this, all the sources I checked with in New England, and I've known people up there for many years. They're like, he was totally, like, people always want to say he's great in the locker room, and there are some people that are great locker room guys. But you know what you got to be in the locker room? You just got to be fine. You just got to be a dude in the locker room. Like, that's not disruptive. That doesn't change anything. And Diggs was totally fine. Like, he was a dude with a locker that practiced and showered and went to meetings.
Yeah.
Like, that's all you got to be.
Yeah.
It's not that complicated.
That's all they need you to be.
So Diggs, I don't know if we have the audio, because Steph went to Good Counsel, and I think he went to the old Good Counsel before they rebuilt it, and it's even further north now. But he played in Maryland, and University of Maryland is unique in that you got a ton of Commanders fans. You also got a ton of Ravens fans.
Yeah.
And every time he gets asked this question about playing in D.C., the follow-up is Baltimore.
Yeah.
And he says the same thing, and that's okay.
And he's supposed to, because
Right.
when I was getting drafted, who you want to be drafted by? I say, anybody give me a chance.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're from Louisiana. When you listen, my skills travel. I will go anywhere that somebody wants me. And if they pick me, I'm going to give them everything I have. I don't know why people look, when a person says something, you believe that when they say it, they wouldn't play for the other team? How many guys play for a team against a hated rival, and then next week or next year, they're playing for the hated rival?
You did it.
Damn straight.
Right.
Because the hated rival showed me that they wanted me and showed me some love when the team that I love told me, get the hell out of here.
Right.
I knew what it was about. That's why I live here. That's why I hang out and I love these fans. But I knew what it was about. But if I have a skill and my skill can help me take care of my family, every fan out there, listen to this. You think I'm not supposed to play for a team that you don't like? Because the team that you like let me go. I'm supposed to never go to the team that you don't like. No, I'm going where my services are needed and wanted.
Totally. It's listen, talking about Diggs coming to Washington is a good story, and it makes sense for the crowd that thinks the receivers room doesn't have enough. But Steph Diggs is going to go where there's the most guaranteed cash. I very much believe that. If Washington, and I don't even know that I believe he has at least visited and talked with the organization. I believe that pretty strongly. Mm-hmm. But if Washington is dude, we'll give you 1 for 8, and pick a team. Minnesota says, Steph, we'd love to have you back. We'll give you 1 for 12. He's not taking a hometown discount,
no,
and he shouldn't.
And he shouldn't.
It's pro sports.
I'll be running Minnesota so fast, I might jog there.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now. But I think people understand that, but sometimes fandom don't allow you to think logically. Point blank.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. I want to talk about my night last night. I want to talk about your weekend.
Yeah. I had a great one, Jay.
I love to hear it. We're going to get into some offensive specific stuff with the Commanders. Open these phone lines up. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're out here at TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms. Pretty fun day. There's a big golf tournament raising money for the Pentagon Memorial Fund.
Right.
Hey,
Jeff.
Whoa, where'd you get a box of Pro Vs?
Yours was in your bag?
In the lunch bag?
They were in the lunch bag. You took the bag too soon. Or you didn't look.
I didn't get a box of Pro Vs.
You took yours too soon.
How'd you get two?
Because I got medals. He don't hit them.
Damn. Yo, go get me some Pro Vs. We're going to have to remedy this Pro V1 situation.
Hey, we won't get it to Jeff. He'll lose these.
Jeff should get range balls. Like, Jeff, we'll grab you a bunch of range balls. Honestly, when I hope no golf supers are listening to this. When I'm playing with new golfers, like people that are learning the game, I tell them to take a thing of range balls, put them in their bag, and as they lose balls, you don't have to hunt for them. Just
every golf pro and people that work at the golf course now hates you. That's where the damn balls are going.
They probably hated me for something.
And every member of a club hates that because they keep getting taxed on it. Because you got people taking golf balls.
You said you had a great weekend. What'd you do this weekend?
This weekend, I rode
You were
the bike.
everywhere.
I played golf. Then I had the great pleasure of hanging out with my man D Green.
Oh, cool.
And we were the ball deliverers for the.
How was the UFL game?
The UF for the defenders and the what is it? It was not St.
Louisville.
And when Washington came out playing well, and Louisville came back in the end. Jamie Sharper was the defensive coordinator for Louisville, and he told me before the game, he said, "Look, man, it's going to be tough to get them the third time." He said, because they're starting to play. He said, "But we got to find a way to disrupt them." And I was told by Vernon Dean from the defenders that they were beating them until they turned the ball over. And in that game, they started to turn it over, and that's what happened.
Football's football.
Yeah.
Turn it over.
Yeah.
This is a bad recipe.
Oh, yeah.
Well, shout out to the defenders for making it back to the Super Bowl.
3 of the last 4 championships they've been in.
They're doing something right.
Yeah.
How about this? I just got this note passed along to me. Obviously, our friends at Scotty's Vodka are a tremendous sponsor, and I mean legit friends, I would say. They're now selling Scotty's here at TPC Potomac, and apparently sales are going well, B. You know what people like on a golf course?
Vodka. Transfusions, vodka.
Yeah, dude.
I get the tequila transfusion.
I may have tipped a few last night. May have. You know my friend Steve Gormley. He's part of the Nourish Now charity. This is the easiest thing to get behind, and there are others, but like I know my boy and I know the work they do. You know, at stadiums, and they're big partners with the Nationals. Think about how much food gets wasted at the end of that night, at the end of a game. The amount of hot dogs that don't get sold or chicken tenders, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So they are in the food replenishment world where they pick up, and it's all, sanitary and certified.
Yeah.
They grab that food, and then they deliver it.
That's the guy I met at the event there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So Gormley and he was able to get tickets. We went to go see Widespread Panic last night at Meriwether Post Pavilion. And I hadn't seen Panic in a few years. Last time I saw them was at MGM, where Bees told me they literally the crowd drank all the beer at MGM. The beer was empty. So Panic's an interesting band in that it's in the jam band genre, but it's also like rock, like not as jammy, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still plenty of jams. But they had a new guitarist since the last time I saw them, and the guys in Panic are probably in their 60s, is my guess.
Mm-hmm.
But this new guitarist is like 30, is my guess.
So you bring that fire.
Shredded.
There you go.
Shredded.
See, but I think you got to have it. Like, when we talk about the teams, I always say you got to have that balance. Sometimes you need that young person to bring that love, man. Show you a little something. Because, everybody else, no matter if you know it or not, as you've been around, you start to get into, this little pattern. And you need somebody to bring some funk. And when you're a guitarist,
dude,
in a rock band,
shredded,
he has to be that guy.
So the show was awesome. Meriwether's such a cool venue. They built it up so much from when I was in college going to shows. We ended up in this, they call it the Sky Lawn. They've built a upper patio basically. So you're kind of up over the stage. We went up there because it was hot and there was a nice breeze up there. But then a little bit of a storm rolled in. It was never lightning or anything, but it rained pretty good for a couple minutes, and it honestly just felt good. It cooled us off.
Mm-hmm.
everything was great. The show was great. They finished with my favorite song. They played the second set was one of the best sets of Panic I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of Panic in my life. But my two complaints, and you know me, Brian, I'm a professional complainer.
Yeah, we know.
This is probably on me because Gormley early in the afternoon was like, we should get something to eat. I was like, yeah, we'll get something. When we finally went to get something to eat, it makes me think of this like Nourish Now type stuff. They were out of everything.
Yeah.
And the lady's like, we have chicken tenders left. Okay, I can get down with some tendies. These joints, we ate, we ate at set break. So say it was 9 p.m. These things hadn't been made at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They were rock hard. And possibly my mouth was kind of dry. And then eating rock hard chicken tenders was just like, I felt like I was in the desert. Like I needed.
Hey Jeff, you need to talk to him about this. Talk about this.
I needed a gallon of ketchup to power. Joey went to the shot of the studio. There's just nobody in there in the aquarium. White Brian, at least. Oh, there they are.
They're right there. They're leaving.
Right.
But Jeff, you got to talk to him in a break on this. These comments he's giving. I'm surprised you hadn't already said something.
Jeff, you would have had fun at Panic. Panic is a come one, come all. Everybody's welcome. You would have enjoyed it.
Okay.
Yo, see if there's Panic in the library. Play a little widespread for me. The concert was phenomenal.
Hey, just now I was panicking. When I was looking, I didn't think everybody was in the damn studio.
My only real complaint, though, I was told getting an Uber would be easy, and maybe it was Sunday night factor. Getting an Uber was not easy, and
you know what it was, JP? You're getting an Uber after a concert. What makes you think it's going to be easy? You're not the only person that need an Uber.
I was told it would be easy.
But that's
you know
the thing
how
about it.
impatient I am?
But you have to. The thing about it, what I have a problem with you need to start being impatient with you. Okay, you know everybody's going to be looking for a damn Uber. What you should have done on your way there, talk to one of the guys, the one that brings you there, and tell him, at the end of this thing, I'm going to give you a little extra. This time we're going to meet up. You got to always plan, bro.
I made a call earlier in the day to someone that drives cars, and I was like, yo, I'm going to this thing. He's like, now, the best kind of car service deals you can get are when you set it up, but you don't have to pay while they wait. And basically what he told me is, he's like, dude, because that's far enough away and I can't get other rides, I got to charge you X to keep it the whole time. And X was not worth the
that's
time
what I'm
I had
saying.
to wait for the
You
Uber.
can't call that guy. You got to call the guy that's going to be making money, Uber. The guy that drops you off, you make that plan with him. Boom, 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 let's hook it up. You come back and get me later. But he's not going to sit there and wait. He's going to make money while the concert is going on.
Let's talk Commanders football when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by Melwood. The NBA draft begins Tuesday, June 23rd at 8 p.m. when the Washington Wizards will make their first selection. NBA prospect Darren Peterson worked out with the Wizards. It's the only team he's going to work out with. 6'9" AJ Dembonsa has led the nation in scoring, 25.5 points per game and averaging 3.7 assists for BYU. But you can't go wrong, really. Peterson and Dembonsa, two very good selections for Washington. What a place to be. Trying to mimic the meteoric rise of the San Antonio Spurs. Speaking of rising up, the Nationals defeat the Seattle Mariners 10-1. Now suddenly they're 37-35. World Cup today begins at 12 noon with Spain taking on Cabo Verde. Tunisia has fired their head coach Sabri Lamouchi after a 5-1 loss to Sweden. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
High hopes. B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. The boys are out and about. You never hear complaints from us when we don't have to be in the studio. We are at TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms for the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic. Proceeds support the Pentagon Memorial Fund and its ongoing public education mission, including the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more at PentagonMemorial.org. Beautiful day out here. We are giving away in-person barbecue battle tickets, I believe.
Yeah.
Right? Now, my idea, if anybody...
Jay, you wasn't here just now. You should have gave it to the guy that just came ask us were we the people that were handing out lunches.
That was incredible.
What'd you say to that guy?
It's on the other side of the building, dude. His buddy was like, he said, man, those are the radio guys. Why would they be handing out lunches?
God, I wish I was here for that.
He was just a little cornball.
I mean, I gotta say, like, just from witnessing it in person, it's like they pull up and they kind of have like a smile on their face, and it's like B. Mitch is here.
Right.
It's an older guy. Like, I'm
Are
like,
you wearing
right.
your Super Bowl ring?
No.
But he has the Commander's hat
Right.
on, and it's like you just think like, oh, he's a big fan.
Right.
And he goes,
Hey, I met you in 1998 at a Home Depot. Like
Yeah.
the classic every time we're anywhere with B. Mitch, what happens?
and then he just kind of comes up because, are you guys handing out lunches? Like, oh my God.
That's tremendous. I was in there getting my second lunch.
I might get a second lunch.
Stallion, you are the producer of this program?
Yes.
Produce a Diet Coke. We need, I don't know where the drink cart is, but we need to locate it.
We need a Diet Coke? Okay.
Yeah.
We can get that. We can get that.
We're going to need some caffeine.
2 of them.
Yeah. Oh, my man Metal's going for it. Metal got a little plumber look there as he went up the steps.
Plumber? What do you mean plumber?
You know exactly what I mean. When they're underneath the sink. So we're giving away barbecue battle tickets today. And we're giving them away in person. I'll tell you who's not getting them. The guy that asked B. Mitch if he knew where the lunch was.
No, he didn't have me there know where it was. He asked me where we handed it out. You pass by here, you see radio equipment. You don't see a bag.
Now I have. I just put this here though. That guy wasn't here
that
yet.
dude wasn't here.
Yeah,
Nah, don't make no excuses for him, Jay.
I'm not.
Stop making excuses for him. Nah, he was just wrong.
I'm just saying that dude's not getting the in-person tickets we get to give away. Now, are there any sort of like legal ramifications to how we determine to give away these tickets, or can we just shoot from the hip?
I think we can run it up the flagpole here. How about that?
Who's the flagpole? You?
Wendy.
Is Wendy here?
Wendy is not here.
I have not seen Wendy. So my idea was, we're here. If you're watching me on Monumental, I'll try to get out of the way. That is the 18th hole right there that you can see behind me.
That I don't think anybody has parred.
No, I don't think so. And it's a scramble.
Yeah.
But I think if anybody makes that putt that we've seen most folks come up very short for, shout out to Chris showing up with 2 Diet Cokes. What a guy.
Yeah, man.
If anybody makes that putt, thank you, buddy, I think they should win the tickets. Now, we won't be here all day, and I don't know that we can make that as our claim. Now, Stallion, what was your idea to give the tickets away?
I think it was exactly
No! Do you remember his idea, B?
What was my idea?
Give it to the hot chick.
Yeah, Stallion said, let's give the tickets to the hottest chick that comes by. I don't think that's legal
I don't think
either.
that's how we gonna do it.
I think the
If
Putting
somebody
Express-
come up here and they can tell us who the hell you are,
Yeah.
then we might give them a ticket.
I'm the lunch man. I can tell you that much right now. But we can give these out. So we can do if someone drills a putt, I think we give out.
Now the hot chick is the best golfer. She getting them.
Yeah, but even if somebody hits an approach, we haven't seen somebody have a putt within 10 feet of this thing.
And been a putt within 25
Yeah,
feet, Jay.
dude. So we get to determine.
We've seen them leave it 10 feet
Right,
short.
right. All right. That's a quick update from here on the grounds at TPC Avenel. I believe a little later in the program, former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe is playing in this tournament. I think the governor is going to sit down with us, which will be cool. We've had Maryland Governor Wes Moore on for many years now in football season. So everyone knows this. I did reach out to Governor Youngkin's people before about having him on. Like, I'm an equal play guy.
Yeah, but
they never got back.
But we're talking about sports.
Right.
Maybe he can't talk about sports. He used to be a basketball player, wasn't he?
He was a basketball player.
Yeah, maybe he can't talk about it, though.
I know McAuliffe can. That dude is a sports fan.
Well, I know. Ryan, I'm going to give you my keys.
Uh-oh.
You're going to go to my truck. We got balls. Get my putter. We're going to see if you can make this putt when you got a break in between.
I think we do it on air. I think
JP, your camera is getting them.
Yeah,
It is on air, dude.
You're right. I got my putter too. I got my clubs in my trunk.
Don't bring your stuff. Your stuff's trash. Go to my car and get my putter. We're going to get the Bednardi, and we're going to see what you can do with it.
I think we could all go out there at a putt. Where are we going to put it? Down in that
We
gully
can't
where
all
everybody
go
ends
out
up?
there because we won't be able to get back.
We could do it at various. We could stagger it.
Yeah,
Staggered.
yeah.
The shotgun start. Yeah, I'm in on that. That's good content right there. You know
Content is Ryan doing it.
Yeah, because it's
Not
gonna be
me.
terrible. I want to see Stallion out of that trap because it'll
No,
take him
we don't.
15 attempts.
He's going to kill somebody.
Under 15 attempts. I think I can make it out of that trap. It's like what? 7 feet tall, getting it over. I can
Now,
get
it might
over.
be taller than that once
I
you
bet
get in
it's
it.
12 when you're down in it. I'd like to just see Stallion. What do you figure it is from the tree right there? 160 out?
That tree way back there?
200?
I'm
Nah,
scared.
that's
Look,
probably about
160,
155, 160.
Okay.
But
I
see,
want to see Stallion from there, and we'll put him 160 out. What's a club you like, Stallion?
My 5-iron. It's a really good
CJ,
club.
What do you hit?
That's
that
a lot of
180?
time to go back there and
'cause
do all that.
I drove the green one time, and when I was with you guys, 220.
Yeah, but they had us way up, and the wind was at your back.
I'll give you a par.
And that ground over there is like concrete.
B, we'll call it a par 4 from the tree for Stallion.
Yeah.
It's 160 yards, and I'll take double bogey.
I think he's going to hit us.
I might.
All right, we'll figure that out. The good content.
We only have 5 to 7 minutes. That's going to take way more than 5 to 7 minutes.
That's true. Even to have him, like for him to go 4-putt that green's going to take us a whole segment, let alone having to get in from 150. A lot of excitement continues to grow as really like the media gets to see more and more of what the Commanders are installing, right? And I think there's a lot of excitement about David Blau's offense. Last week, and we talked about this, I went out. The NFL.
You know, I started my day there.
Yeah, what was your schedule this week?
I showed up at 7:30 over at BigBear.ai. I taped a segment. I also took some pictures. A lot of guys were there early, and they staggered in the times they have to be there. So, you know, it was interesting this morning.
I bet. Dude, tomorrow morning, I'm very excited to be a part of this. The Wizards asked me to do an interview for their draft coverage.
Mm-hmm.
And this week is just crazy because normally if we're at the radio station, getting to Capital One is not a big deal. It's right down the street. But because we're all remote this week, I was like, well, I'm not downtown. And they're like, well, give me some times that could work. And I was like, well, I'm going to be in Ashburn and this and that. And I was like, I guess I could do the morning, thinking you and I know the cable sports television world. There ain't no mornings.
Uh-huh.
They're like, great, see you at 8 a.m. Tuesday.
How long is this thing going to take for you?
I think 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, because I was about to say you won't be there at 10.
I'll be there. I also don't think there'll be traffic going that way.
Oh, there's traffic going that way.
Getting out of downtown, probably.
Yeah, getting out of downtown, and then once you get on 66, you don't tell them what happened. And then you get on 267. Yeah.
We're going to make it work.
I'll be ready to go. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'll give you the Comrex. There's a lot of excitement growing, and over the weekend, I'm guessing this is Keim, right? Because this looks like an ESPN article. John wrote a good story about the actual scheme that David Blau is installing. And despite the Commanders' repeated and best efforts to keep everything a state secret, like it's going to get out here what you're planning on doing. And so it's interesting to kind of hear how this is going to go. I think it's important to point out, shotgun isn't going away. The pistol formation isn't going away, but they're going to be significantly reduced. I'm reading now from John Keim's article in ESPN.com. The changes will go beyond going under center more. The new scheme is about personnel groupings. Washington used 2 tight ends on 24% of its snaps under Kingsbury. That number will be much higher this season, perhaps doubling. That, the coaches believe, will lead to a more effective play-action game, getting targets more open. David Blau said, when we snap the ball, you shouldn't know if we're running it or throwing it. That is such a basic concept that was completely forgotten over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah. I think, listen, the way that Cliff did it, that was still his belief and thought. But I just think when you have offensive linemen right here, how much power are they going to get on a damn run play?
Right.
They're going to catch somebody. I just think when you're down in that three-point stance and you come off that ball, different ball game.
Totally. I don't think it takes a mathematician to realize Dan Quinn was pretty frustrated by the end of last season. Mm-hmm. And I think that Minnesota game, I think so many things happened in that Minnesota game that if you remember when I got back, now granted I came in pretty hot to the studio that morning because my flight was delayed and I was stuck in Minnesota and blah, blah, blah. But that's the only time in the Peters-Quinn tenure that was a fireable game. Like after that Minnesota game, somebody could have been fired. And in hindsight, knowing the drastic amount of changes that happened a month later, you almost wonder if some decisions were made following that game. But I like this from offensive line, the new offensive line coach, Darnell Stapleton, talking about Jaden. He said, Jaden is a special athlete, so we got to do our part to keep him clean, and he'll make plays. So much of getting a more balanced offense is to help Jaden Daniels.
You know what helped him? Running game.
Yeah, dude.
And not him running the ball all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Dude, like, for the people that want to celebrate Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, and all of their offensive wizardry, all of those offenses start with the run.
Yeah.
Like, running the football remains the absolute most important part of the game in establishing an offensive flow.
Fans have to understand, they think running the football is boring. You know what running the football gives you? Control. If you can run the ball and they have to focus so much on stopping it, you open it up in the passing game for your people. Most receivers, if you ask Tanner, if they line up one-on-one on you, did you take that as disrespect? When you put one person on a receiver in the NFL, they start smiling because they feel 9 times out of 10, I'm beating this dude. But if you can't run the ball or you don't choose to run it and they put 2 people on him, different ball game right now. So we got to establish a run, and then everything will work from that. Don't tell me about what the old days was, this, that, and the other. I just saw a team win the damn Super Bowl, and they ran the snot out the ball, and both their quarterback and their receiver had unbelievable years.
Absolutely.
But they ran the hell out the football in the Super Bowl.
They dominated. I saw you win a Super Bowl with a team that could run the hell out of the football.
Good shot.
Do we have a possible barbecue battle nominee? That's the first. They are putting for Birdie. This is the first time we've seen it. How many tickets are we giving away? 2 or 4? All right. Well, we're gonna sort this out.
Well, we give them away early. We ain't got to worry about watching the whole thing.
Well, Stallion's going to keep watching.
Oh, that look like that might be a good one.
I want to open the phone lines up and talk about this rebuilt Commanders offense. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Here's what I find really interesting, B. I think Keim here talks about maybe 40% of the time seeing 12 personnel, 2 tight ends out there. I think we see more 13, 3 tight ends on the field. I think we see more of that than we see the pistol, honestly. Now, it's not to say the pistol's going away, but I think when you look at what the Rams did last year when they went to that 13 personnel grouping and still were able to throw the ball out of that grouping, I think we're going to see a ton of that.
13 personnel with Terry, basically. How you
Basically,
looking at it?
in the back.
And I think Chig gives you that luxury because Chig has a speed enough to have an advantage over who's going to be checking him. It makes a difference. Having a legitimate pass-running tight end makes a hell of a difference.
When you're in 13, who's on the field?
I think you put Terry, Chig,
Bates, Sennett.
Yes, Sennett. Whoever steps up.
That's
Sennett,
what I'm saying.
Is it Sennett? Is it Yankoff? I mean, they gotta. So like I'm saying, once the team is developed completely, when they pick them, then we can make that decision. But I think Bates is always on him because he's shown he can catch the ball, but you need him on the field just in case you run it because he can block.
Totally,
he's a blocking fool, man.
I think in 12 it's Chig and Bates. I think in 13 it's Chig, Bates, and Sennett. But you're right. Like, that's an opportunity for somebody. They brought back Cager. Cager, I don't think people are aware. He looks like OG Anunoby. Like, he's like 6'7" or something. Like, he's a massive dude.
Mm-hmm.
I've been high on Yankoff since rookie minicamp of whatever that was 2 years ago. He made the most unbelievable catch I've ever seen in a rookie minicamp.
Yeah.
And you just, at those type of events, just get your name called, right?
Yeah.
He's now been on the roster. You want to hear a really funny story about Yankoff? So it was their rookie season, and I run into Yankoff and Luke McCaffrey at Wegmans, the one right there by the facility.
Uh-huh.
And these two dudes, they were buying, just total physical specimens, obviously, and they were clearly eating keto or whatever. And they had steak and, vegetables, but none of it had a barcode, and damn if the self-checkout wasn't giving them hell. They were just having a real...
All you got to do is go to look up item.
Right. They were figuring it out. These were young guys that had moved across the country. They were figuring it out. Phone number, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The Commanders are going to be under center with multiple tight ends on the field. They're going to run more play action. That is not a surprise. At times, there will be bootlegs. At times, I'm guessing Jaden will keep it on the boot. But the idea here, more play action, more separation for wide receivers. How much of a game changer is this new offense going to be for Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin, Bill, whoever you want to talk about? How big of a deal is the new offense going to be for Washington? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Taking your calls next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's B. Mitch and Finley here talking to you about our friends over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Paul's done a ton of work at my house. He comes out himself, does the estimate, tells you what you need, and more importantly, tells you what you don't need. We redid all the windows in my house, and on one side of the house, he explained I didn't have to pay for the top-of-the-line windows because that side of the house just doesn't get as much sun. Saved me a bunch of cash. When a dude that's selling a product helps you save money, that sticks with you. Working with Paul Henry's been tremendous for me and my family, and it can be the same for you. All month long, you'll get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation.
Yeah, Paul came over to my house and we sat down, and before he could start trying to sell me something like most salespeople do, he sat down and asked me what I was trying to accomplish, what I wanted. And then once I did that, he walked around my house to every window, every door, and we talked about what I should spend, what I shouldn't spend. If I wanted to go to a certain point, he told me the windows that I could do it with. And, at the end of the day, I had saved a lot of money. So if you want to get windows and doors right now, reach out to Paul, and you'll receive $125 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $600 off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
The Chicago Bulls are finalizing a deal to hire Portland Trailblazers interim coach Thiago Splitter as their new franchise head coach. Top NBA draft prospect Aaron Peterson visiting with the Wizards. He says that's the only team he's going to visit with. AJ Debonsa led the nation with 25.5 points per game. Those two are the odds-on favorite at number 1 for the Wizards. June 23rd, 8 p.m. at Barclays Center is when the 2026 NBA draft will commence. Nationals baseball now 37-35 with a 10-1 win over Seattle. Keibert Ruiz and James Wood with homers. Both went 3 for 4 with 2 runs and 2 RBI apiece. Taking on Kansas City Royals tonight, Nats Park, 6:45 live on The Fan. Tunisia has fired their head coach Sabri Lamouchi after a 5-1 loss to Sweden to begin the World Cup. Men's College World Series begins at 1 p.m. today, Alabama against Texas. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
In The Fan, we are live out in Avenel, TPC Potomac. Help me again, B.
TPC Avenel at Potomac Farms.
They have it's
TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms.
Jeff, I apologize, dog. You're gonna call the callers out for us. That's how this is gonna go, unless Stallion can figure it out. We are here for the Pentagon Memorial Fund golf tournament. It's a very cool, very nice vibe. Just had a buddy of ours say hello, a friend of Lee Armstrong's. This 18th hole is kicking people's ass, though. I'm curious what the score is going to be. You know somebody's going to come in at 60 or something.
Yeah, but we've seen maybe 2 pars, I think it was.
Maybe. That one
but this group right here, they're not on the green.
That one group definitely had one. Shout out to that group,
yeah.
Lee's buddy. Right now, though, the question, and I'll start by asking you, B, is how much of a difference can the new offense make? Players make plays ultimately, but a new scheme can make a difference.
The new offense can make a difference because the new offense now puts them in different situations. I did a thing this morning called B. Mitchell's Big Three, and one of my big 3 was that the offense shows more variety. I think last year people got to a point where they can see where it was stalemated. You know, it started to go out there and you could see exactly what they were lining up in, and you know the plays that were coming from certain things. Right now, I can see this team lining up in positions to where, you know, you might think something is coming and they can do something else from it. You know, I look at Joe Gibbs' offense, Andy Reid, you look at Sean McVay, you look at even Kyle Shanahan. They line up in stuff with different personnel groupings, but they line up the same way. But then you'll see a shift, and then you see a motion come from one way. Next time they do the same shift, but the motion goes the other direction. They confuse people. It's not just lining up in one little set, one formation, and do whatever you're going to do from that. No, they're not going to do that. So I believe the offense with the variety can make a world of difference.
Let's go to the phones. Josh is in Raleigh. Josh, how much of a difference will the new offense make for the Commanders?
How you doing, JP? I love that polo you got on, boss.
Thanks, brother. Cannon Club. Shout out to our guy.
Yes, sir. But I was just going to say a bunch of Jaden's highlights from that rookie season came off of bootlegs. That game-sealing naked bootleg against the Buccaneers where the D lineman grabbed Jaden Towles. That deep bomb to Diami against the Browns. Like, I think Jaden has a chance to cement himself as a top 3 deep ball thrower in the league under this new offense. But that's all I got to say.
I love it, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you, Josh. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. How much of a difference could the new offense make for this Commanders offense? Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. Sean, what do you got?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I think that the most important thing is going to be the interior of the offensive line and then the running back room. Hearing from Anthony Lynn last week about, you know, he's kind of unsure who's going to be the RB1 and, you know, it might be this person, it might be that person. I think that's what worries me, especially with the play action. You know, you really need to respect the running game if the play action is going to work, and that's kind of where my worry is.
About
I don't think you should worry about that because that coach is getting you coach speak right there. You know, why would I on the first day say Bill's gonna be my RB1 or Fat Man's gonna be my RB1? Then the guy's like, oh hey, he got the job, they start to change up. No, I don't know who it's gonna be. You know why? Because they've been talking about competition. Now you got everybody going out there giving it all in every damn game. So I don't take any worry from him making that comment. I think that's a smart coach.
That's fair.
I talked to Anthony Lynn at length last week, and we talked about the running back room and how excited he is for all the different options they have. And he talked about Bill. He told me Bill's dealing with a little bit of a hammy thing. That's why he's not going. But Bill wants to be going, and they're just forcing him to rest because it's June, I would add. But I think in the modern NFL, I mean, how many true, like, bell cows are there? Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, like Saquon. Like, I would argue it's kind of normal to have a number of backs. Like, because he was so good in the Super Bowl, we all kind of think of Kenneth Walker. But, like, Charbonnet had 900 yards for them last year. And then he got hurt for the playoff run, I think. Like,
Kenneth Walker went to the Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
He's not going to have to run like talking about, but he's going to close out some games.
Like the Bears, who were really good, it was Monungai late, but who was the vet that was running for all those yards early for the Bears? Like even the Lions, who may have the most talented back in the league in Jahmyr Gibbs, I bet David Montgomery got
a lot.
I mean, I bet he got 150 rushes.
But see, that's what it is. But the thing of it is, if your offensive ran a certain way, doesn't make a difference who's in the backfield. If they make you think, if the offensive line is leading the way and they make you think it's a run, you're going to get some level of pull. I mean, a pull from that defensive, like the backfield and also the linebackers, and that's what you want.
Our guy Keith is down in Orlando. Keith, what do you think about the new offense? What's it going to do for this team?
Hey, what's up? It's Keith from Orlando. But I think the running game is going to give us ball control. We're going to have a really aggressive defense that's trying to take the ball away. We need to control the ball to not have them get right back on the field 3 plays later. Running the ball will absolutely help slow that down and give pace and space to the game.
I like that.
All right, brother.
I like that. You got to be able to run the ball. I think Fat Man's going to be really important in short yardage situations, and he's got to emerge, right? Like,
yep, and it protects Jaden, right? Like, keep him from getting those extra hits.
Totally.
Yep, totally.
Dude, I think there is very much an intentional point to at least – you never want to eliminate Jaden's legs from the game, but the design quarterback rushes, I think we will see some diminishment there. Thanks for the call, man. Let's go to our guy Toothpick is on the line. What's up, Pick?
Mitch, man, thank y'all for doing what y'all do. I think that 3rd and 6, right? 3rd and 6, it can be a run, it could be play action, it could be a boot. I think that is a game changer because you put that defense in all kind of perils, and so that now changes the game. Normally, with 3rd and 6, you know, we're in shotgun. You're not really playing, the run because you can see it when they're in the pistol or if he's beside them. So I think that this will be a total game changer. Hey, JP, can I give a quick early bleep you?
Sure.
And it's just to a restaurant, that a fast food chain that just gives you one napkin. Bleep you. Stop playing. Why are you holding back and giving people one napkin?
Thank you, Pick.
All right. Later.
Let's go to Daryl.
They'll give you 2. They're going to raise the prices on you.
Daryl's in Columbia. Daryl, what do you think about the new offense, man?
Hey, JP, can you hear me?
I got you, bud.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. You know, I like the offense and the defense. I think scheme is important. I think players are important. But what's most important, and B. Mitch can attest to this, is play calling. And, calling the right plays at the right time. And, that's the art. It's like playing chess, and so not everybody's good at it. So I think that's important along with, just attacking teams weekly at their weakness. And, just having a variety of different options that we can throw at teams' weaknesses, I think is very important.
All right.
I like it, man. Thanks for the call. Totally. Like every week, the game plan should be designed to beat the team, to beat the opponent.
Yeah.
Not just one plan that we're going to
find out what they can't do well and make them defend it all day.
Let's go to Anthony in Annapolis. What's up, Ant?
Hi, JP. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say I think this offense is going to really help Terry since now they're going to have like more one-on-one situations for him. I just feel like it's really, really good for him. And I just can I take 1 second and shout out a charity?
I guess. Go quick.
So today, I mean not today, but there's in this month, this guy, a YouTuber named Tom Grossi is doing 30 stadiums in 30 days for St. Jude.
Okay.
And he's already got $600,000, and he's going to be in D.C. on Wednesday, and I just wanted to shout him out there, spread the word that he's going to be in D.C. on Wednesday.
Cool, man. Appreciate the call, dude. We got our guy, Rob. All right, take care, bud. We got our guy, Rob McNamara, joining us in just a minute. Byron in San Antonio. Byron,
what up, B?
What do you got on the new offense?
What's going on, gentlemen? How y'all doing today?
We're good, brother.
It was a great day because the Spurs lost. But anyway, I
you haven't become a Spurs fan living in San Antonio, man?
Man, I can't stand Wimpy. I want my mama. Can't stand that dude, man. Can't stand him. I love the guys around him, Castle and Harper and Chad Penny. But Wimpy, nah, man.
That's funny right there. That is funny.
Yeah, I'm from the inner high. Nah, you can't do that. But I wish that they would go back and look at some of Joe Gibbs' plays, counter trade, the boots off the counter trade, where's your play action. You got to worry about the run. You got to worry about the pass. Oh, by the way, you got to worry about Jayden. And then it's just one play that I'll take from the Rex Grossman era where they used to do this boot, and they would put Fred Davis in motion, do the boot away from Fred Davis, and Fred Davis was always open on the sideline for the whole season. And they ran that play all the time, and that tight end was always open. Just go with stuff that works. People want to come with all this innovation. Joe Gibbs, coach, won 3 Super Bowls, left, came back, ran the same stuff. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just run the stuff that you know works.
There you go.
Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, bro.
Good luck in that Texas Heat. I think there's a lot to be excited about with this new offense. The NFL's a copycat league. It's well known for that, right? Cliff runs one of one, and I don't want to knock it because it worked well in 24, but it put a lot on Jaden's plate. I think the new offense should help Jaden and allow him to be spectacular, but not rely on him to be spectacular.
Yeah.
And that is a really big difference. Coming up next, it is U.S. Open Week. Shinnecock is the hardest golf course I've ever laid eyes on. It is that is a tricky beast up there. Our guy Rob McNamara from Keswick Hall down in Virginia is going to join us to preview Shinnecock and the U.S. Men's Open. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley live, TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms. JP Finley here from my friends at Closets by Design. We got really lucky. I got to meet Matt and see the facility they have out in Manassas, and it's really impressive. All the work they do in their facility, and it's all custom to your home. They redid my wife's bedroom closet. It was kind of a mess before. It was just old and antiquated. Now it's modernized. She's got different shelving, different hangers, different rods, and she's so much happier, and it's really maximized the space in my small old home. They can do the same thing for you. Hit them up at closetsbydesign.com, but it's not just closets. They can redo your office, redo your laundry room. They can add custom built-in bookcases, whatever it is you need. Check them out. Closets by Design, or call 800-BY-DESIGN to schedule your free in-home consultation today. And if you need it, Closets by Design can even offer deferred interest financing with approved credit. They did a great job at my house. They can do the same for you. ClosetsByDesign.com. I know it's a 800 number. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In just a minute, we're going to be joined by our buddy Rob McNamara from Keswick Hall down in Charlottesville. Preview the U.S. Open at Shinnecock. You know what I'm bummed by, B? I don't know if you saw this over the weekend. It was obviously a very busy weekend, a very busy sports weekend. But Brooks Koepka was leading the Canadian Open.
Yeah.
I think he shot like a 66, and he had to withdraw with a hand injury. I think, if I have this right, Brooks won previously at Shinnecock. And I wanted to see Koepka kind of rounding into form. I don't know where the hand injury is going to leave him. Shinnecock's
tough, bro.
I mean, it's truly one of the gems of American golf.
How high is that night green from the fairway?
Dog, whatever the club is, take one more. That's all I can tell you. Joining us now is our friend Rob McNamara from Keswick Hall down in Charlottesville. Rob, how are you, buddy?
Hey, doing great, guys. Thanks for checking in.
Yeah, man. Thanks for making time for us, dude. You had an incredibly impressive amateur and pro golf career. I'm guessing you've played Shinny a few times. Try to describe, like, I've played it from the members' tees in July, and it was impossible. When the USGA gets a hold of this thing and speeds it up and grows that rough out, how difficult of a golf course are we talking?
Well, I tell you what, I played it one time back when I could play a little bit, which seems like eternity ago, but I'm not saying I even got it. But back when I played just a little bit decent golf, and I thought, I'm going to try to qualify for the Open again. And so I'm up there in September the preceding year. I think this was 2007, so it would have been the September of 2006. And I decided I'm going to play from 1 yard from the back of every tee box. I got permission from the pro to do it, just to really tap it out. And I was up there with a member of Farmington and a friend who was also a member there, and he was all about it, thinking I could play a little bit. And so we're giving it a whirl and having a big time. And through 14 holes, I'd made 11 bogeys and 3 pars. I parred the last 4 holes. I parred the last 4 holes in a row to shoot 81. And I said, well, that was a $250 round. He goes, well, we weren't playing for that much money. I said, no, that saved me $250 because the last thing on earth I want to do is qualify for the U.S. Open next year on this course. I ain't even entering.
Hey, that course is tough, though. Like, the elevation changes they have out there, man. The back nine is totally different than the front. The guys that spray the ball, how much would they be affected?
They got no shot. They got no shot because you'll be in rough knee-high to a giraffe. I'm telling you, got no shot.
That fescue and stuff, oh, my gosh. Rob, let me ask you this.
Yes.
What do you think is a more difficult track? Oakmont is famous for how hard it is. I think Shinny's right there with Oakmont as far as difficulty. Of those two, what do you think is more difficult?
Well, Oakmont's hard if the wind isn't blowing or anything. Oakmont's just an impossibly difficult golf course.
Right.
But, they have the rough really high all the time, and the greens are ridiculously fast and firm all the time. So it's always hard. Shinnecock gets exponentially harder when the wind blows. And I did a little prep work for you guys, and I feel like the most important show for those bettors out there. I know that a lot of your peeps like to bet on golf, which I'm all about that. Golf betting is legal in Virginia and Maryland, where I come from, so give it a whirl. But I think the most important channel you can watch this week, not to throw ratings off y'all, is to watch the Weather Channel. And it's supposed to blow up to 30 miles an hour on Thursday. And if it blows 30 miles an hour on Thursday, nobody breaks par.
Wow.
No way.
Dude, I believe it. I think 9, 10, 11 at Shinnecock Hills is the most difficult 3-hole stretch of golf in the world. Like 9, it's that crazy uphill to the 10. I think is the par 5 that has the same crazy uphill.
Fall off,
and then that 11th hole is like a 130-yard par 3. And I remember playing it once with our dear friend that's a member up there, Jay Blunt, and I put it on the green. I'm on the green in 1. And he bet me $100 I wouldn't walk with a double bogey. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I can 4-putt this thing? And I took a 6. It was so damn hard, dude.
Well, when you play it, they say it's the easiest par 5 in New York.
I believe it. So, Rob, I know you've got those Kentucky roots, dude. I know you like to lay a wager or two. Who are some of the players you're watching this week?
Well, I'm debating all that in my head right now. I was looking at the whole deal, and you go down the list. Do you go for chalk and you go down the Rory and Scotty route, or do you take a flyer on these up-and-comers? In the U.S. Open is kind of an interesting event if you look at the history of the Open, and you see some like one-and-done kind of people, the Steve Joneses of the world, the Corey Pavins, although Corey was a lot better, relatively speaking, than Steve Jones ever was, but where they play really good one time and they win a major. I mean, Andy North won 3 times, and he won 2 U.S. Opens. I mean, first-class gentleman and great guy. But it's an unusual tournament in that regard. The other thing, if you look at Shinnecock, look at the people that have won there. I mean, really good short games. Really good short games. Mark Brooks.
Koepka?
I don't know if Koepka won. He won the PGA there, didn't he?
Unless I could be incorrect, but I'm almost positive the 2018 U.S. Open at Shinny was Brooks' first major, and he won it
maybe
over.
Yes, you're.
He came in over par. He won that thing 1 over. That shows you how tough this course is.
If they said, I know that Corey Pavin won there in '96. The bottom line is that it's an unusual test of golf that you could be just not necessarily a long hitter. Being straight is crucial.
Yes.
Crucial.
I remember.
Yeah, it's tough. It's just tough. I hope the USGA doesn't go soft. I think it's the one golf tournament that people sit at home. It's the only reason people watch NASCAR was to see the crashes. Nobody wanted anybody to get killed or hurt or anything, but they did like to see the crashes. I think the reason that people really like watching the U.S. Open is they like for a par to actually mean something. Because people can identify with that.
I like the pros being challenged. I don't want to see them just bomb away, be in the rough, be able to spin the ball at the rough. I want you missed the fairway, you should be penalized.
Challenge is coming this week. Hey, Rob, we appreciate you always making time for us, dude. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet you. I know I was scheduled to be down there over the summer, but hopefully we'll be able to get down there again.
Why don't y'all come down here? Come to Keswick Hall. We've got a great place, and I know all your listeners out there would love to come visit sometime, eat this good food, and play this great golf course. Come see us.
All right, brother.
We will, man. We will. Always good to hear from you. Thank you, Rob.
All right, Rob.
That's our friend Rob McNamara, Keswick Hall. I could talk to that dude all day. I love the Kentucky drawl. He's one of us. Something tells me Rob doesn't mind a cocktail here and there, putting a couple wagers down, watching the ponies. We got a very interesting conversation about the Wizards with the number 1 draft pick. Darren Peterson has entered the chat. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. World Cup continues today with Spain underway against Cabo Verde. It is at halftime, no score. Tunisia has fired their head coach Sabri Lamouchi after Tunisia lost to Sweden 5-1. NBA Chicago Bulls are finalizing a deal to hire Portland Trail Blazers interim coach Tiago Splitter as their franchise's new head coach. Darren Peterson worked out with the Washington Wizards and says he'll work out with no other team. Nationals defeat Seattle 10-1, taking on Royals tonight, 6:45, live on The Fan. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live at TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms. Beautiful day out here. We talked with some of the golf folks. Our guy Abraham from Par City. They're opening one in Bethesda. Excited about that. We're out here for the...
Don't be Jeff.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, out here at TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms. We're here for the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac. Proceeds support the Pentagon Memorial Fund and its ongoing public education mission, including the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more at PentagonMemorial.org. I believe former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe is going to join us a little later here. Tell us about really what they're doing, what they're raising money for. That'll be at 1:45. Beautiful day out here. It's been fun to watch. We got one on the green. We did give away some barbecue battle tickets to a group that made par. It was our guy Abraham that owns the Par City Golf.
Yep.
There's one in Arlington. They're going to open one in Bethesda. I'm excited about that. That's a home game for your boy. We got
I just saw a guy hit a shot just like you would, too, in that position.
Just short?
Yeah, he chunked it.
Just woefully short. B, there's some interest. We are 8 days out from the NBA draft, right? And the Wizards hold the number one pick. And for some time, there's been this operating presumption that A.J. DeBonce is going to go number one.
Yeah, yeah.
And we had last week Chris Miles on the program who said Chris Miles covers the NBA, knows the league at a high level, and said without a shadow of a doubt that Darren Peterson was very much in play for the Wiz at number one. I believe Nick Ashew on our air has said the same thing per sources he's talked to around the league. Well, this morning, I believe, or maybe last night, but Shams Charania, since Woj has retired, Shams is now the Schefter of the NBA, right? There's no doubt about it. It was kind of a Woj, Shams, Schefter, Rappaport deal, and Woj stepped away, and now it's just Shams is the guy. Shams Charania tweeted out developments ahead of the June 23rd NBA draft. BYU's A.J. DeBonce has conducted formal visits with both the Washington Wizards and Utah Jazz, while Kansas's Darren Peterson only visited the Wizards and does not plan to grant anyone else a meeting. Both have belief in going number one, and now teams in the lottery are taking note of Peterson's decision to only interview with Washington. What do you make of this, Brian Mitchell?
I don't know what to make of it. I think I'm interviewing with everybody, but just to only interview with one, is he being told he's going to be drafted? Has he been told that by someone that makes him not want to do it? But if I'm him, as I was talking earlier, I am talking good about everybody till I'm drafted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Agreed.
So if he's doing that, I would suspect something's being said. That's all I can say.
Do you think with the questions about him missing time at Kansas and having to come out of games, and we have since heard that there was a creatine issue that was causing him to cramp up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think with whatever those concerns were at Kansas, now coupled with him not wanting to take meetings with anybody besides number one, do you think more eyebrows are getting raised? Or is this the flip side where it's like the sheer confidence of turning other teams down is like, this dude's got some S to him in a good way?
Well, listen, man. I know what people have said about the Bonza and this, that, and the other. I think, as I told you before, if the stuff about the creatine had never popped up, would we have been looking at the Bonza like the number one guy? I don't think so.
I don't think it would have been the surefire thing.
So, when you see this kid, these scouts and front offices, they are dissecting everything. That dude's a ball player. I'm not saying there's no guarantee. I don't want nobody to think that I'm saying that, but he can play. And he brings a level of this, little electricity to it where he could be the dude, But people are going to question him. They'll question him if they draft him. But they have to be able to rely upon what they think, not what we think, not what nobody else said, But I told you when the creatine thing popped up, that is a possibility.
I want to open the phones on this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. There's a growing conversation about Peterson at number one. Chris Miles was on with us and said so. Nick Ashew said so on the Fan. I have always thought the DeBonsa as a sure thing at one was not the case. I was, however, over the weekend. It's funny, these NBA finals, drew me into all this NBA content that I don't always listen to. I was listening to Bill Simmons' podcast over the weekend, and I believe he said, maybe we could track this audio down for tomorrow, Stallion. I believe he said he would bet his life on DeBonsa going number one.
Okay.
I remain in the camp that if Utah has to have DeBonsa, get some stuff, let Utah get him, and take Peterson at 2. Couldn't a byproduct of Peterson not wanting to go talk to Utah be that he knows Utah's all in on DeBonsa, and one way or another, that's what's going to happen?
Could be. Could totally be.
I would not be mad at that.
No.
I think this is not a Wemby, LeBron, Cooper Flag draft where there's a very obvious number one and then there's some other dudes. I think if you grade these guys out between DeBonsa and Peterson, it might be like a, what do you like better, ribeyes or filet mignon?
Totally.
Because we got them both here. You know what I mean?
That's what it is.
Do you want lobster tail or beef Wellington?
Yeah.
Good options.
Whatever you like.
And I know the excitement with the Wiz, getting Trae Young, maybe getting Anthony Davis, and okay, well, let's turn this thing up a notch. Let's start contending and being an awesome basketball team. You know what Oklahoma City has? They have SGA, Chet, 100 dudes named Jay Will.
Assets.
And they still have an extra first.
And picks.
They have Oklahoma City lost in the Western Conference Finals. They still have the 12th overall pick in this draft. Get more picks, acquire more players, more bites at the apple. I'm not at all mad about that, man. So I think the DeBonsa stuff, I think he absolutely could go number one to Washington, and I think it would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I also think he could end up in Utah, dude.
Yeah, I think the whole Utah thing wasn't a sham. It wasn't something that was made up from the beginning. So if that works out like that, I wouldn't be shocked whatsoever.
Everybody thinks, White Brian, see if you give me odds. I imagine Vegas has installed DeBonsa going one as a heavy favorite. I am curious if those numbers have moved for Darren Peterson over the last couple days, because there's clearly something out there. And maybe it's the Peterson camp. Maybe it's just teams, whether it's the Wiz or others, trying to drum up trade talks.
Could be.
I got to talk to Michael Winger last week, and the one thing that stuck with me, because I asked him about the phones. I asked him about people calling about the pick. And he said, I wouldn't say it's a higher volume of calls, because there's always a ton of calls around the draft.
Yeah.
but he said the level of seriousness with which teams have to call the Wizards. If you're calling about number one, that's not a BS how you doing phone call.
No.
That's a real call.
You know you got to offer something, and it has to be at a high level. So if you make the phone call, you're there to talk some serious business.
Totally.
Yeah, not to be calling up talking about, well, what you think about a two twos?
What's your favorite one from the 980 days? Didn't somebody call in and say trade Peter John
Give me
Ramos?
Peter John Ramos for Shaq. Yeah, okay. See if that's going to happen ever in any lifetime.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Darren Peterson, the Kansas guard, has only visited the Wizards and does not plan to grant anyone else a meeting. It's a curious tactic.
Could it be he feels I'm going 1 or 2, and I'm going to the Wizards no matter what? Is it that the Wizards take me first, or the Wizards trade and Utah take Wisconsin second? I mean first, and then the Wizards take me second. Does he feel that?
Yeah, man. It's an interesting situation, dude. So Jeremy Woo is ESPN's draft analyst, and he wrote
AJ is minus 425.
Okay. What is Peterson? Plus 250 or something?
I don't know. Waiting for B-Hawk to send it.
Plus 360.
Plus 360.
That's kind of juicy. So Jeremy Woo is the one that worked with Shams to get the report out that Peterson's only taken meetings with Washington. I'm reading now from his column, and feel free to hit us up, 800-636-1067. With the draft picture beginning to crystallize, the intrigue begins at the very top, where the Washington Wizards have begun to narrow down their options with the number 1 pick, and the Utah Jazz sitting behind them at number 2. A.J. Debonsa and Darren Peterson remain the projected top 2 picks, but there's still a question about the order they're selected. Plus, you have the lingering Giannis trade. Here is the mock draft from Shams and this dude, Jeremy Woo. The Wizards have played their cards close to the vest over the past few weeks, taking their time with the process and evaluating all 4 candidates atop the draft. Washington has narrowed its focus to Debonsa and Darren Peterson, sources tell me and Sharania. Peterson has informed the Jazz that he plans to take no further team visits, signaling that he is comfortable with his position and prefers to hear his name called at number 1 with Washington. He made himself accessible to the Wizards, previously meeting with them in Los Angeles, and has conducted multiple on-court workouts in front of Washington's decision-makers. Peterson wants to play point guard at the next level, but the presence of Trae Young in Washington is not viewed as an impediment. Debonsa visited Washington on Thursday and Friday and headed from there to Utah on Saturday, his only 2 planned visits. For months, he has been the favorite around the NBA to hear his name called first, having led D1 basketball in scoring with 25.5 per game. And with his size, physicality, and ability to get downhill, Debonsa has well-documented ties to Utah after playing his senior year of high school at Utah Prep and last season at BYU. But he also prefers to be the number 1 pick. Some around the league believe Debonsa's profile best aligns with what the Wizards have valued. Last year, they coveted Ace Bailey, another taller scoring wing. Although Debonsa plays a much different style, he would check some of the same boxes. Washington's decision will play out over the next 8 days.
What if Washington ends up with Bailey and Stevens?
Bailey is in Utah, right?
Yeah. What if that's what happened? What if they end up with Bailey and they get with Peterson at number 2? Debonsa goes to what's called, and another little happen to be first round of next year comes in. How would that look? If they were favoring Bailey, Ace Bailey last year, and you could happen to get him, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Sources, this is from Utah. Sources say Darren Peterson's medicals have not raised major concerns with teams, clearing the way for him to hear his name called as a top 2 pick. He began the season as ESPN's number 1 prospect and is the most gifted offensive player in the class. That's pretty interesting. Now, I continue from this. Although Peterson does not plan to visit Utah before the draft, that is not considered by rival teams to be a major factor in whether the Jazz will select him. There is precedent for that thinking. As general manager, Austin Ainge selected Ace Bailey 5th overall last year, despite Bailey's camp electing not to work out there. The Jazz are particularly familiar with DeBonta after he spent the past 2 years playing in-state. Although his presence creates some positional duplication with Bailey, it would be a major surprise around the NBA if DeBonta slipped past Utah. Dude.
So my thing is, if there's a concern of those two being the same players, maybe, just maybe, that talk has already been done and the Wizards has already made a deal. It's about to happen.
If Utah offers Ace and number 2, so they can move up to 1 and get DeBonta, and then you get Ace and Peterson, you making that deal?
On 1 with Bailey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I am too.
Hell yeah.
Let's go to Will in Arlington. Will, what's up, man? What do you make of this unfolding NBA draft intrigue?
JP, D. Mitch, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, brother?
How you doing,
Hey, listen, I don't want this to be a Kwame Brown, Tyson Chandler, Eddie Curry situation where the Wizards were all in on DeBonta and don't look at anyone else, and he ends up being the second coming of Kwame Brown, doing absolutely nothing in this town. And Tyson Chandler and Eddie Curry linked up there in Chicago and were playoff contenders almost the entire time they were together. So I think that the Wizards, if they did say something to Peterson here, I think that's, a positive. And I think that maybe they can make some kind of deal with Utah for DeBonta and getting some more draft picks. Thanks, fellas.
Hi, bro.
Dude, it's interesting, man. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We haven't talked to our boy Jeff much today. Jeffrey, I know you're juggling a lot back there, but I'm curious what you make of this. Like, Peterson not taking any other visits on a scale of something or nothing, that's a something, I think. I don't think it's a nothing. Now, I don't think he's going to refuse to go somewhere else, but it's a something for me. Jeffrey, where you at?
I think it's a something too, JP, and it's two ways. It could be either like B said, where he says, he's confident and he just see himself going number 1, or for all we know, the Wizards and Peterson could have had a discussion and they're set on it, and he's just like, that was what this decision making. He just haven't, made it public to the world. So it's something back there, but we just got to wait and see.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
I agree.
I'm cool. I'm cool with movement here.
Yeah.
I don't know that we're going to see movement, but I'm cool with movement.
I am looking for a team. I'm looking for more people that could be reasons that you win. And if they can turn the DeBonta into 2, 3, 4 guys and can play, because I think Bailey can play. Peterson can play. You get somebody else, I have no problem with that. I think the more good players you have on your team, the better team you end up getting.
Dude.
I'm not stuck on one person or the other. Listen, DeBonta, Peterson, whatever, but if they can turn DeBonta into multiple people, with a damn good people will tell you, even with all the rumors, Peterson has been talked about as the number 1 pick too.
Always.
So with all those doubts, why is he still being talked about like that if the other guy is so damn good?
The combine video of him shooting threes, it was mesmerizing. It was like staring at waves crashing on the beach.
Like when I shoot him?
It was so pure. Yeah.
Like when I shoot him, yeah.
I think we just watched this Knicks team roll through the playoffs and roll through San Antonio. They lost 1 game in 50 days or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And they had a star. They have an absolute star in Jalen Brunson. But that was a team.
Hell yeah.
That was a team.
Yes, and that's what you got to build.
Dude, like this Knicks team, the last team that reminded me of this Knicks team was the 2004 Pistons that took out the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
That was a team full of good players that worked together. Like, I have been clear that I have faith in this Wiz front office, Dawkins, Winger, and crew. And, like, I'm cool if there's movement here. Taking calls, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Jay, Mark, Andre, I see you guys on hold. We're coming to you next. B. Mitch and Finley here for our friends at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Paul's done a tremendous job for me and a tremendous job for B. Mitch. I got all new doors, all new windows. Working with Paul Henry, it's a family over there. Katie takes great care of you. All of the people, they show up early and get jobs done early. How often does that happen, B?
You know, it don't happen very often. And look, I don't know how good Paul is in golf, but as I've been watching this stuff, the way he made my house look and made me feel when he came to do my house, he could probably help some of these people golf games out. I'm looking at a shot right now there from 100 yards. One guy, there's two guys that didn't make the green. Paul, you can help everybody out. You know, you made my house look better because you put some good windows in it. You don't let the bad air come in. You don't let the good air go out. If you can do that for me, you could come out here and probably talk to these guys and bring the good golf games out of them. So if you're looking for doors and windows right now and not just a good golf game, reach out to Paul right now. You can receive $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
This update is brought to you by the Purple Heart Open presented by Green Drop. It's back Monday, June 22nd at the International Country Club. Cowboys holding mandatory minicamp this week. Todd Archer reporting that George Pickens has arrived to take his physical. Ian Rappaport reports that Falcons edge James Pierce Jr. has also reported to camp for his physical, and he has entered a diversion program to resolve his legal matter that included being charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Chicago Bulls are finalizing hiring Tiago Splitter as their new head coach. Darren Peterson worked out for the Wizards and says he will work out with no other team. It's A.J. Devanza or Peterson for the Wizards in the NBA draft unless they trade the top pick. The annual Purple Heart Open presented by Green Drop is back. Join them Monday, June 22nd at International Country Club. Enjoy a day on the fairway with fantastic food and prizes, all supporting our wounded veterans. Register today at purpleheartfoundation.org and help make a difference. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Go ahead and switch the style up. B. Mitch and Finley, everybody thinks it's going to be A.J. Devanza at number one, but what if it isn't? Sometimes things everybody thinks do not get to the finish line. There's a new report from Shams that Darren Peterson, another extremely high-level prospect, the Kansas guard, who's a bona fide bucket getter, a real shooter in what is becoming a shooter's league, Darren Peterson's only going to meet with Washington. He's not meeting with anybody else. What does that mean for this draft situation? Our guy, Mark, is in Largo. What's up,
What
Mark?
up, Mark? Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing,
I don't
bud?
think it means anything. I actually think it means Darren Peterson's making a mistake because I don't think he's going to get drafted by Washington. I mean, look, if you get Darren Peterson, you got to move everything around. All right, he wants to play the point guard. Then what do you do with Trey Young? What do you do with Bob Carrington? It's just too much stuff. Whereas A.J., look, we don't need to overthink this, guys. A.J. Devanza is the best player in this draft. Darren Peterson, there's a lot of red flags with him and a lot of stuff. You know, if this is the NFL draft, JP, you with all the stuff that Darren Peterson had been doing and didn't do and stuff like that, he wouldn't even be a top 20 pick. You know, it's funny, and I just think that you waited to get the number one pick. AJ, to me, we don't need to overthink this, man. We really don't. AJ's the guy. Darren, it's just too much you got to move around. For him.
But do you really have to move a lot around? I asked that question because
you do.
I like Mark. Listen to what I'm saying. I like Mark. I like Bub. Is Bub a bucket getter all the time? Is he that guy? And Trey has as much stuff going on with him as you think Peterson has. So what's the difference?
Let me ask you this, B. Mitch. Okay, if this was last year, I think AJ is better than Cooper Flagg.
I think you lost your mind right there, bro. That ain't true.
This draft class, okay. Well, everybody else in this draft class currently is not as good as this. Like I'm saying that to say this: Trey Johnson is better than Darren Peterson. That's why
maybe AJ is not better than Cooper Flagg, though.
Maybe not, but he's better than everything else that we got. He's better than everything we got right now.
The only thing I'll say, Mark,
I think he's better than Darren Peterson.
I love the passion in the call. I really do. The only thing, like, you're saying that you can't go with Peterson because you have Trey Young, because you have Bub. I would counter with they already traded for Trey Young when they had Bub. So that tells you eventually what they think of Bub, right? And then Trey Young, I think, is playing on a player option year. That is a movable asset. That is an expiring contract. Like,
multiple picks.
You have to think of this as a very fluid situation. Like, yes, what you have right now is what you have right now, but that doesn't mean that's what you're going to have come October 1st, come December 1st, come next March.
I still think that AJ, even that, I still think Darren, even if you play him at the 2, he's still not better than Trey Johnson. Because Trey Johnson is a much better shooter than him. Plus, he's bigger than him. Now, I mean, I understand what y'all saying about Bub. I get it. But AJ, to me, is somebody who could score along with Alex Zarr in the front court. That's something you can't change. We don't need to overthink this. We really don't. I would go with AJ.
Appreciate the call, Mark.
It's
too much.
It's a good call, dog. Appreciate it.
I just think, like, I love when people have that passion, but like this, if they're those people that do this on a daily basis all day, if they think that one of them may not be as good as Mark thinks they are, I'm going to follow those people more than anybody that calls on one of these phone lines. Because they do this every day. That's all they do. And I know, but you can't compare football and what's it called? Like, sometimes we see people get drafted in football that we think is that can't miss, and then all of a sudden when they're not bad, and you know what the same people that support them say? Oh, man, they screwed up. But you were telling us to pick them.
Let's go to Jay in Mitchellville. What's up, Jay? What do you make of the NBA draft intrigue piling up?
What's up, man? I'm going to tell you this. My man who just called, he made some good points, but if the Wizards end up with Darren Peterson, we need to have Ace Bailey right along with him. And I'm going to tell you why Utah needs to make this move. Utah finally has somebody who wants to be there. Nobody ever wants to play in Utah. So they finally have somebody who they might be like have beyond their rookie contract. So they need to make this move. And besides, they're going to be too stocked with talent because they're going to have Jaren Jackson, Walker Kessler's going to be back, Lamarckinen. They can have AJ and Keontae George. So Ace Bailey's going to get pushed to the bench anyway. Yeah, he would be a great bench player, but by trading him, you know you might have AJ for 9 to 10 years. So I look at it like this. Give me Darren Peterson and Ace Bailey, and I'll take my chances with them over AJ.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, dude. If Ace is part of a deal, I'm starting to get pretty damn interested. I really like Tabantha. Like, I'm not anti anything here.
Yeah.
I think.
Like I tell you, I'm like you. I'm not stuck on either one of them more than anybody else, but I can understand what they're going through.
Right.
You know, but like when people call in, they've taken one side or the other. It's hard for me to really listen to people because, like, you watch some basketball games, you are not dissecting yourself like the pro, like the scouts and stuff are.
Right.
So it's hard for me to really go with people like they have made a definitive decision. You ain't watch that much.
I agree with that. I think, listen, this is also a television show that they're trying to get people to watch next Tuesday night. So we might hear a whole bunch of stuff that might be a whole bunch of nonsense. But
understand?
I just when we had Miles on last week, to me, really hammered home that Peterson is an option.
Chris said that was followed up by this Shams report now.
Yeah.
You think Chris saying it on the B. Mitchell Finley show made the country now and have to talk about everything? No, that's something that
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, coming at you live. TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms out here for the inaugural Golf Classic benefiting the Pentagon Memorial Fund. Really cool, nice, pleasant day out here. It's not too hot. This is a strong, as far as weather goes in the DMV. It's the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac. We're talking NBA draft, and there seems to be in some capacity a growing sense that Darren Peterson is a real option. Did they make any of those putts?
I'm thinking they did because they walking off like they didn't.
Yeah, they.
But the guy wouldn't pick the ball mark up from way back where they were putting from, as if somebody had already made it.
Well, maybe they were just good and it was right there. Let's hit these phones. Our guy Andre is in Alexandria. Dre, do you think there's a real possibility that it's Peterson at 1?
Unfortunately, I don't want even one of them, but you're right. There is a possibility. But I wouldn't draft either one because, in my opinion, we don't need more scoring. We got a lot of people on the team who can score. Alex Sarr needs some help in the paint. We have no defense. If we get DeBonza or Peterson, none of them can help Alex Sarr in the paint. They can score. I want Ade Mara. He's 7'5" with his shoes on.
He's a big
and he
fella.
can score, play defense, and he passed like the Joker. You put a 7'5" guy in the middle and put Alex Sarr at the 4. With all those scores we got at the point guard, both Trays can score. Bud can score, believe it or not. Keyshawn George can score. Will Riley can score. We don't need any more scorers. We need defensive help. We're just going to be a team that can try to outscore everybody. If we get Peterson or DeBonza and no defense.
Listen,
give me our day more. Trade down with Chicago, with number 4, and get our day more. And then they can get Peterson or whoever they want at DeBonza at number 1. I don't care. Get what we need. I'm not taking nothing from Peterson or DeBonza. They both can score their butt off, but we need offense and defense. And that's what we get with our day more.
I don't think it's going to happen, Trey. I appreciate the call.
I understand what he's just saying, but I just watch a guy who can score, but they say he can't play defense. He just won the damn championship. I'm talking about Jalen Brunson. They won the championship.
Yeah, and they put the defenders
So
around
in the NBA, you got to be able to score. If you can't score, you got all the defense you want, you're going to lose.
I also think at number 1, you got to go high upside. And I think Mara is absolutely going to help a team. But I think the thought process, anyway, is that the upside with these other players is significantly higher. Let's go to Jay in Mitchellville. What's up, Jay? What do you think of the number 1 pick and the growing intrigue surrounding Darren Peterson? Okay, Jay dropped. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I like Mara. I like Yaxel Lendenborg, man. I don't know if that's going to happen either, but we're back on Monumental. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental. Appreciate everybody hanging in the YouTube chat. We had a little technical difficulty there if things got a little confusing. Hopefully everybody's all good. I think we might have former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe joining us if the clock allows. They are on the 18th hole here, but
they're chilling, Jay.
Yeah, they got to make some putts.
They got to make this putt. They got a chip. I don't know if they're going to make it.
I don't see anything on the green, do you? So we'll see what happens with the governor.
I do see a ball actually about I'd say 10 yards from the hole there.
What? Oh, down below.
Former Virginia Governor's right in our
I don't think it's 10 yards when it's on the green.
No, can you see it right there?
I see it.
I think
5.5 yards, 15
7.
feet.
Meet me in the middle, 7 yards.
All right, yeah, I get it to you.
Let's go to Drew in D.C.
What up, Drew? How you doing, brother?
Drew, what do you think?
What's going on, fellas, man? Love the show, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Appreciate it, man.
I just say, man, with the other caller, man, you got to understand, man, the NBA is not the old NBA, man. We play European basketball now, so it's about getting the ball in the hoop now. So, you have guys, you train them to play both ways. But I think, I'm okay with either one. But like I said, with the Dre pick, if you get Peterson and you get, you trade with Utah, you get Bailey, you basically got 2 number 1s where you can go ahead and boogie. Man, all to the races, man. Y'all keep up the great work.
All right, bro. Appreciate
Thanks, dude. I got this tweet from Stimmy Turner who said, The Wiz are just doing their due diligence like everyone else. Don't hype it up.
Yes.
Don't overthink it. The pick will be 30 points a game, 6'10" freak who's playing offense and defense above the rim. That implies that the pick will be AJ.
Okay.
We may get to next Tuesday night in Brooklyn and the pick is AJ. I still think they're smart to have these meetings.
Yeah, they got to do all this.
Absolutely.
I don't think they ever just make their mind up when everybody else think they do.
Russ is in
I think a lot of time it goes to the last second.
Right. Russ is in Temple Hills. What's up, Russ?
Hey, how y'all doing? How's it going, B-Mitch?
Good, bro. How you doing, man?
Hey, man.
I'm doing pretty good. Just go with AJ. I'll just go with the number 2. All these years we waited for the number 1 pick. Just go ahead and get AJ is what I'm saying. You know, all this Peterson. I mean, whoever the number 2 pick is. I don't. And just get AJ. Just get the guy. Go and pick him up.
That's multiple votes for AJ DeBonsa here. I wonder if fans will be mad if it's not DeBonsa.
But the thing
I
is,
will not be.
Some of them may be, but the question is, when you hear that, just go on and get AJ. It's because we've been hearing that he was the number 1 guy. That's why we say that. Because what if you pick him, and then the other guy ends up being much better? I wonder if these same people are going to say, well, they made the right move. No, they wouldn't say that.
I think you take whoever.
Pick who you pick, but make sure that the person you pick is the person you thought was the guy. Not just because he was ranked as this, ranked as that. No, pick the guy who you think is the guy. If it happens to be Peterson or AJ, I'm cool with it. And if they don't play, then I'm cool with that too. Because you know what? I don't have to be the one being held accountable for it.
Our guy Fat Poet just tweeted me. He said, you got to give Andre and Alexandria credit for his persistence. Apparently, he made that same phone call to us about Adai Mara a couple weeks back. And Fat Poet wonders if Andre and Alexandria is on the Mara payroll. I like Mara. What I want to happen, and I've said this a lot, trade back into around the 10th pick and take Landenborg from Michigan. I think that dude is going to help a team because of the way he shoots with that size. I don't know, man. It's really fun to have the Wiz in the driver's seat here. I wonder if this tournament is wrapping up here, B. They're shaking hands like it's the end of a round. Maybe it was probably a shotgun, and maybe they started on the first hole.
I don't know.
I mean, if you got the former governor, you probably get to start on the first hole and play like.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Scotty's Vodka is made in the DMV, and they just got into a whole bunch more Virginia liquor stores. So make sure you check them out. I think they just got added to like 50 more Virginia ABC stores. B, McAfee's on back there, and I think he's in Omaha. Have you ever been to the College World Series? I think that'd be fun, man.
No, I haven't.
Apparently, LSU, there's some famous bar right by the ballpark in Omaha, and it's become famous for Jell-O shots. And apparently, when LSU made the finals one year, they drank them out of Jell-O shots. Like all the Jell-O shots were eliminated.
It's Louisiana folks. Yeah, I can see that.
I can see it too, man. I'm getting fired up for this game tomorrow night. It's honestly, I don't know. I do not know how.
All right, we're back. We're fighting some fights here, technologically. But B and I are back. Yeah, dude, so for our member this weekend, they got me playing as a 12.5, B, which is...
Yes, you're supposed to be.
Nah, dog.
Yeah, come on, man. Listen, bro. What I hate about golfers, they all want to be a low handicap. So they become a low handicap, they become a liar. Play to your handicap, man.
Shout out! I want to shout out my guy at the Lifetime Fitness in Columbia, Maryland, who's just walking around playing us at full volume. Governor, how are you? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Yeah, thank you for making time for us, man. It's obviously a very cool event. I'm curious how you got involved here and what we're hoping to accomplish.
Well, listen, great event. We're on the 25th anniversary of 9/11. You know, as former governor of the great Commonwealth of Virginia, anything Virginia, I'm in for. And listen, we need a memorial at the Pentagon. I've been to the small one inside. They have a memorial outside, but we need a real remembrance of the 25th anniversary. Sort of an educational facility where people can go in.
Mm-hmm.
You remember the heroism that day.
Sure.
You know, when that plane, plane went right into that building.
Crazy.
And 184 people lost their lives. But the people who worked at the Pentagon, the first responders, man, they came out. And, we need to, remember it, and their sacrifice that people did, and honor the people the 184 who were killed. So this is to raise money. Let's get this thing done. I call on Congress. I call on the Commonwealth of Virginia. Let's get some money up. And for individuals out there, let's donate. Let's do this. Let's never forget what happened on 9/11.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I tell you, that whole time. I think the tragedy.
Were you in New York then or Philly?
I was in Philly at the time. The tragedy, don't forget. But I also think that the togetherness, the cohesion that the country had, shouldn't forget that either.
And this is a great bipartisan
Yeah.
effort. Governor McDonald and I, we've written an op-ed. We've done that. I know Governor Spanberger has declared a day of remembrance. This ain't about politics.
Oh, yeah, I know.
It's about America.
Totally.
About
Absolutely.
all of us coming together and fight what needs done. I remember 9/11. I was chairman of the Democratic National Party then, and I was at our headquarters driving up to the Capitol
Wow.
for a meeting at the Capitol. And we're trying to go through, and they blocked. I said, I got a meeting in there with the leadership.
Yeah.
And they said, you ain't coming in.
They
I
said, no,
"What's
you
going on?"
don't.
Yeah. And
Not
they said,
today.
no, one plane's going in.
Crazy.
And I thought the first one, honestly, like all of us, thought the first one was, just
crazy
some
mistake.
bad
Yeah.
pilot. And then as soon as they got there, the second one went in. You knew right
Yeah.
then what was going
Absolutely.
on.
That was such a crazy day. And we're happy that we can be a small part of at least just driving awareness of the Pentagon Memorial Fund and getting this done. And it's great to be a part of it. I'm curious how'd the round go?
How'd you play?
Well, great question. Let me tell you this. I was here for the jokes. I had a lot of fun. I had a good time. I'm a solid 18 handicap.
Okay.
Joe here is a good golfer. He
All right,
runs
Joe.
the fun. He's a damn good golfer. I had a couple good shots. I used a couple of my
Did you
balls.
guys make that putt? Was that a birdie putt or a par putt?
No, we don't be making par putts. That was a birdie putt. But we missed it. But I was telling these guys, great story. Recently, I was over in Ireland. I went over to President Clinton, and we were playing with Padraig Harrington
Oh, how cool
and
is that?
Edge from U2.
Oh, cool.
I'm telling you, we're coming up the 18th hole. I'm not a great golfer. Second shot, 3-wood, bang, a foot from the cup. Place went crazy at the.
That's
the double
awesome.
Did you
golf
make the
course.
putt?
Yeah, it was only a foot. Brian, I'm a former governor. I don't putt. Are you out of your mind?
Now-
and, I love my friend President Clinton. You don't put him inside 3 feet.
Now, Governor, I have a golf story.
Yeah.
This is a few years back. You and I both play down the road, and I put one tight on a par 3. I think I was 2 feet. Par 3 contest, write my name down. I'm all fired up.
You missed it.
Get into the clubhouse later. You know who beat me for the closest? The governor beat me
I
for
did,
closest to the pin.
Yeah. Nothing's ever good.
Was that the gobbler? I think it might have been the gobbler, whatever tournament it was.
Yeah, the gobbler.
Yeah. I thought I had it.
Exactly right.
And I came in, and they're like, nah, the gov got it. I was like,
Yeah.
damn it, governor. I don't win much on the golf course.
Hey, listen, I played with Trump a bunch, Clinton a bunch, Obama. Obama, of all of them, first time I played him, Clinton and I played with Obama. And first hole, I hit it up Willie Bryan within 3-4 inches.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at Obama like,
Sure.
good?
Pretty good.
He says, putt it out. Literally. So I putt like a 3-4 incher. I make it, of course.
Who does he sound like,
Screw
JP?
Sounds like you.
I mean, he's teed a hole. He teed a hole.
Governor, thank you for joining us. It's a
Great.
great cause. We're really happy to be a part of it. And certainly everybody should get involved. This is not
Definitely,
political.
definitely.
It's for America. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it,
betcha.
sir.
Let's go. We
Appreciate
got to
you, man.
remember everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, man.
Beautiful day
Remember
out
to
here
suit
at
up for some
Avenel.
football, too, man.
All right.
Great
Right.
Danny coming your way next.
Thanks, JP.
This update brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. Chicago Bulls are hiring Portland Trailblazers interim coach Diego Splitter as their new franchise head coach. Top NBA draft prospect Darren Peterson has visited with the Wizards and says he will visit with no other team before the draft. 6'9" forward AJ DeBonsa led the nation with 25.5 points per game. He's the odds-on favorite. June 23rd when the NBA draft commences from Barclays Center. Nationals baseball looking to keep the winning ways going against the Kansas City Royals tonight at 6:45 on The Fan. Introducing Super Light, a refreshing vodka plus aid canned cocktail inspired by your favorite classic sports drink flavors. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Curra on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan, June 15th, 2026. And we've got a full show for you into the 6 o'clock hour, taking you all the way up to 6:15 tonight from our Navy Yard Half Street Studios in D.C. Alongside Danny Ria, I'm Grant Paulson. Thanks for checking us out. We'll be with you all week long on The Fan. Danny, how are you?
I'm good, buddy. I do have to report I lost a bet. Tobes and I did the show on Friday, and I bet that you were going to be full-time Colonial Paulson from here on out. You were smitten by the greater draw of Williamsburg, and you were in your hat, and you were churning butter, and you went to the smithy for both horseshoes and then the gunsmith for firearms. You were bought in, dialed in, telling everybody that this is your new home now, and Williamsburg had you.
So was the bet that you lost that I would never come back?
I thought you were never coming back.
Or that when I came back, I'd still be wearing my Colonial hat?
No, I thought scenario one, that you weren't coming back, that you discovered your new home, and this is where you're going to go. And then you looked up real estate prices, and you're like, you know what? We could do this.
It was a consideration.
Uh-huh.
We do that when we travel sometimes. Not that that's like a big trip, but you're just like, it's kind of nice out here. I could do this more.
Because we talked to a couple listeners. By the way, thank you to everybody in Williamsburg, the Colonial VA 250, but they're in the heart of Colonial Williamsburg. So a number of listeners were like, used to live in the D.C. area, don't anymore. We're down here. It's a lot more peaceful. It's quiet. It's beautiful. We're kind of like, yeah.
I was legitimately shocked by how many listeners came by to say hello.
Me too.
That listen on the Odyssey app every single day, that now live in Williamsburg, that, to your point, used to live in the DMV or what have you, that are just D.C. sports fans, that those are the people that decided either to not be at work or to just have the day off or to take a few minutes to swing by on their lunch break. And it was really cool. Like, that was honestly a really uplifting feeling. So
yeah, it was really neat.
Thank you guys for doing that. But yeah, it was a blast of a trip. We had a great time. The family went to Jamestown on Friday morning. I took off so we could do a little Jamestown. And then we ended up at Busch Gardens on the hottest day in the history of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
That's actually it's an obscure rule, but an important one. If you're going to an amusement park as a family, it can't be anything less than sweltering, humid swamp water. That has to be the day that you go.
I've got some games we can play for the double play today.
Okay.
That have to do with my Busch Gardens experience.
Oh, buddy.
So buckle up for 345. I'll just tell you as the lead, I tweeted about this at Grant Paulson. So my kids wanted to win these toys at these, places where you can pay way too much money to play a game.
Oh, sure.
Used to be, I remember as a kid at King's Dominion, when I would pull my dad's shirt and I'd say, Dad, get me that thing. You could get like 3 throws for $2. That was like the starting price, You walk up, you pull out a couple of ones that were loose in your pocket. Maybe it was $3. You hand it over. This was like $10 entry point. Like you're playing at the cheap tables in Vegas over on the second, what's the second street?
Old Vegas, Fremont.
Yeah, Fremont. So it's like $10 to get your opportunity or whatever. But my daughter wanted me to play this triple rim, terrible basketball game where you can't ever hit a shot. And I'm explaining to her in front of this guy. I'm like, listen, he wants me to come over there and shoot because nobody can make it. We watched 6 or 7 people walk through there, and they would just throw it up and brick it and clank off the backboard. And I'm like, the rim is too small and too bouncy. It's got more bounce than Tyrone Nesby at a UNLV. And Dad can't do it because no one can do it. If your dad was Steph Curry and you said, go up there and hit a shot, and you gave him 5 shots, he wouldn't hit any of them. This can't be done. And she's mooing and whining because they have an axolotl, because God forbid we don't get this.
Oh, I know about the axolotls.
Gigantic axolotl for her room that we don't need. So I finally said, I'm like, listen, I'm going to do this. But I want you to know, you're not going to win. We're not going to get the axolotl. You're going to do the sad lip thing. We're going to walk away. Everyone's just going to be mad that we just wasted $10. And I hand the guy the $10, and he gives me a few basketballs to shoot. And here I am thinking about the shame I'm going to feel as we're walking away after these kids realize Dad's not perfect. And
sure, it's a fallible man.
Everything. And after watching, the guy right in front of me had just spent like $30 for like 20-some shots. And he had a beautiful shot, by the way. Nice spin, rotation, all that. Clank, 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 clank. My first shot, nothing but net.
Cookies.
Goes in. And, we walked away with
the hero.
Gigantic axolotl to carry around the rest of the
Well, then
day.
what you sleep on is that's always one of the early things they want to do at the amusement park. And then if you win, you're carrying around this filthy, probably, stuffed animal that's been out just getting, pollened on, dirt,
it
nonsense.
Was disgusting by the end of the time.
It's horrendous. And now just all day just dragging this stupid thing around that you didn't want in the first place.
The game I played that was easier, that was actually like almost an automatic game, was you get 3 balls. You've got to knock down like the 3 metal cups stacked on each other.
Yeah.
But the thing is very close. It's like from me a little bit past you. And so if you don't do that, I would tell you
that's tough.
We got to go back to the
and
drawing
you train for that by throwing a ball way too hard, way too close to people when you play catch in the bullpen out here.
So I went bing, bang, boom, right down the row, got my son a Pikachu, and I thought that was too big. That was like half the size of the axolotl. It was a lot to carry around the rest of the day. We're renting little carts to push people in because they don't want to walk.
Oh, yeah.
My philosophy is generally if you can't walk, you can't do. But when we're at the amusement park, as long as I don't have to carry you or put you on my shoulders when it's 100 degrees, I'll pay whatever I have to just push people in carts.
Oh, they got you, dude.
But come back for the double play so I can tell you a little bit about how much we spent at Busch Garden.
I have a quick one. I saved it. We didn't do it Friday, but how much weight did Danny gain for one day in Williamsburg?
Oh, really?
We can play that today as well.
Is there a number?
There is a number.
In just one day?
In just a single day.
You did eat one of the biggest pizzas that I've ever seen in my life. My family got one of these pizzas, and we as a family didn't eat half of it.
My family, too. But I was only represented myself in that. I got a family-style pizza for my family of one.
What a weekend in the sports landscape.
How about it?
This is the good stuff, people. We've got the World Cup ongoing. The NBA Finals came to a close. The Stanley Cup Final was won. The Washington Nationals bounced back from a disastrous game to win a series. Every single time we think this is the beginning of the end for the Nationals. Surely they won't come back from this, whatever this is. Most recently, one of the worst losses in the history of the team on Thursday afternoon. Danny, they just keep battling. They just keep coming back. This is what they do.
It's awesome. Because I'm doing the postgame show Friday night, so of course that's the night they lose in horrendous fashion. They get bludgeoned, knocked all over the yard.
Still one postgame interview all season for Danny. I've got to congratulate Toby, who has moved into the lead now with 7 postgame interviews, 7 wins he's worked. I'm still sitting at 6, and Danny is at 1.
1 and 9 is my record.
One of these is not like the others. Now, I think Toby may have worked a couple more games than me to this point. I've got to look up my record. My argument is that I still have the best winning percentage of the 3 of us. I'd like to find out how we could do that math, but it might be dead even at this point going into yesterday, and then Toby got a win. I don't know.
So, yeah, I know I'm not in contention for anything other than the most losses in post-game history. That includes guys that did all 81, by the way.
Do you remember that 116-loss Tigers team where Mike Maroth, the lefty, lost 20 games? Do you remember that team?
I do now, yeah.
It's the worst team I've ever seen.
Terrible.
Or maybe like there was a 120-loss White Sox team a few years ago.
It feels like the Rockies over the last couple of years for me.
If the Rockies over the last few years traded all of their 5 best players away, they could be Danny's post-game resume.
It really is insane. Because again, it's they lose Wednesday in horrendous fashion, day off, then Friday, and post-game I'm going, James Wood had a homer today. That's something. And Dylan Cruz, good to see. But, yeah. And anyone want to talk about it? I mean, and it was after a 2-hour and 11-minute rain delay, deep into the evening, a bludgeoning, a horrendous loss. And all the talk was, hey, you hope you don't lose the same game twice,
What time
right?
did you get out of the ballpark?
Left at midnight.
That is a kick to the shin.
Yeah. 5 a.m. wake up the next day for a tournament in Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg's doing just fine, by the way. Still has plenty of traffic.
Love Fredericksburg.
Even on a weekend morning.
I was in Fredericksburg yesterday.
Nice.
I was calling the matchup of two district rivals, the Commonwealth and the Battlefield, and the Battle of the Bergs. Some of the best high school baseball players down there at the Fred Nats Stadium, which was a lot of fun. Got to use the Fred Nats radio booth and do a little play-by-play. That was a good time last night.
That's a hoot.
But what a weekend. So we had World Cup soccer, the NBA and the NHL championship series and the Nationals taking it serious. So let's run through it here. Starting with Team USA. What an impressive win that was.
That's it. That half is as good a half as I've ever seen from USA Soccer, and then some.
Such an angsty, kind of anxiety-ridden lead up to this tournament, and then they whooped Paraguay. 4-1 was the score. So Folarin Balogun, we call him Flo. Is that what we're doing here? That's my guy.
Call him what you want to call him.
Two goals.
Just call him sir.
How do we get him on our team? He has a British accent. He's from a bunch of different places. Give me the background on Flo Balogun.
So this is now way more common in international soccer. Like Serginho Dest, for example, was recruited heavily by the Netherlands. Played for one of the top teams in the world, and he chose the USA. There are these guys with dual citizenship, whose parents are, whether they're military or expats or they moved around.
But why would he choose the United States of America if he has a better option?
Great question. You have to ask him, but there could be any of a million reasons. You'll be a featured player as opposed to be an ensemble part of a cast where you make them off the bench. You could be a star here, or you could be a leader in the Renaissance. It's why not everybody goes to Duke, right? But sometimes you want to beat Duke. Who knows how it happened? But I'm certainly glad it did because that dude is nasty.
Balogun's second of 2 goals, a performance that'll be remembered for a long time as the Americans win going away. They outshoot Paraguay 17-8. They outpossess them 63% to 37%. They outpass them 577 to 282. Pass accuracy was over 90% to sub 75%. I mean, this was complete and utter domination. Paraguay gets chippy, has 5 yellow cards in the end, but the Americans, too much.
Do so. Great ball by Robinson for Pulisic on the run. Pulisic trying to cut it back. It's Balogun! That time it's in! That time the flag is staying down! That time it's 2-0 United States!
That's the other thing that I think gets forgotten is a goal's taken off the board, or else it could have been a hat trick.
Yes.
For Balogun. It would have been a 5-goal performance. So here's what's amazing to me that I did not realize. We had never scored 4 goals before in the World Cup in this round to open things up. We have not won a game by 3 goals before. So if it felt dominant, if it felt like there was no sweat here, by the soccer standard, to go out and hang 4 on somebody and to beat them by 3, that is an incredible performance, and they dominated from start to finish.
They did, and Paraguay's not bad. So that's the important part of this. Okay, this is a group this is a team that they beat Mexico in kind of the lead up to the World Cup, whether that was full rosters and everybody doing what they're supposed to do or not. In qualifying, they handled themselves pretty well. They are not a joke. They are okay. There were a couple of moments in the game of uneasiness, and I still think as we go forward, the U.S. might be susceptible to a couple things as in terms of counterattacks to some really skilled teams.
They're not in the top 15 in the world, so I'd imagine so.
No, but again, you saw what it's supposed to look like when it's right. Toby and I talked about this when we previewed the game on Friday. They play this 4-2-3-1. And what that morphs into when they've got the ball is really a 3-2-5, which means everybody's going forward, everybody's playing possession, tic-tac-toe, you're looking to get through, and everybody's creative, and you're creating a bunch of passing lanes, multiple options, ideal for every receiver of the ball, so you can keep it moving quickly. You get good things like Chris Richards completing 83 out of 83 passes. You'll note that's 100%. Nobody's ever done that before, or at least it's been decades since they started keeping track of this kind of stuff. When it looks right, it looks like what the U.S. did to Paraguay, and it was unbelievable. The threats were constant, and when they would lose it, because that's inevitable, the thing that I've always coveted and wanted as a U.S. fan, there are other countries that have great soccer players. We've got the best athletes, and there are more of us that are great athletes than there are in other countries. Not to say there aren't great athletes in other countries too, but this is what it should look like, that swarming, hounding, you get no space, and you've got to make a quick decision, probably have to play it long, turning possession into a 50-50 YOLO ball. and then you get it back and you start over again. That's what they did so well, and that to me gives me hope that they can compete with some of the best in the world if they're able to follow that recipe. But that was really impressive.
That game was in California. The next game the United States plays will be in Seattle against Australia on Friday, and then the following Thursday. So these games are basically all spread out a week apart in the Group D opening round. They'll be back in Inglewood against Turkey for that final game a week from Thursday. But this Friday against Australia in Seattle, chance to punch their ticket. If you get a second win, you're in a really, really good spot at that point. And all systems go, looked very, very good in the opener. So kudos to the United States of America. In the NBA, the New York Knicks are champions. I think this is a win for the association as they try to cut down on tanking in that the Knicks didn't tank. It took a long, long time, and they built this thing, the old-fashioned way. But for New York, basketball's better when the Knicks are in the finals. This was a really cool scene. The vibe was awesome at Madison Square Garden. There are more celebrities at this game than in any other building, and I would throw Los Angeles into that because they're kind of more spoiled. They've been doing it for a long time. So because it had been so long, MSG was just ablaze with excitement over all of these days, and they've wrap it up Game 5 in San Antonio with Mike Breen on the call.
Fox, 5 seconds remaining. Fox to Wemby. Wemby tries a three, puts it up, off the mark. Anunoby the rebound. It's over. It's over. Knicks fans, this is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended. Go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
16-3 playoff run for the Knicks.
Amazing.
16-3. Going into the finals, if you remember, they had an 11-game winning streak. At one point during the playoffs, and I was pointing out that was, forget the postseason, period, the most dominant point differential 11-game run in the history of basketball. And still, very few people nationally were giving them a chance against whoever came out of the West. At that time, we were wondering, is it the Thunder or is it the Spurs? The games were close. There were stretches where the Spurs outplayed them and dominated them. But the series was not close.
No.
It's a 5-game series for the Knicks, and it wasn't really until the last two that Jalen Brunson got it going as a shooter and ends up burying the Spurs.
Yeah, the Spurs had significant leads in every game, it felt like, including that 29-pointer, which was kind of the story of the series. But the Knicks had that DNA, right, to hang around. We know we've got the closer late. I mean, to me, you mentioned Brunson. I want to get back to him in a second, but hard to be anything but impressed. Now, I picked the Spurs before the series, but I think the point you and I made to our credit was everybody that's glossing over the Knicks is missing it. They're missing the details. I know they came out of a weaker Eastern Conference. By the way, the team that gave them the most trouble was the Atlanta Hawks. They got 2 games on those Knicks. Nobody else got one, or more than one, rather. Pretty incredible. But Jalen Brunson joins some of the great all-time undersized players in NBA history with this achievement, with how great he was. I mean, it's him and Isaiah Thomas, in my lifetime certainly, that have led guys that aren't 6'5" or so, bigger guards, etc., to championships. Iverson dragged a team of nobodies to the finals and, of course, got smoked by LA. But Brunson is up there now, again, with Isaiah Thomas as a smaller, true, undersized player leading a team to a championship because he led them. I mean, Anunoby was incredible and instrumental in several of the wins, but you knew the closer was Jalen Brunson, and he certainly, I think, at one point scored 13 straight down the stretch for the Knicks. Just incredible and magnificent.
In a game where they scored 94 points as a team, he had 45 points.
Yeah, it's Jordan-esque from the 90s.
How does that even happen? I mean, find that for me. In a playoff win, the last time a guy scored 48% of a team's points in a sub-100-point effort. Startling. 45 points, and he shot the lights out. 14 of 27 from the floor. He was 4 of 7 from deep. He finished the series good from 3. 7 of his final 14 over the final 2 games as he poured in 81 points over those last 2 games. But in the end, in 5 finals games, point totals of 30, 20, 32, 36, and 45 for Brunson, who scored 38 in Game 1 as they won an overtime game against Cleveland to set the tone in the Eastern Conference Final. Scored 30-plus in 2 of 4 games in that series. He scored 35 in Game 1 against Philly to set the tone in that series in a win. He ended up scoring 33 or more 2 of the 4 games in that series. His most pedestrian that we saw him was against Atlanta, which probably is not a coincidence when you say that was the team that gave them the most fits. He had 39 in Game 5 of a 6-game series, but had an a game in that series where he was sub 20 points, where they didn't really need him because they scored 140 and they just, called off the Dogs with, 2.5 quarters still to play. But yeah, that was an all-time postseason performance. And in a city like New York, you play like that in a finals, you're a legend forever. Like, you are up there now on the Mount Rushmore, on the Pantheon, because it's been so long for some of these teams in New York. There's people that are 50 and alive where you're on their Mount Rushmore of New York City athletes now, just with a good couple of weeks. Not to say he hasn't done it for a few years in New York City. The Stanley Cup final to the Carolina Hurricanes. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because I hate the Hurricanes and I don't like Rod Brind'Amour, but they end up winning the Stanley Cup on ESPN last night. They too, by the way, went 16-3 in the postseason.
Wild.
So combined with the Knicks, the two champions this weekend that wrap up the NBA and the NHL, how about 32-6 in the postseason?
What a deserving Stanley Cup champion the Carolina Hurricanes are. One of the best teams in the regular season and a brilliant playoff performance. And they're going to clinch it appropriately with a total team effort and a shutout. The Carolina Hurricanes have won the Stanley Cup for the second time.
They annoy me, but they're very, very good.
Yeah, I hate them. I despise Brind'Amour. I can't stand them forever, but I covet the way that they play. I want that. The paralysis that they provide in terms of fan agony. I'm watching them, and you can't breathe. There's no place for you to go with the puck. They're shutting everything off. I don't care as much about flipping stuff towards the net or whatever. I care about the fact that everybody's fast, everyone's in your face at all times, and you have no room to maneuver ever. They play that playing style, and that's what I want. I want my opponents to feel like that. But congrats to them, I suppose, but I do hate them. I don't hate them as much as the Penguins, but they're approaching.
So I was going to say, it feels like it's been 2 months since the Caps played a game. And a week ago is when they won their Stanley Cup. Going back to 2018, it was like right around June 7th, I think, June 8th, something like that. So it is almost a 2-month journey in the postseason to win a Stanley Cup. It's the hardest trophy to win for a lot of reasons. But I looked it up. It has actually been 2 months on the nose to last night. April 14th was when they played their final game of the season, that 2-1 win over the Columbus Blue Jackets. So just think about, as a Caps fan, what it would have been like to be living and dying with every shift and every shot and every period for the last 2 months. Like how much of your life you lose just with that anxiety and those nerves. But that is a long postseason.
It really is, man. I mean, the NBA is long too, but it doesn't feel as long for some reason. I guess maybe that first round series being a little bit shorter. But yeah, when you add in all the travel days and you move around and it just, there's enough gap between and enough series go deep, you just got to wait around and wait around and wait around. It's amazing.
The Nationals hung 8 on the Mariners on Saturday in Game 2 of their series with Seattle, and then a 10 spot yesterday. There was a sequence in the game where they had 5 consecutive hits. The game began with James Wood hitting the 5th leadoff home run of his season. He's now got 20 long balls.
Now a swing and a drive in the air to right field. This is deep. This is way back. This is going, and gone. Goodbye. Bang, zoom goes James Wood with a majestic, soaring, high fly ball home run.
James Wood is now hitting over 280. He's got an OPS over 970, top 5 in baseball. With his 20 big flies, he's got 20 homers and 13 steals. Nobody else in the big leagues can say that. He's hitting over 400 in the last week. He's hitting 300 over the last 15 games. In fact, over his last 30 games, he's hitting 333. A superstar in our midst. Let's make sure you vote James Wood to the All-Star game. I couldn't believe this. I was at Nats Park for a game in this series against Seattle, and Danny, they don't post on the big screen. They don't post anything about voting for All-Star game. James Wood, C.J. Abrams. They need to do something better to get these guys to the All-Star game, but James Wood should be starting in the corner outfield, and C.J. Abrams should be starting at shortstop in Philadelphia. Nats fans, make sure you're doing your job.
Yeah, MLB.com, I think /vote is the website, or you could search it, easy to find. I voted a couple times last week, let you do that a number of times. I think it's 5 per day, and you can recast it and keep going. But yeah, it should be. Those two guys are incredibly deserving, to your point. I think Abrams is doing much better in the voting than is James Wood, which, as you said, is just absurd.
The voting update for the first time just came out. So we'll tell you where James Wood ranks among outfielders. I will tell you it's not great. And where C.J. Abrams ranks among shortstops as soon as we return on Grant and Danny.
Most shocking result of the World Cup so far, Spain ends in a scoreless draw with Cape Verde. The World Cup favorites, Spain, unable to put one in the back of the net despite dominating play against Cape Verde all day. Cape Verde was ranked 67th coming into the match today. It's their first ever World Cup match. They're the smallest nation by land area and third smallest nation by population to ever qualify for the World Cup. 3 other games today. Belgium taking on Egypt at 3 o'clock. Saudi Arabia taking on Uruguay at 6. And Iran taking on New Zealand at 9 o'clock. In basketball, Alex Sarr had surgery on a fracture in his right foot. He sustained the injury during an off-season workout. The Wizards do expect him to be good to go for the season, though. The Bulls are hiring Blazers interim coach Tiago Splitter as their new head coach. Baseball, the Nationals welcome in the Royals for the first of 3 at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 right here on The Fan. Andrew Alvarez set to start for the Nationals. Mitch Spence set to make his first start of the season for Kansas City. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Now the set. A long hold. A throw over. Cruz hits the dirt, and Abrams is going to break for the plate. The ball mishandled by Naylor, and CJ scores. Well, how do you like that? The Nationals have a 7-3 lead. Naylor couldn't handle the throw. Abrams started breaking for the plate anyway and just kept on running.
We're just over a month away from the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, and right at the start of our show at 2 o'clock, MLB put out its first update on voting in the National League as to how the votes are trickling in. Fans obviously determine the starting lineups in the All-Star Game, and good news, bad news for the Nationals. So we'll start with the good news. C.J. Abrams is the leading vote getter at shortstop right now, very narrowly over Mookie Betts, which surprises me, actually, but is very, very cool. 579,000 votes, so as of this moment, Abrams would be the starting shortstop for the National League over Betts, Elly De La Cruz, Trey Turner, and others. Here's the bad news, though. James Wood is 7th among outfielders in the National League. 7th. Andy Pages, who's having a career year with the Dodgers, has over 800,000 votes. James Wood is sitting right now at 430,000 votes. Other players ahead of him in voting are Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves, Brandon Marsh of the Philadelphia Phillies, Michael Harris of the Atlanta Braves, Teoscar Hernandez, a second Los Angeles Dodger, and Jordan Walker, who's having a breakout career year, former top prospect with the St. Louis Cardinals. But there are not 3 outfielders. There might not be an outfielder better than James Wood in the National League this season. And so for him to be coming in 7th in the outfield among National Leaguers is, well, that's a DC sports travesty, my friend.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. I mean, if you would be wrong, but if you go, I prefer the season of Jordan Walker over the season of James Wood. They're both all-star worthy, by the way, James Wood especially. And he didn't make your ballot because of things like that, I'd go, okay. Or, C.J. Abrams loses to, you could think of a Cincinnati shortstop De La Cruz, who's having a great year in his own right, if you prefer one over the other. Again, you'd be wrong, but that's more reasonable. When you see the guys that are just products of great fan base, great winning environment, the name recognition over the actual quality of a season that a player's having, it kind of lets you know, it gives away the game a little bit, right? Mookie Betts, awesome, great player, unbelievable, not having a particularly great season. C.J. Abrams is by far, should be running away with it over someone like that. And when you start to see some of those names where you go, all right, I'm just going to fill out all the Dodgers, because a bunch of those guys are all-star worthy, by the way, then it kind of gives away the game for me, where it's not enough. Nats fans need to get on their horse.
This will always annoy me. We are just not good at this as a sports town and as a fan base, certainly when it comes to the Nats and baseball. We don't stuff the ballot. We just don't. It's just not what we do well. Again, I know that this weekend during the games, they were not putting on the board as often as I think they should have. Motivation and the website and the link, and give me a QR code between every inning, where all I got to do is scan a QR code with my phone, and I can go vote 5 times for James Wood. Like, that stuff is a no-brainer that the team needs to get on yesterday, but it's not really up to them. I mean, if you're a fan of the team and you want to see a guy start in the outfield, you got to support your best players, and James Wood is just not getting that love, although I will point out that C.J. Abrams is number 1. So it's not like you can slap Nats fans on the wrist for Wood when Abrams is leading. But that tells you, like, here's the example I'll give. Wood has 430,000 votes. Abrams has 580,000. So there is like 150,000 people that voted for Abrams and not Wood. Those obviously aren't Nationals fans. That might be fans nationally. But how do you explain that? To me, when I look at where James Wood is in the rankings, I go, okay, well, L.A., Atlanta, Philadelphia, St. Louis, stuff in the ballot box doing a better job. But then how do you explain away Abrams being number one?
Can't. The only way is there's some kind of more name recognition for him, which I don't think is a household name by any stretch. Maybe he's been around a little bit longer. But again, there are more popular players than C.J. Abrams who happen to play shortstop, right? So I can't figure it out. Honestly, I can't imagine a Nats fan going, yeah, I could see it with C.J., but not James. I don't know.
I think he's benefiting maybe from some Braves fans voting for him. He's a Georgia kid. He's local
it could be.
To that area. And the Braves do not have a shortstop in the All-Star conversation, in the top 5. The Dodgers with Mookie Betts do, so I don't think a ton of Dodgers fans would be voting for him. The Phillies with Trey Turner in the top 4 do. So I don't think you're getting like a bunch of people in Philadelphia voting for him. My guess is you're getting some Braves fans adding into the party there. And then nationally, he just has a little more flair and a little bit more pizzazz. You hate to say it, that sometimes like being a little more boisterous, the Ray Lewis dance when you walk out of the tunnel is what he was synonymous for.
Yeah.
But London Fletcher's still not in the Hall of Fame, who just kind of went about his business and didn't do a bunch of screaming and shouting and dancing and stuff about looking at me. James Wood drops the bat, runs to first, then keeps running around the bases because he had a home run. CJ stands there and admires it, pimps it a little bit, and has one of the more, I would say, cooler post-home run jogs in the sport. And he just got some aura to him and a little bit more of a flair, if you will. James Wood is it being held against him that he's just so nonchalant?
It might be.
He doesn't have a big personality, that even when he does interviews, he's very understated and quiet. I mean, CJ, it's not like CJ is very vocal either.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not sitting there.
He gives you 5-word answers.
Yeah,
and I'm not knocking him. I'm just saying he doesn't have a lot to say.
Yeah, he's not cutting promos either. So that's the puzzle to me. I don't quite get it. But again, I'm glad that it's happened, and CJ deserves recognition
happy
for
for
it.
CJ Abrams. And by the way, if he does start at shortstop in the All-Star game, it's really good news for the Nats one way or the other. If he stays with the organization, awesome. You just graduated an All-Star game starter for the first time in several years in your organization who wasn't one and became one. But on top of that, if you end up trading him either at the deadline right after the All-Star break or in the offseason, the price tag goes up. When he becomes an All-Star game starter at shortstop over Betts, De La Cruz, Trey Turner, Dansby Swanson, Mason Wynn, Connor Griffin, and everybody else.
Indeed. So there's no downside for the Nats on this one. But the Wood conundrum is I cannot figure it out for the life of me. Why? If no Nationals were up at the top, I'd go, yeah, the fan base isn't showing up, showing strong. It hasn't happened yet. They're not climbing the ladder of attendance that rapidly. I get it. Other teams are having better seasons. Every Brave fan has stuff in the ballot box. Every Dodgers fan has stuff in the ballot box. I get it. That all makes sense to me. The fact that Abrams is up there and Wood isn't, I have a hard time figuring out why.
James Wood's underappreciated. I mean, he just is. People get upset because I do my little, everyone's sleeping on him bit. The point with that has always been people have no idea how good this guy is. You still hear people talking about, Bunny strikes out, though. People have no idea how great this player is now and how great he's going to be in a few years. This is a guy that's going to hit 50 home runs in the major leagues and win an MVP award. And we've got him early in his career, prime of his career, right here in Washington, D.C. But him not starting in the All-Star game in Philadelphia would be awful. And it looks like we're a long ways from that at this juncture right now. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey, another weekend, another Brandon Ayuk video dropped for us to discuss. This one was weirder than the other ones. Just a lot of dancing in his underwear. Next on the Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thank you for listening to the program. Got a new Brandon Ayuk video dropped this weekend.
Otherwise, there wouldn't have been one.
Those are always fun. So we'd play you the audio, but he didn't speak in this one. Music was just playing, and there's a bunch of curse words in the music.
So I thought legitimately, if you haven't seen it, he's in a bathrobe. It's that one, right? Or am I missing one?
No. This is the bathrobe one. He's like in his home, it would appear, and he is in what looks like a bathrobe you'd get at like a nice hotel, like a white bathrobe that is tied loosely enough that it's open so you can see his entire chest and stomach. And
so
body.
there you go. It's not well secured. So I see the video pop up and a bunch of people send it to me, and I'm going for about a 1 count. Oh my God, he's not wearing pants. He's not wearing any underpants, and he's going to turn and flash the camera, and this is where we are. That's to me the level I'm at with Ayuk. Does that make sense?
Yes. The good news is he was wearing underpants, as you called them.
Good for him.
He was wearing boxers. But basically this video is him just doing weird dances. Or do these have names? Do young people know what these dances are? One of them is like the Jalen Waddle dance, and then he's doing like a little penguin move. He should be embarrassed. Everyone who doesn't find this ridiculous should be embarrassed. Back to you, Danny. I don't know what's happening. The only thing weirder than the videos is all the people underneath being like, come to DC, man. Commander, hashtag my favorite receiver. Like, if you want him here, I get that. But you don't need to post it under the video where he's acting a fool. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Like, two things can be true. You could say this guy is a maniac and he posts dumb videos. Also, he might be a good receiver and I want him to come help my football team. But to post it underneath, no. It's like my best buddy. We'll make his name Tim. Okay. I like Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Tim's in my wedding. Tim's a good guy,
Tim's
right?
He's good people.
Tim did something stupid. I don't know what it is. Give me something you can do. He gets a DUI, let's say, okay?
And then videotaped himself doing it and bragged about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I post under the video like, Tim's my guy. I love this man. Let's hang out this weekend. No. You don't have to do that right underneath of the Tim video of him doing the dumb thing. I can still like Tim. I can still want to hang out with Tim. Tim can still be my guy. You can want Brandon Ayuk. But when he posts the video where he's calling the 49ers little ass boy and doing all this stuff, and people with the burgundy and gold avatar get underneath and are like, come to DC, man, we need you. That's so embarrassing. I just find the whole thing so cringeworthy.
It is cringeworthy. It's akin to the, we're having a discussion topic and like the dude that's a super fan like tags the player in question. Like you guys are friends, like you're going to hang out at One Loudon now. Like they're talking about you on the radio, but I've got your back. We're buddies. And it's so cringeworthy and sad. It reminds me of that. I recognize also that there is a factor for me that influences my thinking on this. I've gone over this a million times. I turned 47 in a couple of months. I don't know what anyone's saying. I have no idea what anyone's talking about. I don't get any of this. I don't know what he's talking about when he talks. I don't know what this is. When we're referring to this, I don't get this. See what I'm saying? Like, I'm aware that things exist. Like when I was at Nats Park a couple weeks ago, whenever they had the concert, I can't remember who it was. It's not Jason.
Teo Cruz.
Teo Cruz, thank you. I was doing the postgame show during the Teo Cruz concert. There were two girls and they were next to the red box. And they put a phone up in the tree and they were doing a TikTok dance. Okay? They were doing some kind of dance choreographed together, and it was stupid and dumb and terrible, as they all are. Every single one of them's dumb. You should all be ashamed and embarrassed and shut it off and apologize. But I get it's not for me. They saw me, giggled, and stopped because they were embarrassed to be seen doing it. And they were going to post it where they could be seen doing it for way more people. You see what I'm saying? It's embarrassing to be seen doing it, but I can't wait to be seen doing it by way more people. So I'll never understand that. The whole thing is not for me. So I know that this isn't for me, whatever this is. I don't get it. I don't know what the point is. Here's where I get irritated. It's not just at that. So I use that and I put that to the side. I'm trying to just call balls and strikes here. The people that are going, what a genius this is. What a three-dimensional Machiavellian genius, pulling the strings like a puppeteer. He's agitating his way to San Francisco. You see what he's doing? Oh, he's so smart. This is great because eventually the 49ers will have enough of it. No. This is the musings of a dummy. You see what I'm saying? This is not three-dimensional chess. This is not
But it could work
a great
out that
philosopher.
way.
He might get released,
Yes.
but not because he's a genius. Do you see what I'm
Right.
saying? Not because he's so smart that he's outsmarting all the Niners execs that have never seen anything like it, and they finally have to release him. They'll release him because they'll release him,
By
not
the
because
way,
he posted on TikTok.
This is the other part of this that is comical to me. He could have already potentially been released. If his goal was to get cut, he has to show up first.
They got to do.
He has not shown up.
Just show up.
Until he shows up, the Niners are able to keep him listed on this did not show up to work list where he can, for the rest of time, never get a paycheck and never be released. He has to show up. So I understand he might not be in a rush, but also to take to social media to complain that they're not releasing you, to post videos about how they should be releasing you and they won't let anybody else play with you because you're a toy and another little boy wants to play with you or whatever that weird video was. You have the ball in your court right now. You show up. They have to take you off this list. It starts the clock for them. Now, could they keep him on the roster until the end of August, the start of September? They could, if they want to do that. And now if they want to deal with you as a distraction around the facility and or on social media, that's up to them. But in the meantime, he has to do one thing and one thing only to force their hand to cut him. And he has not done that. So until he shows up and puts the ball back in their court, my empathy for him being held hostage, so you're not being held hostage. The door is open. You can run out at any point.
Yeah, imagine a hostage where it's like, just fill out this paperwork and you're free to go. And he's like, I'll do it later.
But nobody's talking about that part.
I know.
They're all like, the Niners are being so mean to him. They won't cut him. He has to show up. Then they take him off of the list of players that haven't reported and have quit on the team.
Yeah, you know how he knows how to get the facility. I've seen a video. He knows where it is. You know what I mean?
He knows how to drive past it. He might not know how to enter it.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But this video might have been weirder than the other two, honestly. The other ones, anytime he speaks, I go, he needs someone else to advise him than whoever's advising him. But this was weirder because he's just dancing in his underwear.
Yeah.
In a robe. And people are saying it's touchdown dances. Says who? Where did that come from? He doesn't say at the beginning, I would now like to do an artistic interpretation of some of the touchdown celebrations that I'm preparing for this season. I think it's just a guy dancing in his house to music. Other people are like, he's working on his touchdown dances. He didn't say that. How do you know these are touchdown dances?
I'm always amazed at people. How do you know?
People have it all figured out, I guess. Grant and Danny on the Fan. News on Alex Sarr having off-season surgery after an injury while training. We'll get into that next. Plus, speaking of the Wizards, some NBA draft news on the projected top of the board. Grant and Danny coming to you live. Thanks to the good friends we've got over at Condori and Murad.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Massive offseason for the Wizards. Huge hiatus for Alex Sarr specifically, coming off of a gigantic leap in year 2 going into the third year and the next kind of gear that you got to find as a professional. And it's not starting very well. The Wizards announcing today that their forward center, Alex Sarr, has undergone a successful surgery, a surgical procedure to repair a fracture in his right foot, sustained during an off-season workout. The procedure was performed at a hospital in New York. Sarr is expected to make a full recovery ahead of this season. Updates are going to be provided when appropriate. If you're new to this show, you don't know how it works that well yet, but you'll figure it out. I hear something like this, and I kind of assume he'll be back in time for the start of the season, and hopefully this is a speed bump. Danny hears something like this, and you assume this is the beginning of the end for Alex Sarr.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Big men, 7 foot and above. Whenever you hear foot fracture, knee injury, the number of things that Zydrunas Ilgauskas dealt with, the number of things that Ralph Sampson dealt with, Yao Ming, Greg Oden, Bill Walton, who's honestly, I'd say Sarr has some similarity to in terms of the skill level that he's got for a big man like that. Those guys whose careers were completely altered and derailed due to injury. Whenever I hear something like that, if he'd fallen funny and fractured his shoulder, like an upper body injury, like overextended his tricep or banged his elbow on something or needed Tommy John surgery or something like that, I go, that's not a big deal. Whenever you hear feet and a big man, I get very, very nervous. So I'm hoping it's nothing, but I am also realistic about the fact that it's probably not.
Yeah, very true, all of that, and it's why my ears are open, I'm perked up here, and I'm looking for more information. You also would have assumed the worst if it was Keyshawn George. You know what I mean? Like, he's not a big man. But like, this is the Curtis Samuel thing where it's like, wait, there was an injury? Oh, no, everything was going well for the Wizards. That's not allowed to happen. Now it's all going to be terrible moving forward. But what a leap he made last year. 16 points, 7+ rebounds per game last season. And there were plenty of nights where he was a lot better than that. You go there on the right evening, it's 20 and 15, and he's taking games over when he's on the floor. Only played in 48 games, and his minutes, especially as the year went on and the executed plan of tanking was in full effect. It wasn't like he was out there for 37 to 39 minutes every single game. But he was ultra efficient. If you look at his per 36 numbers.
And that's where I was going to go. His per 36 tell the story.
22 points and 10 rebounds with 4 assists. And 2.5 blocks.
They kept his
That's
minutes.
all-star stuff.
100%. They kept his minutes restricted and, kept him out of a number of games and the like. I heard somebody was arguing with me. They saying that he didn't take that big of a leap this year because they didn't win that many games for some other kind of reaching nonsense. If you watched them play, which we did, you could tell the difference right away. Instead of just sort of settling, taking contested long jumpers or, off rhythm kind of things, he got close to the rim. Effective field goal percentage increased. His regular field goal percentage increased. Was a better shooter, just more dynamic. And you could see the defensive ability that he's got. Again, he's not Wemby. Nobody is. But altering shots, bothering people at the rim. I don't know if I want him grinding down low and playing the 5 all the time, but as kind of a part-time 5 in certain lineups, fine by me. I mean, he and Davis may have a kind of a crossover skill set. Curious to see how that goes, if it ever does. But this is a dramatically improved player year over year. There's no way around that.
The idea for an NBA team is that you get somewhere around 100 possessions a game. So one of my metrics I've always liked is the per 100 possessions.
Yep.
28 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists for him. This was after he was 4th in Rookie of the Year the previous season. Like, he came on in a big, big way, and it wasn't like it's out of nowhere. I mean, this is a guy who was drafted number 2 overall. If you redrafted right now, would have gone ahead of the player that actually went 1-1. Looks like a significant win for this front office where they took him at number 2 and was worth over 1.5 win shares last year while he was being, monitored and really kept on a pitch count. So I do worry about this just because of the size. And as you said, big man and feet, those are scary words, right? When you're talking about a fracture. But I have to hope, we don't have any details, the team didn't put anything out, I haven't seen any reporting yet, that this was something very minor, that he is back training within the next few weeks and is ready to have a huge third season because he's going to be a very pivotal piece to this puzzle for them.
100%. This is kind of the the reason for excitement is the number one overall pick and what a couple of these veterans are going to do. But this is kind of the sneaky in-house option. I don't have a great comp. They're both tall, athletic guys, or tall, skilled guys. But he's kind of your in-house Chet Holmgren, right? Where, SGA is the MVP, and that's the headline, and everyone's going to pay attention to that. But you know what makes them go? Is this second option or third option if the team gets really good, that's dynamic, that can block shots, do a bit of everything, help start breaks, help finish breaks, pick and rolls, can do a lot of dynamic things on the basketball court that you didn't have to win some magical lottery or do something crazy to get. You already had him, and you got it right, and he's developing right before our eyes.
The vision for this coming season would be that Trae Young's at the point with George in the backcourt, and then you've got Anthony Davis and Alex Sarr in the front court, and probably Bilal Coulibaly at 3 or whatever that looks like.
We can be clapping for AJ DeBonsa. Coulibaly.
Well, if AJ DeBonsa is the number one overall pick. But yes, I mean, I would still assume that's the case. But that brings us to our next topic on the Wizards. How sure are we that AJ DeBonsa is the number one overall pick?
I'm not.
Because this development this weekend, I'm not buying, but it sounds like a lot of people are. So for people that aren't tracking this, AJ DeBonsa has kind of been expected to be 1-1 for the Wizards for an extended period of time. Then about 2 weeks ago, it started to become a prevailing thought around NBA media circles. Not so fast. I mean, the Wizards are talking to and doing their due diligence on Darren Peterson. If you actually just study his high school tape before he had all these issues with his health and the oddities of leaving games this season, it was much closer than people think, and he might have even been the number one player on their board at one point in time. Well, the story this weekend is that Darren Peterson is going to work out for the Wizards. He's going to meet with the Wizards. He's going to do anything they want him to do, physically on the floor and otherwise. But he will not be doing that for any other teams. And the way that it's being reported, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but this is what's been suggested, is that essentially, number 2, Utah and everybody else below, he's not interested or worried about that because he believes he's going first overall to the Wizards. That is his assessment based on the current situation. Now, one of two things is happening. Either he's got some intel and actually legitimately thinks there's a really good chance he goes number 1, or this is just a bit he's doing where he's trying to send a message. I'm the best player in the country. I'm the best player in America. I should be going first overall. I will work out for and do my due diligence with the number 1 team to make sure they draft me, but the rest of you don't get to see me because I'm better than that. I'm the number 1 pick. And I actually think this is just him trying to send some message. And
you think it's only that, only posturing?
I do.
Yeah.
But the way it's being reported, I was reading this afternoon by various people, is that Peterson's camp legitimately believes he's going to go number 1 overall. And they think it's a waste of time to do all this other stuff because I'm assuming what they're suggesting is, based on their conversations with the Wizards and some of the due diligence the team has been doing, they think he's going 1. Now, I think this is just a big smokescreen. The Wizards are probably fine with whatever's out there. They don't care. Because if nobody knows what they're doing, they don't care. And if the teams behind them are curious or interested, maybe you get more phone calls. Doesn't matter. You get to sit there and make whatever pick you want to. You don't have to worry about all the noise. I still think it's DeBonsa. I said this last week. I'll be very, very surprised, maybe even stunned if it's not. But what do you make of this new storyline with Peterson that he's only going to work out for the Washington Wizards because he thinks that's who's taking him based on what he's heard so far?
I've fallen for it to some degree, even though I try not to. So I remind myself every year, and there isn't the usual level. There's more intrigue now. There's usually not this level of intrigue because the Wizards aren't usually picking first. They usually get boned in the lottery and pick 9th. But here they are at the top, so I'm paying more attention to it than normal, and this is a pretty special draft. I remind myself every year, though, the final 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever you want, leading up to the draft, where there's no news. All that's happening is routine draft prep stuff. This is all lying season. Everybody has an agenda. The agent does, the player does, the team does. This is the same with the NFL draft as well, where you want maneuvers around the board. Some team might say, hey, there's negatives about this guy in the hopes that somebody that's supposed to go 7th falls to them. Again, an example I've used years ago, I'm not saying Washington did this, any kind of three-dimensional chess, but Jonathan Allen was supposed to go top 10, had a shoulder thing last to them in the teens, and that works out great for them. A local guy made good. He comes home and plays great football here for a handful of years. That's awesome. So you always wonder who's gaining from this, and this would be a Peterson gain or something like that. But I'm buying it to some degree.
Here's why it doesn't make sense, though.
Go ahead.
I get buying it because I've kind of thought about it too, and I'm like, I could see. They would not have said anything to him to let him know yet.
No, of course not.
But that's the argument, essentially. That is what is being floated by this Utah radio station, KSL Sports, by some of the people that are in on this is his camp is confident that he's going number one and doesn't need to work out. Now, maybe they're just saying they're predicting he's going number one, but when you hear people talk about this, it's based on like what they're hearing back from the teams at the top of the board. And I just don't think that intel is being divulged or disseminated.
Yeah, I don't think Winger and Dawkins are going, let's give away exactly what our plan is at this point.
Get your best suit on and get to the draft because you're going to be the pick at number one.
So what I feel like is way more on the table than I think a lot of Wizards fans want to talk about is the potential of a swap with Utah to end up with Peterson. I think
taking him second?
Yeah, I think people are not considering that, and I think they should. So in other words, because Washington has the hammer, they don't have to do anything. That's the beauty of the number one pick. If they prefer or like Peterson as much or even like him a little bit better, you could end up with a haul to get the guy that you think is just as good.
But that still goes against this report, which is that he's not working out for the Jazz because he's going to go number one overall.
Number one part, but he's going to the Wizards.
Yeah, but
it's kind of, I know it's semantics, but I do think it matters. That distinction matters.
Well, the only thing I'll agree with on that is that if they want Peterson, they shouldn't take him with the first pick. They should absolutely trade back to 2 or do some kind of pick swap or however that works. The NBA does it so stupid where he's going to wear a different hat.
He'll wear the hat.
Yeah. He'll wear a Jazz hat after being taken 1 or something dumb. You could swing a deal, I guess, with the Jazz where they come up to number 1 under the agreement that they're taking Bonsa. You move back to 2, you're going to get Peterson, and then you work out what you're getting otherwise. And if Peterson's number 1 on their board and they're going to take him 1-1, then get some future assets, even if it's draft picks. Even if they don't want to give you young quality players, so be it. Don't just sit there at 1 and take Peterson. Move back a pick and get selections. Shem Sharania had this. He says, developments ahead of the June 23rd, 24th drafts were a little over a week away. BYU's A.J. DeBonsis conducted formal visits with both the Wizards at number 1, the Jazz at number 2. Kansas's Darren Peterson has only visited with the Wizards and will not be granting anyone else a meeting, sources tell me and Jeremy Woo. He says both have believed in going number 1, and now teams in the lottery are taking note of Peterson's decision to only give access to Washington. So that second sentence, that's such a rap sheet Adam Schefter kind of like throwaway big picture thought at the end where he goes, teams in the lottery are taking note of Peterson's decision to only give access to Washington. Well, no S.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, you mean that he won't come work out for them or talk to them or answer their calls?
I have noticed that.
I'll bet they are taking note of that, Shams. You know, like,
right.
No kidding, dude.
Yeah. I have to tie this tweet up with something nice, so I'll say that teams are taking note. That irritated me.
But KSL is this station in Utah, and they've got this. Let's see where their exact quote was. They say that his camp, we're doing that move, is expecting Peterson to go number 1 overall, from what they're being told. Now, that to me sounds like wishful thinking from some people out in Utah who want DeBonsa to fall to number 2. I am still like, what's your confidence that it's DeBonsa? I'm like 80-20, maybe even 85-15.
55-45. It's trending down.
Based on what? That's crazy to me.
The way the Wizards scout, the way that people talk about scouting, it's not what I do. To me, the most important sample is what I just saw in college basketball. The most important thing to me is the answer to the question, let's say I buy your whole creatine thing in September. Fine. How do I know that this is never happening again? How do I know that you are going to suit up and you're not just taking nights off, you're not checking out of games because cramping though, or you don't feel good, or you're tired, or whatever? I need to know. If they know, then that's fine. But the way they scout, the way scouts talk about the high school tape, everybody wants to talk about the high school times. And every time they matched up in high school, every time they matched up in this ABCD camp or this camp or that camp, Peterson kicked DeBonsa's ass. When they matched up in the first half before Peterson checked himself out, another one of those games that he didn't play the whole game. He had the better of the matchup against DeBonsa. And it's a better team, but again, it's just a different animal. So the way that this group scouts and sees things differently than couch potato Fannie Mouye leads me to believe that it's more possible than people are acknowledging.
Even though I prefer DeBonsa.
I do too, for the record.
And when they got 1-1, they hit the lottery. For me, that was the winning of the A.J. DeBonsa selection. I would have zero problem taking Peterson because in a world where the creatine nightmare of 2025, 2026, whatever this college basketball season didn't happen, it would pretty much be a dead heat for me. Like, I wouldn't care that much. And they're doing an unbelievable amount of research and getting intel that I do not have. The other thing I'll say, too, is they deserve the benefit of the doubt. This is not even, as much as I like Adam Peters, this is not the Commanders with a recent draft history that is checkered. This is not a team that has struggled. This is not the previous Nats regime who just didn't have enough hits. The Wizards have hit it out of the park almost on everything that they've done since they got here, led by Winger, with Dawkins, with Schlink, with this group. So if they make the pick and it leads to the eye rolls and the boos on draft night and everyone being upset that they didn't take A.J. DeBonsa, I'm not going to just assume that a bunch of us who watch college basketball a few times throughout the year when BYU's on national TV know better or know more. It won't be great radio, but I will defer to them. I'll present the best cases for both scenarios, and I'll be fine with it. I just think when they do all of their research, it's going to come back and spit out DeBonsa. I don't know how it couldn't after the year Peterson just had. There's just too much baggage, too many questions.
I know, and that's even the people that are ardent Peterson supporters, if there is such a thing, or advocates for him going number one, they go, here's the explanation, the creatine in September. I go, so that's fine. Great. Let's see you buy that. I keep coming back to, how do I know this doesn't happen again? Whatever it is. If it's not creatine, next time is it that he took a different substance that is to try to work out better, and then he couldn't play because of that. The flu-like symptoms. How do I know that this isn't a constant pattern where months and months and months and months and months and months and months after the creatine scare, which sounded very scary, he just doesn't feel like it and doesn't play a bunch of times. I need to be the one at the organization going, hey, I'm going to rest you the second out of a back-to-back, or I'm going to control your minutes at certain points just because that makes sense, and we'll do that. I need the player that I'm drafting 1-1 or 1-2 in this case, my trade back scenario, whoever it is. I need the pitcher to want the ball. I need the quarterback to want to stay in the game. I need the number one that's going to be my star to be the alpha that I have to drag off the court. I'll do that. I'll be the grown-up. You be the voracious, appetited, hungry, ornery SOB that wants to dominate his opponent every night on the court. I don't know that he's that, and I need that question answered if I'm going to be okay with it. I have no questions about DeBonsa. He needs a little bit more time to work on his catch and shoot. Ta-da, that's the end. He's a star.
You know what's funny is, generally, the type of player, like my proclivity in the draft that I would want is Peterson. In fact, when we first started talking about this, if you remember, like way back at the beginning of the college basketball season, I was more of a Peterson guy.
Mm-hmm.
I am a Kenny get buckets, Kenny, not to say DeBonsa can't, but like take you off the bounce and create. I want the offensive assassin, and I'll figure the rest out. And I think he can be more that guy, just like a catch and shoot, immediate plug and play scorer. But I don't do question marks and baggage when I've got a surer thing who might be every bit as talented and gifted right next to him. And to me, if it's a two-horse race and one of these guys I don't have to worry about, it's just a tiebreaker, I'll go. If you want to tell me it's a slightly lower ceiling, I don't buy that. But if you want to say that that's the case and it's a higher floor, I'm okay with that. But I'll defer to this front office because of the information they're going to have when they do all their research. KB's got an interesting question here on Twitter. I'm at Grant Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. He says, isn't it a little bit worrying for Peterson to not talk to teams at 2 or 3 when you've already got questions about personality? Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, to me, this is another, like, it's another ding as far as I'm concerned, where you're going to run the draft, you're going to call the shots. No. How about no to that?
Yeah, if you didn't have the baggage, I would go, you could make the argument. I wouldn't, but you could. What an alpha move that is. What a badass move. That's the kind of swagger I want. There's so many questions, dude. Somebody needs to I need to speak with you.
Never how I think about it.
Right.
When Eli Manning did it, I don't care who you are. When John Elway did it,
Agreed.
I wasn't alive yet, but my dad hated him forever after that. It's not for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is not you might be the number one pick. You don't get to run this thing.
Right.
You're a small piece to a really big night. Congratulations, by the way. Hard work's paying off. That's amazing. You don't get to tell all the other teams who you're going to meet with and who you're not going to. DeBonsa's the more likely number one pick, and he's more than willing to talk to teams at 2 and 3 at this point. Like, he's just run a much cleaner process, and it kind of meshes with everything that led up to
everything
this.
you've heard, yeah. Right? Where it's the dude that made sure one of his teammates shook the hand of another coach to basically going 1-on-5 for a undermanned BYU team every night, where he's playing all the minutes, has all the possessions, all the defenses loaded up on him, and Peterson checked himself out of a dozen games.
We're about a week away from the NBA draft. I'd love to hear from people on this at 800-636-1067. The question here would be, which area do we want to drill down on? I guess
The not working out part, like, what does it mean? Like,
Do
is
you
this
think
happening?
Peterson is getting information? You know, is this just him trying to send a message to say, I want to be the number one pick. I'm only going to talk to the number one team because I deserve to be the number one pick. Or his camp, which is quote unquote reportedly convinced that he's going first. Do you think there's actually a shift in momentum here as if, this reporting is correct? And would you be surprised if they took him over Dabonsa? G&D on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NBA, Alex Sarr had to have surgery on a fracture in his right foot. He sustained the injury during an off-season workout, but the Wizards do expect him to be good to go for the season. World Cup, biggest shocker so far of the tournament. Spain, a scoreless draw against Cape Verde. Spain were the World Cup favorites, ranked second in the world coming into today's match. Cape Verde was ranked 67th in the world. It was their first ever World Cup match. They're the third smallest nation by population, smallest by land area to ever qualify for the World Cup. One game going on right now, Belgium and Egypt. Egypt has a 1-0 lead in the 28th minute. Two other games tonight. Saudi Arabia taking on Uruguay at 6. Iran taking on New Zealand at 9. Baseball, the Nationals welcoming the Royals for the first of 3 tonight at Nats Park. 6:45 first pitch right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way Notron would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone calls. Text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's a great week for Sports Talk Radio in the nation's capital. The Nats are hot and they're at home, playing the Kansas City Royals for 3 starting tonight. By the way, the Royals are terrible. I feel like every time the Nats have a series, we say it's some type of litmus test, but this will be a fun tell. This is a situation where they've actually struggled. They've been great against some of the really good teams that they've played, and they've upset a bunch of teams they weren't supposed to beat. But if you remember, when they played the Marlins, they got swept at home. They haven't played as well at home, particularly against bad teams. The Royals have the worst record in the American League. In fact, only the Colorado Rockies have a worse record in all of baseball than the Kansas City Royals. So this is one where let's prove, now at a couple over 500, they've had this like invisible wall that's kept them from 3 over 500, which they would get to if they win tonight. Let's prove that you can beat the bad teams, too. It's one thing to play up and take 2 of 3 from a Seattle team that might get to the playoffs, or the Padres, or the Diamondbacks, or so many of these other clubs that they've handled their business against. But don't let Miami or Kansas City or some of these other teams come in and push you around. So I actually think this will be a telling, fun series against a bad Royals team.
Certainly hope so. Now, Michael Wacha's on the bump, I believe tonight, or it's either tonight or tomorrow.
He pitches tomorrow.
He's good. That's a good major league pitcher. ERA in the mid-3s. Bobby Witt's a superstar. I think leads the American League in WAR among shortstops and stolen bases with 26. He's a star. Outside of that, there's not much going right for Kansas City this campaign.
They are on pace for 100 losses.
Yeah.
Kind of tells the story. I actually talked to their manager this weekend on MLB Network Radio, Matt Quatrero, and it's just been one of those years, dude, where it's like, hey, this guy's hurt, just had a rehab setback. This guy's hurt. He's not going to be back when you thought he was going to be. Like, everything that can go wrong for them has. And they just lost probably their best player. Hadn't played like it all season long because, as you said, that distinction has now gone to Bobby Witt, who's an MVP candidate. But Vinny Pasquantino, the Pasquatch, is not going to play in this series because he just went to the shelf. He just got hurt. He broke a hamate bone, was hit by a pitch. He had surgery yesterday morning. He's having a down year as it was, but that's one less bat and one less guy you have to worry about in this bunch for the Royals. So they got to go out, they got to handle their business and take care of a team. This is fun to say right now on June 15th that they are better than.
They're way better than. Huh? It is fun. I'm 100% with you, but this is as you said, they've kind of given some of these away, and they've done the hard part, right? It's like it's almost like James Wood. Everyone's like, he needs to pull the ball more. He's doing the hard thing where he's hitting the ball 450 feet to left center field as a Jabberwocky left-hander.
Yeah.
That's the hard part. They've done the hard part. They beat the good teams. Take 2 out of 3 from a crappy team.
Also, this is just my own little pet peeve. He's always got to do something else for people. How about just keep hitting 280 with a 970 OPS and be on pace for 46 home runs? How about just keep doing that and everyone else can shut up about it? His on-base percentage can be over 400. Can we just play that game? He could just be the best thing we've had here since Juan Soto?
It's fine by me.
Anybody okay with that?
Sounds good to me. I like that.
Just strike out less. Just do this. Just keep doing exactly what you're doing. And don't listen to anyone sitting in the stands, please, at any point. Unless they want to go vote for you for the All-Star game, which not enough people are.
Yeah, if you do that, you got a little stake in the game, then maybe you can say
something. Then I'll listen to people's opinions on what's next for James Wood, who's been a top 5 offensive player in the league this season. The other news this week here on 106.7 The Fan is going to be minicamp for the Commanders. That starts tomorrow, by the way. So we're here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, full-on minicamp. This is mandatory. Everyone should be there. This is a big-time elevation of what you're actually allowed to do. So you throw on some shells, a little more clanking of some pads. Obviously, it's not quite training camp, but I would say it splits in half. Like from OTAs to training camp is the Grand Canyon-sized gap. You basically like cut that in half in terms of physicality, what you're allowed to do. It's a massive step toward a real training camp practice. There's also one-on-one drills for O-line, D-line, wide receivers, cornerbacks. So this is actually going to be our first legitimately good look at a lot of the offseason acquisitions and the draft class as well.
The build, I'm hoping the tone gets set now for training camp and the like. Again, you mentioned, I don't necessarily need guys headbutting and doing bull in the ring and Oklahoma drill and all sorts of other crap like that, but I want a tone set about the work. The last couple of years of Camp Quinn, I'm out on that because the results, frankly, have been terrible. Even when they were good, they got off to a rotten, slow, embarrassing start, and they had to dig out of that hole. They did. They went 12-5 in the NFC Championship game. But last year, you saw it. They weren't ready, and I need them to be ready. So whatever you've got to do today, or this week rather, to build towards that, please do so. I want to hear about how hard it was. I want to hear about some grueling things and some challenging and the ramp up in intensity. That's what I would like to read about.
I think that has to probably wait till training camp. I don't know how much different or more you do at mini camp. Like there's going to be the inevitable story where they decided to go to the movies or they decided to not do the last day or whatever that you're talking about. And it's like, that just NFL wide, that happens.
Yeah.
And you can get upset, that's fine, but that's just normal. I'm with you. They got to do more, but that's going to be July and August.
Well, no, I agree with you. But I don't know how to do it. I'm not an NFL head coach. I'm just a schlub. I'd like to hear about, this was the precursor to that. We are setting the tone, whatever that means. It doesn't mean that you practice for 10 hours. That's stupid because that's now defeating the purpose. But whatever it is, I can't have it be lackadaisical. I can't do the veteran day off the second day of training camp anymore. Enough of that. That day needs to be gone.
What storyline do you want to come out of minicamp? What's the number one thing you care the most about for the Commanders?
Receiver position. I need to hear that their giant gamble to not go sign a more sure thing on a Stephon Diggs or trade for somebody or do something else to provide more options for this offense for a quarterback that's going to be under center for the first time really in his life. That's being slightly hyperbolic. I needed more at the receiver position. They didn't go get it. So I want to hear about how great everybody is
I'll do you
or
one
whatever.
better. What about if they sign Stephon Diggs?
And there you go.
I mean, they could. It's not like he's currently being held hostage by a team or refusing to show up or doing weird dances in his underwear on Instagram. Like
maybe he needs to get some attention.
Ready to put pen to paper?
Maybe do some underpants dancing, Stephon.
I think there's two probably. It's cheating, but anything involving Jaden Daniels in the new offense, development therein, pre-snap, just control of the overall scheme, understanding conceptually, moving people around. I want to know how much play action they're doing, how they're marrying run to pass, what the formations and some of the things look like before the snap with motions and bunches and a lot of things that are just going to look a lot different than Kingsbury. So that would be number one. The other thing for me on the other side of the ball defensively, I am very curious about the linebacking situation and Sonny Styles getting first-team reps or not and how they're going to implement a defense with all three of their really good players at linebacker. Are they all going to be on the field at some point this year? Like, they signed Leo Chenal for good money. I know he's going to play.
Mm-hmm.
They took Sonny Styles in the top 10. I know he's going to play. Is Frankie Louvu an odd man out? Is he just going to watch a lot of football and occasionally spell those guys, or are they going to get them all on the field at once? I don't think Louvu is going to do a lot of playing on the edge because they just signed and spent a ton at that position. Odafe Owe, Caleb Von Chason, Charles Omenihu, Armstrong comes back from injury. They're pretty set there. So, if so facto, where's Louvu? And I would imagine he's probably traditionally second level with Sonny Styles, kind of best fit there. And that means you can move Leo Chenal around. You play him like in the nickel, and you're playing a lot of zone with someone at the safety position behind him, helping bracket. Do you move him around and kind of bring him into the front of the formation to kind of run the A-gap? I don't know what they're going to do, but I am constantly intrigued by the fact that I think they have three potentially really good players at linebacker who can all run and hit. And I don't know how they're going to use them.
But I'm excited to see. So, yeah, I don't know what we'll learn from minicamp or training camp even.
We're going to see alignments. We didn't see Sonny Styles get a lot of run with the first team in the OTA stuff. So it was easy. You just have the other two guys doing it. But when Sonny Styles is starting, now what? Will we start to see that?
Right.
That's where I'm
Are we
excited.
going back to old school? There are 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers, and they line up in what's called a base package. I mean, those days are dead, but I like having that versatility. The thing I've always craved is going back to those Bill Belichick Patriots teams for so many years, that town hall defense where there's one guy down on the nose, like a nose tackle, and everyone else is kind of milling around before a meeting, and you have no idea who's coming or going. You got no idea where stuff is coming from. This is kind of a modern version of that, and I want that. I want that versatility. I want it to look like just the same way on offense, but in reverse. I want it to look like a guy's blitzing when he's not. I want it to look like a guy's dropping in coverage when he's not. I want the quarterback to be befuddled and confused. And we weren't capable of that here for a long time. What you'd hear after guys get burned, then you do the inevitable Josh Norman point at somebody, is we need to simplify things, calm down, and make better communication. Nope, that just means you're incompetent and not capable of doing it. I need complication. It's because quarterbacks are too good.
Double play is next. I've got some tales I'll regale you with from a family trip to Busch Gardens in the heat.
I gained some weight. One day. How much weight did Danny gain?
Next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Imagine working your whole life, finally retiring and wanting to move closer to your kids and grandkids, only to have your plans put on hold. That's exactly what happened to Tammy and Earl. After nearly 6 months on the market with another agent and no results, their retirement dream felt out of reach. They needed to protect their equity and move forward with confidence. That's when they called my good friends Debbie, Sarah, and the Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams. Debbie's got the buyers. Through their exclusive buyers and waiting program and proactive marketing strategy, they matched Tammy and Earl's home with qualified buyers already in the database. The result? The home sold faster for top dollar, giving them the peace of mind to start their next chapter. The Reynolds of Power Home team nets sellers thousands more on average and sells homes twice as fast as the typical agent. They remove the stress. So don't let your home get stuck. Sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed. They helped Tammy and Earl. They helped my family. That's right. They sold my place a few years ago. Call Debbie, Sarah, and the Reynolds of Power Home team today at 844-654-SOLD. It's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Time for our double play, sponsored by FH Fur for 45 years. They've set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur, plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and electrical, absolutely the best.
So 2 things, real quick. While you were out on Friday, I could not read that word. Thank God you're back. I could not read and I still can't even say it. EnviroAir?
Yes.
God, I struggle with it so bad.
I was about to jump in and say you did that so much better than Danny did.
I mean, it was a scuffle. Toby was over. You know when Toby starts laughing at you and it's uncomfortable,
right?
And then it gets a little higher and higher pitched, and he couldn't control himself. He had to take his headphones off because he was laughing at me so bad.
At the very end of the read, it tells you how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
Now, why they don't just put that spelled out where the word is, because that would make sense, I don't know.
I had to apologize to the good folks at FH Fur because I go, this is your time, and I am ruining it. I cannot say that word.
Well, I'm sorry that happened
No,
to you.
that's okay.
And I'm sorry to our good friends at FH Fur.
These are good folks.
But this premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter is absolutely free. So just wanted everyone to know that.
Yep.
It is time for our double play. So, Williamsburg was the best.
Yes.
I loved it. I am a Colonial. Today, me and my son had our hats on. We were Colonials. In fact, I was pretending to be British. He was a Colonial. We had our little guns. We were playing a little shootout in the house. We were doing like a 1, 2, 3 spin and turn and shoot and the whole deal. It was a good old time, right? Everyone was having to find fake guns. But I guess I should. Toby's face is very surprised by this. We got these.
We used blanks. It was fun.
Yeah, we got these little wooden Colonial guns at the little toy shop.
Little muskets.
So everyone can relax on that. But we were playing a little game in the house. Had a good old time. We have become Williamsburg people. The final day, I took off Friday. Before we left, Jamestown in the morning, Busch Gardens in the afternoon. Danny, I want you to guess. A little guessing game for everybody. How much did it cost for the Paulsons to get into Busch Gardens? Now, I'll give you some details on this. You had to be at least 3 years old to need a ticket. That means that 2-year-old McKinley and 11-month-old Lincoln did not need tickets.
No tickets for them.
Only 4 tickets for the Paulsons.
Okay.
There's also a difference in price between the adult ticket. That's me. That's the wife. And children's tickets. That is Reagan and Truman.
So I did this in December, and I don't remember. I remember saying, that's a lot of money for this. Here we go.
You guys went to Busch Gardens recently?
Yeah, in December.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess you did tell me. I didn't think about it.
That's
All right.
okay. But I don't remember.
2 adults, 2 kids. You probably also did something better than what I did. I walked up to the window without tickets. They
couldn't believe it.
I hit a couple buttons, and it was just like self-serve, and it's like, do you want to buy tickets? Had I have gotten on the internet, even just right there on an app or something, I probably could have saved some money. Should have done that, as it turned out. I would find out. But the question is, 4 tickets, 2 adults, 2 kids. How much did I spend to get into Busch Gardens?
I'm going to say, with taxes, do you remember the total number?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm going to say $236.
Okay. You didn't go to Busch Gardens recently. Darius, how much did I spend to get into Busch Gardens?
I feel like adult tickets for theme parks are nearly like $80 a pop.
So do some math here. Okay, so 80 times 2 is 160.
And then kids tickets are probably another $20 less than that.
Okay.
So I'm going to go.
That's 60 times 2. That's 120.
So I'm going to go. You spent about $300. I'm going to go a little bit over that with taxes. Let's say $320.
But $300. Danny, what was your guess at? Your
I said
hilarious
$236.
guess? $236.
Because I think ours was 55 and 45 in the off season.
That's really funny. Okay, Ben Strober, how much did you think I spent to get into Busch Gardens?
$358.
$358. Now, did you do any math there? Or you're just up in your numbers.
Just up in numbers.
Okay, very good. Toby, there's only 4 of us. 2 of us were free to get in. Family of 6. How much did I spend to get into Busch Gardens?
In honor of my guy Snoop, $420.
$420 is a good number. You're definitely closest. Nobody's gotten quite in the range just yet. It was $477.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's what we were looking at there. Just to get in the door. Still buying
And then
lunch.
everything in there is free, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Once you pay?
Still, the kids want this game and that game. And I'm a big fan of the stroller to push the kids around, which you got to rent, which is, I don't know, $30 or whatever. I'm a big fan of the cup that you get that you can refill at soda machines all day long for unlimited Coke Zero and like cold drinks and stuff. So that was like $22. So I haven't actually done all the math of like our Disney/Busch Gardens.
But there's a comma in it.
It's a big number.
Yeah.
It is I hope there's not a comma.
I think there's a comma.
$477 to get in the door. So what did you say you paid?
Because we did the thing you're supposed to do, like it was in advance on some sort of promotional whatever. Because it's the off season. Half the rides are closed. It was in December for their holiday lights thing that we did. It was $55 for adults and $45 for kids, I think, is what we paid.
So that's 4 people similarly. Yeah, I guess maybe because it was the off season and none of the rides were working.
Right.
Maybe that has something
Yeah,
to do
so
with it.
the kids went on for Bolton 71 times because like there was like I think there were 4 or 5 rides that were like, hey, this part of the park's open, but it's really about the lights and all the pretty stuff.
It was so hot, but really, really fun.
Mhm.
My kids loved it. They rode. They can ride probably like 10% of the rides in the park.
Yep.
Based on height and size and everything, and so the stuff that they could ride, they rode a million times because it was so hot that nobody was there. I think everyone woke up and was like, "Wait, it's 103 degrees."
Yeah, not today.
We're not going to Busch Gardens. And then we were like, "Wait, it's 103 degrees. We got to go to Busch Gardens."
Well, the other reason no one's there is school's still in session.
That
You sleep
also
on that. This is
helped us.
Virginia. School,
Yes.
They're going to school until July 19th. Numbers
That
approximate.
Hooked. Are they still in school right now?
Yeah, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, that hooked us too, between no school and the hottest day that's ever hotted.
Mhm.
I'm serious. Like, they rode everything. It was like they would finish the ride, come around. I was in the little exit ramp.
Yeah.
And I'll go, you guys want to go again? They're like, yeah. I'm like, no one's in line. Just go again.
Just go again?
And that is the dream at an amusement park.
Uh-huh.
They didn't know how lucky they were.
They don't get
They
it.
would ride it 4 or 5 times. My wife eventually was like, you can't keep telling them to ride again. Like, they need to get water. It's so hot out here. I'm like, they're 5. They're going to be fine. Trust. I did this when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
This is
Like,
what you do.
They're going to be okay.
Now, as an adult, I don't drink any water because I never got in the habit of doing it. But
That's a
they'll
good
be
point.
fine.
It's time for Danny's double play. It's not time for Danny's double play.
Yeah.
It's time for Danny's double play.
Is it time, anybody?
Yeah, there you go, Dad.
We'll
You're
keep
all
it
over
simple. We'll do a little game show music of my own. I went to Williamsburg, just like everybody else did. Was there Wednesday night, left Thursday night after the show. All of you guys saw pretty much, I think, everything I ate with 2 exceptions. I had a hotel breakfast, really good, actually, buffet at the Williamsburg Lodge, where I stayed this time in room 4314 and where I stayed previously in December in 4316. It's the craziest thing that's ever happened to me. But a really good breakfast. Ate pretty healthy there, but still had some stuff that was delicious. Really, it's about Wednesday night. Wednesday night, I went to Mellow Mushroom, which everybody sleeps on, and had a large Mighty Meat pizza by myself. The waiter there said, and I quote at the end of the meal, I've been here 6 years. I've never seen one person do that. Kind of went, and then walked away. Really in both amazement and disgust.
When did you weigh in?
Wednesday morning.
Okay. When did you weigh in again?
Friday morning. So you see what I'm so like I want to try to go morning to morning.
All day Wednesday.
Yep.
That was the night of the pizza.
Yep.
All day Thursday. What'd you have for dinner Thursday? Did you eat something on your way home?
I mean, I had the rest of my sandwich that I got from that Jewish deli right by where we were broadcasting from. I had that
pastrami.
the big pastrami sandwich. Yeah,
But did you?
pastrami on rye?
You didn't stop
No.
in the car.
No, I don't stop. I'm
You
making
didn't-
good time.
You didn't eat when you got home.
No.
Also, Darius, at some point we have to talk about how fast Danny drives to get to these places.
I mean, just a maniac.
What
You
do
got to go.
Brandon Ayuk on a cell phone. What do you think you top? Like, if you're a pitcher, what do you think you topped out at on the drive?
I would be a probably a second round draft pick out of high school, like a second round arm.
88.
92.
92.
Maybe a sandwich pick. Yeah.
I always am amazed by you as a driver. Does your wife has to hate you as a driver?
Yes.
You are a bat out of hell. Whenever I try to follow Danny, he loses me like that. And my wife would tell you I'm pretty aggressive and can keep up with people. Not this guy.
It's time to go.
Darius was like an hour and a half from home, and Danny's like, "Yeah, just got home, guys." It's like, what in the actual
Well, traffic
hell?
stunk on 64. There were a couple different shutdowns. I had to maneuver around that to still get home.
But here's what Danny does. He puts sunglasses on. He drives all the way up and like cuts in and out of weird lanes and 8,000 miles an hour. He's got it. Whatever it is as a driver.
I see 2-3 moves ahead.
You do.
Are you a music or a podcast guy while you're driving?
Well, when I'm within range, I listen to 106.7 The Fan Dares.
Oh, of
but
course, yes.
when I'm out of range, it's a little. I don't know. I do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. There's no one thing. It's really about focusing on the road. It's not a lounge time. It's not relaxing time. It's time to get home. It's time to go.
I just want to reiterate, I can't believe how fast he drives everywhere. Okay. It's only one night. It's basically a pizza.
It's only one night,
I'll
and it's
say
one pizza.
3.6 pounds.
Oh, Grant's in at 3.6. Okay.
I'm feeling a number around 6. So let's say 6.4 pounds.
Yeah, it's technically 48 hours, right? So I'm going to up it to 4.2 pounds.
Oh, okay. You're
48 hours.
Change that again. Yep. 48 hours starting Eddie Murphy. You said 4.2 is what
Yeah.
you're going with? Okay, 4.2. All right. Dare say yours again,
6.3.
6.3. Okay.
I've learned in this game you just have to way overestimate. It's always way higher than anybody thinks. 7.3.
7.3 for
It's a big
Strohs.
number.
Oh, man. 7.3. God. Oh, because it's reasonable, given my history.
Danny's already thinking of a psychotic workout to try to get back because the number was so high. 8.4.
8.4. Wow. All right. So I see what you guys have all learned. Kind of generally what happens is you go, it's not that big of a deal. I'm going to underestimate it. I hate to disappoint everybody this time. This is really one night where I weighed in and did something I shouldn't have done, which is eat an entire large pizza by myself. I left 226.4. I returned 229.6. That's 3.2 pounds. So I know it's underwhelming for everybody, but still, it's really that I ate one pizza and even having a ridiculous full body workout for the better part of an hour plus, some pool time to swim around, and eating healthy on Thursday, it was really because I ate a pizza, I gained 3 pounds.
I actually think 3.2 pounds is a great, successful job by you.
Given my history.
Well, no. I just mean generally. You ate an entire pizza. It should have been a bigger number. So that means you ate fairly clean the rest of the time.
The rest of the time I did.
So good for you.
But one meal, and I gained 3.2 pounds.
Over 48 hours, that's not crazy. That's really not that bad.
Yeah, I suppose. But again, it's not really about 48 hours. You're stretching it out.
But the weigh-ins.
Yeah, I weighed myself in the morning. It didn't do anything else Wednesday. Like just hung out and had like a couple like lean, like, nothings. Drove down to Williamsburg. Didn't do anything. Wasn't like I'm going out getting hammered or eating, bacon, egg, and cheese at 5 a.m. Nothing like that. Just ate one big large pizza by myself. Made a spectacle.
Beltway Blitz comes your way next. The teams in town you care the most about. G&D on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. The Nats offense provided fireworks over the weekend, scoring 18 runs over the final 2 games of the series to take the series from the Mariners. 3 straight series wins. The Nationals will look to make it 4 as they welcome in the Royals for 3 games starting tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. A shocker in the World Cup earlier today, a scoreless draw between the World Cup favorites Spain and Cape Verde, the 67th ranked team and the 3rd smallest nation by population ever qualify for the World Cup. Game going on right now, Belgium and Egypt. Egypt leads 1-0 at halftime. 2 other games tonight, Saudi Arabia and Uruguay at 6, Iran and New Zealand at 9. And in basketball, Alex Sarr had surgery on a fracture in his right foot. He sustained the injury during an off-season workout, but the Wizards do expect him to be good to go for the season. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The show is brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, and probate admin. They do it all. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Just go check them out, kmlawyers.com, and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Shout out to our buddies, Wasim and Kia, for all that they do to support the show. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. The World Cup, the NBA, the Commanders. There's so much going on. Let's get it started. And to get you going on the pitch, Jack Chadbourne, host of Deadball TV on YouTube, joins us now. Jack, what a dominant performance for the Americans to kick off their World Cup run.
Yeah, thanks for having me, first off. I think in terms of American performances we've seen recently, I've been telling my buddies, I said this on my own channel, it's probably the best head-to-toe performance I've seen from the U.S. men's national team at a tournament ever in my lifetime that I watched the full 90 minutes of. It was incredibly impressive.
How much of that is sustainable? Is anything about maybe catching a team like Paraguay, who was great defensively, off guard? How much of this can they apply to some of the best teams in the world?
That's such a fantastic question. I think that's going to be answered mainly in the knockouts. I would say the biggest strength for the USA is that as an attacking team, which we saw obviously in the first game, anytime you score 4 goals in a World Cup game, your attack is pretty solid. That's going to really be the area that I think carries the U.S. to glory potentially at this tournament. The concern is going to be when they go up against better attacking teams like Paraguay, very gritty, very physical. They were mainly involved in low-scoring affairs in their South American qualifiers before getting here. That's not really going to be a huge test for the United States defensively. I would have all your viewers watch the Turkey match, the 3rd game in the group stage, because that's probably the best attacking team the States will play before the knockouts, and that's going to kind of be a bigger test.
Yeah, so give us an idea then of what they're in for Friday with the Australia game and what kind of matchup that promises to be.
The Australia game is going to be incredibly physical. I often describe Australia as one of the more underrated national teams at the World Cup, but also very reminiscent of an old school U.S. men's national team where it was very gritty. There was this almost delusional level of self-belief that they can beat anybody despite not being the most talented team. They're going to sit back. They're going to defend. They're not going to give up anything for free. And I think the Aussies have been hearing a lot of the chirping and the talking in American media that Australia is not good and it's going to be an easy 3 points. So I think they're going to come in here fired up. They obviously beat Turkey in their first game, which was a really impressive result. I think this is going to be a phenomenal match.
Jack Chadbourne, host of Deadball TV, with us on G&D talking some World Cup. Pulisic's calf injury was precautionary, but then I saw he wasn't on the field this morning working out with the team. What can you tell us? What do we think?
I'm not too sure on the latest of what Pulisic is going to do before the Australia game. I would say if he's unable to play, that's going to be a significant impact on the States' ability to score. I think we saw in the Paraguay game, especially from open play, Pulisic is an incredibly effective attacking player. So if there's something, maybe a precaution, Pochettino, the manager, says it's not worth starting him in this game, we'll bring him on as a substitute. I think that's going to play a little bit into the hands of Australia, honestly.
Americans that people should familiarize themselves moving forward that you think could be big stories in this tournament as they play on?
I would say the big name, if you would ask me this before the tournament, I would have said Folarin Balogun, the striker, who had 2 goals, maybe should have had 3 against Paraguay in the opening game. He's been incredibly impactful for the States since his debut. Another player I would say that maybe you should be keeping tabs on that hasn't been in the squad the entire time is probably Alex Freeman, who came from Orlando. He recently moved to Villarreal in the Spanish top flight. Pretty good defender, also very good going forward. I would say he's probably one of the more slept on or underrated upcoming USA players.
I think Chris Richards is a star that I think the world's kind of waking up to, at least the U.S. soccer world. Just what can you tell us about him?
Yeah, Chris Richards is widely regarded as the best defender in the U.S. men's national team pool. I don't even think it's particularly close. He's very good on the ball. He's a complete animal off of set-piece situations, so any type of direct free kick or a corner kick, very good defensively. There have been recent games where the States haven't had Richards available, and you can obviously tell in terms of how they're defending, how many goals are being conceded. He is absolutely crucial for success at this World Cup.
Jack, thank you. Good information, and look forward to chatting again later in the tourney.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Jack Chadbourne on the World Cup. Let's talk hoops. Chris Miles, NBA TV. Chris, just how unlikely was the Knicks winning the NBA Finals as of the midway point of this season, and what do you make of them scaling the mountain?
Well, I think it's the way they did it, right? 3 of the 5 biggest comebacks in NBA Finals history in one NBA Finals that only went 5 games. I think that's the most unbelievable part, especially if you watch the game flows, you watch the game. It was just like, wait, how are the Knicks going to come back and win this? Even when you watched it happen, and they did it 3 times, and they've done it 2 straight postseasons in a row. I think it was remarkable and, to your point, unbelievable.
Is there a takeaway in terms of team building that everybody wants it to be a referendum? No matter who wins the Super Bowl, they go, this is how you win the Super Bowl, because that's the way one team just did it. So it happens sometimes with the NBA championship. I mean, I look at a couple of teams that got bad, got some shrewd moves, great players, and they're at the core in the Western Conference Finals with a bunch of young pieces. Then I look at the Knicks that didn't tank at all and traded their way to stuff. Is there any kind of referendum there that you see?
To your point, right, you look at the Thunder last year. They tanked and went through the draft, but then they did make a trade to add Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? So you kind of look at them as like a combo of that. You look at the Spurs. They built through the draft, but they were too young when they got there, and they were inexperienced, and you saw that in the finals. And for the Knicks, you trade, you get free agents. Like, that's what they did. So I think it just depends on philosophy. There's 2 ways to skin a cat. The Thunder did it one way last year. The Spurs attempted to do it the other way this year. And now the Knicks, they are the champions that did it in the trade and free agency way.
Wemby, what did this series mean big picture for him? And it just seems like everyone's being so negative about him, like he would have been better off playing well and losing a round ago, both in that he didn't come up big enough and they didn't win in a lot of people's minds, but also some of the controversy and the physicality and how he's handled things.
Well, it tells me 2 things, that people didn't watch him all year, because the player that he was in the finals is a player I covered all season, in the sense of guys beating up on him all year, him trying to battle back, trying to be physical, his defense light years ahead of his offense. And I think he's the kind of guy that needs to develop in ways offensively that he has go-to moves, can finish games. He's not there yet, and he wasn't there all season. And that's why you look at the Spurs, you're like, oh, De'Aaron Fox was so terrible. Well, they got there because Fox was amazing during the regular season in some of those fourth quarters, and he was awful in the NBA Finals. But for Wemby, going forward, we've seen this with every superstar in NBA history. Like, this was his failure. This was the big, fall flat on your face. So what do you have next to be a guy that can end and close games? We're going to see.
What do you make of Mitch Johnson talking about the headman for San Antonio? I felt like Mike Brown kind of had his coronation moment, maybe at the expense of Johnson. There were a couple moments that don't look particularly good, including, I think, that last possession where the shot clock doesn't reset to 24 after a missed free throw. It goes to 14, but he's having guys foul like it was the end. All they had to do was play some defense. Kind of the wrong call there, heat of the moment. What did you make of Mitch Johnson?
Well, to your point, you and I have reached a stage where we're talking about head coaches and their mistakes as his first season as a head coach. You and I are older than he is, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, he played at Stanford with a current NBA player in Brooke Lopez. So I do think that human element, when you cover a team, you guys know this, when you're around them, you start to go like, man, this guy really is that young. The same way I look at Dylan Harper, the same way I look at Wemby. I think Mitch is just 38 or 39 now. Whatever it is, this was his first full season as a head coach. So a lot of those mistakes, Mike Brown has been maligned for years. In fact, when he got the Knicks job, I asked a couple of former players about him, and they're like, he's too goofy. He can't win a championship. All of that out the window. I think that was a big challenge for Mitch. He's in a big spot, and hopefully he's able to keep the job and do a better job going forward.
How reasonably negative can we be about his performance? I mean, casually, not watching them all year long, and then in the finals, like I felt like he killed them. I thought it was awful at times. The not taking a timeout, not drawing something up, like different sequences where you're going, what is it that you'd say you do here? What do you make of his finals?
Yeah, I mean, I do think, objectively, and as someone that's been around him, and I hate to say it this way, he was awful. And one of the things I look at is the choice to tell Luke Cornett, go foul OG Anunoby, because he didn't realize the shot clock reset to 14 seconds.
Yep, right. It was bad. That's bad.
But it's what I'm saying. That's the inexperience. That's the youth. That's him like jumping too fast. I mean, his assistant coach Sean is going to the Orlando Magic, right? Like, those guys don't have a ton of experience together. Trusting who's in charge of timeouts, who's in charge of the clock. Like, coaches delegate that. So to see him do that in that moment, I just think that's part of the learning process for him. It's just that it happened in front of us in the NBA Finals.
Let me sneak in a quick Wizards question at this point. What do you make of Darren Peterson only working out for Washington and that camp, whatever you want to call that, being certain that he's going number one? And I think Devonta in that camp is very certain he's going number one. What do you make of all that?
Now, I'm sure you guys remember the conversation we had last week, right? Last question I answered for you guys last week where I'm like, look, I'm talking to people about the EYBL Peach Jam coming up this year, and they're telling me about Darren Peterson. Like, hey, we got a call from the Wizards about Darren Peterson. I'm like, what about AJ? Nope, Darren Peterson. What about Cam? Nope, Darren Peterson. Right? That was a week ago. So to me, where there's smoke, there's fire. This is the fire now. Darren Peterson is just such a serious person. His camp, they're very serious. So when I see that, I'm like, oh, okay, they believe they're going to the Wizards. And if they don't go to the Wizards, they really don't care where they go after that. That also tells me a little bit more about the Wizards and where they've grown as an organization, that these players, their management teams, they want them in Washington, and that's where Darren Peterson wants to be.
Hey, Chris, one last one. Sorry, news of the day. I wanted to slide this in. Alex Sarr has a fracture, is having surgery, expected to be ready for the start of the season. You talk about a guy of his size having that procedure, that worries me. How should we feel?
Well, I'm worried, too, because guys at this age, right, you look at that first year to second year to third year, you want them in the gym working on their game. And I think Michael Carter Williams talked about this. Like, he had injuries after his first couple of seasons, and he was never able to regain that place or that growth that he had early in his career. And I've heard players talk about that. Then you get to the start of the season, and you have those soft tissue injuries. So with Alex Sarr, that's something I'm going to look at the beginning of the season, because I thought he had a great sophomore campaign. He surprised me a little bit in his rookie season, and I hope he continues that trajectory. But 7-footer injury, always scary to me.
Chris, always appreciate you, buddy. Have a good week.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Guy Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports, joins us to talk about the local foosball team. What storylines are you following most closely, Mitch, for minicamp this week?
I would say probably some of these players who we haven't seen practice too much. They're going to be able to get out there. I love the fact that those guys are in house, but I think whether we're going to see Trey Amos actually on the field running through and doing some stuff. I think also with Bill Merritt, what he's doing, but ultimately, it feels like this off-season program has been pretty, successful for at least as far as the team looks at it. You've had a bunch of the guys. You've had almost a full roster of attendance that has been there for the entirety of it. So I think this is kind of a nice little exclamation point at the end of it.
Yeah, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt has not done anything yet at any of the workouts other than kind of Indo stuff and working on the side. What's the update on him?
Yeah, Anthony Lynn said he has a little bit of a hamstring tweak. It sounds like Bill wishes that he's been pushing to practice and wants to be out there. But ultimately, it is June. It's not, the most physical time of the year. So, I think, discretion is the better part of valor is the saying. It's not the worst thing in the world to have him wait till he's 100% healthy to be out there.
What's the receiver hierarchy going to look like here at minicamp, then first week of the season, then assuming health at the end of the season?
I think all along it's going to be kind of Terry as your number one. Traylen's going to be your number two on the outside, and Antonio Williams is going to rotate through with some inside stuff and some outside, at least as far as, quote-unquote starters will go when they're in three receiver sets. But I think we're going to see a fair amount of De'Ami Brown and Luke McCaffrey as well being big parts. And then Jalen Lane, I think, will get some work as well. But mostly his stuff is going to come, I think, in the special teams world. But there's a hope, maybe an expectation that Treylon Burks is able to kind of break out here, with the Commanders. He was a former, first rounder. He has shown us, over the years multiple times that he has the skill set and the ability to be a reliable receiver. His issue has just always been health. And I think that's going to be the big question as we go through the season. Is he going to be able to finally put together a fully healthy campaign? There's the name dangling out there that I don't want to say because, quite frankly, there's not really any update to what's happening there. So there's not really a whole lot to talk about. But that would be an interesting addition in a speculative fashion if Brandon Ayuk ends up coming to Washington.
Oh, Brandon Ayuk. I didn't know you were talking about.
Is that what you meant?
How did you like his video where he danced around in his underwear?
I was hoping that we were going to get I was going to get Grant or Danny to replicate that for us.
That's actually a hilarious idea.
My stand-up album cover is actually me in a bathrobe in a similar position, so it's actually not out of the question. I've still got those photos somewhere.
I wonder.
I got to be honest. This would be a perfect bit for Toby Altizer to take care of, right?
I think so too.
Yes.
Let's get Toby in that robe, dancing those dances,
Stroby,
getting ready for his post-touchdown celebration. What do you think, Tobes? Just get you. I'll buy the nice bathrobe for you, and you can just do some dancing for everybody.
You'll never see me again.
I don't know,
Come on,
Mitch.
Toby.
Doesn't
we saw
sound
you
promising.
sing the national anthem the other day. You got to keep one up in the bit season.
Yeah, maybe at some point, but not anytime soon.
By the way, Toby can low-key sing. Do you know
Yes.
this?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He has a great voice. Locke, you've been singing in choir since you were like 3.
Something like that, sure.
Yeah, Toby's got some pipes. Hey, Mitch, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
No problem.
Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports on Grant and Danny. There you go, your Beltway Blitz right here on The Fan. Next, it's been 1 year to the day yesterday, 366 days, since Davey Martinez said it's never about coaching. And yet, as the Nationals are suddenly pretty good, seems like it might have been about coaching.
It's kind of about coaching.
This is The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Royals tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Andrew Alvarez set to take on Mitch Spence. The Nationals came back and won the final 2 games of the series against the Mariners. That's 3 straight series wins. They'll look to make it 4 starting tonight against the Royals. Biggest shocker of the World Cup so far, a scoreless draw for the World Cup favorites in Spain. Cape Verde as well. Cape Verde was ranked 67th coming into today's match. It's their first ever World Cup match. It's the third smallest nation by population, smallest nation by land area to ever qualify for the World Cup. Game going on right now. Belgium and Egypt just equalized 1-1 in the 66th minute. Saudi Arabia and Uruguay tonight at 6 o'clock. Iran and New Zealand at 9 o'clock. And in basketball, Alex Sarr had surgery on a fracture in his right foot. Sustained the injury during an offseason workout, but the Wizards expect him to be good to go forward this season. Want to hear the fastest way know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Here's the pitch. Fastball's in there. Strike 3 called at 98 miles an hour. And a Curly W and a series win over the Mariners are in the books. Clayton Beeter with a quick 1-2-3 ninth inning. The Nationals with a 5-run third broke it open. And Miles Michaelis tied the franchise record for 7 innings in relief, 7 shutout innings, turning this into a victory for him here this afternoon.
Charlie Slows on the call of Nats baseball. The Nationals 2 over 500 with a chance to get to 38 and 35. They'd be 3 over for the first time since 2019 if they can pull it off today with the Kansas City Royals in town. I've got your post game tonight on the Nationals radio network. So it's June 15th. If you go back to 2025, 1 year ago yesterday on June 14th, last season, Davey Martinez said one of the most memorable and notorious lines that he would ever utter. There were great lines too, like bumpy roads, beautiful places, and some of the other things. You guys cured my heart after the World Series championship. But maybe his biggest press conference foible and the thing that he said that annoyed me the most in real time, and we crushed him for it thereafter.
And annoyed the players too.
Was it's never on the coaches. This was 1 year ago yesterday.
When you look at the offense as a whole, I think you guys haven't produced like you wanted to this month. For you, how much of that is on the players, on coaching?
It's never on coaching. Never on coaching. Okay, coaches work their asses off every single day. You know, we're not going to finger point here and say it's coaches. It's never on the coaches. Okay, they work hard. The message is clear. All the work is done prior. Sometimes they got to go out there and they got to play the game. It's always been about the players. Always. I played this game a long time. Never once have I blamed the coach for anything. I mean, we worked our asses off to get better. They gave us information and we used it. These guys understand what the game is, man. These coaches, I never had such a group of coaches that worked as hard as they do. I mean, they're here freaking diligently. They go over everything. They sit with players every day. These coaches, they work their asses off. So.
That comment last year was on the heels of what was a 7th consecutive loss. That losing streak would turn into 11 in a row and would result eventually in the firing of Davey Martinez and Mike Rizzo not long before the Major League Baseball draft, which Mike DiBartolo ran. And by the way, that draft class he put together looks ridiculous. I mean, he's still in their front office, didn't get a sniff elsewhere as a GM. But if that's his resume, that's a pretty nice resume to start sending around the team.
Yes, indeed. Look what I did here in this spot that's been pretty devoid of this over the last handful of years.
That having been said, at this point, 72 games in last year, they were 30 and 42, so they are 7 games better right now than they were then. And Davey Martinez, in talking about it's never on the coaches. I understand what he was trying to say, by the way, because it's actually a philosophy that I believe in, which is in baseball specifically, but in a lot of sports, I am way more inclined to put the blame or the praise on the players than the coaches. You and I talked about it at the time. Hitting coaches, pitching coaches, they're going to ID some things in video. They're going to give you a pointer. They're going to tell you, hey, look what you're doing. You're dropping your elbow here. You're doing this. Let's make sure that your release point's a little bit off. Let's get it back to where it needs to be. But by and large, players are helping players in the clubhouse. You have veterans like a Scherzer or now a Foster Griffin or whatever. They're going to give you some pointers as well. Like, players are most of the time going to sink or swim with or without coaching. Having said that, that comment was so terrible because he clearly was super defensive, and he was doing this mama bear bit with his coaching staff, which was largely his buddies, if you remember.
So this was my big complaint with this year's football team, where it's disastrous. I mean, last year, what did they lose? 11 straight games, 12 straight, whatever it was, where it took James Wood hitting a walk-off against the dumb White Sox to finally break it. I mean, they were awful. They were getting bludgeoned every night, and no one was interested in a change. You wouldn't even switch the bench coach with the third base coach just to try something different, just to do anything different at any time. It was, nope, going 1-0 today. And then when they finally fired Davey and asked Miguel Cairo what he wanted to do, it was go 1-0 today. It was the same catchphrases with, just repackaged. It was just beyond embarrassing.
His coaching staff was always, though, his guys.
And these are all good baseball guys who've been around.
They were, but it was a fairly dated, antiquated philosophy at times. Like, I don't think Jim Hickey is a bad pitching coach. He was actually a really good one at one point in time in Tampa Bay. What helped them is that they had a guy like Sean Doolittle, who was more new school and analytical and data-driven, to help Jim Hickey out. But he was not going to solve the dilemma. That was a Davey guy from their time together with the Rays. You mentioned Cairo was a longtime buddy of his. That was kind of always the way that it went. Darnell Coles, their hitting coach last year, was with this same lineup completely unsuccessful at getting them to have any kind of approach or a plan. So what a lot of people are going to do, I think, is say that the coaches were not good or the coaches were bad. And I stopped short of doing that. A guy like Darnell Coles is in Atlanta right now, where the Braves are the best team in the National League, and for my money, the best team in baseball, and they're awesome offensively. And yes, Darnell Coles is not the hitting coach. He's the assistant hitting coach. But it's not like he gets in there and then says to do the wrong thing and everyone becomes bad at hitting. My problem with last year, and what this season has been a referendum on, is the philosophies of the organization, really. And that comes from coaching. That is a Davey thing. That's a coaching staff thing. It could be above them to some extent as well. But the overall paradigm as a hitter, what matters, what doesn't, what do we care about, what don't we? Do we care about lifting the baseball? Is that a lifestyle? Is that something that we're living every single day at spring training? Are we putting piñatas in the batting cage to try to get them to compete and think about hitting the piñata with the baseball? Are we doing those types of things? Or when you ask a coach, Darnell Coles or somebody else about it, do they think that that's newfangled BS? Do they think that that's, some kind of wacky Western medicine where it's all, wild and unserious? Those are the types of things that I would want to know. I don't think they had terrible coaches, but I think between the philosophies, some of the outdated ways that they practiced or didn't, hitting, pitching, what have you, and specifically on the hitting side, I think this entire year has been a referendum on that group.
Yeah, to me, I don't know any other way to determine it, to look at the same outcome. Because, again, it's not as if they have 15 new players. The new guys are the Jorbit Vivases of the world. I mean, I guess, Curtis Mead's here too, but for the most part, it's the same core group doing the same stuff, and the numbers are beyond stark. As a team, now it's not exactly apples to apples. It's 96 games in the first half versus the ongoing total of the first half this year, but 45 points of team OPS. The same batting average. They're actually a decent batting average team last year, right in the middle of the 240s. But the power numbers, they have as many home runs now as they did in 96 games of the first half last year as a team. There is a team philosophy, kind of to your point, team execution. To me, it's beyond, the philosophies. It's what happens when a guy gets picked off? What happens when a guy doesn't run the ball out for the millionth time? For Davey, it was nothing. No one did anything, and it was infuriating. Great chance to set an example for a team that's going to lose 90-plus games. Here, it doesn't seem to happen repeat. I mean, remember, C.J. Abrams had that embarrassing play, I think it was in Chicago, where he drilled the ball off the wall, ended up getting thrown out because he didn't run. Was it opening day?
That was opening day.
Yeah, and you've seen corrections there, right, where guys actually aren't just going through the motions in a lot of cases. And it's not just a week where they're good. It's a sustained thing. And it's not career years from everybody. It's not as if Dalen Lyle's doing what he did at the end of last season, right? He's fine. He's solid. He's been really good. It's not as if Dylan Cruz has all of a sudden figured out the roadmap and is hitting 990. He's still sub 200 at this point. It's a bunch of the same guys holding over, but the whether it's data, whether it's approach, whether it's what they're saying is getting through. I don't know what I don't know because we're not there every day, every second. But it seems they're more prepared. They're willing to adjust. The plans are better. And the results are night and day compared to last year.
All I can tell you is what players have told me. They are way better prepared. The preparation is enhanced. The amount of information they are given is extensive. It is greater than. It is more. The packet is larger. They just have a better idea of the mission. They have I keep using the word plan. They actually have a plan of attack when they get into the batter's box. It's not just a go up, read, react, which is what some teams do. There are bad teams in baseball that do it that way all the time. This was one of them for an extended period of time. But if you look at it, James Wood, way better right now than a year ago. C.J. Abrams, better significantly than a year ago. Curtis Mead is new and has been a nice addition, 810 OPS. That's good. But Luis Garcia has an OPS plus. He's 8% better than league average at 108 despite a slow start. Last year, he was 4% below league average. He has been significantly better. His OPS has jumped from 700 to 748, almost 50 points of growth for him. Dalen Lyle is the one guy I'd say who had like a better year last year than he has had so far this year, but he's proven to be very solid. The enhancements of Jacob Young, massive. Keibert Ruiz, unbelievable. I mean, Keibert Ruiz could be an all-star catcher. He won't be because we can't even get James Wood and C.J. Abrams to the all-star game. But Keibert Ruiz has an OPS over 800. I would have bet every penny I have. If you gave me 1,000 to 1 odds and said put $100 down on Keibert Ruiz having an OPS over 100 on June 15th, I wouldn't have done that. It's amazing what's happened with him. Dylan Cruz has only had 80 at-bats, so I'm not judging him just yet compared to a year ago. But up and down the order, anybody that has carried over almost to a person, they have gotten more out of than the last group. And when you have conversations like we did at spring training with guys like Cole Henry, who weren't allowed to use True Media by themselves last year, a website that you and I can use to look up analytics, they weren't allowed to use it by themselves. Now they're just given a password and information and told to go hunt around, and they're educated on how to find things out and what to be looking for, and every pitcher knows what the magic numbers are in their vertical break and what you're looking for in your horizontal movement, and if it's below this number, you're going to get rocked, and if it's above this number, your batting average is 117. They all just walk around with this data and this information. And they're buying in because there are former players like Sean Doolittle as conduits that are there to say, hey, this isn't just some nerd. Now, this wouldn't work everywhere with every player. A guy like Jason Worth would want nothing to do with a lot of this
and a lot
stuff.
of guys that came up in a different era wouldn't want it. That's
exactly.
fine.
And guess what? They're not in the clubhouse anymore. And Jason Worth's not in any clubhouse at this point. I'm not trying to knock Jason Worth. I'm just saying, like, the game is changing. The era is different. It is new. They have these meetings every 6 weeks where the manager, Butera, and a hitting or pitching coach, depending on what you do on the team, and a strength coach and a nutrition coach and an assistant GM and then an R&D numbers nerd. And all these people sit in there and they go over your attack for the next 6 weeks and what they expect from you and how you did and what you didn't do. This is all normal, easy stuff in other workplaces that they're using in Washington, and it is working, which isn't even to speak to some of the technology that they've invested in, like the Traject machines. I talked to Yoani Morales a couple of weekends ago, who's in AAA right now. For those of you that don't know, he was drafted by the previous regime, 40th overall at the University of Miami, and Yoani Morales is having an unbelievable season in the minors, has completely broken out with this group. He's hitting 340 with a 1,000 OPS. He's got 15 home runs at AAA. Frankly, should have been in the big leagues a couple of weeks ago, and they're kind of seemingly waiting for him to cool off at this point so they don't have to call him up or whatever.
Or something.
But I don't know what's going on with him. But the bottom line is he's having this great year. And I talked to him on my prospect show, and I'm like, what is going on? And he singles out this Traject machine that they went and got because he says, I take ABs before every game against every pitcher. And the way the technology works is they take Danny Rouillet throws 78 miles an hour, and here's his horizontal movement.
Very little.
Here's his vertical movement. So they program the pitches, and you get to take the actual at-bat off of Danny Rouillet before the game. You program the pitches, the movement, the velocity. And Yoani Morales is going, this is an answer key for me. For some guys, it works that easily. It's apples to apples. It's just like, now I see it. Now I can go hit it. And it's a big factor, I think. They have one at Nats Park. They didn't last year. They have one at Rochester. They didn't last year. They have one at West Palm. They didn't last year. They went from 0 to 3. Almost every team in baseball had one but them. And Taboni came in and said, we need this. Some stuff's expensive. Some stuff you're just... Remember those baseballs they were using, the spin access balls?
Uh-huh.
They were just using a Sharpie to draw little images so that Cade Cavalli, every time he threw a ball, could see if he threw it correctly or not based on what it looked
Yeah,
like.
where the dot was, or where
with
the
Sharpie.
the shaded was.
That costs zero money. That's a baseball and a Sharpie and some time for somebody to go through and draw on the baseballs. They'd never done that before. Cavalli thought it was the coolest thing in the world and says it helped him. Why not do stuff like that?
Totally. Again, yeah. To me, it is an absolutely referendum on the old way of doing things, and it's not just the baseball guy. These are I don't doubt that Darnell Coles was sitting there in the cage with guys doing flip after flip after flip after flip and working on stuff. It's the complacency of that group is what drove me the craziest. I like David Martinez personally. It was nothing but great to us, to you and me. He was an awesome guy. And he led this franchise when they were veteran laden, was the perfect skipper for that group. When it's development time and guys ain't developing, please, where's my shakeup? Where's my something? Where's my flip a table? Where's my fiery speech? Whatever you want to do. And I know what he was trying to say, but to me, that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And since then, you see the proof here is in the pudding.
A year ago yesterday, Davey Martinez says it's never on the coaches. Took issue with the questioning after a 7th straight loss of his staff and their messages not getting through to these players that are now flourishing at over 500 this year. Do you view this season as a referendum on Martinez and last year's staff? G&D on the Fan. Nats fans, happy 1-year anniversary to finding out that it's never about coaching. Even though with a new manager and a new coaching staff, a new plan for the Nats hitters, they're now the number one offense in the sport with a lot of the same guys.
Yeah, it's pretty much a lot of carryover. And almost to a man, the only exception, probably Dalen Lyle, kind of came back down to earth, but almost to a man, the performance has skyrocketed in so many different cases. And for the guys that haven't had the message get through, they've gotten sent down to the minors a couple times, and maybe House and Cruz. So it's like there are enough success stories here, watching Jacob Young set a career high for home runs in a week, watching Keibert Ruiz continue to hit, that I would go, I'm going to buy into what they're selling for a little bit and try it out.
There's also the idea that the things that they care about and preach and talk about are the things the team's gotten better at. Like, that's not a coincidence.
That's a good point.
In other words, pull air percentage as a team, launch angle as a team, getting the ball off the ground with exit velocity as a team. Jacob Young, who's already surpassed his home run total from the last 3 seasons combined or whatever, has gone from a launch angle in the 3rd percentile to the 74th percentile this season. He has always done a pretty good job squaring up pitches. Now his hard hit rate has gone, doubled from like the 14th percentile to the 31st percentile. Keibert Ruiz is another great success story. What a night and day difference for him this year. And he's always been a guy that
bat to ball ain't the issue, right? It's always been, whether it's swing decisions, like you're up 2-0. How many times have you seen him swinging a slider that bounces at 57 feet,
right,
or a pitch that goes over the backstop
but he
and hits
contact.
the mascot? Yeah,
he's always made
bat to ball ain't the problem.
He is going to put the ball in play, but it's been a matter of the types of pitches you're swinging at and swing decisions, and that's gotten better for him. But across the board, that's been the case. Let's go to Joseph in Baltimore on G&D. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. I'm a long-time listener. I love your show.
Thank you.
Up until the time I was put on hold, I had never, ever once heard anyone mention that pitching machine. Grant, you stole my thunder.
The trajectory. We talk about it all the time. Last year was a big story on the show. Remember the Washington Post wrote about them not having one, which is...
I'm talking about this season. Season. Since the hitting have changed, they've gotten better.
Right.
That's all I have for you.
Appreciate you. Yeah.
Yeah,
we've
so
been hammering that nail since spring training, I will tell you.
We have. Now, I have not heard from big league guys that have completely given all the credit to the success or the development of the offense to the trajectory machines. But as I said, the reason I brought up the anecdote of Yoani Morales, that was only a couple weeks ago that I talked to him, and he's had the best year maybe of any hitter in the International League in AAA and has been the most prolific power hitter in the system. And he gives, I don't want to say sole credit, but a massive amount of the accreditation, his breakthrough to this new machine and this new technology. It's something James uses. It's something CJ uses. They're having great years. Now, yeah, there are guys like Nasim Nunez who I'm sure use it a ton too, and he's not hitting. Does it mean that's why? No, but I think in general, if there's a technology that can help, you should have it at your disposal. People want to use it, great. If they don't, that's fine too. If there is data, information that the team has, it should be available to players. You should get a packet in your locker. You should get the information. I don't know how much I want to go into detail of like things we see in the clubhouse, but I'll pick my spots here a little bit. When you're walking around in the Nationals clubhouse in the past, on the TVs, there used to just be MLB Network or ESPN or some highlights going on from like NFL Network.
Yep.
And guys would be sitting on chairs, on recliners, on the couches, reading the newspaper or whatever. And they're watching TV like you would at home. They're watching Stephen A. Smith scream at somebody, right? Now, those screens are not on television anymore. Those screens are on rotating, programmed slideshows of data that the team cares about and wants the players to have front of mind. So they will have like the pitcher's side of the clubhouse. They will have a rotating screen on the things they care about that are like first pitch strike percentage, kill percentage, which is, it says what it is on the screen. I don't remember the specifics, but I think it's like when you have 2 strikes with a chance to get out of an at-bat, what percentage of the time do you get a swing and a miss, or do you end the at-bat rather than the team that you're playing, the player you're playing getting count leverage or getting back even in the count? And there's sometimes pretty obvious like first pitch strike percentage. Sometimes it's more data and analytical in terms of, expected batting average with 2 strikes or whatever, and it's scrolling, and it's a leaderboard, and it's the team rankings. And I think part of it is to congratulate and say this is where you want to be on the list, but it's also a competition to say if you're at the bottom of this thing, that's a bad look, and everybody's seeing it. And on the hitting side, they do the exact same thing. They scroll with these numbers, these stats, the things that matter, the pull air percentage, the launch angle, whatever it is, and it used to be that you're just watching Skip Bayless on Fox Sports 1. And you just can't tell me it's not a better thing to have information available to the players at all times.
Yeah, I want them to be able to relax. It's a long grind. I also want the priorities to be emphasized. And for so many years, again, Davey did a lot of things well, and we always try to be fair and balanced here in that regard. But how many times does a guy have to get picked off? How many times does a guy not run from third when the infield's back on a ground out before somebody does something different? Right? So just change your approach in some way. When you've got nothing but veterans and the average age of your starters is 34 years old, which is what that World Series team was basically, with a couple of prodigies mixed in like Juan Soto and company, you're basically just going, make sure everybody feels good about themselves. How's your pregame meal? How's the wife? How's the kids? Pat them on the back and says, go get them today. I'll steady the hand. When it's kids' time, the development is at a premium. And if you'd like them to develop, you must develop them. It's not just about, beating your head against the wall or punching a piece of wood like Beatrix Kiddo from 6 inches away. There's got to be a plan to it. And it seems like it's comprehensive, and it's happening now.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Mark Schlereth, a former Super Bowl champion with the Redskins in D.C., has a lot of thoughts on the possibility of signing Brandon Ayuk. Also has a chance to spin around the NFL with us. We'll do that next.
This update is brought to you by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. 2 games already completed today in the World Cup, both of them ending in a draw. The shocker of the tournament so far was the first game of today in Group H. Spain and Cape Verde, a scoreless draw. Spain came in as the World Cup favorites, ranked second in the world. Cape Verde is the smallest nation by land area, third smallest nation by population to ever play in the World Cup. It was their first ever match. They get a point. They were ranked 67th coming into today's game. The other game that finished earlier today, Belgium and Egypt drew at 1 apiece. Saudi Arabia taking on Uruguay. That'll come up in about an hour. Then at 9 o'clock tonight, it's Iran versus New Zealand. Basketball, Alex Sarr had surgery on a fractured right foot, an injury that he sustained in an offseason workout. The Wizards said he should be good to go for the season, though. And in baseball, the Nationals getting set for a 3-game series against the Royals starting tonight at Nats Park. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With you until 6:15 when the Nats pregame show gets underway with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler from Nationals Park today. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. The show comes your way, sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murat.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Pleased to go to the Rude guest hotline right now. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. To talk to a multi-time Pro Bowler and a 3-time Super Bowl champion who was a winner of titles here in Washington with the then Redskins. First half of what was an illustrious career between D.C. and Denver spent right here in the nation's capital over a 12-year run. Mark Schlereth is with us. Mark, it's good to have you on the program again in D.C. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Always good to be with you guys.
It's awesome
Appreciate
to chat
you.
with you. I wanted to get you on because I saw you were talking on your show about Brandon Ayuk. We've had to spend way too much time, frankly, talking about a guy who is not a member of Washington's football team yet, as it looks inevitable that they are going to eventually bring him in when he's released by the Niners. But I guess let's just start with, do you think they should be interested in Brandon Ayuk?
Personally, no. I mean, you can't fix stupid. And so I don't know how you're going to fix that. Like, here's a guy that got paid $50 million who was his first couple of years, and I did a lot of San Francisco games during those times. They were not really happy with him. And they took him, to his credit, his third year, he kind of broke out, got the big contract. Remember, he held in forever, and then ended up signing the big contract and he got the same amount of money they offered him in the spring. So he held in all that time, did not play, did not participate, was just hanging around, and then he tears his ACL after 7 games, and then he decides not to show up in 2025, even though he's under contract, and then he tells the team on social media that paid him $50 million that they were stupid for paying him $50 million. And you think you're going to fix that? You think your expert tutelage is going to get that guy to not have a meltdown when something doesn't go his way? Man, I have no time for that level of selfishness, that level of self-conceit, that level of just, it's about me and it's not about the team. You cannot win with dudes like that on your team. I'm sorry, you might win some games, and he may make some dynamic plays, but when push comes to shove, and I'll use an old Joe Gibbs term, hey, man, great athletes make plays in the first 3 quarters, but great character men win games in the fourth quarter. That dude ain't going to win you games. He'll make some highlight plays. If that's what you want, if you want to make SportsCenter highlights, great, sign him. He's your guy.
So, Mark, go into that.
You couldn't get me to get that guy on my team. I don't care what you begged me to do.
So I want to double click on that because I happen to be with you. I'm not that interested, and I would pass on this if it was up to me. But I am curious because we'll get people to push back, and this is a hole in my game. I would miss sometimes on great players because I am so focused on bringing in guys that are about the team and the character and all that. I want to drill down on that part of it. Like this idea that, hey, we're not building a Boy Scout team here. It's okay every now and then to have a wild card on your football team. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, a wild card is great if the dude shows up on Sundays and plays his ass off, and he doesn't care if he gets 2 targets and no catches, but throws the game-winning block. If he's not pouting, at that point in the fourth quarter, he's the guy that's loafing, that's got to, push crack on a safety that doesn't get to the safety, and it would have been a breakout 60-yard run for a touchdown and a win, but he decides to loaf because he's pissed off that he didn't get enough catches. Like, that's what it costs you. That's the stuff that people don't see. That's the stuff that fans don't see. And listen, I understand where Washington sits because he is talented. There's no question about that. And you know what? The problem that most organizations make, and I've been on an organization where for 4 years we sat in meetings when I was in Denver for 4 years. Every time we played Kansas City, 2 times a year, we said how Dale Carden couldn't play on our team even though he's the most talented guy on the football field because he's a turd. And we talked about that for 4 straight years, right up until the time he became a free agent. We made him the highest paid guy on our defense. And there was a loss of respect for the organization because they did that. Because they think under our expert tutelage, we're going to take this guy and turn him into something he's not. And the bottom line is, for me, when the going gets tough and it's critical moments and you got to have somebody willing to do something that's not their job, willing to do something that's more, that the team becomes more important than them, those are the guys that won't do it. And it doesn't show up on, the broadcast, and nobody really talks about it, but it's the kind of stuff, it's the little things that cost you games in the long run. And so I just don't want that dude on my team. That's me personally. And again, like I said to start this thing, you cannot fix stupid.
Mark Schlereth with us here on G&D. Did you ever play with a guy, Mark, where it was a success story in the opposite way? You know what I mean? Where a guy maybe had a rep or had acted immaturely in the past or was eccentric or whatever and then kind of got right when he did go to a veteran organization or a group of strong vets like yourself?
Yeah, like, listen, man, there are some guys that, that will play for a season that way because they've got, a contract on the line or something of that nature, and you put them on a 1-year deal or whatever, a prove-it deal. I mean, Stephon Diggs last year. Stephon Diggs played great right up until, he's got his girlfriend and his other girlfriend in the same section in the stadium on
very relatable problem, yeah.
Right, yeah. Like, again, can't fix stupid, right? And everybody, you talk to anybody that's involved in the NFL, and I mean, you talk to the Patriots, man, he was an outstanding citizen, played his butt off, practiced hard, studied hard, knew all that stuff, right? But in the end, he can't help himself because, again, it's about him. And so, yeah, for a season, you can get a guy to do that, for a time. He's playing for a contract or whatever. But long term, no. And I will tell you this: the other thing that happens, and this is one of the most interesting things that I just learned throughout a career. You can have 50 guys, 49 guys that are complete professionals, that do everything right, that prepare, that don't make mistakes, all those things. And their gravitational pull is not nearly as strong as the 4 turds on your team. And I don't know why that is. It just happened. Maybe it's just human nature. But, it's the old adage, man. I would rather have the great guy that's going to prepare, that's going to work hard. And they're like, well, what about this dude? Like, this guy is special. This guy is unbelievable. And you say, yeah, he is. But he's going to go out and he's going to show up. He's going to go out on Friday night, and he's going to take a group of kids with him, and he's going to show up on Sundays, play his ass off. But the 8 guys he took out with him are going to play like crap. And that's the kind of influence that you cannot have on your football team.
Mark Schlereth on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. One of the reasons that Ayuk would be coming here is he was a college teammate of Jaden Daniels, and he's got a very personal friendship, relationship, very tight with Daniels. And that worries me a little bit, too, to your point, not because Daniels will not act how he's supposed to. Daniels is awesome and a pro and first one in and all that stuff. But it just seems like unnecessary pressure to try to help your buddy, to get like, oh, it'll be okay. Jaden will get him fixed. And it's like, why do I want to put that on my young quarterback's plate? I want him thinking and worrying about other things.
Yeah, and coming off injuries, an injury-riddled season and all that stuff. I tell you, the other thing is, like, how good is Ayuk? Do we really know? I mean, I know he put up numbers, but he put up numbers on an offense that had, let me think, George Kittle, an all-pro tight end. Deebo Samuel at the time was one of the most dynamic weapon playmakers in the National Football League. Oh, yeah, Christian McCaffrey. He's not too bad. He's pretty good as well. And so when I look at a guy like that, I go, hey, man, if I'm a defense, what's my first priority? We got to find a way to stop Christian McCaffrey. What's my second priority? It's probably Deebo Samuel as just a weapon. What's my third? Well, we can't let George Kittle beat us. So where does Ayuk come into that? Yeah, he had 70 whatever catches and 1,000 some odd yards, but like that dude is the fourth guy you're trying to stop on the offense. I just have a lot more questions than I have answers, but the things I have answers to, I don't want to have anything to do with. And those things are, like I said again, you can't fix stupid.
And on that front, Mark, I've tried so hard I'm begging for whatever his side of the story is. I'd love to know if there is one, right? And that's kind of the big hole in all of this is I'd love to hear where he was aggrieved or otherwise and how the San Francisco 49ers are mean or something. What is his side of the story in your view?
Yeah, that Kyle Shanahan doesn't suffer fools, and he'll let you know exactly what.
Is that it? Yeah.
And he probably told him something he didn't like. That hurt his feelings. And it's funny, man. It's just a different generation of players. And, in my generation of players, you expect to get your ass chewed. And if you played like crap, you got told you played like crap. And a lot of times you got told in front of the whole team you played like crap. And those things are not necessarily fun to have to stomach, but that's the way it was. And, there's a new generation of players that you can't talk to like that. They'll absolutely go in the tank. And I don't know if that's one of them, but, I know just sitting and talking to Kyle, and, I've known Kyle since he was 12. I know how he operates. He'll let you know when you're not getting it done. And there were plenty of times in the first 2 years where, Ayuk found himself on the bench because he didn't have the practice habits or he didn't have the study habits. He wasn't a polished product, and he had to learn how to, be a professional. As soon as he got on the field a bunch and started having success, I guess that professionalism, my assumption is someone just walked out the door, and I can only assume on what I know based upon, being a stand-in and, or a hold-in and then signing the same damn contract he had in March.
Mark Schlereth on Grant and Danny. Want to go around the league with you, a couple of other items here. First, though, on the receiver position, you mentioned Diggs earlier. Would you be interested in him? He's a local guy. He's a free agent as well. If they wanted to go get a veteran, I guess I'd be more inclined to bring in Diggs, who actually played last year, than Ayuk, who hadn't played in a year and a half. But would your interest be any higher for him?
It would be higher for him because he's shown that, that as a football player, I just know, and I did a bunch of New England games last year, man. They raved about his professionalism. They raved about his practice habits. They raved about all those things. And I will say, man, that dude will do the dirty work. He runs those underneath routes. He runs the little hitches and the, low crosses and the shallow crosses and the little whip routes. And, man, he catches the ball in traffic. He catches the ball in third down. And, and so he would be a guy that I would be interested in on a 1-year deal. To say, hey man, here's your, and I think that's kind of where he is in his career right now. He's going to get a series of 1-year deals because I think the word is out. Nobody really wants to invest in him long term because it's going to come with some issues. But the thing was, it didn't come with issues on the field. He played his butt off and he played hard and he practiced hard and all those things. And like I said, they raved about him. But still, even with the great season he had, they still didn't want to resign him. And so, the bottom line, the team that knows you best, which is the team you just played for, said, hey, man, thanks for the great season. Thanks for, all the touchdowns and all the dirty work you did. Yeah, we'll see you around sometime. Hope it works out for you.
Yeah, we got some new receivers to replace you. This is a random one, but it's put on my mind. The NFC North, I think, is going to be really good again. It feels just, like a division where maybe everybody finishes over 500. Minnesota's kind of laying in the weeds a little bit. Do you buy that we could have a renaissance with Kyler Murray?
Well, it'll be interesting. Like, I heard something from him the other day. I talked about it on the Stink and Drink podcast about him saying, the tough thing about being here right now is sharing the reps. And every great quarterback I know is an absolute rep hog. They don't want to give any reps up to anybody else. And like that was a real sign. Like, my big thing with Kyler Murray is oftentimes I have felt like, and I love Kyler, but I'll be like a father figure. My issue with Kyler is I feel like oftentimes the way he plays, he'd rather make a SportsCenter highlight than make the right play. He'd rather pull the ball, extend the play, try to make a big play happen, and ultimately what ends up happening to you when you play that way, you play more off schedule than you play on schedule. When you play more off schedule, the issue that you get into is more bad things happen. Strip sack, fumble. It's one of those deals where you'll play close the whole game and you'll make a couple of big plays that keep you in the game, but ultimately at the end of the game, there's going to be a play the defense makes that costs you that game. And that's what happens when you play that way, when you play like a highlight reel as opposed to falling in love with the boring. And, I did this game. He had what was the best game of his career. And to me, he was just completely efficient. He was like, I don't know what it was. It was 21 to 26, and it was like 240 yards and 2 TDs. And Arizona absolutely whipped. I can't even remember who they played, but they whipped them. And I came in super, super excited to talk to him because I thought, that's the best game I've ever seen you play. And I told him that. And he was like, yeah, but man, I'd like to run around a little bit more and make some more plays. And that's the kind of thing, like you tell me, like I had the one of the most interesting conversations I ever had doing games was sitting with Byron Leftwich when he was the offense coordinator in Tampa when Tom Brady was playing there. And I said, what's the one thing like that has stood out to you about coaching Tom Brady? And he said, listen, if we're running a concept where the first read in the concept is the flat, and it's going to be a underneath throw for 5 yards, you turn it up, you get 6 or 7, right? And he said, and if the first read in that concept is the flat, and the 100 times, and it's 2nd down and 4. And he does it without fail. He never gets bored taking a profit. He never gets bored with the boring. He loves the boring. And he goes, and that's been the biggest thing. That's been my biggest realization. Like, man, if I played more like that, I'd have probably survived a lot longer.
Better to learn now, I guess, than later. Hey, last one for me. The Raiders, speaking of Tom Brady, have claimed that they're basically going to redshirt Fernando Mendoza, who was the number 1 overall pick. They went out and they spent a bunch of money on a 1-year deal, I think like $20 million on Kirk Cousins. But I'm not buying that. There's no proof in this era that anybody's willing to actually do that. And Brady has said for a long time, not running a team, that he would do that with quarterbacks. And now I guess we'll see if he can put his money where his mouth is. But what do you think of that? Talking about generational differences, this used to be the norm many, many years ago, and it's just not now. Mendoza was the Heisman Trophy winner, national champion, won one. It feels like, the over-under should be week 4, week 5 before he's on the field. They're claiming it's going to be a lot longer. What do you think?
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see exactly how that plays out. And I think part of that, is has been in this offense for a long time, played in Minnesota. Obviously, Kubiak was a coordinator then and an offensive coach then. But I think a lot of this is an admission is this is going to be a process rebuilding the Raiders and getting the right players there. And having done a couple of Raiders games last year, man, they were awful from a talent perspective, from an offensive perspective, their offensive line. Chip Kelly may have had a lot of success in the college game, but professionally, I did a whole breakdown of a week 2 game, I think, of this offseason of them playing the Chargers. And by the time I got through all the film and I study, I work with a quarterback coach, and I have this quarterback coach take me freshman in college, and so I go through all this film, and at the end of the day, I couldn't tell you what the Raiders were. It was a hodgepodge of let's just run plays and see if anything works. And it was awful, and their talent was awful. And so I think it's always good intentions to say, man, we're going to let Mendoza redshirt, and we're going to, give him time and stuff. But, there's going to come a time where you're going to want him to play. And, maybe it's 6-7 weeks in and they're out of it. Maybe then it becomes imperative to them. Maybe then they have some schemes. I will say this, man, they went out, and I think Ashton Jenney can play. I think he's going to be a really good young player. They went out and got Linderbaum. They will be better up front because Rick Dennison is a great run game coordinator. He's their offensive line coach. He's a guy that coached when I was in Denver. He was our special teams coach, but he went on this kind of run as Alex Gibbs' assistant, and then he took over that offensive line. He's been coaching it ever since. So they're going to be a lot better. They're going to be a lot just more dynamic in the run game, and they're going to have principles and systems to take care of issues. So they will be better. There's no question in my mind at that. And how much better, I don't know. But I'm with you guys. I think eventually, and it may be midway through the season, eventually they're going to decide, hey, man, this is a guy that we got to get in here.
Mark, great as always, buddy. Really appreciate the time, man. Have an awesome week.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
We'll be listening to Mark Schlereth, The Stinking Truth, joining us, Grant and Danny, here in D.C. Very strong takes and opinions on Brandon Ayuk. You want to react to that, you can. 800-636-1067. I want to talk about Wemby next. Seems like he took a pretty significant hit to his reputation in the finals while just getting to the finals at 22 years old. It's not how that should work. We'll talk about that next.
2 World Cup games already in the books for today, both of them ending in a draw. The first one is the shocker of the tournament so far. The World Cup favorite Spain ends in a scoreless draw with Cape Verde, who is the 3rd smallest nation by population and smallest nation by land area to ever qualify for the World Cup. It was their first ever World Cup match. The 67th ranked team, according to FIFA, ends in a scoreless draw with the World Cup favorite Spain. One other game in the books already, Belgium and Egypt drew at 1 apiece. Saudi Arabia going to take on Uruguay. That'll get underway in about half an hour. And then Iran's going to take on New Zealand at 9 o'clock tonight. Baseball. Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Royals, looking for a 4th straight series win. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Andrew Alvarez going to take on Mitch Spence. And in basketball, Alex Sarr had surgery on a fracture in his right foot that he sustained during an off-season workout. The Wizards do expect him to be good to go for the regular season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Knicks are the champions in the NBA. Finals have come and gone. 5 games is all it took. A 4-1 series win over San Antonio. New York 16-3 this postseason. But one of the storylines that came out of the NBA Finals has been the negativity around Victor Wembanyama. Felt like in the conference finals, it was very positive, and everybody was talking about Wemby as the winner of the series, like the big winner with San Antonio. His star was rising. Remember the call of Mike Tirico at the end of the Western Conference Final? It's Wemby's West. And the discussion going into the finals that you and I were having is he about to become the face of the NBA already at 22 years old?
And maybe the answer is still yes. I mean, it's just such a funny thing. We do this as a society in general, but with sports especially now, because the cycle is constant and it's never ending. Every sport's year round, no matter what, the soap opera, the off season, or this training camp, or the draft, etc. Everybody wants to be in front of you and in front of mind for as long as possible. So a byproduct of that is we are looking for the next thing before that next thing had a chance to become the thing. We already moved on somehow from Victor Wembanyama because it was old. You know what I mean? By the time he conquered SGA, who's right now, by the way, it's not as if he's 50 and they're going, who's next in the NBA? Like the multiple back-to-back MVP is in his mid-20s. And the next great thing at 22 years old had just come along and dethroned him. And so we're in the middle of the coronation ceremony. And now, because they're losing, we're very upset and disappointed. So now we're looking for the next big thing.
All right, but respectfully, I don't know that that's what's happening here. I think you're right about your point. Here's how I'm taking what's going on with Wemby. You tell me if you disagree. It sounds like maybe we're not seeing it the same way. There are certainly people who are doing your team lost, you didn't play well enough, and so this is about you not being ready for the bright lights referendum on Victor Wembanyama. That is absolutely happening. He was a -3 in Game 5. I've heard that brought up on shouty shows, and they'll yell about it on the ESPN stupid midday shows. I think that's a thing, but I don't really listen to that area of the internet. I don't care about that much. What I'm referencing is his likability took a big hit. He was viewed as he's 22, kind of happy-go-lucky. How's he already at the party? The cool kid, like, let's just welcome him in. And in the showdown with SGA, I don't know if it's SGA being Canadian. It's not like Wemby's American as a Frenchman, but, this was all along kind of viewed as like, if there's a good versus bad, so to speak, or like a likable versus unlikable, he was the higher likability ranking of those two guys in the Western Conference Final. And that changed considerably as everyone was in on the Knicks and Jalen Brunson and, the players with the New York roster, where he became the bad guy. It was a couple of moments where he's shoving Jalen Brunson from behind and people are saying he's dirty. He had a couple of exchanges in this series where he's getting called, he's dirty. Now people are seeing the real Wemby. Today, just listening to the station, I don't remember the specifics, but there were callers in to be Mitch and Finley talking about how they're not Wemby guys anymore, what have you. And I'm like, What did I miss exactly? You're that upset over him shoving Brunson in the back of the head one time?
Yeah,
this dude gets beat up because he weighs 14 pounds and he's the width of a pretzel stick. Like he gets his ass kicked all game long, every single game, and yeah, occasionally he's going to get mad and throw his weight around. But I'm not talking about the referendum on his play. I'm talking about the fact that people seem to have dropped him considerably on the likability scale.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'm referencing. I mean, nobody cared when he elbowed Naz Reid in the head in the Western Conference, which was dirty, egregious, unnecessary. I know I'm using a bunch of Stephen A. Smith type words. That was horrendous. That was by far a worse play or non-play, just an action in this postseason. And he probably should have gotten another flagrant foul and been suspended for a game, but somehow got away with it there in the finals because they wanted to make sure he was on the court in the hopes that the series might continue. But to me, again, I think it's just it's what makes the Warriors run so exceptional.
Is that just a competitor in the heat of the moment? And
no, I think it's an immature lash out, like when he shoves Brunson or elbows Naz Reid. He's annoyed because of what you're talking about. People are trying to stop him.
Do you find him less likable than you did before the series?
No, to me it's the same. I marvel at all this. He's always told you exactly who he was, but now everyone else is kind of waking up to it, which is all I want to do is win so badly. That's what I'm here for. I have utmost confidence. I may not play your game the way you want it played. I may not give you the best soundbite, etc. But this is kind of the dude, and that's kind of where I'm at on him. I marvel at his ability, how he already affects a game. I know where he's going, which will be that much more unstoppable offensively in a year or two. But right now, defensively, he's the most dominant player in the league. So to me, it's kind of the same it was before. But I'm just marveling at the light speed with which we have the worm turn on somebody, because if they were winning, people wouldn't feel this way, I don't think. If they'd won 4-1 and he'd done the exact same thing and they'd held on to that 29-point lead
interesting.
Or whatever, I don't think people would decide that they don't like him anymore. I think they would decide he's the best.
See, that part I disagree with. I think because it was the Knicks, and that's such a massive media market, it's that in L.A., and pretty much everybody's from there in the national media, I think the moment he shoved Brunson like he did and it wasn't called, like the whole narrative was for a few games, he could do anything and they'll never call it. Like that was, how many times did you get a text from a buddy? Did you see that on Twitter? Like, they'll never call Wemby for anything. He gets away with murder. I think that would have been the story coming out of the series regardless, even if they would have won the thing. Maybe it would have even turned it up more. Like he was the golden child. The league wanted him to win. I think we're sleeping maybe on like just the New York media market and how much everything's driven through that lens.
Well, I don't sleep on it. In fact, it was my lament for the Knicks winning the whole thing. When we were talking, Toby and I were talking on Friday about it. This Knicks team, take the New York part out of it. It's the most likable group of players I can remember in the NBA in some time. They're Warriors-esque in that way. Brunson, who was the backup point guard in Dallas, college champion, undersized guard, written off from Jump Street. OG Anunoby, who's been a frontline player, basically sacrificing, doing everything under the sun. Karl Anthony Towns was called soft a million times over as the number one scoring option, was basically asked to play really hard defense and knock down the occasional shot. Mikal Bridges has been a 1A kind of option. They all sacrificed for the team, came together, and made beautiful music. And they were awesome. They deserved to win the championship, and it's really cool. But the New Yorkiness of it is not an asset. It's not positive. But your point about the outsized influence, I think, is exactly right. Even when they're not relevant, it's still the first story in basketball is New York. What are they doing? Why did they do it? Should they be kicking themselves for not being the 9 seed in the Eastern Conference a few years ago, which was a topic on one of the Shouty shows. So yeah, I do think it's an outsized bit of influence. But again, I just think we move at such a fast rate where we can't let anything play out. And every play, every moment's got to be a referendum. So I mean, if you remember early career LeBron, when he has a meltdown and is terrible and basically quit on his team against the Celtics, I think it was in a conference final. Everyone wants to write that as the narrative of his career. I bet you'll be back. I bet you'll have another couple of chances as a kid that I think was 21 or 22 at the time, similarly to Wemby here. There'll be more written in this book, but we move so fast now that we've gone from amazing, I love watching him, to I hate his guts, just because of a moment or because they weren't winning.
Yeah, I think the people that do that, though, are not only wrong, but I think it's foolish. I think it's a mistake. I mean, what he just did was amazing. To have gotten this far at 22 years old, to have dragged the Spurs to the brink of a championship, and not every moment was great. As you said, he's not always going to say the right thing necessarily, post-game either. This was Wemby talking about how the Spurs had dominated for much of the series after they lost 4-1.
I learned one of many things I learned is the margin of error is very, very thin. Our domination stints are absolute. We absolutely dominated for most of the series. But our errors, our mistakes, are punished so hard that we can't have ups and downs like this so much, you know. The ups are okay, the downs, it's the reason we lost.
I actually love that answer. He got killed for that, by the way. People are like, how dare him say you just lost 4 out of the 5 games that you dominated more of the series. French is his first language. English is his second language, by the way. We never have enough, I don't think.
I always think that grace for it.
Grace for that. But on top of that, he actually made a good point. Most games, the Spurs, for major stretches, were not only better, but at times they were
double digits better.
They're up 30 and lost one of these games.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like in that game, they led by 29 at one point, and the Knicks' biggest lead was 1 point. You can't tell me the Knicks were the decisively better team in that game, to what Wemby's trying to get at. But he's right. I always felt this way about the Capitals. It feels like they could outplay a team in the playoffs for 47 of the 60 minutes, and then they'd make a bad mistake or a turnover to end up in the back of their net, and they'd lose a 3-2 playoff game to the Penguins or whatever.
Oh, I saw that a few times.
And that's what happened to the Spurs. Every time it seemed like they let their guard down, or for a second, for a couple of minutes they had a bad sequence or weird coaching decision. It haunted them. So I actually think he's onto something, but I don't know. I've been stunned by the negativity around Wemby, where to me, I guess the most negative thing I could say is maybe I crowned him a little too early. I was saying going into the finals, at the end of the finals, I think he'll be the face of the NBA. And maybe he's not yet. Maybe he's got to wait another year or two. It's not because they lost. I just think it wasn't the type of series that would have led to that, probably. Like, he left a little bit on the floor in that regard. But overall, his Q rating to me, everything that happened this summer should have been good for him, positive for him. All the meters got moved up. And that's just not the way it's being talked about.
Not right now, no. Again, it's we've decided that he's, I don't know, I don't know how exactly to say it, but that mob latest sample isn't the best for him, so they've gone very quickly. It's like the Pan example, where they all sprint from Rufio side to Peter Pan side. They're going back and forth. We're now on the Rufio side, where nobody thinks Peter Pan can fly anymore.
Stephon Diggs was asked if he wants to play for the Commanders, and he gave his most candid answer yet. Actually, pretty interesting audio here. We'll listen to it next on The Fan.